Chapter 1. The Demon Suppression Division. Jincheng. In the slums. A moonless night with a gusty wind. Be cautious of fire in this dry weather. Secure your doors and windows. Be vigilant against theft. Knock, knock, knock. Bang. The sound of a night watchman striking his bamboo tube and gong echoed through the air. Bailey Feihong suddenly realized it was already the witching hour. It's time to sleep. He gazed at his home. Bare walls suggested that even thieves would have no interest. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Lying in bed, deep in thought, Bailey Feihong sprang up like a fish flipping out of water, hurriedly securing the doors and windows to avoid any unintended harm. It's the night watchman's voice, he affirmed with certainty. Quickly pursue. We must not allow this demon to regain its strength. An anxious voice rang out from the rooftop. The sound of swift footsteps echoed, causing several tiles to crack beneath their weight. Bailey Feihong felt a surge of exasperation. The previous days of rain had left the roof leaking, turning his room into a veritable water curtain cave. It had taken considerable effort for him to climb up and repair the roof. Can't you martial artists adhere to a few traffic rules? Why run on rooftops when there are roads? Does it add to your prestige? Bailey Feihong grumbled. The sounds of fierce combat erupted nearby. Simultaneously, a haunting wail, imbued with a unique demonic resonance, spread like an invisible wave. As Bailey Feihong continued to grumble about others, he was suddenly assaulted by the demonic sound, feeling as if his eardrums were about to burst, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. In agony, he clutched his ears, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and two streams of crimson trickled from his nose. Yet, Bailey Feihong refrained from crying out in pain. He struggled to hold on. Suddenly, a soothing sensation began to spread through his mind, gradually enveloping his entire being. The discomfort of the demonic sound faded away like snow meeting the first rays of sunlight. At that moment, Bailey Feihong's attention was drawn to the miraculous cooling power that had appeared in his mind. Like a singularity erupting, it birthed boundless gravity, forming a black hole that absorbed all the memories in his consciousness. Bailey Feihong's mind turned blank. But soon, the black hole exploded, filling the depths of his consciousness with twinkling starlight. The light coalesced rapidly into the form of a book. Skill book. Owner, Bailey Feihong. Skill points. 10 skills can be upgraded and synthesized. Skill 1. Culinary Arts, Beginner Experience. 90100. Skill 2. Street Fighting Techniques, Beginner Experience. 90100. Skill 3. Waist Horse Integration, Proficient Experience. 90200. Bailey Feihong touched his sturdy waist, feeling the sinewy muscle. The legendary male dog waist. It referred precisely to this. The physique of a dockworker. System? Golden finger? Superpower? Yet, Bailey Feihong felt no despair. Why despair? He was elated. The skill book. It allowed for skill upgrades through experience accumulation, and with the existence of skill points, one could upgrade or synthesize skills with a mere click. Boom! The roof was torn away, a cascade of tiles falling, and the supporting beams were shattered. Bailey Feihong rolled like a donkey, tumbling to the door, swiftly opening it and charging out of the house. Clatter! The intangible shockwave surged forth, lifting not only his house but the entire alleyway with tremendous force. He, too, was propelled by the energy wave, soaring a distance of 10 feet before colliding against a wall. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Bailey Feihong scrambled to his feet and fled. Sky-splitting blade, slay! A commanding cry echoed. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, the silver moon shone resplendently. A figure descended from above, wielding a blade in both hands, its brilliance radiant as it cleaved towards a colossal humanoid bat. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, the silver glow illuminating her as she sheathed her sword. Clad in a fitted black attire, she exuded an aura of valor, reminiscent of a goddess of war, capturing Bailey Feihong's gaze profoundly. The humanoid bat demon, struck by the severing blade, dissolved into azure smoke, dissipating at a visibly rapid pace. Is this martial prowess? Gazing at the impoverished street, now reduced to ruins, he observed that many destitute souls, still ensconced in slumber, had their lives snatched away by the aftermath of the battle. Furthermore, numerous citizens lay buried beneath the rubble of collapsed structures. Fortunately, the buildings were low, constructed with minimal materials. Injured civilians began to emerge from the debris, their faces covered in dust and their bodies bearing the marks of conflict. Gong Yin furrowed her brow, her expression one of displeasure as she remarked, "This area is home to many impoverished citizens." Zheng Yishan, why did you engage in battle here? My lord, it is my folly. I was solely focused on vanquishing demons without considering the consequences, he replied calmly, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes not directed at Gong Yin, but rather at the impoverished populace, whose demise might alleviate the overpopulation issue in Dongbin City. Coordinate with the City Lord's office regarding subsequent compensation matters, Gong Yin instructed before leaping gracefully into the air, departing the scene. Inspectors from the patrol department swarmed in, encircling the alleyway. Zheng Yishan curled his lip, his expression one of utter contempt. My lord, panted the captain of the patrol, a rotund man in black uniform, rushing breathlessly before Zheng Yishan. Captain Zhang, the compensation for the destroyed buildings, the deceased citizens, and the injured must all be the responsibility of the Demon Suppression Office. Ensure your subordinates keep a record, Zheng Yishan stated. Apply for the highest standard of compensation Lord Gongyang has decreed it, he added, looking down. Captain Zhang's eyes brightened. Understood, I will ensure everything is handled properly for my lord. Lord Gongyang is a person of integrity. Do not measure him with a sordid mindset. Let us proceed according to the 622 standard and deliver it to my residence. I understand. I will not disappoint my lord, replied the captain. Very well. Go and attend to your duties. Bai Li Fei Hong, not far from the scene, curled his lip upon hearing this, yet remained silent. Speaking out would only add another name to the list of citizens who fell victim to the demons that night. The 622 standard was acceptable, at least it would yield a 20% return, preventing him from descending to the streets. As he contemplated, his body slumped to the ground, groaning in agony. Zheng Yishan cast a glance back, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The brash lad, tall and seemingly wooden in stature, had notably long ears, yet he appeared astute. Handle this well, do not create any further disturbances, Zheng Yishan instructed before taking his leave. Zhang Xuanjian resumed his serious demeanor. Come here, little Lu. Arrange for someone to record the number of fatalities, the injured, and the extent of property damage. Submit a detailed report to me by tomorrow morning. Zhang Xuanjian gasped, and after giving his instructions, hurriedly left, his thoughts lingering on the delicate beauty awaiting him at home. Get up, stop pretending. Lu Xuanbu kicked Bai Li Fei home. My lord, I am grievously injured, and I have lost my home. How am I to live from now on? Bai Li Fei Hong replied, a bitter expression on his face. The Demon Suppression Department will compensate you. Thank you, my lord. Bai Li Fei Hong tossed the heavy silver coins in his hand. This era was in the early stages of the Industrial Revolution. Dongbin City, located by the sea, boasted the second largest port of the great Yuan Empire, resulting in a thriving commerce. In recent years, the government had become corrupt, demons roamed freely, rebel factions stirred unrest, and foreign nations eyed the national integrity. In summary, chaos reigned. The Demon Suppression Department had been established for quite some time, serving as a special institution to combat demons and monsters. In recent years, the emergence of firearms had posed a threat to the department's status. Yet, it was undeniable that the Demon Suppression Department held a uniquely special position within the Great Yuan Empire. This Great Yuan was not to be confused with the Yuan dynasty of the past. The house is worth 20 silver coins, and the injuries are compensated with 3 silver coins. Divided 6-2, that's quite exploitative. Fortunately, the purchasing power of silver coins remained robust. This era resembles the late Qing and early Republican period. Bai Li Fei Hong mused, noting the rapid industrial development characteristic of the Steam Age. The only downside was the frequent occurrences of demonic disturbances. Such phenomena were not confined to the Great Yuan, they were prevalent throughout foreign nations as well. Humanity's living environment faced dire external threats, which had, in turn, mitigated many wars, as there was a common external enemy. Once more, he glanced at the skill book. 3 primary skills: culinary arts, combat, and labor. Bai Li Fei Hong contemplated the silver coins in his hand. He could invest all 10 skill points to enhance his culinary skills, thereby starting a business with his initial capital. He believed that the culinary styles he had encountered in his past life, once introduced, would surely improve his current living conditions. However, running a restaurant was a laborious endeavor. In any chaotic era, society would inevitably face such challenges, forming cliques, dividing territories, and collecting protection fees. If the business flourished and Ba Li Fei Hong had no background, it would ultimately lead to nothing but empty promises and attract the envy of others. Considering a career in the government, that path was far less promising than before. With powerful families dominating, would there be any chance for advancement? Enlisting to defend the homeland? The military system of the Great Yuan offered little more than becoming cannon fodder. The patrol department? The demon suppression department? At the mention of the demon suppression department, Ba Li Fei Hong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Gong Yongyan, a woman, had risen to the position of a guardian of the department, her status earned not through connections, but through her own martial prowess. Is there any man who does not dream of being a martial hero? The only question is, how do I embark on the path of martial arts? Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to Prosperity Street. This street was the most bustling thoroughfare in the southern part of Dongbin City, filled with merchants and the clamor of traffic. The dark-skinned Kunlun slaves, the tall and fair-haired Westerners, and the short and unsightly Easterners. They wield gold and silver to procure an abundance of spices, porcelain, and tea, shipping them to foreign lands and reselling for profits that are manifold. This was a bygone era. It also elucidates why the great Yuan Empire, despite its corrupt system, remained robust and unassailable. They gathered wealth from all corners of the world, exclusively for the great Yuan. Martial arts school? As he approached the Four Seas Martial Arts School, Ba Li Fei Hong came to a halt. Martial arts and martial philosophy are entirely distinct concepts. The teachings of martial arts school merely serve to strengthen the body, enhance agility, and impart rudimentary self-defense techniques. True martial secrets, however, are not to be disseminated lightly. With the skills book as my golden finger, acquiring martial arts may bestow upon me a skill for self-defense. After tucking the silver coins into his pocket, Ba Li Fei Hong entered the Four Seas Martial Arts School. Brother, are you here to learn? The two-story storefront served as a FOD, recruiting apprentices as errand boys to attract business, and the master of this martial arts school was indeed a shrewd merchant. Brother, the world is tough. I wish to learn a martial art for self-defense, but my purse is light. Could you kindly recommend something? Upon hearing about his financial constraints, Zheng Ada scrutinized Ba Li Fei Hong, noting his coarse attire and patched shoes, which appeared quite dilapidated. Yet, his master had instructed him to treat visitors as honored guests, ensuring not to turn anyone away, lest he face severe repercussions. What is your name, brother? With this thought in mind, Zheng Ada donned a broad smile. I am Ba Li Fei Hong of the Ba Li clan. May I inquire your esteemed name, brother? Such flattery. I am Zheng, and Ada is my given name. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me further, Brother Zheng. Our Four Seas Martial Arts School has a modest reputation in Dongbin City. The master has cultivated his blood energy to the 5th level and excels in the Four Seas fist and blood river blade techniques. His knife skills are unparalleled, and against a 6th level blood energy martial artist, he may still hold his ground. A 5th level blood energy martial artist? Does martial arts truly have levels? How does it compare to the guardian of the demon suppression division? Upon hearing this, Zheng Ada chuckled ruefully. The difference is like that between clouds and mud. The guardian is akin to a celestial being. How could one compare? However, I have heard my master mention that even a city full of soldiers, armed with firearms, may not stand a chance against the guardian. Though he had anticipated as much, the limitations of what could be learned at the martial arts school inevitably cast a shadow of disappointment over Ba Li Fei Hong. Indeed, the law is not to be spread widely. The great Yuan Empire firmly held the martial secrets in its grasp. If I wish to learn at the Four Seas Martial Arts School, can I apprentice under the master? Ba Li Fei Hong inquired. Becoming an apprentice at the Four Seas Martial Arts School grants everyone the opportunity to seek the master's guidance. However, beginners are usually taught only external techniques. Once you cultivate your martial arts and develop blood energy, you may then seek to apprentice under the master for the internal blood river blade technique. When the internal blood river blade technique was mentioned, a flicker of longing shone in Zheng Ada's eyes. Even the lowest level of practitioners of the blood river blade must possess at least a layer of blood energy to commence their training. How exactly does one learn the external techniques? With a mere payment of 2 silver coins, one can master the complete art of the Four Seas Fist within a month. Should you wish to continue your martial studies at the Four Seas Martial Hall, a monthly fee of 2 silver coins is required, allowing you to seek guidance from experienced practitioners within the hall regarding martial techniques. Naturally, the hall master conducts a monthly session to deepen your understanding of the Four Seas Fist. Zhang Ada gazed intently at Bai Li Fei Hong, his heart filled with anticipation that Bai Li Fei Hong would indeed pay to learn the martial arts. The directive bestowed upon him by his master was to enroll 10 apprentices each month, thereby waiving his own tuition fees. With the end of the month approaching, he still needed to recruit 3 more apprentices to avoid the tuition for that month. Bai Li Fei Hong reached into his pocket, rummaging for a while before finally producing 2 silver coins. With hopeful eyes, he inquired of Zhang Ada, "Brother Zhang, how do I go about paying this tuition?" "Bai Li, please wait a moment, the hall master is present, and I shall summon him," Zhang Ada replied. The 2 silver coins represented the monthly expenditure for an ordinary family of 3. Yet, the tuition at the Four Seas Martial Hall was quite reasonable. According to Bai Li Fei Hong's estimation, the purchasing power of a single silver coin was equivalent to approximately 1,000 yuan of his previous life. In the Great Yuan Empire, transactions were predominantly conducted using copper coins. The silver coin was a novel form of currency. Officially priced at 1 tael of silver, a single silver coin equated to 100 copper coins. In addition to silver coins, there also existed gold coins, though Bai Li Fei Hong had yet to behold the visage of a gold coin. Chapter 2. The Four Seas Martial Arts School. Greetings, Master Wu, Bai Li Fei Hong said, appearing somewhat reserved. Wu Sihai nodded, taking the silver dollar from Zhang Ada's hand and scrutinizing Bai Li Fei Hong. Though he was somewhat older and his physique was already formed, he appeared robust from his training. "Very well, you shall train at the Four Seas Martial Arts School from now on. Ada, summon your 6th senior brother." "Yes, master. Is there anyone else at home? Why do you wish to practice martial arts?" Wu Sihai inquired casually. Bai Li Fei Hong clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Master, I am an orphan. I work at the docks, and I practice martial arts for self-defense." "Fei Hong, now that you have joined the Four Seas Martial Arts School, regardless of whether you continue training here after a month, you will be considered a disciple of the school. Address me as master, and I shall speak frankly with you." Wu Sihai paused thoughtfully before continuing. To cultivate martial prowess, aside from innate talent, resources are paramount. Acquiring training resources requires substantial financial investment. A martial artist in their prime must consume meat at every meal to maintain their vitality. Given your current circumstances, saving money is no easy feat. You would be better off reserving it for a future family and a stable life. Bai Li Fei Hong was taken aback. He could not fathom that Wu Sihai would express such sentiments. Was he being dismissed? "Master, are you trying to send me away?" "No, since I have taken your tuition. The Four Seas Martial Arts School will treat you equitably. I merely offer this as a word of caution." Wu Sihai considered it for a moment, refraining from further persuasion. "Since you have come to learn, providing sufficient funds suffices." "Master, I encountered the Demon Suppression Division last night." Bai Li Fei Hong bit his lip, lowering his head to conceal the turmoil in his eyes. "I see, that explains it. Very well, focus on your martial arts training. If you become a martial artist and encounter demons, even if you cannot defeat them, you will at least be able to flee faster than the average person." Wu Sihai patted Bai Li Fei Hong's shoulder, encouraging him. "Qian Shan, this is our new apprentice, Bai Li Fei Hong. I have a task for you, within this month. Ensure he masters the Four Seas Fist technique." Wu Sihai gestured towards Bai Li Fei Hong, smiling at Zhang Ada Zhang Qian Shan. The 6th senior brother of the Four Seas Martial Arts School felt a sense of helplessness. However, upon observing Bai Li Fei Hong's appearance, he understood that the master was performing a benevolent act. Looking at the apprentice's challenging circumstances, he realized the importance of imparting the Four Seas Fist technique to him. There would be no need for additional tuition fees, thus avoiding unnecessary expenses. It was no wonder the master's secret medicinal cuisine had recently increased in price. Running a martial arts school without facing bankruptcy was entirely dependent on focusing on their internal disciples. Despite his thoughts, Zhang Qianshan held deep respect for the master. Wu Sihai taught martial arts with unwavering dedication, imparting knowledge wholeheartedly. Acquiring medicinal cuisine from the master might cost more, but it was effective in cultivating vitality, making this investment worthwhile. "Rest assured, master, I will ensure that this junior disciple masters the routine of the Four Seas Fist within a month." 1 month is insufficient to truly master the fist technique. The time is too limited. Wu Sihai nodded, saying no more, and left with his hands clasped behind his back. Your name is Bailey Fei Hong, is it not? I have met my senior brother. May I inquire how to address you? Zhang Qianshan replied. Just call me Sixth Senior Brother from now on. Follow me. After speaking, Zhang Qianshan turned and entered the back courtyard. Wu Sihai is indeed an intriguing individual, thought Bailey Fei Hong, who trailed behind Zhang Qianshan. For now, he resolved to focus on mastering the Sihai fist technique, while contemplating alternative methods for the Blood River Blade technique. Wu Sihai was correct on one point. With his financial circumstances, it would be challenging to sustain his martial training. He needed to ponder on ways to generate wealth and seek a path forward. In the back courtyard, a group of youths energetically practiced their punches and kicks, their vigorous spirit palpable in the air. Bailey Fei Hong felt as if he were immersed in a furnace, momentarily entranced by the scene before him. The courtyard, roughly half an acre in size, was divided into 3 training areas. He surveyed the surroundings and estimated the number of practitioners to be around 50. It seemed that the Sihai Martial Arts School was quite substantial, but the training spaces were rather cramped. The schedule at the Sihai Martial Arts School dictated morning practice at 7, concluding at 8, and evening lessons at 6, each lasting an hour. Suddenly, Zhang Qianshan recalled something. What I refer to as the Western clock time. If you are concerned about missing it, you may purchase a clock at the watch shop on Chongqing Street. He gestured towards a large clock at the center of the training area, only to realize that Bailey Fei Hong did not find this surprising. Reflecting on it, Zhang Qianshan understood that Bailey Fei Hong, having labored at the docks and interacted with people from various foreign lands, was likely familiar with clocks. Zhang Qianshan chose not to elaborate further and led Bailey Fei Hong to an open area. The Sihai fist technique comprises both internal and external practices. The internal focuses on stance training, while the external hones striking power. As you have not practiced martial arts before, I will first teach you the techniques. Once you are proficient in the movements, I will guide you on stance training, Zhang Qianshan stated, proceeding directly to instruct Bailey Fei Hong in the techniques of the Sihai fist. The Sihai fist technique is divided into 16 movements. When the fist is refined to its depths, strength arises naturally, akin to the crashing waves against the shore, relentless and formidable. However, to reach this level, one must cultivate the Sihai stance to achieve a harmonious blend of movement and stillness. The stillness nurtures vital energy, while the dynamic practice integrates the principles of stillness into the techniques, imbuing each move with immense power. As an inner disciple, Zhang Qianshan did not treat Bailey Fei Hong with any less seriousness due to his status. He earnestly shared all the techniques of the Sihai fist, along with his insights from personal training, allowing Bailey Fei Hong to establish a systematic understanding of this martial art in his mind. In the evening, as Bailey Fei Hong exited the Sihai Martial Arts School, he felt a slight dizziness in his head, weakness in his limbs, and an empty stomach. He had forgotten that he had missed lunch in his eagerness to practice. This training session had consumed the entire afternoon. The basics of the Sihai fist technique were relatively simple. The 16 movements were no more complex than calisthenics or military exercises. However, without practicing the internal method, every movement would be but an empty shell. He glanced at the skill book, Sihai fist technique, movements beginner, 13-100. After practicing 13 times, he had gained 13 experience points. Practice a technique 100 times, and its essence will reveal itself, he mused. Bailey Fei Hong's bright eyes sparkled with determination. The skill book was indeed a precious item. The inn in Dongban City catered exclusively to foreign guests, mercilessly exploiting them for profit. The silver dollars in Bailey Fei Hong's possession would barely suffice for a few nights before they were depleted. However, it was conceivable to reconstruct a dwelling, as the construction materials in Dongban City were remarkably inexpensive and labor costs were minimal. Yet, this endeavor would require time. The immediate goal was to survive the night and secure a modest accommodation for the following day, thereby resolving the pressing issue of lodging. For Bailey Fei Hong, housing and sustenance were of paramount importance. At the core of the dilemma lay the fundamental issue of finances. How could one earn money? Traditional crafts of the traverser? Producing salt, soap, perfume, liquor, or glass. However, Bailey Fei Hong soon dismissed these notions. The nations abroad had already entered the mid-phase of the First Industrial Revolution, marked by steam power. The processes for producing sea salt, soap, perfume, liquor, and glass were well established, albeit rudimentary, yet they possessed a distinct mechanical advantage. This era did not favor the pursuit of small-scale, exquisite luxury brands. Products generated by machinery were far more fashionable and sought after than handcrafted items. Was it then possible to amass wealth through copying texts? In this youthful body, Bailey Feihong had attended school and was familiar with many characters. However, his superficial knowledge had not reached the level of literary creation. After all, the script of the great Yuan Empire was not Chinese characters. Although both scripts evolved from pictographs, they stemmed from two civilizations with vast differences. The linguistic disparities were significant. The greatest fear lay in the resemblance of characters that bore different meanings, leading to potentially grave misunderstandings. Thus, for someone like Bailey Feihong, who was somewhat illiterate, aspiring to become a writer seemed an exercise in futility. However, the future was uncertain. After all, he had assimilated the memories of his previous self, and despite the limited cultural background of this body, he could still manage basic reading. He was diligently working to bridge the knowledge he had acquired before his traversal into this world. The process of cultural adaptation was remarkably smooth. Upon reflection, aside from pursuing an official position, he struggled to conceive of any other viable options. Bailey Feihong profoundly lamented the harshness of life. In his previous existence, he had been a mere programmer, and now he felt the world's malice acutely. To live a good life, there was but one path: to grow stronger and gain entry into the demon suppression department. The prospect of a 622 profit-sharing system was enticing. However, the road to entering the demon suppression department was fraught with challenges. Ordinary martial artists stood no chance. Thus, he resolved to strive for strength, hoping to be recruited by the demon suppression department. As dusk fell, devoid of alternatives, Bailey Feihong reluctantly checked into an inn for the night. It was a desperate measure. Nevertheless, he had made a decision. Tomorrow, he would seek out a pawnshop to sell the land of his family, using the proceeds to rent a room and navigate through this dire predicament. This was the only real estate he had to offer. The earnings from working as a dock laborer came too slowly. In the past, he had managed to scrape by, ensuring he did not starve. After taking up martial arts training, my appetite has significantly increased, and the earnings from my work are scarcely sufficient to satisfy my hunger. Previously, I managed to save a little after my meals, but now I find myself at a loss. At this moment, I deeply comprehend the adage that even a single coin can thwart a hero. The following day, I arrived at the Sihai Martial Arts School at dawn to commence my morning practice. I have memorized the 16 fundamental techniques, yet while attempting to practice my punches, I frequently forget the moves, and my execution becomes increasingly chaotic. Instead of performing the Sihai boxing techniques, my actions resemble a clumsy display. Zhang Qinshan, witnessing this, shook his head in resignation. A significant issue plaguing me is my lack of coordination. While I can follow along during group practice, my true capabilities are laid bare when I attempt to practice alone. I struggle to distinguish between my left and right feet, and my hands often clash with one another. Zhang Qinshan feels helpless. The sole silver lining is that my mind is quite agile. I am not rigid in my learning, and my memory serves me well. Often, when I repeat a technique once, my partner retains it in their mind. My predicament stems from the need for repetition, practice, and abundance. I must refine my hand and foot coordination and hone the responsiveness and agility of my muscles. To master the Sihai boxing techniques, I must exert significantly more effort than the average person. Should I wish to apply these skills in combat, the duration of my practice will extend even further. Drenched in sweat, I departed the Sihai Martial Arts School and sought out a small pawnshop within the impoverished sector of the city, where the land holds little value. The pawnbroker, upon inspection, shook his head. The area is indeed of low worth. However, I furrowed my brow at this assessment. Could it truly be as dismal as he claims? Perhaps not. I proposed that I require a residence with a courtyard for 3 months, after which the land would belong to his pawnshop. In exchange, I would offer 2 months of my services. The pawnbroker's assistant's eyes lit up with interest. The deal was struck, but I insisted on viewing the property first. Chapter 3. The Essence of Martial Arts Revealed Through Repetition. Book of Skills. Owner, by Li Feihong. Skill points. 10. Skills can be upgraded and synthesized. Skill 1. Culinary Arts. Novice Experience. 99-100. Skill 2. Street Fighting Techniques. Novice Experience. 90-100. Skill 3. Unity of Waist and Horse. Proficient Experience. 95-200. Skill 4. For Seize Fist Technique. Novice. 36-100. To gain experience points more effortlessly in the 4 Seize Fist, one must dedicate oneself to practice. Merely skimming through will not suffice. Experience points correlate with concentration levels. It is not merely a matter of practicing once to gain a point of experience. Rather, the more focused the effort, the greater the accrued experience. Approaching the water tank, Bai Li Fei Hong ladled water over his overheated body. This residence was situated within a poor district. Yet it boasted a courtyard, with a construction area exceeding 200 square meters and a yard of over 100 square meters. The yard featured a well and a grand banyan tree. Despite the old house's considerable age and its pronounced antiquity, in Bai Li Fei Hong's eyes, it was an improvement over his past abodes. After changing into 2 sets of clothing and purchasing some kitchenware and daily necessities, he moved directly into the courtyard. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen made his stomach growl in protest against the fatigue of his training. Consuming only meat for every meal was beyond his means. In an era where fatty cuts were more expensive than lean, even a simple braised pork dish was a challenge to prepare. Fortunately, offal and sheep entrails were more affordable. And while the affluent shunned such delicacies, the impoverished populace would indulge in them when they had the means. Yet, most households struggled to transform these ingredients into gourmet meals. Bai Li Fei Hong, however, regarded pig offal and sheep entrails as premium ingredients. Lifting the pot lid released a fragrant wave of meaty aroma. He sprinkled the prepared scallions and cilantro, allowing the flavors to meld for several seconds before serving the entire pot on a wooden board atop a stone slab. Ready to savor his well-deserved culinary delight. Drizzling the savory juices over the rice and carefully tasting the stir-fried radishes, he relished the moment. While ginseng might be beyond his budget, radishes were always within reach. Many experts have claimed that the nutritional value of ginseng pales in comparison to that of radishes. A medley of pig intestines, hearts, kidneys, livers, and sheep tripes simmered together, their enticing aroma wafting far and wide. However, the lack of sufficient seasoning had consumed much of Bai Li Fei Hong's thoughts. He had only recently discovered affordable substitutes in the market. Suddenly, a thought struck him: oyster sauce. Being near the coast, Dongbin City was abundant in seafood, and oysters, or mollusks, were not costly. Could Li Jintang offer oyster sauce? He seemed to have stumbled upon a potential avenue for prosperity. Yet, this path would not be easy to tread. While Bai Li Fei Hong knew how to prepare oyster sauce, the process was time-consuming. He needed a partner. A headache instantly surged. Among those he knew, only his master, Wu Si-hai, and his 6th brother, Zhang Qianshan, had the capital to collaborate in business. He was only acquainted with these 2 affluent individuals. Wu Si-hai, having established the Si-hai Martial Arts School in Dongbin City for many years, remained an indomitable presence, signifying his extensive connections within the city. Zhang Qianshan, a scion of wealth, was easily discerned by his immaculate complexion and the luxurious satin garments he adorned, indicating his noble lineage. One could not help but wonder if the Zhang family in the city had any ties to the 6th senior brother. The Zhang family operated numerous restaurants in Dongbin City. Even if collaboration proved elusive, one could still sell recipes to them, thus exchanging knowledge for financial gain. This prospect was indeed feasible, albeit it necessitated further inquiry. Observing his culinary skills, he realized he was merely a fraction of experience away from advancement. Survival was currently of utmost importance. Every skill should fundamentally be rooted in the pursuit of one's livelihood. Straying from this foundation equated to detachment from reality. Bai Li Fei Hong simply sought at a dish of fried rice. Culinary experience. 1. Experience points reached the limit. Upgrade available. Upgrade. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Li Fei Hong opted for the upgrade. A wave of enlightenment surged within him. Upon consulting the skill book, he noted, Culinary Arts, Proficient, 0-200. Recalling the recipes etched in his mind, Bai Li Fei Hong felt a deep understanding. The dishes he had once learned and witnessed were indelibly imprinted upon his soul. Provided he had the ingredients, he could conjure even more exquisite flavors. With such culinary prowess at his disposal, it would be difficult for Bai Li Fei Hong to starve. Even at his lowest, he could find work as a cook in a restaurant to secure a meal. After a satisfying meal, he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, allowing for unrestricted exertion. A person is like iron, and food is akin to steel. Missing a meal can stir discomfort. To feast on meat and feel satiated at every meal was indeed a source of joy. Bai Li Fei Hong was deeply moved. Life should not be measured by comparison. In his previous life, abundance was the norm. Being well-fed and enjoying meat was an everyday affair. He even had the luxury of selecting his meals, indulging in exquisite dining that catered to his mood. Yet, having traversed into this realm, he had endured hunger for 2 to 3 months. Laboring tirelessly just to fill his belly, leaving no room for picky preferences. After 10 consecutive days without a taste of oil, even the sight of women with ample bosoms on the street sparked fantasies of hamburgers. In his former life, such junk food would never have captured Bailey Feihong's fancy. Proud of his well-stocked pantry, he had previously purchased only the finest ingredients, where simple cooking with seasonings translated into delightful feasts. Bailey Feihong swallowed hard, shook his head, and resolved to stay grounded, dismissing unrealistic dreams. Back home, he could open his phone and choose from countless delectable dishes, a luxury now lost to him. Hard work and perseverance. Bailey Feihong gave himself a motivational boost. With a serious demeanor, he assumed the stance of Sea-High Fist. Diligently practicing the 16 forms of the Sea-High Fist repeatedly, he continued until exhaustion compelled him to cease. 18 repetitions. Sea-High Fist, Technique Beginner, 54-100. Tomorrow, he would demonstrate to the sixth senior brother what it truly meant to say, a scholar should be regarded anew after 3 days of absence. Bailey Feihong chuckled, recalling how his sixth senior brother had frequently criticized him for his lack of coordination, possessing brute strength yet feeling powerless. Do not misunderstand. It was the exertion of his limbs that did not align with his intentions. Reflecting on his clumsiness, Bailey Feihong ultimately concluded that his worldview, shaped by his past life, had formed a unique framework through which he perceived the world. Yet, it was evident that this realm differed significantly from that of his previous existence. The paradigm of scientific development could not be reconciled with the fantastical perspectives of this world, resulting in a psychological impediment, succinctly termed cognitive dissonance. In theory, a single punch could fell a bull, yet during the act of striking, his mind frantically whispered, the tale of Wu Song slaying the tiger is a fabrication. Human strength is limited. How could one punch possibly kill a bull? Force is relative. The strength exerted upon an opponent correlates with the reaction they produce. Beware of wrist fractures. From the moment such thoughts arose, distractions proliferated, clouding his mind and dissipating his strength. Fear and trepidation seized his heart, inhibiting his advance. As his power waned, so too did the efficacy of his strike. With half his strength expended, a barrage of thoughts surfaced, questioning how one could achieve the might necessary to slay a bull with a mere punch. Bailey Feihong lay upon the cool stone floor, his mind incessantly dissecting his shortcomings. Unable to suppress a bitter smile, his thoughts were convoluted and impure, burdened by excessive cognition and uncertainty. He never anticipated that his vast reservoir of civilized knowledge would become a hindrance. For martial practitioners, clarity of thought is paramount. The fist embodies belief. Impure thoughts might suffice during training, yet in the throes of battle, there is no room for regret. With this realization, Bailey Feihong's gaze shifted to skill 2, street fighting techniques. At the docks of Dongbin City, the laborers were of low cultural standing, akin to trapped beasts, ensnared by poverty. They often resorted to violence over work, seizing opportunities in front of their employers. A rarity due to the formidable presence of affluent patrons who inadvertently exerted pressure on the laborers. However, in private, these porters revealed their true natures. Bullying the weak is a matter of course. Frequently, groups would form, engaging in brawls under the cover of night to determine who would claim the territory for work the following day. Yet, under the dual pressures of hunger and poverty, Bailey Feihong focused solely on earning a living. Regardless of his motives, when the time came to act, his thoughts were clear, his convictions unwavering, and his will pure. To seize territory, one must first vanquish the opponent. Courageous, fierce, pure, and ruthless, the indomitable spirit of a warrior was within him. Indeed, the skill book recognized this as a unique talent. Although he had embarked on the path of martial arts, his mindset had become overly cautious, meticulous to a fault. This was both a blessing and a curse. The downside lay in the self-imposed constraints he placed on his own fists. Ultimately, the greatest adversary and obstacle was himself. Upon this realization, Bailey Feihong could not help but smile wryly. The skill book, often referred to as the golden finger of a traveler, held its own enigmatic allure. The turmoil within my heart arises from the possession of the skill book. Ever since acquiring it, an unsettling emotion has lingered. I bide my time until I reach level 999, when I shall wield unparalleled power. For now, it is prudent to avoid risks, with only a 95% certainty. Danger persists, and retreat is the wiser course. My shifting mindset is evident in my speech. My sixth senior brother perceives my hesitance. No wonder Wu Song required 3 bowls of wine before confronting the tiger, without that liquid courage. Who could muster the bravery to face the beast and uncover their latent valor? Yet, This approach proves ineffective for Bai Li Fei Hong. Gritting his teeth, he feels a resurgence of energy and, after a hearty meal, opts against attending the evening lessons at the Sihai Martial Arts Academy, choosing instead to practice alone. He requires ample time to master the Sihai boxing technique. Beneath the moonlight, he sweats profusely, remaining steadfast in his training. If once is insufficient, then 100 repetitions will suffice. With each practice, his proficiency blossoms and clarity of thought emerges. The more he trains, the more confidence he gains. This mirrors the experience of studying. Fear in the examination hall stems from a lack of preparation. As Bai Li Fei Hong hones his skills, his fists grow increasingly powerful, imbued with a vigorous energy reminiscent of surging waves. Countless repetitions have passed. His punches are potent and relentless. Suddenly, a notification sounds. Experience 8. Sihai boxing technique has reached its limit. Would you like to upgrade? He withdraws his fists and stands firm, feeling the weight of his body. Yet, the exhaustion that leaves his breath labored does not invoke despair. Instead, he feels invigorated, his mind clear and alert. The more focused one becomes, the sharper their intellect. Understanding flows effortlessly, with no obstacles in sight. Chapter 4. Trouble approaches. Bai Li Fei Hong chuckled, a smile stretching across his face. Foresees fist technique, skill proficient. 400. To advance from proficiency to mastery in the martial arts requires 400 experience points. Does a greater accumulation of experience signify a deeper understanding of the skill? Bai Li Fei Hong sighed ruefully. After taking a bath and resting, he lay on the hard wooden bed, his mind swirling with the 16 moves of the 4C's fist technique. Contemplating the essence of the martial art, what once seemed obscure and incomprehensible now revealed its profound significance, akin to savoring ambrosia, an experience to be relished. At dawn, Bai Li Fei Hong executed a complete set of the 16 moves of the 4C's fist. The transitions flowed seamlessly, like the ebb and flow of tides, exuding an imposing aura as his strikes followed one another without pause. Upon finishing the sequence, he was drenched in sweat and slightly breathless. Zhang Qianshan, the sixth senior brother, gaped in astonishment, unable to close his mouth. This new disciple had only been at the academy for 3 days. On the first day, Zhang had critiqued his lack of coordination. By the second day, however, the young disciple had shown remarkable agility, quickly mastering the techniques. But after just one night, he had already demonstrated a proficiency that belied his novice status, resembling a practitioner who had trained for 3 to 5 years. Indeed, it seems that your absence from the martial hall last night allowed you to grasp the techniques and diligently refine your skills, Zhang Qianshan remarked, his expression stern. However, do not let pride swell within you. Familiarity with the 4C's fist routines is merely the beginning of your journey. The essence of the 4C's fist lies in the foundation of stance strength. Only by integrating the strength into the 16 moves can one manifest true vitality in their strikes. Since you have already demonstrated a competent grasp of the 4C's fist, it is time for me to teach you the 3 foundational stances of this technique. Zhang Qianshan was eager to witness whether this astute young disciple could indeed achieve miraculous feats. Should he prove to be a prodigy, Zhang would undoubtedly recommend him to their master for the impartation of the Blood River Blade technique, aiming to establish him as a renowned martial artist of the 4C's Academy, thus attracting more students and alleviating the Academy's financial burdens. The 3 foundational stances of the 4C's fist are as follows. The first is the rock stance, which serves as the primary method for cultivating strength. Just as rocks stand steadfast amidst the relentless sea, one must seek stability in stillness. The second is the wave stance, characterized by its undulating energy, embodying the principle of transformation through motion. The third is the whale stance, which juxtaposes the stillness of a rocky shore with the overwhelming force of a tempest. Mastering this stance allows one to alternate between calm and explosive power in combat, effectively overpowering adversaries. As Zhang Qianshan elucidated the principles of these stances, he demonstrated them for Bai Li Fei Hong, integrating them into the 4C's fist to amplify its potency manifold, resembling the relentless roar of ocean waves. Once the fist's momentum was achieved, it became nearly impossible for an ordinary person to withstand, potentially leading to their demise under the might of the 4C's fist. Zhang Qianshan exhibited great patience, repeating his explanations and ensuring Bai Li Fei Hong comprehended each aspect before moving on. Only after Bai Li Fei Hong had dispelled all doubts in his heart did he depart from the Sihai Martial Arts School. At this moment, Bai Li Fei Hong had finally mastered the entirety of this martial art. However, To elevate this style further, experience points were required once more. Moreover, the proficiency level of his techniques had fully transformed into the genuine fundamentals of Sihai Quan. The training routines and the three-post method for cultivating strength were now firmly rooted in true beginnings, as opposed to the earlier incompleteness. Indeed, that scoundrel by Li Fei Hong. Little C, you were not mistaken. He has indeed acquired wealth and has begun training at the Sihai Martial Arts School. On the street, for burly men clad in coarse fabric fixated on the entrance of the Sihai Martial Arts School, the one speaking bore a scar on his face. And beneath his coarse short-sleeved shirt, his body was marked with numerous scars. He spat out the bamboo skewer he had been chewing on, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed. His lips curling into a broad, gleeful smile. Scarface brother, Bai Li Fei Hong is now one of Sihai Martial Arts School's disciples. I fear the martial instructors will come to his aid. Fear not, Bai Li Fei Hong is merely a paying student. The Sihai Martial Arts School would not jeopardize itself for a mere apprentice, nor would it offend our shipping gang, Scarface retorted, thumping his chest. I have now become a member of the Dong Bin City shipping gang. From this day forth, you shall be my underlings in Dong Bin City, and I, Scarface, shall protect you. Thank you, Scarface brother, the three brothers exclaimed with exuberance. Joining the shipping gang grants them a small stake in the dock, signifying that they would no longer have to risk their lives fighting for territory. Scarface brother, Bai Li Fei Hong has entered the alley. Quickly, let us intercept him. We must not allow this fellow to escape. Bai Li Fei Hong was in high spirits, although he was still unaware of how to acquire skill points. The 10 skill points he possessed had become particularly precious. Yet, he knew he must attempt various practices to gain a clearer understanding of the skill book. Furthermore, even without skill points, continuous practice and experience accumulation could also lead to skill upgrades. Skill points were merely a shortcut to advancement. Suddenly, Bai Li Fei Hong halted in his tracks, intending to turn back, only to find familiar faces blocking his path in the alley. Scarface, Black Bull, Yuan Shaoxi, and Lei Gong. Among them, Scarface had once contended with him over territory during his tenure under a foreman. The scar on Scarface's face was a result of a sneak attack Bai Li Fei Hong had launched, which had left him incapacitated for a fortnight. Ah, such fine attire. It seems the demolition compensation has treated you well. The government must have paid you quite handsomely. Scarface, towering and imposing, toyed with a small dagger, squinting as he scrutinized the transformed Bai Li Fei Hong before him. The grudge from that fateful encounter was still fresh in his memory. Bai Li Fei Hong, what is your intention? Hand over your money, or I shall stab you again, and we can put our enmity to rest. Scarface tossed the dagger, his eyes narrowed, like two curved blades gleaming coldly. He possesses a peculiar habit. When he decides to be ruthless towards someone, he squints his eyes and gazes at them with a smirk. Bai Li Fei Hong scoffed. You four inept fools think you can rob me? Leave, lest you tarnish my hands. TSK. After merely a few days of training at the Sihai Martial Arts School, your bravado has grown exponentially. Scarface did not respond with anger. Instead, he drew closer to Bai Li Fei Hong. The skill book elevated the Sihai fist technique to a proficient level. With a mere thought, Bai Li Fei Hong embarked on his first attempt to allocate skill points. The pages of the skill book transformed instantly. Sihai fist technique. Proficient 105-1600. Memories of 800 training sessions flooded his mind, and in that fleeting moment, his mastery of the Sihai fist technique reached a proficient level. Even more astonishing was the physical transformation he underwent. His body was imbued with explosive power, as if he had tirelessly practiced martial arts day and night for 800 sessions. Bai Li Fei Hong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His initial endeavor with the skill book proved to be immensely powerful. In an instant, he attained a proficiency that typically took apprentices years to achieve at the Sihai Martial Arts School. His muscles tightened, and the strength in his hands had at least doubled. His body flushed crimson, vitality surging, and he sweated profusely from the intensity. Simultaneously, he sensed a powerful surge of energy coursing through his limbs. Blood entered. The three-stance technique also swiftly reached a proficient level. Bai Li Fei Hong stood firm, like an ancient tree with roots deeply embedded, unyielding against the fiercest winds, like a reef amidst tumultuous waves, resolute against the crashing tides. Scarface looked perplexed, observing Bai Li Fei Hong, whose complexion appeared flushed, as if he had just emerged from boiling water, drenched from head to toe. What is happening? Yet why does my heart begin to race with unease? Bai Li Fei Hong lifted his head, offering a slight smile. He bent low, executing a sweeping kick. The force surged like a tidal wave, violently engulfing everything in its path. Thunder, true to its name, boomed with a voice as powerful as a storm. And he was a robust figure, brimming with strength. He had been fixated on by Li Fei Hong, poised to strike at any moment. Confronted with the overwhelming force of Bai Li Fei Hong's leg technique in the narrow alley, he felt its intensity most acutely, as if his body were a fragile boat amidst a raging sea. In the next instant, he felt he would be consumed. Yet, being bold by nature, Thunder gritted his teeth and lunged at Bai Li Fei Hong like a ferocious bear, intending to break through the predicament with his immense power and send Bai Li Fei Hong flying. However, he underestimated Bai Li Fei Hong's current prowess, which had reached the level of a martial artist in the blood realm, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Bang! His massive form was struck by a kick, hurtling him violently towards the Black Bull. Thunder's face turned pale. He attempted to block with his arm, but the overwhelming force shattered his arm, sending excruciating pain coursing through his body. The sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him, and he felt as though he had narrowly escaped death from the kick. His body flew sideways, colliding with the Black Bull, cushioning the impact just enough to avoid crashing into the wall, thereby saving his life. However, the Black Bull was not so fortunate. Its forehead struck the wall with a thud. Instantly, blood splattered 3 feet, the world spun, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted on the spot. Bai Li Fei Hong. With a sudden strike, Bai Li Fei Hong swiftly dispatched his 2 subordinates. Enraged, Scarbrother, brandishing his sharp dagger, charged at Bai Li Fei Hong. Bang! It was like a hammer striking a head. In an instant, Scarbrother was dazed. Without granting him a moment's respite, Bai Li Fei Hong steadied himself, seized Scarbrother by the nape, and slammed him against the wall. Thud! Blood splattered on the scene. Scarbrother's vision darkened, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Fei Hong, big brother, spare me, spare me, Yuan Xiaoxi pleaded, falling to his knees in terror. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Bai Li Fei Hong's lips as he disdainfully replied, "Take them away. Remember, if you trouble me again, it will not merely be a beating. I shall break every limb of yours." After delivering his warning, he straightened his attire and bent down to retrieve the dagger. Apart from a kitchen knife, he truly had no means of self-defense. Surely, he could not wield a kitchen knife to inflict harm. Who knew if the victim bore any infectious disease? Using a kitchen knife for violence would render it useless for cooking. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach growled. Training in martial arts was commendable, yet it consumed an immense amount of energy. It was said that some adept martial artists could devour an entire fat pig in one sitting. They were either on the way to eat or seated at the dining table. The consumption required for elevating the skill of the Sea High Fist was substantial. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of food, seeking nourishment to replenish his energy. As Officer Liu patrolled the streets, he happened upon the injured Scarbrother and his crew emerging from an alley, his brow furrowing slightly. "You 4 halt," Officer Liu Jingxian commanded, brandishing his baton and sporting a knife at his waist. Scarbrother, filled with grievances, was about to retaliate when he spotted Officer Liu. Forgetting his pain, he immediately donned a bright, ingratiating smile and bowed. "Officer Liu, what a coincidence. I did not expect to see you here. How did you come by these injuries?" A misunderstanding. I merely stumbled while walking." Scarbrother promptly produced a silver coin, discreetly slipping it into Officer Liu's hand. The officer accepted it without a flicker of emotion. "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, as genuine as can be." "Very well, you lot should leave quickly. The area around Chongqing Street is rife with danger. Do not linger here and provoke those you ought not to. The Chaoyan gang would not protect you for rascals." Officer Liu waved his baton, signaling them to depart. Scarbrother hastily expressed his gratitude, not daring to voice any complaints. As he turned away, his expression was one of profound pain. He feared not the ruthless, but rather the cunning. Such words rang true. The 4 laborers could not hold their own against any adversary, yet they were unaware of the formidable martial artist they had crossed. Officer Liu shook his head and continued his patrol. To establish a martial arts school and recruit disciples in Chongqing Street required extensive connections, and as a mere patrol officer, he wisely chose not to provoke the martial artists affiliated with the school. "Just wait, Bai Li Fei Hong," Scarbrother lamented, the loss of a silver coin stinging more than his physical wounds. His eyes were filled with resentment, causing Yuan Xiaoxi to feel a chill, averting his gaze. "Xiaoxi, I hear your sister is as beautiful as a flower?" The scarred man suddenly spoke, and Yuan Xiaoxi looked at him in sheer terror. "The 8th concubine of Master Zhang from the cargo transport gang has passed away." Your sister possesses such striking beauty. If she were to marry Master Zhang as his concubine, you would ascend to great heights, becoming Master Zhang's brother-in-law. In that case, you would no longer need to toil in transport. You could directly oversee the warehouses at the docks, with wealth and splendor within your grasp. The scarred man pressed Yuan Xiaoxi firmly, convinced of his manipulation. Yet, he was acutely aware of humanity's inherent flaws. No one escapes the snare of greed. Yuan Xiaoxi's thoughts wrestled within him, and he would ultimately acquiesce. No, Yuan Xiaoxi's heart screamed in turmoil. However, the thought of his sister's striking appearance, already drawing the attention of many scoundrels, weighed heavily on him. Were it not for his association with the scarred man, these wolves would have already pounced. His sister was growing older, nearing the age of marriage. It felt as though a devil whispered from the depths of his soul. Chapter 5. The enigmatic shadow of the night in the stillness of the night. Within the town of Dongbin, at the Demon Suppression Department, Lord Gonyang, I regret to report my inadequacy in uncovering the true origin of the demons. However, based on my years of experience, I surmise that these demons have arrived with the foreign vessels crossing the seas. Zheng Yishan bowed his head, his demeanor respectful as he delivered his report. In just a few short days, the atmosphere within the Dongbin Demon Suppression Department had shifted dramatically, with the situation evolving swiftly. The commanding officer, Gonyang Yen, had appointed 2 demon inspection deputies to assist him. The organizational structure of the Demon Suppression Department was rather straightforward. Beneath the commanding officer were the left and right deputy commanders, followed by the remaining personnel, divided into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D demon suppressors. Naturally, 1's official title was correlated with strength and accumulated merits. If 1's abilities had not reached a certain level, even an abundance of merits would prove futile. Both deputies were loyal to Gonyang Yen, while the former left and right deputy commanders had been reassigned from Dongbin to serve as official commanding officers in a chaotic inland town. This appeared to be a promotion, yet it was, in truth, a subtle demotion. Dongbin was a crucial stronghold of the great Yuan Empire, known as the gateway to the East China Sea. Its significance was incomparable to that of a border town. The reshuffling of the left and right deputy commanders left the Dongbin Demon Suppression Department bereft of its central leadership. Resembling a disbanded group, Zheng Yishan, sensing the shifting winds, promptly adjusted his mindset, aligning himself with Gonyang Yen's footsteps. This demon was peculiar. Upon being bitten, it transformed into a nocturnal vampire. Yet its weakness was evident. Exposure to sunlight would reduce it to ashes. Despite this clear vulnerability, the threat it posed was immense, as its bites spread a demonic aura, turning the deceased into bloodthirsty, frenzied attackers upon the populace. Zheng Yishan dared not withhold any information and relayed his findings to Gonyang Yen with complete transparency. The vampire, a creature steeped in legend throughout Western lands, was known as a bloodsucker. They were no different from outsiders, fearing sunlight. Higher-tier vampires were difficult to kill with sunlight. They concealed themselves among the upper echelons of Western society, masquerading as nobles, indistinguishable from ordinary folk, and possessing long lifespans. More terrifying still, some Western aristocrats, in their pursuit of immortality, willingly became blood slaves, transforming into vampires. Gonyang Yen held a tome in hand, reading intently. He skillfully managed to multitask, absorbing Zheng Yishan's report while supplementing it with additional information. Vampires? Zheng Yishan was taken aback. The merchants beyond Dongbin had indeed spoken of this demon in their tales of overseas lands. Investigate thoroughly the vessels arriving from Western countries, particularly those carrying nobles. The demon I have slain bears the visage of our great Yuan people, indicating that the true vampire yet lives. This demon is but a descendant of blood slaves birthed through initial transformation. Gonyang Yen spoke with a calm demeanor. Zheng Yishan's expression displayed astonishment. The young commanding officer before him was not only highly skilled in martial arts and erudite, but also possessed extraordinary insight. His knowledge of foreign lands was encyclopedic. Yes, my lord, I shall ensure that all those blue-eyed, golden-haired barbarians are thoroughly investigated, so as not to disappoint you, Zheng Yishan declared, thumping his chest. Gonyang Yen raised his gaze, watching Zheng Yishan's departing figure, lost in contemplation. Are there truly vampires that have spread overseas? She has encountered them, having once mingled within a royal diplomatic mission abroad, summoned by the court. Their demeanor is marked by elegance, and their discourse and refinement are exemplary. The thirst for blood is an innate curse that transforms them into vampires. Once human, They succumb to the unbearable agony of eternal solitude, causing a drastic change in temperament, turning them into malevolent beings that revel in bloodshed. Nonetheless, they invariably maintain an air of grace. It is evident that the monster she has slain, with its crude mannerisms, could never attract the discerning eye of a true vampire. Gong Yin deduces that this incident cannot be the work of vampires, relying on her understanding of their nature. Vampires would never squander their precious initial embrace on the likes of the Yuan people. But where do these bat-like demons originate? Her mind swirls with the strange intelligence received by the Demon Suppression Office, stemming from a blood letter. The commander of the office has summoned her in secrecy, conveying the Emperor's confidential edict to investigate the origins of the blood letter in Dongbin City while ensuring its safety and thwarting the prophecy. It begins with blood, leads to the destruction of Dongbin, and culminates in the downfall of the Yuan. A prophecy inscribed within the blood letter seems to unveil something significant. The letter itself may not appear alarming, and the office could easily dismiss it as a prank. Yet, it foretells 3 ominous events, corroborating its predictions: the drowning of the 16th prince, the overnight madness of the royal consort, and the illness of the emperor. In summary, the situation is grave. Time is of the essence. Gong Yin exhales deeply. While many envy her position as the governor of the pivotal Dongbin city, wielding substantial power, she understands that the matters of the prince's death, the consort's madness, and the emperor's ailment are perilous. Any mismanagement of these issues could result in her own demise, not to mention the prophecy that speaks of Dongbin's ruin and the Yuan's extinction. Yet a single blood letter has irreparably offended the Yuan's imperial authority. She feels as though she is being scorched upon the flames. Regardless of whether or not they are vampires, the presence of blood signifies original sin. Jingyishan, do not disappoint me. Gong Yin must eradicate the demons of Dongbin within half a year. The Demon Suppression Office in Dongbin is severely lacking in strength. The office's commander has granted her the opportunity to recruit 100 members, yet the martial artists of Dongbin have merely practiced their skills, lingering at the level of blood cultivation. Were it not for this, Gong Yin would have already taken decisive action against the office, purging this group of inept individuals. Even as cannon fodder, they hold some value. Gong Yin seems to don a different guise, her demeanor chillingly detached, contrasting starkly with her usual compassionate facade. However, selecting some promising martial artists within the city and equipping them with firearms would surely surpass the capabilities of the patrol office. The construction of her team is paramount. Only with sufficient manpower can she command the various forces of Dongbin City. She must consolidate all available strength to confront the impending prophecy. After a hearty meal, Bailey Feihong feels as though he has been revived. He senses a surge of vitality coursing through him, focusing his mind and gathering it within his palms, suddenly feeling as though his fists could strike down a tiger. Bailey Feihong was acutely aware that such thoughts were foolish and naive. Yet the possession of such formidable power inevitably led him to indulge in fanciful daydreams, to strike tigers and wrestle with elephants, to become the mightiest martial artist in the realm. What a delightful notion! His expenditures flowed like water, yet the meager sum he held, merely enough for sustenance, would not last long. The harsher reality was that without skill points, the scant funds he possessed were insufficient to procure even a single dose of medicinal food from his master. Relying solely on food for energy to bolster his vitality was an exceedingly slow process. Transitioning from the first level of blood to the second would take at least 2 years. Skill points could alleviate his immediate predicament, but alas, they were woefully few. With only 9 skill points remaining, Bailey Feihong hesitated to invest them all in the 4 C's fist technique. Were he to master the Blood River Blade technique and invest those 9 points, the rewards would undoubtedly surpass those of the 4 C's fist, which could be gradually improved through practice and experience. How could one acquire more skill points? Bailey Feihong pondered to no avail, as the Tome of Skills offered no additional guidance. This dreadful golden finger. As twilight descended, he resolved to practice the 3 stances for 2 hours before retiring. The distant sound of a watchman striking a bamboo tube and gong echoed through the night. Be wary of fire in this dry weather, the watchman called out in his hoarse voice. Just as Bailey Feihong began to drift into slumber, he felt the chill of the external world encroach upon him, prompting him to reach for his blanket. Instead, he grasped a damp, icy, and smooth little arm. Startled from his light slumber, his heart raced like a startled fawn. Thump! Thump! It was merely a nightmare. In the moonlight, he surveyed his surroundings. After a moment of disorientation, Bailey Feihong regained his composure, panting softly. Suddenly, he lifted his hand, noticing that his left hand was wet, covered in traces of water. He was certain he had not been dreaming. The distinction between nightmares and dreams of desire was one he could clearly discern. A wave of cold washed over him. Cautiously, he descended from the bed and approached the front window facing the courtyard. To his astonishment, the stone cover of the well that had preoccupied his thoughts was now ajar. By the well's edge stood a figure clad in white. The silhouette was drenched, radiating a luminous glow, with a delicate and alluring form that was impossible to ignore. Long tresses cascaded to her waist, swaying in the breeze, revealing glimpses of a red ribbon adorning her bodice. The white gown clung to her figure, accentuating her enticing curves. A fleeting shadow. Surely, it was but an illusion, a trick of the moonlight illuminating a mysterious realm. Bailey Fayholm swallowed hard. As a programmer, he was accustomed to scrutinizing the explicit. Having gazed upon countless beauties, his heart forged into an unyielding stone. He would not easily succumb to the allure of physical beauty. Yet, he had forgotten that though his body was that of a youthful lad, the heart of stone could not resist the potency of hormones. With a gentle leap, he sprang through the window. Such a splendid scene, even an encounter with Nie Shaoqian would be worthwhile. My dear maiden, do not succumb to despair. A moment's release from this world brings only sorrow to your loved ones, Bailey Fayholm declared with a resonant voice. His smile, wide and revealing, showcased a set of unnaturally pristine teeth, while his gums glistened crimson as if stained by blood, and his long tongue flickered like a serpent's. Her gaze, piercing and captivating, fixated on the handsome man before her. It had been an eternity since she had encountered a man. Her prolonged solitude at the riverbed had rendered her achingly desolate. Sir, do you find me beautiful? She purred, her lips glistening with desire. With a flick of her tongue across her crimson lips, she adopted a posture of seduction. By the heavens, a woman with a gaping mouth, Bailey Fayholm exclaimed, retreating in alarm against the wall. In his panic, he shouted for a protective enhancement, seeking to maximize his skill points. In an instant, his skill tome activated, consuming 2 skill points. The knowledge gained from 1,600 repetitions of the 4C's fist surged within him. His body underwent a profound transformation, a powerful vitality coursing through his veins. In that moment, his mastery of the 4C's fist was solidified. The experience from 3,200 repetitions flooded his consciousness, and every fiber of his being hardened into steel-like muscle. A third wave of vitality surged, galloping through his body like a wild steed. Bailey Fayholm's temperature soared, his skin flushed a brilliant red, emanating steam, while his physique expanded considerably. Yet, he was left with only 4 skill points, which soon vanished. A torrent of vitality flowed within him like molten lava, as the experience from 6,400 repetitions illuminated the essence of the 4C's fist, granting him a sudden clarity of understanding. Simultaneously, his body was devoid of any excess flesh, comprised solely of sinewy muscle, resembling a rock amidst the sea, unyielding and resilient. The 4 currents of vitality infused him with formidable strength. His skill points were now depleted. Mastery consumed 2 points, perfection required 3, and peak prowess demanded 4. My lord, you have wounded my heart. Do you not find me beautiful? She lamented, adopting a sorrowful and pitiable demeanor. The white-clad specter, her lips sealed, revealed exquisite features that collectively exuded an alluring charm, sweet and pure, evoking a sense of protectiveness and possessiveness in men. This enchantress was truly captivating, an amalgamation of classical and contemporary beauty, possessing an allure that was irresistible to men. Yet, her words threatened to mar her charm. My lord, do not disdain me. Do you not enjoy gazing upon my form? Behold my alluring curves. With that, she arched her back enticingly, presenting herself before Bailey Fayholm. However, the alignment of her face with her posterior struck an odd note. Indeed, my lord, you were drawn to my form, she said, a casual smile gracing her lips. By the heavens, here it comes again. The dual dragons emerged from the sea. The 4C's fist, 14th move. Blood surged through his veins, coalescing into his fists, a torrent akin to rivers converging into the ocean, suddenly erupting like the tempestuous waves of the sea, transforming into twin dragons that roared towards the specter of the woman in white before him. The air was thick with sanguine energy, as intense as the blazing sun. A piercing scream echoed. The woman in white was enveloped in a shroud of white mist, her form blurring and shifting under the weight of the blood energy. Before his fists could land, the vengeful spirit had vanished into the well. Bailey Fayholm forcibly restrained his fists, grappling with the turmoil within. However, his expression soon darkened like turbulent waters. He gazed at the well. Cursed intermediary. It turned out to be a haunted dwelling. The female specter was not particularly formidable. She merely employed some minor tricks to manifest and frighten, which had allowed her to be wounded by Li Fei Hong's blood-infused might. But, damn it, this well water is my source for cooking, drinking, and bathing. If a corpse were to sink to the bottom, wouldn't that mean? My lady, I was reckless and impulsive. I truly apologize. Please come forth, and let us converse amicably. Li Fei Hong's tone softened. Really, if you emerge, I shan't harm you. A gentleman speaks, but does not strike. Once a word is spoken, it is as binding as a chariot's journey. I, Li Fei Hong, am a man of my word. He continued to coax her. If I do not resolve this matter, my heart shall remain unsettled. Is that truly so? Li Fei Hong was taken aback. This ghost woman seemed somewhat naive. Indeed. No, you lie. You do not admire my figure. Does that even matter? The delicate voice drifted up from the depths of the well. You men are all deceivers. As long as the figure is appealing, the face becomes insignificant. Yet after my visage was marred, everything changed. They claim the figure matters because they enjoy gazing upon my face, but prefer the naked form beneath it. As she spoke, the female specter began to weep. Water erupted from the well, cascading high, splattering Li Fei Hong with droplets that extinguished his fury. Reflecting back, if the woman in white had kept silent, she would have been truly beautiful. Her graceful figure was perfect in its balance, neither excess nor deficiency. The allure of her innocent form stirred something deep within his heart. Come out, and I shall not harm you. However, you must carry me. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fei Hong called towards the well. I do not wish to. I have merely been trapped at the riverbed for too long, struggling to break free, and I came to this while seeking companionship, only to be injured by you. The woman in white expressed her displeasure. If you do not emerge, I shall descend into the well myself. Li Fei Hong replied calmly, his resolve unwavering. This matter must be resolved tonight. If he did not slay her, he would at least ensure her departure. Does the gentleman truly harbor no interest in me? The white-clad specter lamented. This ghost was indeed peculiar. Li Fei Hong, with a heart of stone, responded, No. Who has wronged you? Why did you become a spirit after your death? In the depths of the Yihong courtyard, Huang Tsuhua, that wretched woman, resorted to treachery to allure my man. She administered poison to render me unconscious and cruelly slit the corners of my mouth with scissors. Her voice was laced with venomous hatred, accompanied by a bitter resentment that sent the well water soaring into the air. Why not seek vengeance? Why not reincarnate? Li Fei Hong continued to inquire. Indeed, the heart of the most venomous woman is as they say. The ghost in white gradually regained her composure, the water returning to its tranquil state. It was not that she wished to be merciless. Rather, she lacked the strength. Any exertion of her body brought excruciating pain. The man before her seared her with his fiery vitality. Oh, how it hurt! How infuriating it was! Yet she was powerless against him. Since you have transformed into a ghost, you should locate your nemesis and settle the score. Upon hearing the words of the white-clad specter, Li Fei Hong fell silent. Oh, indeed. However, I do not know where my adversary resides, and besides, is it not wrong to take a life? Murder is against the law. I am at my wit's end. Li Fei Hong finally comprehended that the other party bore no malice. The seemingly frightening smile from earlier was a genuine expression emanating from the depths of the white specter's heart. Yet, as a ghost, combined with her torn mouth, she appeared unmistakably malevolent. It was likely that she herself was unaware of how terrifying her smile could be. Perhaps she had long been entranced by her beauty before her mouth was cruelly marred. How about I assist you? Really? The white ghost joyfully sprang from the depths of the well. However, sensing the terrifying aura of Li Fei Hong, she quickly retreated back into the well, leaving only her eyes visible above the rim. A charade. You just proclaimed that murder is illegal. Why then should I assist you? I could offer myself in return. The white ghost inquired tentatively. No, I cannot even dare to entertain such thoughts. Please, respect yourself. But I am the leading courtesan of Yihong Courtyard. You are no longer that. You have become a ghost. Even in death, one must uphold dignity. One cannot simply offer oneself at a whim. Li Fei Hong had never imagined he would one day counsel a woman to reform. Then shall I provide payment? You possess wealth? Li Fei Hong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I cast myself into the sea within a chest laden with my years of accumulated gold and jewels. The white ghost's voice was low and somber. It felt as though long-dormant memories surged forth, even the agony of her demise replaying vividly in her mind. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Li Feihong acquiesced. What do you mean? I agree to avenge you, and in return, you will provide me with gold and jewels. The white ghost's large, glistening eyes brimmed with delight as her head began to rise from the well, her mouth widening in a smile. Bai Li Feihong was startled and instinctively recoiled. Observing this, the white ghost felt a surge of irritation and huffed out 3 gold ingots. Once finished, she promptly closed her mouth, gazing tearfully at the loathsome man before her. He had no understanding of cherishing delicate beauty. Once, men would queue from the west of the city to the east just to behold her. Wait, what is your name? Ji Xiaoqian. Chapter 6. Digging Deep Chilling Gold and the Fervent Heart of Bai Li Feihong. A gold ingot weighing 10 taels, totaling 30 taels of gold. Gold is precious, and its value is undeniable. Bai Li Feihong grinned widely, unable to contain his joy. However, as a thought crossed his mind, he quickly covered his mouth, fearing that his laughter might tear his lips apart. Truly, a fine young woman, a pitiable soul. At this moment, gazing upon the white-clad ghost, Ji Xiaoqian, his heart was devoid of fear or disdain, replaced instead by a hint of sympathy. Yuan Courtyard, Wang Wa? Such a mundane name. It must be the true name of Ji Xiaoqian's adversary. Those who frequent the Yuan Courtyard to enjoy music are typically cultured individuals, and the initial excitement of being surrounded by stunning beauties diminished upon learning that one of them was named Huang Zihua, instantly shattering the air of sophistication. Bai Li Feihong stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. He could hardly fathom that one day he would be compelled by a white-clad ghost to commit murder. After all, Ji Xiaoqian was already deceased. She bore no responsibility for any ensuing calamity, unlike himself. Revenge is an intricate art. Conversing with the white-clad ghost served as a reminder that murder is a crime. The laws of the Yuan dynasty are stringent, rife with what he considered inhumane tortures. Decapitation was merely a common punishment. Methods such as skinning, slow slicing, dismemberment, and branding were truly terrifying. Establishing connections and offering bribes could lead to unforeseen disasters. Corruption among Yuan officials was not a recent phenomenon. Yet, these rules did not apply to individuals of Bai Li Feihong's lowly status. They would inevitably suspect the origins of the gold ingot, subjecting Bai Li Feihong to severe interrogation to uncover how he acquired it. Knowing the source of the gold would allow them to let him languish in prison while they seized the wealth for themselves. Bai Li Feihong had witnessed dockworkers who amassed wealth overnight, only to be found floating lifelessly in the river the following day, their bodies marked by the signs of torture. If it were the star of Yuan Courtyard, it would pose a dilemma. However, if it were an ordinary courtesan, a minor punishment would suffice, sparing lives. And the constables would naturally turn a blind eye. The brothel was a place where both noble and vile mingled. Constables rarely intervened here for investigations. They were always readily available for festivities and never absent. Yet, Bai Li Feihong found it difficult to sleep soundly, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. As if he could sleep with his eyes wide open, Ji Xiaoqian, the white-clad ghost, had yet to manifest again. Having been injured by Bai Li Feihong's blood energy and in need of recuperation. 4C's Fist, Pinnacle. Note, consuming 5 skill points can enhance this skill. Bai Li Feihong had already cultivated the 4C's Fist to its pinnacle state. Practicing the fist 100 times reveals its essence. Practicing it 1,000 times, one becomes a master of this art. His rapid advancement was remarkable. Bai Li Feihong chuckled wryly. 10 skill points had transformed him into an exceptional martial artist. Yet, his mastery of the fist had reached its utmost limit. From here on, it would be a matter of painstaking effort, consuming secret elixirs, refining his blood energy, and steadily progressing toward the 9th tier of martial mastery. Ordinary practice and accumulated experience could no longer elevate his martial skills. Furthermore, the unification of waist and horse stances had also attained its zenith, seamlessly integrated into the standing techniques of the 4C's Fist. The skill level is rather inadequate and has not provided Bai Li Feihong with assistance. How, indeed, can one acquire skill points? Am I to presume that to enhance my vitality, I must cultivate more formidable martial techniques? The Blood River Blade Technique, a supreme skill of the 4C's Martial Arts Academy, should aid me in advancing to the rank of a 9-blood martial master. However, a return to the academy in the near future is not feasible. Accelerated cultivation may attract the attention of those from the 4C's Martial Arts Academy. Although Master Wu Si-hai possesses commendable character, one must remain vigilant, for human nature is often inscrutable. Moreover, The complex nature of the Academy's personnel poses a significant challenge. Has Fei Hong not returned? Wu Sihai inquired. Reporting to Master, Li Fei Hong has not graced the Academy for 3 days, replied 6th senior brother Zhang Qianshan, his tone imbued with regret. Li Fei Hong's exceptional aptitude made him the fastest learner of the 4 C's fist among the disciples he had observed. Had he continued his training at the Academy and mastered the Blood River Blade technique, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable martial master among them. This lad possesses a robust physique, yet his unfortunate background hampers his journey in martial arts. Perhaps it is for the best that he does not return. He has already received instruction in the 4 C's fist these past few days, and his comprehension will depend on his own insight and diligence. Wu Sihai felt no sense of loss over this. Zhang Qianshan readily agreed, but the impression Li Fei Hong left on him was profound. Observing such a martial genius depart from the Academy filled him with an unshakable sense of regret. Nevertheless, one cannot force the path of martial arts. News has surfaced that the Demon Suppression Division is recruiting Class D Demon Suppressors, requiring candidates to be at the 3 Blood Martial Master level and under the age of 25. I perfectly meet these criteria and can seize this opportunity. Positions within the Demon Suppression Division are scarce, with few openings for external recruitment. This time, the division has proclaimed its intention to recruit the talents of Dongbin City, with only 100 spots available. Upon hearing this, the entire city erupted in excitement. The Demon Suppression Division, despite a decline in influence over the years, remains undeniably one of the most unique institutions in Yuan, tasked with slaying demons and maintaining imperial authority. These 8 characters encapsulate the power of the Demon Suppression Division. Furthermore, joining the division would grant access to advanced martial secrets. The techniques circulated within the Academy are merely martial arts, basic skills meant for physical conditioning. Once I enter the Demon Suppression Division, Zhang Qianshan clenched his fists, envisioning that all his burdens would dissipate upon joining. The Demon Suppression Division is recruiting members? Li Fei Hong was taken aback, but soon elation filled him. According to the division's recruitment criteria, he qualifies. Fortune smiles upon me. I have been troubled over how to attain higher cultivation methods, and now, a stroke of good fortune presents itself. I must certainly participate. The recruitment will take place in half a month. However, the matter of avenging the female ghost must be prioritized. Last night, Ji Shao Qian stealthily emerged from the well once more, standing beside my bed. Li Fei Hong felt a headache coming on. Yet, contemplating that Ji Shao Qian leaves behind a gold ingot each time she peeks, he found himself caught in a peculiar blend of pain and pleasure. Nevertheless, his efforts in recent days have not been in vain. He sought out an elderly man who had spent over 2 decades serving tea at the Yihang courtyard. But due to his advanced age, he had since resigned. With sufficient funds, one could easily gather information from the dental shop. Li Fei Hong winced at the thought of parting with a silver dollar for this news. As dusk fell, the squalid surroundings remained unchanged. The most intolerable aspect was the residents of the slums, who relieved themselves indiscriminately, navigating the treacherous, muddy paths while covering their mouths, hurrying through the crooked alleys. Knock, knock, knock. He approached the dilapidated earthen house and gently tapped on the rickety wooden door. Who is it? Came a weak, hoarse voice from within. Is this Zhang Denyo's residence? Indeed. Who might you be? The voice was laced with suspicion. I'm Huang Qiying, here to inquire about matters pertaining to the Yihang courtyard. Li Fei Hong refrained from using his real name, adopting the pseudonym Huang Qiying, a name derived from the legendary Huang Fei Hong. This reference, perhaps, would be lost on the people of this world. As darkness enveloped the sky, the elder stated, "It is not convenient to host guests at this hour. I must ask you to leave." Acknowledging his frailty, he outright refused Li Fei Hong's request. "I can offer you a silver dollar for any information you possess. Do you not wish to earn this sum?" Li Fei Hong was certain that Zhang Denyo, this elderly man, would not turn down the allure of money. He had already learned that Zhang Denyo had lost his wife during his middle age and that both his son and daughter had fallen victim to malevolent forces. Having relied on the Yihang courtyard for a living, he was now too frail to work. His savings, once ample, had dwindled to nearly nothing following a severe illness. Creak. The wooden door swung open. Hunched over, with sparse white hair and dim eyes, the old man peered at Li Fei Hong. "Is this for real, elder? What else could I possibly deceive you about?" Li Fei Hong countered. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Denyo stepped aside, inviting the young man Huang Qiying into his humble abode. "Mr. Huang, what do you wish to inquire about?" The title Mr. had transcended its original use. no longer reserved solely for teachers. He did not offer Huang Qing a seat, for apart from the bed, there were no chairs available. Within the confines of the room, a potent scent of medicinal herbs lingered. Under the flickering candlelight, Bai Li Fei Hong observed Zhang Dinyo's sallow complexion. Realizing that the old man's days were numbered, having ascended to the level of a martial artist, he possessed the ability to discern the vitality and life force of others. It was evident that Zhang Dinyo's breath was faint and labored. The elderly man managed to sit on the edge of the bed, mustering his strength to gaze at Huang Qiying. Have you heard of Ji Shaoqian and Huang Chuihua from the Yihong courtyard? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dinyo's expression shifted from confusion to agitation. Huang Chuihua, that venomous woman, of course, I know her, he replied through gritted teeth after a moment of contemplation. However, his demeanor quickly returned to normal as he regarded the young man. Is that even a question? It is. Bai Li Fei Hong understood that this old man would not divulge further information without the lure of money. He tossed a silver dollar, which landed on the bed. Zhang Dinyo, visibly excited, reached out with trembling hands to grasp the coin, cradling it in his palm. How did Ji Shaoqian meet her end? Zhang Dinyo breathed heavily, as if he were consumed by indignation over past events. Bai Li Fei Hong tossed a silver dollar to him, allowing his breath to finally ease. There was a genuine concern that the old man might succumb to his agitation. At his age, still lingering on thoughts of Ji Shaoqian, when did she pass away? Bai Li Fei Hong noted the weight of Zhang Dinyo's words, as if this matter occurred eons ago, 2 decades past, no, 22 years ago. He tossed another silver dollar to Zhang. The fact that she died 2 decades ago presented a complication. Huang Cuihua, whom you referred to as Fu Xiang, where is she now? She has married another, and, under a new name, has become the matriarch of the Zhongyun gang. It is rumored that her rise is due to her liaison with the gang's leader. Zhang Dinyo gasped for breath, his words flowing too freely, draining his energy. His resentment towards Huang Cuihua stirred his emotions. It was her. Bai Li Fei Hong's brows furrowed in a fierce expression, a dark aura gathering in his gaze, his eyes gleaming with cold light. The matriarch of Zhang, once a dock worker. How could he remain unaware? She ran a gambling house, lending to the losers, and if they could not repay, she forced them to relinquish their homes. Those with wives and daughters were often torn apart, the elder sold to brothels, while the young were trafficked to pleasure houses. Countless lives were shattered because of her. So, it was you, Madame Zhang. This expenditure is not in vain. Bai Li Fei Hong flicked his fingers, and another silver dollar fell into Zhang Dinyo's palm. Cough, cough, cough upon exiting. A series of urgent coughs echoed from behind, gradually fading. Zhang Dinyo, aged and gravely ill, was beyond healing. His breaths weakened until the coughing ceased, leaving no further sound. Chapter 7. The Ruthless Killer. One must truly fear the heart of the ruthless, sighed Bai Li Fei Hong. He did not save the old man Zhang Dinyo. Even a reborn Deluo Jin Xian could not have rescued him. With age comes frailty, and after a serious illness, the oil lamp of life flickers and fades. Clad in a dark robe and fitted attire, Bai Li Fei Hong concealed a dagger within his long boots. Huang Chuihua, Madame Zhang Fu Xiang. Huang Yuxian, all were titles belonging to Zhang Fu's wife, the formidable Madame Zhang. Understanding Huang Chuihua's current identity, Bai Li Fei Hong preferred to label her a venomous woman. Wang En, the head of the faction, had once remarked that Madame Zhang kept many lovers. With a particular fondness for the scholar Zhang Enhua, Bai Li Fei Hong murmured, Zhang Enhua, born of humble origins, possessed a striking beauty akin to Pan and was exceptionally talented. At the age of 16, he had already achieved the status of a scholar. Indeed, men and women alike are drawn to youth and beauty. Bai Li Fei Hong regarded this with palpable disdain. He took a narrow path to evade the patrolling officers. Making his way to Zhuke Street in the south of the city, Tianya Academy was located on this very street. It was no secret that Madame Zhang had acquired a retreat to nurture her young lovers. Zhang Fu, a man with a penchant for beauty, was cunning and patient. Zhang Dinyo had not erred. Zhang Fu wed Fu Xiang due to her association with the notorious gang leader Lang Fan Hai. Rumor had it that Zhang Fu ascended from a mere boatman to one of the 8 leaders of the Zhongyun gang. He had orchestrated a certain event. On their wedding night, intoxicated, he had enlisted Lang Fan Hai to fulfill his marital duties. Thus, Zhang Fu acquired 8 concubines. However, not long ago, the 8th concubine tragically perished during childbirth. After inquiring among the dock workers, it was learned that tonight, Zhang Fu was set to marry his 8th concubine. This couple certainly knew how to indulge in their pleasures. Bai Li Fei Hong was certain that the legitimate wife Fu Xiang would not partake in the ceremony of Zhang Fu's new marriage. She was likely to visit the retreat on Juke Street, seeking her young paramour. Zhang Fu's estate was heavily guarded, with sentinels wielding firearms. With his physique, intruding the Zhang residence would surely lead to his demise. While Li Feihong was gambling, wagering on the possibility that Madame Zhang would seek out her scholar lover. Zhang and Hua. This retreat was well concealed. Who would have imagined that Madame Zhang had purchased this estate directly across from the Yihong courtyard? The location was serene, not far from the bustling Shke Street. The willows along the riverbank swayed gently, creating a stark contrast to the vibrant landscape of Shke Street. While Li Feihong concealed himself atop the trees surrounding the estate, his face shrouded in a black cloth to obscure his identity. The estate was expansive, with an elegant courtyard and a spacious, tranquil rear garden. Within the study of the back courtyard, aside from a scholar engrossed in his reading, there were 2 elderly servants attending to the needs of the estate's master. Time passed, though it felt interminable. Suddenly, a stir arose at the entrance of the retreat as a maid arrived in a horse-drawn carriage. From the carriage emerged a voluptuous young woman clad in opulent attire. Under the soft glow of the lanterns at the entrance, her exquisite visage was clearly visible, untouched by the passage of time. Every gesture she made exuded an air of worldly elegance and grace, her smile captivating and her demeanor enchanting. Such beauty rendered by Li Feihong unable to fathom how she had lost to Ji Xiaoqian. Yet, beneath Fu Xiang's alluring exterior lay a heart as dark as night. External beauty does not necessarily equate to inner virtue. The poppy flower serves as a fitting metaphor for this poisonous woman. Observing my surroundings, I ponder the suitability of taking action, only to discover that the maid controlling the carriage is no ordinary servant. These 2 maids are, in fact, martial artists skilled in blood energy, with one being a practitioner of the first blood level. It seems that Madame Zhang has invested considerable resources in transforming her personal maids into devoted bodyguards. Sister Yuan, how delightful it is to see you. I have missed you dearly, Zhang Huan exclaimed, playfully approaching after Madame Zhang entered, startling by Li Feihong into a state of alarm. A delicate young man? With a strikingly handsome face, if he were to be properly adorned and transformed into a woman, Zhang Huan would rival any beauty. This realization made by Li Feihong glance at himself, previously confident in his own attractiveness, now recognizing his own rough features. Sister also thinks of Brother Hua, she said, intertwining her arm with his and gracefully leading him into the courtyard and towards the study. The sound of Meng Lang's voice echoed in waves. One maid stood guard at the outer gate while the other watched over the study door, proving to be loyal and vigilant. However, this added considerable difficulty for Li Feihong. If one of them were to raise an alarm, it would certainly disturb the surroundings. Quite troublesome indeed. It seemed they were aware of this lady's identity, understanding that she was not to be trifled with. Perhaps these 2 elderly servants were also arranged by Fu Xiang. The plan was to first deal with the maid at the main gate, then enter the outer courtyard to confront the maid before the study. The martial artist of the first blood level vastly outmatched him. Yet, if he moved swiftly enough, this plan could succeed. With determination, Li Feihong sprang into action. Concealed within the canopy of the outer courtyard's great tree, he stepped on the branches and, using their momentum, leapt 3 zhang in 2 bounds. Swiftly advancing towards the maid at the door. Who goes there? The maid, Xiao Ling, furrowed her brows, drawing her sword and preparing for combat. But in an instant, a shadow approached with astonishing speed, reaching her in the blink of an eye. The sword flicked out, its tip aimed at the incoming figure. A short dagger met it with a clash. The sharp sound rang out, and the immense force caused the sword to fly from Xiao Ling's grasp. A practitioner of the 4th blood level, her expression changed dramatically. A talent such as this would be akin to the master of a martial arts school on Chongqing Street. Before she could defend herself again, the assailant's rock-like body collided with her delicate frame, sending her flying. The 4 seas rock pile. The maid, propelled several zhang away, coughed blood but stubbornly rose. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the masked figure. You recognize my martial arts? Li Feihong paused momentarily. However, hardening his heart, he hurled the dagger, which struck Xiao Ling in the throat. I intended to spare your life, merely wishing to knock you unconscious. Your loose lips have sealed your fate, Li Feihong sighed. This was not his first experience with taking a life. Street fighting was no mere child's play. Conflicts at the docks often resulted in casualties. The dead would be discarded by the riverside, their bodies swept into the sea by the currents. Holding the bloody dagger, he exhaled forcefully, breaking the latch and boldly entering through the outer gate. In my mind, I conjure the surroundings of the study, stealthily making my way into the backyard, channeling my vitality. I summon all my strength and hurl the dagger with precision. Whoosh. The dagger, imbued with greater force than a bullet, pierces through the maid's head. Simultaneously, it penetrates the study door and embeds itself into the wall. A pair of illicit lovers, oblivious to the commotion outside, remain unaware until Bailey Fei Hong stands beside them. Instead of attacking, Bailey Fei Hong curiously picks up a book. The vividly illustrated pages depict the arcane secrets of the room. He cannot help but shake his head, realizing his own ignorance. He had assumed this scholar to be diligent and studious, only to discover that such diligence was directed towards this nefarious path. Huang Zuehua. Bailey Fei Hong suddenly calls out. Madame Zhang, lost in her feelings, glares with fury at the man beside her, her eyes fierce and commanding. Chapter 8. The Afterlife. Reincarnate as Huaxia. Bailey Fei Hong discarded the dagger into the well. Plop. A head emerged slowly from the depths, buoyed by the spring water. Ji Shaoqian held the dagger. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at Bailey Fei Hong. You vile man, do you intend to kill me? This is a murder weapon. Hide it well. By the way, I have slain Fuxiang. Dispose of this garment as well. Remember, do not let anyone find it. Oh, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Bailey Fei Hong was taken aback. He recognized that these were not mere traces of water but ghostly tears, azure in hue. Ji Shaoqian cast a complex glance at Bailey Fei Hong, etching his visage deeply into her memory. With the dagger and garment, she sank into the depths of the water. This hidden river connected to the riverside and led further to the ocean's abyss. Ji Shaoqian had been swept into the concealed river by the sea's currents. She gazed at the ancient chest, now decayed and in tatters. Observing the scattered treasures of gold and silver, she crouched down, collecting them to swallow whole. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. The white-clad ghost emerged from the well, bowing in gratitude. No need to thank me. I am merely performing a task for remuneration. Bailey Fei Hong waved dismissively. Regardless, I am truly grateful, Mr. Bailey. The white-clad ghost smiled through her tears as she looked at him. Bailey Fei Hong felt a chill run down his spine. Would this foolish girl offer herself in return? Despite her beauty and certain advantages, she was simply not to his taste. He felt unworthy of such a fate. The white-clad ghost bent over and opened her mouth, retching. A cascade of gold, jewels, and precious stones spilled from her lips. Bailey Fei Hong raised his brows in astonishment. How could there be so much treasure? Ji Shaoqian radiated a soft glow, flecks of light rising from her like fireflies. Before I depart, I wish to convey a crucial message, Mr. Bailey. If you ever have the chance, leave Dongbin at once. This city is peculiar, akin to a sinister execution ground crafted by some inscrutable demon. Shaoqian, I can never truly leave, yet devoid of desires. Remaining in this world with an unsightly appearance would only evoke fear and leave a bad impression. Ji Shaoqian transformed into specks of light, dissipating like smoke. Wait. Do not go. I will not depart. I shall remain on this land forever. Her heart was unburdened, free from attachments. But not now. If I wish to escape this world, there is but one way, to vanish completely. Very well, I cannot frighten Mr. Bailey any longer. Dead? The ghost has vanished. Bailey Fei Hong did not feel joy. Through their time together, he sensed the purity within Ji Shaoqian. Had her origins not been so humble, having been sold to the pleasure quarters at such a tender age, her life might have been filled with happiness. Bailey Fei Hong murmured, in her lifetime, she would find it difficult to choose a path that brought her joy. The only moments she could exert her will were the 2 times she faced death. I would rather believe in your reincarnation, if you could be reborn. Bailey Fei Hong gazed skyward, where the moon shone faintly amidst a sparse array of stars. As if unseen hands were orchestrating the fates. Certainly remember, upon reincarnation, to journey to Earth to the land of Huaxia. There lies the earthly paradise. In contrast to this era, it is indeed a realm of bliss. The dawn had yet to break. The old servant, as per his routine, rose to his feet and busied himself. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, he beheld a maid lying in a pool of blood, his eyes widening in shock, lips trembling, legs weakening, collapsing to the ground. She is dead. Inspector Zhang Jingzhong, most unwillingly, extricated himself from the warm embrace of his bed. His delicate, beautiful wife turned away with evident dissatisfaction, her back as white as jade, her curves alluring as a ripe peach. He approached the door, paused, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. No, tonight I must have the butler prepare my century-old ginseng chicken soup to restore my vitality. My health declines year by year. I must diligently hone my martial skills and replenish my strength, lest my cherished wives fall prey to that scoundrel. Zhang Jingzhong mused silently. This is no mere jest. The weight of wealth and glory, with beautiful wives surrounding one, yet devoid of the fortune to savor it, constitutes the greatest suffering in life. Lu Jingxian, you rascal! Have you grown audacious? Have you no regard for the hour? You dare awaken me? Beware, I shall deduct your share by year end. Zhang Jingzhong glared at the waiting constable Lu Jingxian, unleashing the ire of his morning temper. My lord, my esteemed inspector, grave matters have arisen. Lu Jingxian's face betrayed urgency. Are there demons at large? Zhang Jingzhong instinctively stepped back, his heel striking the threshold, nearly causing him to stumble. My lord, take care. Lu Jingxian rushed forward. Halt. Zhang Jingzhong steadied himself, preventing Lu Jingxian's advance. Casting a glance back at his wife's bare form upon the bed, he thought, should this lad catch sight of her, it would be a tremendous loss. With that in mind, Zhang Jingzhong closed the door and walked away, his hands clasped behind him, yet subtly pressing his palm against his lower back, alleviating the pain. Speak. Lady Zhang has been murdered. Lu Jingxian hurriedly stepped forward, whispering. Which Lady Zhang has you so flustered? At that moment, a servant brought in ginseng tea, which Zhang Jingzhong received, taking a sip to rinse his mouth. It concerns the Lady Zhang, wife of the Zhang leader, Huang Yuan. Zhang Jingzhong spluttered, tea sprang forth. What? Floating fragrance. Are you saying Lady Zhang has been killed? Indeed, my lord. This matter involves 4 lives and the reputation of Zhang leader. The news has been sealed. The director urges you to solve this case promptly. Lu Jingxian leaned closer to Zhang Jingzhong's ear, murmuring. When Lady Zhang was in an embrace with Zhang Anhua, she was struck from behind, a sword piercing her heart. The brothers have secured the crime scene, but the Chowan gang seems to have received word from an unknown source. Zhang Fu is already at the scene, having witnessed the aftermath. This turtle-faced scoundrel, retribution has come. Inspector Zhang Jingzhong seethed with anger. Lu Jingxian remained silent. It is said that in his youth, the inspector was infatuated with the alluring floating fragrance from the Yihong courtyard. Back then, he was not yet an inspector. Merely a lowly constable, his rank beneath that of Zhang Fu. He could only watch helplessly as Zhang Fu redeemed floating fragrance. How does Lu Jingxian know this? He has a father who is ever restless. At that time, his father was an admirer of another celebrated courtesan from the renowned Yihong courtyard. In pursuit of fragrant delights, he had even relinquished their ancestral home to draw closer to that esteemed beauty. Zhang Jingzhong's wrath was directed at Zhang Fu. And it was hardly surprising. Let us proceed to the scene. We must not keep Captain Zhang waiting for too long. Zhang Jingzhong took the lead, hastening out the door and swiftly boarding a carriage, making his way directly to Zhuke Street in the southern part of the city. Chapter 9. Traces of Threads O? Bali Fei Hong was astonished to discover that his skill points had increased by 1. Wait, I believe I have unraveled the method of acquiring skill points. A fleeting sorrow welled within him, only to dissipate swiftly. When the Book of Skills awakened, Bali Fei Hong had just endured an attack from a demon, which was subsequently vanquished by the Guardian. Now, with the demise of the white-clad female ghost, the Book of Skills had granted him yet another skill point. If these two events were to be connected, Bali Fei Hong himself would struggle to deny it. If I were to slay another demon, or rather, if another were to slay a demon in my vicinity, would I not gain an additional skill point? His eyes sparkled with excitement. A fervor akin to that of Columbus discovering new lands, surpassing even his current elation. There was promise here. Joining the Demon Suppression Division was imperative. His gaze fell once more upon the treasures left behind by Ji Shaoqian. To embrace the depths of the sea with the chest in hand, it seemed evident that this wealth was amassed during Ji Shaoqian's lifetime. Contemplating the origins of this fortune, a slight blush crept upon Bali Fei Hong's cheeks. He was, after all, a man of some pride, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. To avenge you, I must also bear the risk of the Canyun gang discovering my whereabouts. This could be considered my settling-in fee. Ultimately, he found a rationale to comfortably accept this substantial sum. He dug a pit and buried the money underground, depositing it in a bank. The moneylenders in the city had intricate connections, and placing his funds there would entail significant risk. Bali Fei Hong could not possibly explain the origins of this wealth. Nevertheless, with this sum, he could finally address his sustenance needs. On Zhuke Street, within a riverside villa, the premises had been sealed off by the constabulary. Besides the officers, Zhang Fu's guards were stationed there. Zhang Fu, with a rotund visage and prominent ears, bore an uncanny resemblance to a living Buddha of joy, often referred to as the Smiling Buddha. In days past, he was always cheerful and genial. Yet today, his demeanor exuded an imposing authority that many officers struggled to withstand. Zhang Fu remained silent, merely shooing people away while dressing Fu Xiong's body. They were united as husband and wife, each pursuing their own objectives. Like-minded souls. They had found companionship in one another. No other ally stood by his side to remind or assist him. As for Fu Xiong's revelries outside, Zhang Fu chose to turn a blind eye. After all, she was a woman who had emerged from the brothel. Her tolerance for Zhang Fu's marriages to younger women was her form of recompense. Without uttering a word, Zhang Fu lifted Fu Xiong's corpse and departed from the villa. By the time Inspector Zhang Jingzhong arrived, the members of the Tsungyun gang had already vacated the premises. A pack of imbeciles. You could not even retain Madame Zhang's body. Zhang Fu, you wretched scoundrel. Zhang Jingzhong's fury erupted like thunder. The Tsungyun gang was formidable, but he, Zhang Jingzhong, was no pushover. Who did not know that he was a man of Zhang Yishan from the Demon Suppression Division? In this city, one could disregard the governor's face, but the countenance of those from the Demon Suppression Division must be honored. Otherwise, the crime of harboring demons would lead to certain demise. Now, the victim's body has been removed, and the scene has been compromised, making it exceedingly difficult to trace the true culprit. With a stern expression, Zhang Jingzhong reprimanded those present before commencing his examination of the site, hoping to uncover some clues from the remnants of the body. In a direct confrontation, he skillfully deflected the sword of the female victim. The assailant, a martial artist of profound skill, appeared to be at the third-tier level, while the victim was merely at the first tier. Upon receiving this information, Zhang Jingzhong furrowed his brow. The Demon Suppression Office recruits demon suppressors under the age of 25, with third-tier martial artist being the minimum requirement. Every occurrence is not isolated. It invariably has its roots intertwined with other events. Floating Fragrance had numerous enemies, and her clandestine affairs were hardly a secret. With diligent investigation, it would be relatively easy to catch her trail and ambush her. The perpetrator, meticulous in thought, must have conducted extensive research prior to the crime and possessed considerable knowledge of the Tsungyun gang. This matter was indeed complex. If the assailant were an experienced martial artist, it would be manageable. However, if it were a young prodigy who had joined the Demon Suppression Office, our patrol office would hardly dare to pursue the investigation. Zhang Jingzhong was not merely suffering from a sore back, but rather a throbbing headache. Recently, the most significant event in Dongbin City was the recruitment initiative led by Lord Gongyong Yin of the Demon Suppression Office, who sought to amass a considerable number of members to enhance the power of the office in the city. The Demon Suppression Office held a unique position in Dongbin City, and Lord Gongyong Yin's plan had drawn the attention of various factions within the city. Yet, despite her youth, Lord Gongyong Yin's prowess was unmatched in Dongbin City, making it difficult to find a peer to contend with her. Do not be deceived by her youthful appearance. Her family lineage is that of the renowned Gongyong Sword Saint. Few have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and her ancestor was indeed one such figure, honored by 3 successive emperors as the Sword Saint. Gongyong Yin is the most distinguished woman from the Gongyong family in recent years, her reputation preceding her. With her arrival, Zhang Jingzhong felt the ground beneath his ally Zhang Yishan becoming increasingly unstable. If Zhang Yishan were to fall, his own circumstances would become dire. The victim's chest was concaved, indicating that the martial arts practiced by the assailant possessed internal techniques with formidable physical effects. There were certainly several martial arts schools in the city that taught such techniques. Zhang Jingzhong was convinced that Zhang Fu could discern this as well. The second maid had fallen victim to a surprise attack. A short dagger, thrown with precision, pierced her throat. The residual force carried through, penetrating the wooden door and embedding itself in the wall. The 2 victims on the bed had not heard a sound, suggesting that the martial artist's control over his strength was nearly flawless, marking him as a master of at least the 4th-tier level, having perfected a particular martial art to its zenith. This indeed presented an avenue for investigation. An arrow had struck true, piercing both individuals. It appeared that the 2 had been engaged in a passionate encounter within the study. Zhang Jingzhong seethed with anger, yet within him brewed an insatiable jealousy. He could not forget Floating Fragrance, having fantasized countless times about sharing her bed. Alas, had he arrived sooner, he might have witnessed a scene of exquisite beauty. What a pity, Zhang Jingzhong sighed inwardly. It is solely Zhang Fu who, relying on the transport system, dares to desecrate the scene. Contemplating this, he cast a fierce glance at the patrolling officers, who had all witnessed the event. Lu Jingyin, Zhang Jingzhong called out. Patrol Inspector, present, came the response. Your task is to investigate the martial arts schools within the city. First, document any schools that teach martial arts capable of reaching the pinnacle level. which would grant practitioners the strength of the 4 blood layers along with tangible martial prowess. Take note of how many there are. Second, ascertain whether any of their disciples include young 4 blood martial masters, and investigate thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingxian, perplexed, raised his head to inquire. Why focus on young martial masters? Zhang Jingzhong picked up a spring palace illustration. The positioning is incorrect. Moreover, the assailant lingered by the bedside for a considerable time before delivering the fatal blow. An experienced martial master would not merely observe, but would take action themselves. Images of that bizarre, yet alluring scene flooded Lu Jingxian's mind. The beauty of Madame Zhang was renowned throughout Dongbin City. If the perpetrator were indeed he, it was possible that even Lu might have entertained improper thoughts. It appears that this young martial master retains his primal essence. Chapter 10. The night demon strikes at the 4 seas in the stillness of the night. Much transpires at the 4 Seas Martial Arts Academy. Wu Sihai is engrossed in the reading of Taoist scriptures, striving to uncover the profound truths of martial arts within their verses. As a martial master of the academy, he recognizes that the martial arts currently practiced cannot transcend the bounds of vitality. The Blood River Blade technique, a serendipitous discovery of his father, remains incomplete, possessing only 4 fundamental strikes. Yet, with these 4 strikes, one can elevate their vitality to the 9th tier. Had he possessed the complete Blood River Blade technique, the gateway to true martial prowess would surely be within reach. Through the study of Taoist texts, he seeks to deepen his understanding of the universe and the fundamental principles that govern all things, thereby enhancing his own Blood River Blade technique. Beneath the night sky, the once bustling Chongqing Street has succumbed to an eerie silence. Wu Sihai studies late into the night, not for his own sake, but with the aspiration to cultivate even more formidable disciples. His 6 inner disciples, who deeply respect their master and possess extraordinary talent, represent the future of the 4 Seas Martial Arts Academy. They are poised to join an ancient sect of martial arts, destined to break through barriers and undergo profound transformations. Yet, until they reach the realm of bone refinement, they remain mere mortals. The bones are ill-equipped to bear the burdens wrought by the practice of advanced martial arts. Only through bone refinement can one catch a glimpse of the true door to martial arts. Regardless of the path his eldest disciple may take in the future, the academy will share in the glory. Suddenly, Wu Sihai, lost in his contemplation, raises his head, an unsettling apprehension gripping his heart. His vitality surges, as if sensing an impending danger from the outside world. He rises, his eyes gleaming with intensity, seizing the great blade that hangs upon the wall. With a swift motion, he unsheaths the sword, his expression grave as he gazes toward the door. Silence envelopes the surroundings, a silence so profound it is almost terrifying. The chirping of insects has ceased, and even the wind seems to have stilled. A chill creeps through Wu Sihai's body, his vitality roiling like a tempest. Yet he remains unable to shake off the coldness that envelopes him. Tendrils of fear seep into his consciousness. He is not concerned for his own life. Countless life and death struggles have tempered his resolve. However, within the 4 Seas Martial Arts Academy dwell his family and several homeless disciples he has taken in, who now earn their keep through menial tasks. At this moment, his keen senses detect an unsettling absence. The familiar sounds of his disciples snoring are conspicuously absent. A foreboding intuition washes over him, and an ominous wind sweeps into the room, extinguishing the candlelight. Darkness engulfs him, and though his eyes are accustomed to the night, he is plunged into an impenetrable void where even the outlines of objects elude him. He cannot even perceive the outside world. Wu Sihai knows well that the moonlight is resplendent this night. The extinguished candle should not hinder his vision. He clutches his blade tightly, striving to dispel distracting thoughts and immerse himself in tranquility. With the wisdom gained from years in the martial world, Wu Sihai comprehends that he is confronted by malevolent forces. Such bizarre occurrences he has only heard of in tales, and now he stands poised to become the protagonist of his own story. Remaining calm, he stands still, his vision obscured, unable to hear any sounds. The only course of action is to maintain his composure and allow his instincts to guide him. As the great river flows relentlessly, his vitality burns like the sun. Wu Sihai moves, executing the 4th strike of the Blood River Blade technique. Within the body, 5 pulses of blood surged forth, blazing like the scorching sun. The vigor of the blood was fierce and unyielding, akin to an unrelenting river, sweeping through the study. Ah! A piercing cry echoed. Demons, come forth and claim your fate. Wu Sihai rooted himself to the ground, igniting the blood within. The waters of the four seas surged back, forming a river that resembled a sea of blood. This river, sharp as a blade, coalesced the fierce energy of blood into a formidable force. With the blood energy pervading the surrounding environment, he sensed the chilling presence of the demonic creatures, as deep as an abyss. Unafraid of death, he embraced a stance of inevitable demise, igniting his very essence. He unleashed a strike that transcended his own boundaries, a blow that burned like the scorching sun, incinerating the darkness and driving it away, fiercely cleaving towards the demon, which could only be discerned in outline. The clash resonated with the most powerful attack of his life. Yet it met the demon's copper skin and iron bones, producing a sound as crisp as metal. A wound, emanating an eerie red light, appeared on the demon's form. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Sihai's face. He had wounded the demon. Suddenly, a searing pain gripped his chest. The demon's hand pierced through, seizing his heart and tearing it out. The demon proved insurmountable. Those who train under me, Wu Sihai, if you cannot defeat the demons, at least become a martial artist and run faster than ordinary folk. Hence, foundational training must not be neglected. It is the essence of the Four Seas Fist, the bedrock of all martial arts. Memories of instructing disciples flooded his mind. When confronted by demons, do not be reckless. Prioritize your escape. Yet, Wu Sihai himself was the least attentive in class. The ghastly demon tossed his heart into its mouth and chewed a few times. The old and feeble blood pales in comparison to that of the youthful humans. The quality of the prey is significantly inferior. There remain 4 families. Do not let me down. Leaping into the air, darkness enveloped the surroundings, casting an absolute shadow where no light penetrated. The figure moved like a shadow in motion. Master. Lu Jingxian burst through the door into the room. Get out. A pillow flew through the air, striking Lu Jingxian. He glanced, quickly lowered his head, and retreated. That scene rooted itself in his mind, the delicate figure pinned beneath the weight of a monstrous presence. Moments later, Zhang Jingzhong emerged with a grim countenance. Lu Jingxian had repeatedly trespassed into his home, committing a grave offense. Even the servants proved inept, allowing intrusions so easily. What a frantic state. When did this occur? Zhang Jingzhong shot Lu Jingxian a fierce glare. If he did not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would face dire consequences today. Lu Jingxian bowed his head, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Master, a heart extraction case has emerged on Chongqing Street, suspected to involve demons, and several martial arts schools are implicated. I have verified that it aligns with your instructions to investigate the clues surrounding Madame Zhang's demise. Zhang Jingzhong's eyes widened in astonished delight. Truly, Lu Jingxian remained perplexed. Absolutely. Zhang Jingzhong erupted into laughter. Regarding the heart-wrenching case, which involves demons, it is naturally unrelated to him. However, it has afforded him the opportunity to showcase his merits before the Demon Suppression Department. Let us proceed to meet Lord Zheng Yishan. Zhang Jingzhong said with a narrowed gaze and a beaming smile. Any previous dissatisfaction had long been forgotten. My lord, I have received word that Zhang Fu departed last night, taking his family with him, and set sail on a ship into the sea. Lu Jingxian pondered briefly before speaking softly. It is rumored that the shipping guild is also searching for him. He has absconded with the wealth amassed by the shipping guild in Dongbin City and has purchased steam-powered iron wheels from overseas. The ordinary vessels of the shipping guild are simply unable to catch up with the ship. Does Zhang Fu truly believe that by fleeing overseas, he will elude all pursuit? Zhang Jingzhong's expression darkened considerably. Despite his bravado, if Zhang Fu were to genuinely conceal himself in seclusion, it would be exceedingly difficult for both the Demon Suppression Department and the Shipping Guild to locate him. Steam-powered iron wheels are scarce overseas, and many Western nations covertly prohibit the sale of such vessels to the Great Yuan. It appears that Zhang Fu is not as simple as he seems. His concealment runs deeper than we had anticipated. This is not merely a single achievement, but 2 significant triumphs. What? The Four Seas Martial Arts School has been slaughtered. Li Feihong exclaimed, rising excitedly from his seat in the tavern upon hearing the gossip. 6 martial arts schools on Prosperity Street have been massacred by demons, with over 100 casualties. Chapter 11. Sense of helplessness. Li Feihong hurriedly made his way to the Sihai Martial Arts School, determined to avoid any encounters with its inhabitants. Yet, he harbored a deep affection for the place. Master Wu Sihai was a man of integrity and kindness. Recognizing Li's impoverished background and his earnest desire to learn a skill for self-defense, it was through this understanding that his senior brother, Zhang Qianshan, generously imparted his knowledge. Once a disciple, forever a father figure, Bai Li Feihong felt a heavy weight in his heart, a profound discomfort. Throughout his years traversing realms, he had encountered few individuals whom he truly respected and felt a connection with. Wu Sihai stood out as one such person, despite their brief acquaintance. The support he received from him was immense. On Chongqing Street, businesses had ceased operations, with white banners hanging outside every household. The constables had cordoned off the scene of the incident at the martial arts school. The demon-slaying department had arrived, led personally by Gong Yangyan. Numerous disciples had emerged from the Chongqing Street martial arts schools. Any martial artist from Dongbin City had surely trained here. What a pity. Gong Yangyan gazed in admiration at the lifeless body of Wu Sihai, lying in a pool of blood. As a mere mortal, he had dared to confront demons, sacrificing his life to resist until the very end. This exemplified the spirit of our humanity, facing formidable demons with an indomitable will to fight. On the ground, a drop of blood radiating a sinister red light emerged, its eerie glow engulfing the surroundings and consuming all illumination. My lord, his name was Wu Sihai. The Sihai martial arts school was his ancestral legacy, yet he spearheaded a venture that was vehemently opposed by the Chongqing Street martial arts community, the establishment of an apprenticeship system. Zheng Yishan's expression was grim as he spoke, mourning Wu Sihai's demise. An apprenticeship system? I was unaware it originated from him. Let us give him a proper burial. Wu Sihai was a man of honor and had made significant contributions to the martial arts community of Dongbin City. Gong Yangyan was well aware of the apprenticeship system. In this new framework, traditional master-disciple bonds were dismantled. If one wished to learn the Sihai boxing style, they simply needed to pay a fee. Should their interest wane, they were free to transfer to another school without obstruction. The introduction of this apprenticeship system led to a surge of martial artists on Chongqing Street. Knowledge could now be acquired through financial means rather than personal connections. Many aspiring martial artists feared that joining a school would entrap them, binding them to the institution. However, with the advent of the apprenticeship system, such concerns were alleviated. If one found the school unsatisfactory, they could depart without fear of repercussions. Once they felt ready to graduate, they merely needed to apply for completion. No further tuition required. This drop of blood was of utmost importance, exuding a trace of demonic energy that could alter the surrounding environment. If left unaddressed, this singular droplet might give rise to terrifying phenomena under the influence of the demonic force within 3 to 5 days. Gong Yangyan maintained a composed demeanor. Yet his words betrayed a sense of excitement, which Zheng Yishan immediately grasped. My lord, I am but a humble servant, but what kind of demons are we dealing with? What is their level of power? Zheng Yishan respectfully inquired, observing the blood of the wounded demon fall. It is evident that the night demon possesses a level of power that likely surpasses yours. By how much? Gong Yangyan did not disclose. The night demon delights in consuming human hearts. Presently, the citizens of the city are filled with trepidation, and many merchants remain on edge, fearing an assault from the demon. The governor conveyed early this morning that the recent massacre of a martial arts school by the demon has severely impacted Dongbin City, urging us to resolve the matter swiftly and apprehend the night demon. Zheng Yishan spoke with a grave expression. Recently, the Demon Suppression Department has been recruiting new members, causing considerable dissent among the upper echelons of the Dongbin City government. Rumors circulate that Lord Gong Yangyan is leveraging his familial connections to seize complete control over the political authority of Dongbin City, thereby undermining the governor's power. Why should the Demon Suppression Department be beholden to the governor's whims? Gong Yangyan's countenance darkened. In recent years, the deterrent power of the Demon Suppression Department has waned, which is also tied to the emperor's misguided pursuit of immortality. Now, with the emperor ailing, the presence of treacherous ministers around him has grown increasingly audacious, harboring designs to encroach upon the authority of the Demon Suppression Department. However, having withstood 7 centuries of tumultuous history, the department remains resilient. It cannot be swayed by the mere words of a few treacherous officials. The fear lies in the potential machinations of other 1,000-year-old families within the Great Yuan, and the sects that may seize the opportunity to attack the Demon Suppression Department. Nonetheless, the night demon, having committed its heinous acts, must inevitably be captured and imprisoned within the demon prison, awaiting judgment. Yet, few demons have the capability to reach such a stage. Typically, during the apprehension process, they are vanquished, thus sparing the subsequent complications. One worries, however, that several generals within the city may be swayed by the governor to oppose us. Zheng Yishan, being a local power broker in Dongbin City, understands that the city's garrison operates independently, yet is still beholden to the governor's commands. Should military leaders conspire with the governor against the Demon Suppression Department, the department standing in Dongbin City would face severe jeopardy. It is simple. Eliminate the threat decisively. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered across Gong Yan's cold visage, sending a shiver down Zhang Yishan's spine. Perhaps the very reason Lord Gong Yan has come to the Dongbin City Demon Suppression Department is with such intentions. If he defies the authority of the governor, he may already be courting death beneath the governor's blade. Lord, Inspector Zhang Jingzhong of the Patrol Division requests an audience, announced Ding Bo, dressed in the ceremonial robes of the Demon Suppression Department, with utmost respect. Inspector Zhang has arrived? Zhang Yishan cast a furtive glance at Gong Yan, but saw no change in her expression. He felt a sense of relief. Admit Inspector Zhang, Gong Yan said with indifference. Yes, my lord. Ding Bo clasped his fists and exited the study. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. The rotund Zhang Jingzhong strode in with vigor, seemingly not pausing for breath. I pay my respects to the lord of the garrison and to you, Lord Zhang, he said, bowing respectfully. Inspector Zhang, what brings you here? Do you intend for the patrol division to interfere in this case? Zhang Yishan inquired with a serious demeanor, casting a glance at Zhang Jingzhong to caution him against speaking recklessly. Zhang Jingzhong, being astute, understood Zhang Yishan's intent. Although his backing has shifted, this was not reason enough for Zhang Jingzhong to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, certain unsavory matters had yet to unsettle Zhang Yishan's position. Zhang Yishan has fallen, and with him, misfortune has befallen others. My lord, the Guardian General, Zhang, I do not intend to interfere in this matter. However, I possess information regarding a case that bears a slight connection to this one. Upon thorough confirmation, I deemed it necessary to report immediately. Zhang Jingzhong, with utmost respect, refrained from discussing anything beyond the case at hand. Concurrently, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. Standing before Lord Gong Yan, once a four-blood martial master, he now comprehended the magnitude of the power he faced. The Guardian General could effortlessly extinguish Zhang Jingzhong with a mere flick of his finger. Oh, Zhang Inspection Officer, please elaborate. Should your intelligence prove valuable, the Demon Suppression Division shall bestow generous rewards. Gong Yan expressed curiosity. The head of the River Transport Guild, Madame Zhang Fu, was slain in a private residence, alongside her paramour and two maidservants of the first blood martial level. Get to the point. Gong Yan clearly exhibited disinterest in the matter. At first glance, it was evident that this case arose from a romantic entanglement gone awry, thus belonging to the jurisdiction of the constabulary. Zhang Fu had arrived at the scene before me, taking Madame Zhang away and compromising substantial evidence. Nevertheless, I managed to glean some information from the deceased. The perpetrator is a four-blood martial master, having cultivated a particular martial art to its zenith, and is well acquainted with Dongbin City. Zhang Jingzhong, drenched in sweat, felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain. The unintentional aura of terror emanating from Gong Yan nearly brought him to his knees. I promptly instructed my men to investigate the Martial Arts Academy on Chongqing Street, seeking a martial art that, when perfected, could elevate one to the level of a four-blood martial master. All academies associated with such techniques have encountered misfortune. Your judgment is astute. Gong Yan discerned his meaning. This was indeed a case of revenge. However, the involvement of demons adds a weighty significance to the matter. Someone is manipulating these fiends. Zhang Yishan grasped the implication behind Zhang Jingzhong's words, his expression grave. This was far more serious than mere demon-related homicides. Last night, Zhang Fu, along with his family, boarded a steam iron ship and set sail, whereabouts unknown. Cunning rogue, Gong Yan's eyes shimmered with a silvery light. The number of nations abroad capable of constructing steam iron ships is limited, and among them, two are currently vying for control over a crucial strait adjacent to the Demon Sea. The importance of this strait is self-evident. Mastering it means commanding a vital route through the treacherous waters, thus influencing the global landscape of overseas trade. Excellent. This information is of great significance. I reward you with a vial of Essence Blood Pill and a top-tier martial art capable of elevating one to the 9 blood level. Gong Yan regained his composure and waved his hand generously, rewarding Zhang Jingzhong. Such a reward was trivial for the Demon Suppression Division, yet, for Zhang Jingzhong, it was of immense importance. Why did Zhang Fu dare to act so arrogantly before him? It was simply because he had cultivated 7 strands of blood energy. Thank you. Esteemed Governor, should there be any task wherein I may be of assistance, do not hesitate to express your wishes. I would willingly sacrifice my life in service. Zhang Jingzhong, a shrewd individual, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to express his loyalty. It is evident that he comprehends the governor's intentions in bestowing rewards, aiming to elevate him to the esteemed rank of a 9th blood-level martial artist. Should he attain that status, he would navigate the precincts of the constabulary with impunity. Power dictates rank, a principle equally applicable within the constabulary. Zhang, the inspector, you exhibit commendable qualities. Your perceptive mind has discerned the truth through subtle clues, demonstrating your capability in the role you occupy. Public official Yang realized he had misjudged the corpulent Zhang, initially perceiving him merely as a greedy opportunist, yet discovering instead a competent investigator. Regarding these cases, you need not concern yourself for the time being. I shall entrust them to Zhang Yishan. Understood, my lord. I shall comply. The burning hot potato has finally been relinquished. Yet Zhang Yishan shot him a fierce glare, as if dragging him into murky waters. However, the Coasting Guild is not an ordinary organization. The matter is of grave importance and requires careful consideration. Public official Yang seemed to see through his thoughts. Refraining from allowing Zhang Yishan to delve too deeply into the Coasting Guild, the Great Yuan-esque Coasting Bureau, Zhang Yishan felt a jolt of surprise, suddenly recalling that he had nearly disturbed a force he ought not to have touched. The head of the Coasting Bureau is a eunuch, and the eunuch who controls the bureau is affiliated with the Great Yuan-esque Grand Princess, the younger sister of the current emperor, highly favored by him. The Coasting Bureau and the Salt Bureau are both under the Grand Princess's dominion. Public official Yang's mention brought clarity to Zhang Yishan. No wonder the Coasting Guild was so brazen. It was indeed acting on behalf of the Coasting Bureau, retaining the name without alteration. In light of this, the Coasting Guild is far from simple. To act against them now would only serve to alert them. Nonetheless, surveillance is essential. Should the Coasting Guild truly orchestrate malevolent deeds, their destruction would be warranted. Public official Yang stated coolly that, at this moment, she bore the emperor's mandate, a matter of utmost significance, even with the Grand Princess's favor. When prophecy is at stake, all must yield. Dalman City must not descend into chaos. It cannot be allowed to perish. The prophecy must be unraveled, born of blood. Dongbin's ruin, the Great Yuan's demise. If Dongbin is preserved, can the Great Yuan still fall? Public official Yang was uncertain, but understood that the notion of prophecy was ethereal. Her sole objective now was to extinguish every potential source of unrest before it could germinate. Her strategy was to maintain stability, to diligently hone her internal strength, and to fortify the Demon Suppression Office in Dongbin in preparation for the impending dangers. Zhang Fu has fled, yet the Night Demon remains. Zhang Yishan, go fetch the Demon Suppression Compass, using blood as a guide to locate it. Initially hoping to lure out bigger prey, now, with the involvement of the Coasting Guild revealed, this Night Demon must be eradicated. Otherwise, if the Night Demon departs from Dongbin City, capturing it again will prove exceedingly challenging. Indeed, my lord, I appreciate your efforts. Lord Zhang. Zhang Jingzhong clasped his fists and smiled. Allow me entry. I am Zhang Qianshan, a disciple from the Martial Arts Academy. A commotion arose in the streets, clearly audible within the Four Seas Martial Arts Hall. Let the inner disciples of the Four Seas Martial Arts Hall come forth to reclaim the body. Ensure that it is clearly stated that the remains must be cremated to prevent any possible transformation. Ganyang Yan instructed Ding Bo. My lord, I shall attend to this immediately. Ding Bo, the newly appointed demon-subduing envoy, is the nephew of the deputy guardian. This young man possesses remarkable talent. Since he is one of our own, he must be nurtured diligently. Zhang Qianshan's eyes were bloodshot, his face etched with sorrow. He was about to force his way into the Four Seas Martial Arts Hall, which had been sealed off by the demon-subduing office, when a large hand grasped his shoulder. Sixth senior brother, do not act recklessly. It was Bailey Feihong who halted Zhang Qianshan's impulsive charge. Junior brother Feihong, our master. The once aloof Zhang Qianshan could no longer contain his tears, which streamed down his face. In the face of demonic forces, even we are subject to slaughter. Bailey Feihong sighed deeply. Master Wu Sihai, who practiced the Blood River Blade technique, was a martial artist of no lesser caliber than the 6th blood level. Yet, before the demons, he became utterly defenseless. Zhang Qianshan's grief intensified. Bailey Feihong's words struck deeply, instilling a profound sense of helplessness within him. Reflecting on this, his gaze dimmed as he looked towards the Four Seas Martial Arts Hall. The other martial arts halls had already been unsealed, their bodies removed. Yet the Four Seas Martial Arts Hall remained under lockdown. The Demon Subduing Office. If we join the ranks of the Demon Subduing Office, We can wield even greater power to avenge our master, Bailey Feihong murmured. Zhang Qianshan's eyes regained their luster. Chapter 12. The Blood River Blade Technique. Bailey Feihong felt a similar sorrow. Yet it paled in comparison to the profound grief experienced by his sixth senior brother and their master, Wu Sihai. After all, he was merely a paying apprentice, not a true disciple like Zhang Qianshan, who had dedicated himself to mastering the craft under the tutelage of their master. The body had been sent to the Demon Suppression Division's crematorium for incineration. As Zhang Qianshan and Bailey Feihong emerged from the crematorium, the night had deepened. According to the regulations of the Demon Suppression Division, anyone slain by demons must be cremated without delay to prevent the possibility of corpse transformation. Anyone daring to conceal such a truth would face 3 years of imprisonment. Zhang Qianshan summoned the household servants to assist him. What shall become of the Sihai Martial Arts School, sixth brother? Bailey Feihong inquired during a moment of respite as the morning hall was being arranged. After all, you are not the biological heir of Master Wu Sihai. Rest assured, junior brother, Zhang Qianshan replied. The Sihai Martial Arts School has already been transferred to the name of our eldest senior brother. When he was young, he was saved by our master and subsequently became his disciple, thus inheriting the school under the master's name. The future of the Sihai Martial Arts School is intended to be passed down to our eldest senior brother, as envisioned by our master. Zhang Qianshan bore no jealousy, yet the thought brought a profound sadness to his countenance. Bailey Feihong placed a comforting hand on Zhang Qianshan's shoulder, saying, "Brother, you must remain vigilant. Many disciples who have emerged from the Sihai Martial Arts School will come to pay their respects to our teacher. There remains much for you to accomplish." Zhang Qianshan was determined to uphold the vigil. Presently, he was the sole inner disciple present. Those like Bailey Feihong, who had yet to formally apprentice, were not regarded as true disciples. By the established customs, even his desire to keep vigil was deemed insufficient. Suddenly, Zhang Qianshan raised his gaze to Bailey Feihong. "Junior brother, you have changed remarkably during our time apart. Should you choose to stay, I would have already requested our master to accept you as a true disciple." Bailey Feihong, though he had lied, did so without malice. It was difficult for him to explain why he had not come to the Sihai Martial Arts School. The recent demon attack on the school struck him as peculiar, and he feared that the demons might return, jeopardizing the legacy of the Sihai Martial Arts School, which was his greatest concern. Zhang Qianshan's expression turned grave. The calamity of the demons has not gone unnoticed. The Demon Suppression Division has already taken action, and it is likely that these demons will meet their demise. However, junior brother, many covet the Blood River Blade Technique. Might I entrust you with a task? Do not hesitate to ask. If it is within my capability, I will do my utmost, Bailey Feihong replied, though he had initially wished to steer clear of such entanglements. However, as Zhang Qianshan was the one who had introduced him to this realm, he found it difficult to refuse. "Come closer," Zhang Qianshan beckoned, inviting Bailey Feihong to approach. Without suspicion, Bailey Feihong complied. From within his robes, Zhang Qianshan produced a red cloth-wrapped object resembling a cylinder the size of an arm, whispering, "This is the jade tablet containing the Blood River Blade Technique. I entrust it to you for safekeeping. As you are merely an apprentice, others will hardly suspect that this technique resides with you." Bailey Feihong furrowed his brow in concern. "Sixth brother, this item pertains to the inheritance of the Sihai Martial Arts School. I am not a true disciple. Should anything happen to it? I fear all 6 of us have practiced the Blood River Blade Technique, and the true inheritance is deeply ingrained within us," effortlessly recalled. "Entrusting this matter to you brings forth a concern that, should misfortune befall us, the legacy of the 4 Seas Martial Arts Academy may come to an end. After all, you have already mastered the 4 Seas Fist technique, and upon acquiring the Blood River Blade art, you would be equipped to restore the academy to its former glory." Zhang Qianshan's heart was resolute. Meanwhile, Bailey Feihong stood in astonishment, rendered speechless for an extended period. This profound sense of trust marked the first occasion in which Bailey Feihong experienced such a sentiment since arriving in this world. "Sixth brother, I shall not betray your trust," he vowed earnestly, accepting the blood-stained jade scroll containing the Blood River Blade art, its weight pressing heavily upon his heart. For reasons unknown, Bailey Feihong felt profoundly moved. "Let us depart," Zhang Qianshan murmured, signaling their exit from the academy's rear courtyard. Bailey Feihong rose, clasping his fists in a respectful bow, saying, "Sixth brother, take care." He then exited through the back. Only Zhang Qianshan remained, lost in thought as he gazed at the moonlight. The letter dispatched may never reach the eldest brother, for he was unaware of the sect to which the eldest belonged. Having practiced the Blood River Blade art with limited comprehension, should the scroll vanish, the recipient would not be overly reproached. Yet, if the Blood River Blade art were to remain in his possession, Zhang Qianshan could hardly guarantee its safety unless the eldest brother were to return. Ultimately, the Four Seas Martial Arts Academy is destined to dissolve. The daily scenes of hundreds of disciples engaged in study are unlikely to be replicated. Given their entanglement with demonic affairs, how many apprentices would come to pay their respects? Bai Li Feihong, being still young, harbored hopes that, having learned the Blood River Blade art, he might one day establish a new academy that could revive the legacy of the Four Seas martial arts. Master, do not blame me, Zhang Qianshan thought, genuinely optimistic about Bai Li Feihong's potential. No one had ever managed to cultivate their blood energy within such a short span of time. Starting from zero, he had mastered the Four Seas fist technique in mere days. Such martial prowess was truly eye-opening for Zhang Qianshan. Simultaneously, he recognized that entrusting the Blood River Blade art to Bai Li Feihong would ensure the future continuity of the Four Seas Martial Arts Academy. Young master, those come to pay their respects have arrived. A voice interrupted Zhang Qianshan's thoughts, causing him to lift his head abruptly, his eyes glinting with cold light. Who would come to mourn at such an hour? Were they so impatient? The Four Seas Martial Arts Academy had yet to be extinguished. Brother, why must you be so troubled? Letting go may not necessarily be a misfortune for you. Bai Li Feihong, having departed from Prosperous Street, understood the sentiments of sixth brother all too well as the precarious state of the Four Seas Martial Arts Academy. He donned a black cloth and stepped out once more. Rest in peace, brothers of the Four Seas, he murmured in the memorial hall. The master of the Rolling Stone Martial Arts Academy bowed deeply, sighing, "It seems we are now separated by the realms of heaven and man. Nephew, can you safeguard this Four Seas Martial Arts Academy? It has been 50 years since it was passed down from your master's master, enduring through storms and trials." Master Yang Fei of the Rolling Stone Martial Arts Academy assumed a demeanor of solemn compassion. Zhang Qianshan, however, could not suppress a cold smile within. Who was unaware of the enmity between Master Yang and his own master, Wu Sihai? His arrival for condolences had been predictable. The Four Seas Martial Arts Academy has now been entrusted to my eldest brother. You need not worry, Master Yang, Zhang Qianshan replied with an inscrutable expression. Master Yang Fei's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed as he maintained his composure. In the realm of the Four Seas Martial Arts School, a remarkable disciple emerged, departing from Dongbin City to join a mysterious sect in pursuit of true martial arts. This news, however, was no longer a sensation in Changxing Street. Does the disciple harbor no other thoughts? Inquired Yang Fei, the composed master of the Rolling Stone Martial Arts School. Zhang Qianshan, no fool, understood that to withstand the financial predator that Yang Fei represented, he would need to wield the necessary power of influence. The Zhang family, a wealthy merchant clan in the city, possessed a foundation that the Rolling Stone Martial Arts School could not easily undermine. Haha, with such intentions, I am reassured. Yang Fei laughed heartily before departing from the morning hall, his demeanor shifting to one as somber as the depths of water. The Four Seas Martial Arts School had fallen, yet its disciples had not been extinguished. Wu Sihai's 6 disciples were not to be trifled with, particularly the eldest, who was not only Wu Sihai's adopted son but also a master of the 9th blood level. Rumors had spread that he had joined a grand martial sect, which instilled fear in many within Dongbin City. The Blood River Blade technique, a legacy that one could scarcely obtain, seemed dauntingly difficult to master. One might fear even to practice it. With Wu Sihai's eldest disciple still present, and surpassing his predecessor, Zhang Qianshan exhibited a look of disdain. If he could elevate his cultivation to the 4th blood level, even Yang Fei's intervention would not intimidate him. The Blood River Blade technique demanded a life for a life. He would simply vanquish his opponent. As Bai Li Feihong, guarding the Four Seas Martial Arts School, finally exhaled in relief, the night lingered until dawn. Chapter 13. Mastery of the Blade. The demise of Wu Sihai instilled a profound sense of crisis within Bai Li Feihong. In recent days, he had almost forgotten that he resided in a world rife with demons and monsters. Dongbin City, a stronghold of the great Yuan, boasted formidable defenses capable of vanquishing these fiends. Yet, the vastness of the great Yuan encompassed the eastern lands, the most flourishing region on earth, while its fringes remained desolate, with 9 out of 10 houses abandoned. Here, demons roamed freely, slaughtering the innocent, feeding on blood, and herding humanity like cattle. With the Blood River Blade technique now in his possession, it was time for him to hone this skill. Even in the absence of skill points, Bai Li Feihong felt no trepidation. The Tome of Skills was not solely reliant on skill points to enhance martial prowess. Diligence was an essential attribute of any successful individual. The skill book provided assistance. Through relentless practice, he could gain experience, which would subsequently elevate his mastery of the techniques. Once the requisite experience was acquired, he would transcend boundaries. Despite the late hour, Bailey Feihong remained wide awake. He retrieved the jade slip containing the esoteric teachings of the Blood River Blade technique, bestowed upon him by his senior brother, Zhang Qianshan, and commenced his meticulous reading. The Blood River Blade technique was inscribed upon the jade tablet, illustrated with vivid imagery, comprising merely 4 forms. Yet, the profound essence of the technique was articulated in the preface, elucidating the method of channeling blood energy, potentially the core key to cultivating the 9 strands of blood essence. Having already perfected the 4 C's fist to its zenith, Bailey Feihong was no longer a novice in the martial arts. With the aid of the skill book, his comprehension of the 4 C's fist had reached its pinnacle. He had mastered the transportation of blood energy, the circulation of strength, the practice of stances, and the application of strikes. He had become a seasoned martial artist, as if he had devoted decades to the meticulous study of the 4 C's fist, embedding it into his very bones and soul. 18 jade strips bound together with golden threads constituted a rare treasure, their exquisite quality unmatched. As Bailey Feihong unfurled the jade slip, he read each word deliberately, pausing intermittently to reflect. His mind and spirit became enraptured by the martial principles elucidated within, allowing him glimpses of the profound mysteries of martial arts. With only 4 techniques, should the Blood River Blade technique be complete, it would undoubtedly stand as a legacy of martial excellence. The distinction between martial arts and martial philosophy, though subtle, delineated 2 entirely different realms. To differentiate carefully, martial arts could only elevate one to the pinnacle of mortal existence. However, the pursuit of martial philosophy could lead to extraordinary achievements. No matter how much blood one cultivated, it merely enhanced internal strength, fortifying the body without engendering a qualitative transformation in life's essence. Only through the genuine practice of martial philosophy could one transcend the 9 blood essences, truly experiencing a rebirth. The mortal frame, the common bones, could not withstand the might of martial philosophy. Only through a profound transformation could one forge extraordinary bones and an exceptional physique, capable of bearing true power and contending against demons. In just a few hundred words and 5 illustrations, the essence of human blood energy, the limits of the human body, and the true essence of swordsmanship were succinctly expounded. A genuine teaching encapsulated in a single phrase could eclipse volumes of false teachings. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. Bailey Feihong set the jade slip aside, closed his eyes, and envisioned himself wielding a great blade, executing each movement as he began to interpret the 4 forms of the Blood River Blade technique. This is the habit of Bailey Feihong in acquiring professional knowledge. During his time as a programmer, he would typically simulate the code in his mind, ensuring he felt confident before striking the keys. Naturally, this allowed him to move with remarkable agility. Over and over again, he practiced. Simultaneously, the 4 streams of vital energy cultivated from the 4 C's fist began to alter their pathways under the influence of his will, employing the Blood River Blade technique for their transport. The 4 streams of vital energy, honed through the 4 C's fist, were now entirely under Bailey Feihong's control. This illustrates the advantage of mastering a martial art to its zenith. Tranquility fosters concentration, allowing one to visualize and simulate the sword techniques. After countless simulations of the blade techniques, he perused the skill tome. The Blood River Blade, incomplete entry level, 3,200 points can be allocated, and it can be extrapolated to completion. A simple phrase, yet it captivated Bailey Feihong deeply. The technique could indeed be extrapolated and completed. Regrettably, only 1 skill point remained. Bailey Feihong lamented. Had he known that Ji Shaoqian was a fraud, he would never have spent his skill points. Despite his newfound strength, he had not deigned to exhaust his limited skill points. He exited the room, indulging in a hearty meal. After satisfying his hunger, he closed his eyes to rest, waiting for nightfall. When Bailey Feihong opened his eyes again, he had prepared a meal, packed it up, and set out to meet his 6th senior brother, Zhang Qianshan. Zhang Qianshan had set up a morning hall, guarding it while awaiting the return of their other senior brothers. At this moment, the 4 C's martial arts hall was abuzz with activity. The entrance was guarded by a burly man. Who goes there? A disciple of the martial arts hall. Delivering food to the 6th senior brother, Bailey Feihong replied softly. He had already made up his mind. If these unfamiliar faces were disciples from other martial halls, he would not hesitate to act, regardless of the risk of exposure. The burly man inspected him thoroughly, revealing a friendly demeanor, and did not obstruct him. Li Feihong proceeded to the backyard, where he overheard Zhang Qianshan engaged in a heated argument. Unfilial son, I am still alive. Yet you don mourning attire and guard this hall? The roar resonated from the backyard. My master's kindness towards me is as profound as mountains in Dongbin City. I am the sole internal disciple, and it is my duty to attend to his final affairs, Zhang Qianshan stated, kneeling expressionlessly. Zhang's father, suppressing his inner fury, finally calmed down, his tone softening considerably. The other senior brothers have yet to return. The child must guard this place. Despite his father's gentleness, Zhang Qianshan remained resolute in his decision to protect the mourning hall. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Zhang's father slapped Zhang Qianshan across the face. Unfilial son, I will see you perish here. Zhang's father stormed out of the mourning hall, taking all the Zhang family members with him. With one side of his face swollen and bruised, Zhang Qianshan slowly closed his eyes, devoid of emotion. Li Feihong felt a heavy weight in his heart. The Zhang family's actions would prevent the sixth senior brother from gaining any leverage. The other martial halls, coveting the Blood River Blade technique, would undoubtedly take advantage of the rift between the sixth senior brother and the Zhang family, compelling him to surrender the technique. It was no wonder Li Feihong felt a chill within. This was the harsh reality. Those who rely on the power of others ultimately face backlash. Sixth senior brother. Ah, Feihong, my junior brother. Zhang Qianshan opened his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Are you all right? I'm fine. My father merely cares too much about appearances. This isn't merely about appearances. Your affection for our master has incited jealousy in your father. Sixth senior brother, this meal has been prepared for you by your junior brother. Please take a moment to rest. I shall watch over the spirit hall for a while. You have not rested for an entire day and night. Your health is paramount. Very well. Zhang Qianshan took the food container and departed from the spirit hall. Li Feihong's expression grew increasingly somber. Skill book, allocate points. Even a single skill point could usher him into the realm of the Blood River Blade technique. The journey from novice to adept required but a modicum of skill points. It felt as though the experiences of 200 iterations of the Blood River Blade technique were swirling within his mind. Simultaneously, the blood energy emanating from him coalesced into a singular current, imparting a sharpness to the entirety of his blood essence. He was inherently a martial artist at the pinnacle of the four-blood level. This faint infusion of blood energy birthed a brand new essence within him. Though this essence was feeble, it caused Li Feihong's blood energy to surge, akin to rivers and oceans, as he sensed the tumultuous flow of 5 distinct blood energies within him. Flashes of the Blood River Blade technique's moves illuminated his mind. He had grasped a fragment of the technique's essence. Blood River Blade technique, incomplete proficient, 3-2000. Points can be allocated, and it can be deduced and completed. The experience required for this skill to upgrade had now surged tenfold, reaching 2,000 to continue its ascent. Nevertheless, Li Feihong could only feel exhilaration. He understood that his ability to upgrade the Blood River Blade technique with a single skill point stemmed from the inherent connection between the Four Seas Fist and the Blood River Blade technique. The blood energy within him could swiftly transform into the might of the Blood River Blade. Chapter 14. Severing Human Thoughts with a Blade. The sixth senior brother, Zhang Qianshan, left for a meal without taking his weapon. Li Feihong, glancing at the exquisite blade beside him, felt a surge of confidence within. Should trouble arise from the other martial arts schools, they would soon experience the prowess of his Blood River Blade technique. Although his mastery of the technique appeared somewhat juvenile before Wu Sihai, Li Feihong remained undaunted. Fully aware that even when confronting a martial artist of the 5th blood level, he would not falter. The sharpness of his blade could bridge any gap. Once this matter was resolved, he was determined to join the Demon Suppression Division, not for any other reason but to accompany them on missions to vanquish demons, thereby rapidly accumulating skill points. Through these skill points, he could swiftly enhance his strength. The cultivation of experience ultimately represented a guaranteed method of advancement through a unique advantage. Yet, having tasted the sweetness that skill points could provide, Li Feihong had begun to entertain grander ambitions. Skill book, owner, Li Feihong realm. 5th blood level martial artist skill points. 0. Skills can be upgraded, synthesized, or deduced. Skill 1. Culinary arts. Proficient, experience. 85-200. Skill 2. Sihai Fist technique. Pinnacle, costs 5 skill points to deduce. Skill 3. Blood River Blade technique. Incomplete, proficient. 3-2000. Points can be added, can be deduced, and completed. As he perused the skill book, he noted that his attribute display had changed. The street fighting techniques, harmonizing body and stance, had now integrated into his other skills. Moreover, the skills deemed too rudimentary no longer appeared. Bai Li Feihong also observed an additional piece of information regarding the application of skill points, deducing skills to complete the incomplete. The functionality of the skill book was becoming increasingly refined. It appeared that skill points should not be squandered. Upon seeing the phrase deducible skills, Bai Li Feihong immediately realized that he might harness skill points to deduce even more formidable martial arts techniques. Is Zhang Shizhi available? Yang Fei, the head of the Rolling Stone Martial Arts School, paid another visit. This fellow was genuinely fixated on the Sihai Martial Arts School. He would not relent until he obtained the Blood River Blade technique. After meeting Master Yang, my senior brother has taken his rest, Bai Li Feihong said, nervously grasping the blade beside him, his lips quivering. Within him, the blood chi of the Sihai fist technique was suppressed, leaving only a trace of it leaking out. A first blood martial artist? Who are you? I am Bai Li Feihong, the newly accepted 7th disciple of Master Wu Sihai, he replied courteously, cupping his fists in salute. Oh, Wu Xiong has taken you as his 7th disciple? Why was I not informed? Yang Fei sneered. It seems that our Sihai Martial Arts School does not require Master Yang's consent for accepting disciples, Bai Li Feihong said, trembling yet resolute, standing his ground against the head of the Rolling Stone Martial Arts School. Impudent! With your master absent, let me, as your senior, teach you the meaning of respecting your elders. The master of the Rolling Stone Martial Arts School, Yang Fei, wore a fierce expression, his aura resembling a rolling boulder. He stepped forward with the momentum of a mountain collapse, his large hand reaching out towards Bai Li Feihong. The 7th disciple? The bloodlust emanating from him carried the sharpness of the Blood River Blade technique. It was evident that this young man possessed knowledge of the Blood River Blade technique as well. Zhang Qianshan, I harbor a modicum of doubt. Yet this impudent youth, who has seemingly appeared out of nowhere, has mastered the Blood River Blade technique. If I seize you, let us see how your senior, Zhang Qianshan, can contend with me. After I interrogate you and extract the secrets of the Blood River Blade technique, you may yet retain your life. Yang Fei's eyes glinted with malice as he struck without hesitation, affording the younger generation no opportunity to retaliate. The Rolling Stone School values strength, just as the 4 Cs hold it in high regard. The clash of mountain and stone embodies the very essence of opposing martial arts. However, to strike at me while harboring ulterior motives? Bai Li Feihong lowered his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. The great river flows unceasingly, the bloodlust shining like the sun. Blood River Blade technique, 4th form. By the time Yang Fei sensed something amiss, it was already too late. The blood surged like a river, and the blade gleamed like a red sun. The build-up, the drawing of the blade, all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Yang Fei no room to respond. Ah, an arm severed. The hand Yang Fei had extended was cleaved off by the lightning-fast Blood River Blade technique, fierce, merciless, and devoid of compassion. There was no hesitation. With decisive action, he severed the enemy's ambitions. Clutching the wound where his arm had been, Yang Fei's face turned pale as he staggered backward. Master Yang, I have heard that Western medical practitioners possess the technique to reattach severed limbs. It remains to be seen if you are fortunate enough to survive. You deceive me. You are no true blood warrior. Yang Fei roared. In confronting a seasoned warrior like you, I admit to my lack of combat experience. However, this is the advantage of youth. You older martial artists tend to underestimate the young. The reason I did not sever your head but chose to take your arm is due to your greed, your hand reaching too far. Bai Li Feihong stated with an impassive countenance. Yet the bloodlust surrounding him coalesced, hinting at the convergence of rivers and seas, the blood within him transforming into the essence of the blood blade, enveloping Yang Fei. Well, very well indeed. Wu Sihai has taken on a fine disciple. Even in death he conceals such prowess. Yang Fei, enduring the pain, paled further, grasping his right arm to stem the flow of blood. Otherwise, the mere act of losing an arm and bleeding would cost him his life. He retrieved his severed limb and stumbled out of the 4 Cs martial arts school. Bai Li Feihong let out a sigh of relief. Upon examining the skill tome, he discovered that his mastery of the Blood River Blade technique had gained nearly 120 points of experience. The application of a single strike had granted him newfound insight into the Blood River Blade technique. Can one truly gain experience through combat? He recalled the night he dispatched Madame Zhang Fuxiang. At that time, such experience was absent. No, rather, he had not employed the 4 Cs fist to take a life. Moreover, he had already perfected the 4 Cs fist. Thus, it held no comparative value. This battle was of profound significance. It seemed to unveil the potential for rapid accumulation of experience points in Bailey Feihong's eyes. No wonder the martial arts school is equipped with a combat stage. It is through actual confrontation that martial arts is truly refined. Bailey Feihong murmured softly. Hearing the sounds of deep slumber, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he began to tidy up the memorial hall, washing the bloodstains from the floor. This is Master Wu Sihai's memorial hall. Blood is an ill omen. Master, in the ethereal realm, please do not hold it against me for disturbing your sanctum. After all, I am merely striving to protect the Sihai martial arts school. After this incident, it is unlikely that anyone will dare to disrupt the Sihai martial arts school again. They now understand that a successor to the Blood River Blade technique has emerged. The ability to sever the arm of Yang Fei, the master of the Rolling Stone martial arts school, signifies that they too may be wounded. Obtaining the Blood River Blade technique will henceforth be exceedingly difficult. This also serves as a form of cultivation, a deeper understanding of the Blood River Blade technique. Experience is gradually accumulating. After the third watch, Zhang Qianshan awakened once more. Feihong, my apprentice, I appreciate your efforts. You flatter me, sixth senior brother. Bailey Feihong replied. You have imparted the Blood River Blade technique to me, which is akin to taking me on as a disciple in your own right. Though not formalized, I already consider myself the seventh inner disciple of the Sihai martial arts school. Bailey Feihong spoke truly. He had indeed received the inner teachings of the Sihai martial arts school. Even without a formal apprenticeship, he was regarded as an inner disciple. If Master were still alive, witnessing this, he would surely be overjoyed. Very well. Bailey Feihong set aside the great blade that he had placed between his knees. Zhang Qianshan took no notice, assuming Bailey Feihong's act of grasping the blade was merely to bolster his courage. It was only after Bailey Feihong departed that Zhang Qianshan's heart began to settle, though he sensed an oddity. A metallic scent? A faint trace of blood lingered in the memorial hall. Zhang Qianshan lifted the great blade and swept it aside, its cold gleam flashing. Nothing was revealed. Bringing it closer to his nose, he detected a hint of blood and moisture. What has my junior done with my blade? A foreboding thought flickered in Zhang Qianshan's mind, yet it was quickly dispelled. Given by Li Feihong's conduct over the past 2 days, he had begun to regard him as a true junior brother, rather than merely an apprentice. Perhaps he remained to assist in handling his master's affairs. Therefore, Zhang Qianshan chose to entrust the Blood River Blade technique to Bailey Feihong for safekeeping. Chapter 15. The Pursuit of Failure Disciple. Who exactly are you? Tears welled up in Zhang Qianshan's eyes. As the Sihai martial arts school crumbled, he was the only one who stepped forward to offer silent support. Zhang Qianshan understood that after Bailey Feihong's departure, it would be uncertain when he would set foot in the Sihai martial arts school again. The debts of gratitude had been repaid. After spending so many years in this world, he had forgotten. It was time to pursue his own life. The awakening of the Book of Skills had nearly reached a month. From being a dockworker, he had transformed into a martial artist of the 5th blood level. With such martial prowess, he found that earning money and even attaining a certain social status posed no obstacles. The strong remained strong, an immutable truth. Bailey Feihong chose not to stand out, but instead opted for quiet cultivation. Master Qin, is my sword forged yet? Brother Bailey, this sword has indeed given me quite the challenge. On Zhuke Street, there lay a shop dedicated to sword forging, the Qin family forge. Renowned for its sword-making expertise, the family lineage had passed down this craft for 8 generations. In Dong'an City, it was held in high esteem. The Qin family forge produced swords that were exceptionally costly, not within the reach of the average person. With the design of the sword in 10 tails of gold, Bailey Feihong was able to persuade the master blacksmith at the Qin family forge to craft his blade. The sword was named Bloodsea. Its design was inspired by the Qijia sword, a personal favorite of Bailey Feihong from the film The Assassin. Moreover, this sword, when wielded alongside his Blood River sword technique, possessed immense lethality. Brother Bailey, mastering this sword is no trivial feat. The blacksmith tossed the long black sword to Bailey Feihong. Catching it deftly, Bailey Feihong drew the blade and struck it against the whetstone, shattering it with a resounding crack. The blade gleamed with a sharpness that could sever hair and cleave through the stone without a single scratch. A fine sword, crafted with exceptional skill. He retrieved a piece of gold from his pocket and tossed it to the blacksmith, who beamed with delight at the sight of the gold. Who wouldn't appreciate such a treasure? Now armed with a true sword rather than a wooden blade carved from a stick for practice, Bailey Feihong's progress accelerated remarkably. Each practice of the Blood River sword technique yielded between 7 to 10 experience points. The long sword in his grasp moved like a dragon dancing through the sea. Executing continuous, seamless maneuvers, the blade's radiance illuminating the entire courtyard. Yet, Bailey Feihong did not experience a qualitative enhancement. He glanced at the skill book, Blood River Sword Technique. Incomplete proficient, 1532,000. In 3 days, the recruitment day for disciples by the Demon Suppression Division would arrive. After practicing the Blood River Sword Technique, his appetite had significantly increased, and the speed of his blood essence refinement had accelerated. He had already strengthened his 5th strand of blood essence. Although he had yet to reach his peak, he believed that soon, with the breakthrough of his sword technique, his blood essence would surge once more. Bailey Feihong still found the pace unsatisfactory. As for the Sihai Martial Arts School, ever since he had severed the arm of the Rolling Stone School's master, Yang Fei, no other martial arts schools dared to challenge them. Wu Sihai's ashes had finally been laid to rest. Bailey Feihong, wielding a long blade with his upper body bared and sweat cascading, exhibited a singular focus solely upon the weapon in his grasp. Within the confines of the narrow courtyard, the long knife twisted and turned like a crimson dragon. His mastery of the blade having ascended to an advanced realm, seemingly on the verge of a profound breakthrough. Should he succeed, he would undoubtedly master the Blood River Blade technique. At that moment, the 4 C's fist technique could be seamlessly integrated with the blade, allowing him to wield the fist through the knife. Although formidable, the fist techniques could never surpass the lethal advantages of the Blood River Long Blade. The Blood River Blade technique had increased by 15 experience points. At present, his proficiency in the technique had reached a remarkable 1955 points. A few more practice sessions would surely lead him to a breakthrough. His internal 5th surge of blood energy had reached its zenith. Sensing the hunger in his abdomen, Bailey Feihong began to indulge in beef. This beef, sourced from mature cattle and sanctioned by the authorities, was a rare delicacy. Dongbin City was not lacking in beef, as numerous cattle ranches flourished overseas, flooding the market with frozen meat, albeit of lesser quality. The 3/10 cooked beef, simply seasoned with salt and oil, weighed 2 pounds, and Bailey Feihong devoured it in mere bites. For an ordinary person, such aged beef, unless stewed for hours until tender, would be nearly impossible to chew. Yet, for Bailey Feihong, it was as soft as tofu, allowing him to consume 2 liang in a single mouthful. In addition to fresh beef, he had also cured hundreds of pounds of beef for future needs. The rapid improvement of the Blood River Blade technique was fueled entirely by the biological energy derived from the beef, meeting his body's energy demands. My lord, the foreign vessels at the port have been thoroughly investigated, and no traces of demons have been found, Ding Bo inquired softly. Zheng Yishan's countenance darkened. 9 days had passed since the bloodshed at the Dongbin City Martial Arts Hall, yet the nocturnal fiends remained elusive. The trail of the blood-sucking bat demon had also gone cold. The tasks assigned by Gong Yang Yen had yielded no results. Could it be that the shipping guild was orchestrating these events from the shadows? Otherwise, how could the demons have vanished so completely? Zheng Yishan had never encountered such a cautious breed of fiend. Brother Zheng, what shall we do about these foreigners? Ding Bo posed the crucial question. Before Zheng Yishan could ponder his response, a flamboyant middle-aged man with golden hair and azure eyes shouted, I am a noble of the Rafati Empire. Once I reach the capital, I will surely report your uncivilized behavior to our ambassador. We shall have our ambassador formally present documents to your emperor, demanding accountability. This nobleman from the Rafati Empire had never before set foot in the great Yuan Empire and was woefully ignorant of its circumstances. After being subjected to Zheng Yishan's scrutiny, his anger erupted. He was infuriated by what he perceived as an affront, considering himself a noble of high standing in the Rafati Empire. Zheng Yishan turned, leaning close to Ding Bo's ear, whispering, with no one around, you know what must be done. The Rafati Empire is currently vying for maritime supremacy against our navy. Zheng Yishan is well aware that Ding Bo's elder brother is a powerful figure in the navy of the Great Yuan. However, he has encountered a mysterious force at sea, resulting in the destruction of his warship, and to this day, his whereabouts remain unknown. The affairs of the shipping guild hold no relevance for us. Standing at the bow of the ship, Zheng Yishan leaped forth, treading upon the waves, his figure gradually receding into the distance. The remaining demon suppressor, Ding Ji, seemed to have received a command, directing his gaze toward the group of fair-haired, blue-eyed individuals from the Raphael Empire. Attack! Blood stained the surface of the sea. Hearing the sounds of battle behind him, Zheng Yishan chuckled coldly. Ding Bo was brought by Gong Yang Yen, and he is destined for significant future endeavors. Logically, Zheng Yishan ought to cultivate a good relationship with him. Yet, he understands that a loyal dog is always but one. The Raphael Empire. It is rumored that their martial arts are known as the Way of the Knight. One wonders if the knights of the Raphael Empire are truly as formidable as the tales suggest. This battle is also a crucial moment for that young Ding Bo to establish his position, otherwise no one would acknowledge him. After all, a B-grade demon suppressor must possess strength. Brother Zheng has already resolved the matter. Well done. Ensure to handle the aftermath carefully and leave no incriminating evidence. Submerge the ship and incinerate it, Ding Bo stated succinctly. Is this the Demon Suppression Division? Bai Li Feihong gazed in astonishment at the edifice before him. Square in shape, it stood in stark contrast to the surrounding structures, rising abruptly to a height of around 20 zhang. The building was constructed from massive grayish-white stones, impenetrable and formidable, rivaling the pyramids of the past. The stones were intricately carved with twisted, mysterious patterns, imparting an aura of enigma to Bai Li Feihong. The Demon Suppression Division is located on the western side of Dongbin City, at the edge of the city, established by the sea, facing the East Sea. It is heavily guarded, surrounded by a formidable military presence. At the checkpoint, Bai Li Feihong confirmed that he was there to participate in the selection for the Demon Suppression Division, and only then were the soldiers willing to grant him passage. Having lived in Dongbin City for so long, today was the first time he had discovered this building. It is no wonder that former colleagues often remarked that one should be embarrassed to claim to be from Dongbin City if they had never ventured to the west of the city in their lifetime. It is truly magnificent and grandiose. It is said that within the Demon Suppression Division lies a prison specifically designed to confine the most heinous of demons and monsters. The wealth of Dongbin City is such that it can afford to erect such a colossal structure. In front of the Demon Suppression Division, a vast plaza is established. In the plaza stands a massive stone, upon which a gigantic sword is embedded. The sword in the stone. The stone bears inscriptions detailing the origins of this demon-slaying sword. The first guardian of Dongbin City, by the shores of the East Sea, slew the Yuan demon, using its bones as the framework and the stones of Dongbin Mountain as the material to construct this tower of demon suppression. The malevolence of the Yuan demon often summoned monstrous waves, transforming into tsunamis that inundated the coastal regions of the great Yuan Empire, leading to the ruin of countless families and the proliferation of vengeful spirits, serving as sustenance for the Yuan demon. The Sword of Dongbin's Yuan Slayer is the name of this sword. Bai Li Feihong glanced down at the long knife in his hand, which, in comparison, seemed like a mere toothpick. Was this first guardian of Dongbin City a giant? The sword measures 3 zhang in length and half a zhang in width. Its blade marred with the stains of blood, exuding an unsettling aura of cold, sinister energy. Centuries have elapsed, yet the remnants of its malevolent intent linger, steeped in the essence of demon blood. Although Bai Li Feihong feels a sense of trepidation, the oppressive force emanating from the sword compels him to maintain his distance. Fearful of being torn apart by its murderous will, following the directional signs, he enters the expansive Demon Suppression Tower. A long queue is already formed within the cavernous hall of the tower. Is it possible that there are so many third-blood young martial artists in Dongbin City? The grand foyer is now teeming with individuals, many of whom are similarly armed. Observing the crowd, he notices several individuals devoid of any trace of blood energy. Bai Li Feihong hesitates to draw conclusions, for he himself possesses the ability to mask the blood energy cultivated from the 4 C's fist technique. As more individuals approach the Demon Suppression Tower, the atmosphere remains devoid of any enforcers from the Demon Suppression Department. Yet, those entering tread cautiously, devoid of any raucous behavior. The hall has gathered no fewer than 1,000 souls. Zheng Yishan stands upon a platform, surveying the densely packed throng, a derisive smile playing upon his lips. The Demon Suppression Department is not an establishment one can enter lightly. It is improbable that there are so many third-blood martial artists under the age of 25 in Dongbin City. Meanwhile, Gong Yangyin is also scrutinizing the crowd. Her eyes shimmer with a silver luminescence, and under her peculiar ocular technique, the martial artists within the throng become an open book. A ripple of intrigue crosses her pristine, cold visage. How remarkable it is that some have evaded the Dongbin Zhan Kuan sword and infiltrated the ranks of the Demon Suppression Department. In times past, I would have drawn my blade and dispatched you without hesitation. Yet, all things possess a duality. An exposed infiltrator is akin to a beacon of light. Zheng Yishan's leads have faltered, and just as he laments the loss of clues, the audacity of the enemy reveals itself, having infiltrated the Demon Suppression Department. Such boldness is indeed a rare occurrence. Gong Yanyan realizes that the demon they faced this time may differ significantly from those encountered previously. This cunning is truly exceptional. Among this assembly, a few individuals indeed possess the potential sought by the Demon Suppression Department. Gong Yanyan eases the criteria for recruitment, seeking to enlist new members for the department. However, her motives extend beyond mere recruitment, as Zheng Yishan surmises. To reach the level of a third-blood martial artist before the age of 25 suggests a background of considerable means in Dongbin City. Many esteemed families in the city have sent their promising youths to participate in this recruitment, fully aware that joining the Demon Suppression Department presents the most effective opportunity to access greater martial power. Once they encounter that mysterious realm, their family's perspective may transcend the mundane, revealing the deeper essence of this world. Renowned families have surely heard numerous ancient legends, understanding that these tales are not mere fabrications. In fact, the ancient narratives circulating in the outside world are often the obscure truths that the court fervently endeavors to suppress. Zheng Yishan, you are entrusted with overseeing this talent selection. As one of the few esteemed demon suppressors within the Demon Suppression Division, Zheng Yishan was filled with elation. At your command, Lord Guardian. Zheng Yishan meticulously adjusted his attire and descended to the first floor, standing upon the stage that had been prepared. Feeling the weight of over 1,000 gazes upon him, he experienced no trepidation whatsoever. Why should he be anxious? The strength of an individual is not solely determined by the number of onlookers. Even among this throng, despite the presence of several impassioned martial artists, should Zheng Yishan unleash his full might, they would fall like lambs, helplessly at his mercy. Those who do not meet the criteria, please exit the Demon Suppression Tower immediately. Otherwise, punishment will be meted out with 30 strikes of the rod. Zheng Yishan's countenance was grave, his imposing aura suffusing the entire assembly. The gathered crowd seemed as though they were being crushed beneath a colossal mountain. Thud! A multitude succumbed to the pressure and knelt upon the ground. With this singular display, he had effectively eliminated 90% of the candidates. Those still standing, step forward. The remaining individuals, within 5 minutes, must depart or face consequences. Zheng Yishan restrained his formidable presence, speaking with undeniable authority. In that fleeting moment, his overwhelming aura instilled a sense of dread in nearly 1,000 souls, as if they were engulfed in an endless sea of corpses and blood. At this juncture, they heeded Zheng Yishan's words, scrambling to rise in order to avoid punishment. A considerable throng surged towards the entrance of the Demon Suppression Tower. How abundant are those who harbor a sense of luck in this world. They only perceive the allure of power wielded by the Demon Suppression Division, neglecting its true duty to eradicate demons and monsters. For the feeble, even a stroke of luck in entering the division is not a blessing but rather the root of their calamity. Once on the battlefield, they would merely become fodder for the demons. Approaching the edge of divine refinement, Gong Yanyan nodded in acknowledgement of Zheng Yishan. Aside from his avarice, she found merit in him. Ironically, it was precisely Zheng Yishan's greed that reassured her. A person must possess flaws to be managed effectively. Bai Li Feihong swallowed hard, quietly lamenting, is this what it means to be a martial arts practitioner? Is this the essence of martial prowess? No. This Lord Demon Suppressor had grasped a deeper realm of martial understanding, merely choosing not to unveil it. The Blood River Blade technique speaks of martial might. Bai Li Feihong had long been perplexed by its meaning, yet at this moment, he felt an acute understanding. Even if this esteemed veteran of the Demon Suppression Division stood before him defenseless, Bai Li Feihong would struggle to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. A mere aura was enough to render him immobile. All right, those aged 25 and above, please take your leave. The Demon Suppression Division has methods to ascertain your bone age, thus revealing your true age, Zheng Yishan stated coldly. He glanced at several older martial arts masters, the most formidable individuals among the crowd. However, their advanced age meant that their potential had largely been exhausted, having reached the zenith of their lives. Joining the Demon Suppression Division would only squander its resources. He could not fathom why Lady Gong Yanyan sought to relax the criteria for recruiting new members. When he joined the Demon Suppression Division at the age of 22, he was already a martial artist of the 9th blood tier, having also mastered a secret martial technique. He is a martial artist on the brink of extraordinary martial arts. Participating in the assessment of the Demon Suppression Department, he is tasked with hunting a level D demon. The classification of demons is denoted by the letters A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the martial arts realms of bone refining, marrow refining, organ refining, and aperture refining, respectively. Beyond these lies the realm of great demons, which pertains to spirit refining. The blood-sucking bat demon is classified as a level A demon. Although the night demon is terrifying, it is merely a level D demon. However, the martial artist present remained motionless. Zhang Yishan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Is it my benevolence that has led you to harbor illusions and a sense of false hope? As his words echoed, many martial artists bowed their heads. They indeed harbored a sense of complacency. In their eyes, the pursuit of genuine martial arts, even if met with punishment, was a small price to pay. After all, many among them had already reached the 6th or even 7th layer of martial mastery. Should they choose to leave now, they would never again encounter the path of martial arts. If they were to be complacent and fall into the hands of the Demon Suppression Department, it would be akin to inviting disaster upon their ancestors' graves, foolish and oblivious to their fate. A powerful force surged within Zhang Yishan. His 10 fingers coalesced with frost, unleashing 10 blasts of icy energy into the air. The frost enveloped the 10 martial artists. No, they cried out, transforming into ice sculptures. The Demon Suppression Department has turned to murder. Flee. Many martial artists shouted in terror, turning to escape. Xianbing Finger. With a mere flick of his hands, those struck by the Xianbing Finger were frozen into ice sculptures. My lord, Zhang Yishan's actions are worrisome. Iron Wuyo, the deputy guardian, expressed his concerns. Fear not, Iron. Zhang Yishan is imparting to us future members of the Demon Suppression Department the essence of discipline. He is also demonstrating the might of our department. Those who meet the criteria will not dare to withdraw upon witnessing his power, Gongyang Yen assured confidently. Many trembled. Yet a greater number of young martial artists gazed at Zhang Yishan with exhilaration. Zhang Yishan felt immense satisfaction. Despite repeated warnings, some still dared to defy the rules. Truly believing the Demon Suppression Department to be a charitable institution? At the same time, he imparted a lesson to the future recruits of the Demon Suppression Department. It is a place of slaughter, as it has been since time immemorial. Far more brutal than the military, it stands as the most vital martial force of the great Yuan Empire. Of course, Zhang Yishan was also filled with frustration. The leads on the 2 demons had been severed. The whereabouts of the vampire remained elusive, and the emergence of the blood-sucking bat demon had yet to be clarified. More critically, the magic artifact, the demon-seeking compass, bestowed by Lord Gongyang Yen, had inexplicably lost track of the night demon at sea. The demon-seeking compass originates from the most enigmatic bureau of divine surveillance in the great Yuan Empire. This artifact possesses the power to track enemies. Once locked on, it can pursue them to the ends of the earth. However, it remains uncertain whether the night demon possesses some mysterious power that obstructs the tracking capabilities of the demon-seeking compass. Chapter 17. Testing Talent. Is this truly the martial path? Li Feihong clutched his heart, which thudded violently within his chest. Through his experiences, he realized that the cultivation of martial arts birthed a profound vitality, granting him a strength that transcended his past understanding. For instance, as a martial master of the 5th blood layer, the force unleashed by his punch could reach approximately 5 tons. In his perception, this was an extraordinary feat, bordering on the surreal. Yet, before him stood Zhang Yishan, the demon subduer, whose Xianbing Finger seemed to transcend martial arts, embodying an essence reminiscent of a character from a fantastical novel. His eyes blazed with intensity, betraying no semblance of concealment regarding his inner thoughts. Cultivating the secret arts of martialism had become his next aspiration, and he resolved to pursue it with all his might. Otherwise, possessing a skill book would be a sheer waste. Despite numerous warnings, he still harbored a sense of misplaced optimism, believing he could navigate through the trials unscathed. Zhang Yishan regarded the remaining 70-odd martial masters of the 3rd blood layer and above with an icy demeanor. Demons, he asserted, never grant chances for leniency. I do not know how many of you will remain, but allow me to impart this lesson. Never entertain notions of luck. I can offer you 3 chances, however. When faced with demons and monsters, they will not extend their mercy. Upon hearing these words, Li Feihong's mind conjured the gruesome images of the slaughtered warriors within the sea of martial arts. Zhang Yishan spoke the truth. Demons do not offer opportunities for escape. Now, I declare the commencement of the demon subduing apprentice selection. As his voice resonated, a cohort of demon subduers clad in dark robes entered the hall, commencing the grim task of clearing the fallen and preparing the selection arena. The process began with the verification of bone age, followed by assessing cultivation and ultimately testing talent. This constituted the first hurdle for entry into the demon-subduing corps, the verification of physical form. Zhang Yishan recited the established protocol set forth by the Lord of the Demon Guardians. The second phase would assess wisdom, will, and strength. In this stage, Candidates would engage in combat with aberrant demon beasts within a cage, testing their intellect, resolve, and prowess. The rules were straightforward. Those who slay a demon beast would pass and be rewarded with 10 blood essence pills to aid in condensing their vitality. Those who endure the fight for a single incense stick without succumbing would also pass, yet receive no reward. Should one falter, they could call for help. But this would be deemed a forfeiture. The 76 candidates inhaled deeply, the weight of the moment palpable, yet none faltered in their resolve. Simultaneously, a demon subduer in a dark robe began distributing identification tokens. Bai Li Feihong received the wooden plaque numbered 18. The verification of bone age commenced. In truth, for those who had survived thus far, the outcome was unlikely to pose significant issues. An elder demon subduer, his hair graying, swiftly assessed the candidates with a few deft manipulations, concluding the examination. This remarkable technique broadened Bai Li Feihong's understanding. When it was his turn, he realized that what appeared to be mere casual handling required immense skill. A surge of energy penetrated his body, reaching his very bones. And the examiner swiftly arrived at a conclusion. Past. The second phase was even more straightforward, as it involved verifying cultivation by assessing vital energy. When it was Bai Li Feihong's turn, he approached the examiner. "Channel your vital energy and strength into our handshake," instructed the demon subduer, his beard flowing elegantly. Bai Li Feihong, with a watchful eye, refrained from exerting his full strength, instead channeling his vital energy through his hands as he gently shook hands with the opponent. The long-bearded demon subduer smiled without further inquiry and recorded Bai Li Feihong's cultivation level, a novice in the 5 blood tier of martial arts. Bai Li Feihong's pupils constricted slightly, and he squinted with a satisfied smile. He stood nearby for a moment, observing the candidates tested by the long-bearded demon subduer, each exerting every ounce of their strength to showcase their abilities. The examination of their physique continued, assessing their innate talents. Bai Li Feihong was curious about the nature of this talent test, a curiosity that resonated among the martial artists of Dongbin City. Talent, hidden within the human body, is akin to unearthing a treasure. The stronger the talent, the greater the potential for future martial cultivation. Zheng Yishan spoke up to clarify, his demeanor now restored to a warm countenance. If this group of martial artists were to become apprentices of the demon-subduing division, their futures would indeed be promising. He had received word that the demon-subduing headquarters would support Dongbin City, allocating training resources to foster more demon subduers and even guardians. He could not help but marvel at the formidable background of the Gongong family. The extraordinary talent stone, originating from the Western continent, was an alchemical stone crafted by a mysterious mage, capable of revealing one's potential and the enigmatic talents residing within their body. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. He had transitioned from a passionate youth to a middle-aged man. Nevertheless, those who cultivate martial arts enjoy a lifespan longer than that of ordinary individuals. Upon reaching the level of refining the spirit and comprehending the powers of soul and will, one's lifespan could surpass the limits, extending to 120 years. Of course, matters concerning longevity are profoundly intricate. Even a martial saint might not be able to command their own life. Bai Li Feihong was positioned 18th in line. The talent assessment took place within a temporary black tent erected by the demon-subduing division, making it difficult for outsiders to glimpse the talents being evaluated, shrouded in mystery. Some emerged from the tent dejected, while others exited with radiant smiles. Soon, it was Bai Li Feihong's turn. His heart was calm. He possessed talent, and that talent was diligence. Bai Li Feihong? I have met the esteemed one. I am Bai Li Feihong. He respectfully clasped his fist in greeting. Please, have a seat. The individual responsible for the talent assessment was a white-bearded demon subduer, adorned in a python robe with 3 fierce claws, signifying his rank as a second-class demon subduer. They sat opposite each other at a long rectangular table, upon which rested a black crystal ball, emanating an ethereal glow, as dark and profound as the cosmos, exuding an air of mystery. Is this not a crystal ball used for divination? Bai Li Feihong dared not inquire further. Focusing his mind, he placed both hands upon the crystal ball. As he held the crystal ball, he cleared his thoughts and circulated his vital energy, following the instructions of the white-bearded demon subduer. At that moment, the pitch-black crystal ball, akin to the universe in its nascent state, ignited with a beam of light. It burned like fire and flowed like water, transforming into a golden orb reminiscent of the sun. The convergence of water and fire indicated a moderate aptitude. Yet no extraordinary talent was revealed. The expressionless sorcerer of Whitebeard Town uttered, "All right, you may leave now." He began to inscribe. Bai Li Feihong, Possessing a dual affinity for water and fire, of moderate aptitude, lacking innate talent, with a bone age of 18, and classified as a martial artist of the 5th blood tier. A simple statement, yet it documented his profile. However, Bailey Feihong realized that perhaps, at the very moment the record was made, the trajectory of one's future within the Demon Suppression Division had already been determined. Moderate aptitude? Not too shabby, he mused. Exiting the black tent, he resumed his place in line. He observed many departing, perhaps deemed unsuitable due to their inadequate qualifications to meet the standards of the Demon Suppression Division. The sole consolation was that he was not among those who left. Only 48 remained. The Demon Suppression Division had never emphasized the importance of innate talent, yet it was prioritized during the selection process. The second phase commenced, the cage duel. The 48 were led down to the underground prison of the Demon Suppression Building. Indeed, it was a subterranean dungeon. In the center of this dungeon lay a vacant space, surrounded by massive stones stained with blood. More terrifyingly, on either side were prisons shrouded in darkness, through the iron bars. Not a single detail of the cells within could be discerned. Yet these martial artists understood that these were cells housing the monsters of the Demon Suppression Division. They felt a peculiar aura permeating the surroundings, an atmosphere thick with the essence of slaughter, indifference, brutality, bloodshed, malevolence, and a chilling coldness that rendered their senses utterly disoriented. Chapter 18. The cage fight in the open ground. A raised stage stood, surrounded by black iron pillars inscribed with ancient runes that radiated a peculiar glow, shimmering with an air of mystery. For the martial artists participating in this selection, the Demon Suppression Division was shrouded in enigma, offering a fresh experience. Yet, the pervasive sense of danger made it clear, neglecting the gravity of the situation could lead to death. In the eyes of the Demon Suppression Division, the deceased held no value. Death was final, unaccompanied by any special treatment due to one's status. They understood that demons would not concern themselves with one's background. Among these individuals, some would inevitably become their future comrades. They could not resist the decision of the commander to lower the standards for recruiting apprentices. Yet they would not select a liability to join their ranks as it pertained to their future collaborative endeavors. Number 1, Luo Jinglin, stepped into the beast fighting cage. Zheng Yishan squinted, observing the young man clutching the first token. The lad appeared somewhat pale, and his expression bore signs of anxiety. His talent was commendable. If he could unleash his potential within the cage, he might succeed. However, his willpower seemed feeble, as he displayed cowardice even before the match began. Taking a deep breath, Luo Jinglin felt his legs tremble. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the vigor coursing through his veins, restoring a measure of confidence as he entered the cage. The rules of the beast fight were straightforward. Rule 1. Slay the demon beast to earn 10 essence blood pills. Rule 2. Endure for the duration of an incense stick to become an apprentice of the Demon Suppression Division. Rule 3. Forfeiting within the stipulated time meant relinquishing the opportunity to become an apprentice. With these clear guidelines in mind, Luo Jinglin's grip on the hilt of his sword turned pale. Fortunately, he had remembered to bring his weapon. As he stepped into the center of the underground prison's arena, the cage door clanged shut behind him, sending a jolt of apprehension through his heart. The cage was adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns that emitted a unique glow. Crimson smoke began to rise, gradually enveloping the area, within which the outline of a massive beast emerged. A low growl resonated as the fog dissipated, revealing a giant wolf. Its body marred by numerous scars from blades. It was twice the size of an ordinary wolf, cloaked in a faint aura of bloodlust. Its eyes gleamed a menacing red. Its fangs were sharp, fixated on Luo Jinglin with a ravenous hunger, as if drawn to the scent of flesh and blood emanating from him. Luo Jinglin instinctively retreated to the edge of the cage as the demon wolf advanced with relentless determination. This creature, once a mere forest wolf, had undergone a sinister transformation due to the taint of demonic energy, rendering it no longer an ordinary beast, but rather a category of demon beast. Though relatively weak, it could pose a challenge to martial artists of the 4th blood tier, while those of the 3rd blood tier would have to rely on their performance in battle. Zheng Yishan smirked as he provided commentary. The demon wolf crouched low, its claws digging into the ground before it lunged at Luo Jinglin. Overwhelmed by the ferocity that he had never encountered before, Luo Jinglin felt his breath quicken. Nervously, he drew his sword and instinctively executed his family sword technique, eliciting a gasp from the audience. Zheng Yishan gazed in astonishment at Luo Jinglin, particularly at the sword he wielded. The demon wolf was known for its formidable defense and astonishing speed, rendering ordinary weaponry nearly incapable of inflicting wounds upon it. The scars that marred its body were left by martial artists of the 6th blood tier or above, Zhang Yishan elucidated. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the opening of the beast fighting cage. Is this permissible? It seemed that the demon wolf was vanquished solely by the sharpness of the sword. Without the blade in his hand, Luo Jinglin might not have emerged unscathed from the cage. Is this considered cheating? Those unarmed shouted in discontent. Fool! Someone muttered curses under their breath. Whether this counts will be determined by the demon subduing division. What are you all clamoring about? Joining the demon subduing division is an individual assessment, not a competition. Must you always be unable to tolerate the success of others? Luo Jinglin stared blankly, incredulously regarding the sword in his grasp. This sword was an unexpected gain for him, its edge capable of slicing through iron as though it were clay. He had not anticipated that with a single strike, he would cleave the demon wolf in two. The terrifying sharpness left him in awe. Simultaneously, he understood the adage that wealth should not be flaunted, with the divine sword unsheathed and exposed to the eyes of the demon subduing division. Would it be seized from him? Lord Guardian, this sword possesses peculiarities, Iron Wire remarked, a frown creasing his brow. This was his fortune, his capital. And a manifestation of his strength, stated Gonyang Yin with a hint of indifference. She did not regard the sword with much importance. Its brilliance emanated not from the blade itself, but from the spirit of the sword. The original owner was a master of the sword path, possessing a profound understanding of its principles. Luo Jinglin's acquisition of this sword signified his recognition by the sword's essence. His ability to wield the sword's spirit made him a promising candidate worthy of cultivation in the eyes of the demon-subduing division. Gonyang Yin had been observing the remaining 48 individuals, noting that those who could evade the talent crystal test possessed a unique power. Although these infiltrators could not escape her innate ocular technique, she had yet to discern the special force that concealed the demonic aura. A selection process had yielded unexpected rewards. A budding swordsman had emerged, and demons had presented themselves willingly. Her efforts had not been in vain. Grant the blood essence pill, Gonyang Yin declared. The martial artists were oblivious to her words, yet Zhang Yishan heard her clearly. With a wave of his hand, he announced that Luo Jinglin had passed the assessment. He was awarded the blood essence pill on the spot, alongside a clawless python robe and a token. Luo Jinglin officially joined the demon subduing division, instantly attracting the fervent gazes of others. In the subsequent cage battles, the martial artists exhibited heightened enthusiasm. Luo Jinglin's combat was remarkably straightforward, instilling confidence in many martial artists. Throughout 3 consecutive matches, no one chose to forfeit. All fell prey to the demon beasts. The gruesome scenes were enough to induce nausea. The remaining martial artists were grim expressions. The brutality was excessive. Before their very eyes, the demons devoured their peers, while those from the demon-subduing division refrained from intervening. It seemed that from the moment the rules were established, they would adhere strictly to them. The so-called compassion is utterly absent within them. As they coldly watched these young martial artists being devoured by the demonic beasts, Li Fei Hong closed his eyes, no longer observing the battle. In the arena of combat, there exist merely 3 rules. If one truly cannot pass the assessment and encounters danger, the immediate course of action is to forfeit. This is the way to preserve one's life. Yet, some harbor a sense of luck, leading to their demise. What is the purpose of this test of wisdom? Where does it manifest? In the subsequent matches, real and tangible battles ensued. Yet one individual suddenly erupted with an inexplicable combat prowess, slaying the demonic beast. Wisdom. Is deception also a form of wisdom? Is exaggerating one's actual combat strength another manifestation of wisdom? A smirk graced Li Fei Hong's lips. But is it merely a simple concealment of power? No. When Zhang Yishan articulated the rules, he discerned certain regulations that could be manipulated. In the arena, how are the demonic beasts arranged? If they are too formidable, exceptional apprentices cannot be selected, rendering the endeavor meaningless. Conversely, if they are too weak, it becomes a mere farce. Thus, during the assessment of strength, the capabilities of the opponents had already been determined. Fortunately, he had concealed a portion of his own strength. Furthermore, Li Fei Hong glanced at the Blood River Blade technique, proficient 2198-2000, within his body. The training of the Blood River Blade technique had refined the 5th pulse of Blood River Qi to its limits. He merely needed to ascertain the upgrade, and the 6th pulse of Qi would soon be born. 18. By Li Fei Hong. Chapter 19. A son must slay demons. Li Fei Hong strode forth, head held high and blood-soaked blade firmly gripped, towards the beast-fighting arena. The ground was strewn with remnants of carnage, drenched in blood, shattered bones, and mangled flesh. Upon stepping into the arena, he fully grasped the dire conditions the martial artists faced. The nauseating stench of blood was merely a minor discomfort. However, the malevolent gazes directed at him from all directions, an invisible mental oppression, made Bailey Feihong acutely aware of what it meant to be in a hellish battleground. The audience within the arena was not comprised of members of the Demon Suppression Division, nor were they the martial artists participating in this selection. Instead, the true spectators were the demons imprisoned within the dungeon. Under the watchful eyes of these wicked creatures, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the arena, one that was ineffable and enigmatic. Yet, Bailey Feihong could feel an influence on his will. Deep within his heart, a primal scream arose. Slay the demons. A single strike to determine the fate of all. Upon entering the Demon Suppression Division, he would bask in the privileges of an official and ascend to greatness. This notion resonated within the very depths of his subconscious, surfacing clearly in his mind. His goal was unmistakably defined and resolute. Has his background been thoroughly investigated? Gong Yin inquired suddenly, marking her first request for information regarding the candidates for the Demon Suppression Division. She recognized the individual before her, yet the specifics eluded her momentarily. For someone with her near-photographic memory, forgetting a face was indeed perplexing. Lord Guardian, Bailey Feihong, an orphan residing in the slums. According to intelligence from the constabulary, he is a dock worker whose home was destroyed and received compensation from our Demon Suppression Division. A month ago, he was studying martial arts at the Seahai Martial Arts School. Spoke the deputy guardian. Within a few short hours, they had gathered comprehensive information on those meeting the criteria. His progress in cultivation is swift, Gong Yin remarked casually. The connection between a dock worker and the Seahai Martial Arts School appeared tenuous at best, yet when combined, it painted Bailey Feihong as a suspect pursued by the constabulary. He could not evade suspicion in the death of Madame Zhang, wife of the shipping guild leader. Gong Yin found herself deeply intrigued by the 18-year-old youth before her. In her eyes, Bailey Feihong's past was clearly delineated. Yet, this very individual had managed to elevate his martial arts to the 5th tier of blood energy within a mere month. The accumulation of blood energy is inherently a gradual process, making such rapid advancement exceedingly rare. In fact, Bailey Feihong was the least likely person she had encountered to accomplish this feat. Do not disappoint me in the arena, Gong Yin thought, her gaze fixating on the blade Bailey Feihong held. Though it remained sheathed, its form suggested formidable lethality, well suited for the art of swordplay. As the red mist dispersed, the true form of the beast emerged, a white tiger, exuding a dark aura, its eyes glimmering like rubies, fixed intently upon Bailey Feihong. A resounding roar of the tiger ought to instill fear within the mountains and forests. Yet, the existence of this caged beast has rendered the once mighty Tiger King a mere captive, towering at a height of 10 feet and stretching 30 feet in length. The enormous tiger demon occupies a substantial portion of the arena. In its presence, Bailey Feihong appears as an inconspicuous tree stump. Unbeknownst to it, however, this martial artist feels no trepidation, but rather an exhilarating rush. The tome of skills has elevated the Blood River Blade technique to mastery. In an instant, without a single thought crossing his mind, he experiences a profound clarity. The mysteries of the Blood Sea Blade technique that had once eluded him are suddenly illuminated. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of blood energy courses through his body. With a thunderous roar, Bailey Feihong draws his blade, striking toward the white tiger demon with the ferocity of a tempest. The river of blood flows like a torrential current, its vitality radiating from the hilt to the entire Blood Sea blade. The contrasting black and white of the blade, now infused with blood energy, swirls around it. With a single strike, he unleashes the most formidable technique of the Blood River Blade. It is as though the vast river envelopes him, with the essence of blood transforming into an ocean, all under his command. His vitality, akin to rushing waters, envelopes him in a state of sanguine flames. The massive tiger demon lunges forward. Bailey Feihong concentrates the energy within his blade to its zenith, the Blood River Blade's might reaching its climax. In an instant, he swings his blade, and the force reverberates throughout the arena. His figure dances, leaving behind a multitude of deep gashes on the tiger demon's hide. The white tiger demon possesses the strength of a 5th-tier martial artist, yet it is swiftly incapacitated by Bailey Feihong's devastating strike. At this moment, it struggles merely to stand, its limbs injured, bloodied, and bones exposed. The first move of the Blood River Blade technique, the Blood River Slash, is executed as Bailey Feihong leaps high, the blade descending like a torrent. A faint sound is heard as the demon's head is severed cleanly from its body. There is no back-and-forth exchange. The attack is lethal from the outset. It is a matter of either life or death, swift and decisive, 2 moves determining fate. An excellent blade. Praised Zheng Yishan. This talent is promising. It must be nurtured well, nodded Gong Yongyan in satisfaction, glancing at the Tome of Skills. The vanquishing of the White Tiger Demon has granted him 2 skill points, and combined with those acquired from other slain beasts, Bai Li Feihong has amassed a total of 7 skill points. The beasts slain by other martial artists also contribute to the points in the tome. Understood, Lord Deputy Guardian, replied Tai Wuyo, whose gaze remained fixed on Bai Li Feihong. Although Bai Li Feihong's talent evaluation had not been particularly favorable, it did not deter Tai Wuyo from recognizing the young man's potential. His decisive strikes and adept techniques reveal a maturity that belies his years, reminiscent of a martial artist seasoned by years of practice. Especially notable is his ability to discern the intricate strategies within the confines of the Demon Suppression Division S arena. Achieving the rank of a 6th-tier martial artist in the heat of battle, he could easily sustain a martial arts school in the prosperous streets of Dongbin City. Bai Li Feihong emerged from the beast fighting cage, exhaling a sigh of relief as his overly tense muscles began to relax, leaving him somewhat fatigued. The physical exhaustion was but a minor concern. The true source of pressure lay in the malevolent creatures surrounding the dungeon. The invisible psychological strain compelled Bai Li Feihong to confront and slay the White Tiger Demon Beast. The terms demon and demon beast represent distinct concepts. Fortunately, this demon beast had yet to undergo a complete transformation, still bearing its animal form. It remained a beast king, altered by the essence of malevolence. Unable to escape its corporeal existence, Bai Li Feihong, here is your reward. 2 sets of attire for the Demon Suppression Division, along with your identity token. Guard it well. Without the token, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the Demon Suppression Tower. At last, a hint of a smile graced Bai Li Feihong's face as he grasped his belongings, finally becoming a member of the Demon Suppression Division. However, he did not depart the dungeon. Instead, he continued to observe. The number of skill points he could acquire depended on how many demon beasts the martial artists could vanquish. Chapter 20. Visitors from the sect. The battle continues. No one has departed. This caged struggle persisted for several hours. Only 32 newly selected members of the Demon Suppression Department emerged from the contest, with half opting to slay the demonic beasts. The death toll reached 7. Subsequently, many martial artists chose to forfeit, thereby preserving their lives. In the vastness of heaven and earth, life is of utmost importance. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, there will be an assembly at the Demon Suppression Tower, where a demon suppressor will instruct you on the rules of the department for a duration of half a month. Zheng Yishan announced the conclusion of the selection. After leaving the Demon Suppression Tower, Bai Li Feihong suddenly remembered that his 6th senior brother, Zhang Qianshan, had not participated in the selection for the Demon Suppression Department. The remaining brothers from the 4 Seas Martial Arts School were too old to take part. My lord, the information regarding the selected apprentices of the Demon Suppression Department is here. Zheng Yishan respectfully handed the booklet to Gong Yongyan. The 32 apprentices fall significantly short of the 100 needed for my team. Zhang Demon Suppressor, continue recruiting newcomers. There should be no restrictions to Dongbin City. As long as they are citizens of Yuan, we can warmly invite them to participate in the selection for the Demon Suppression Department in Dongbin City. Gong Yongyan took the booklet and turned to leave. This tome contained the most detailed records of the 32 Demon Suppression apprentices. The contents within were such that even Zheng Yishan had not perused them. Some information regarding the apprentices' unique abilities and talents had not been disclosed by the demon suppressors who conducted the tests. Even the apprentices themselves remained oblivious. This roster, held by the demon suppressor, represented the ability to mobilize various resources for their cultivation based on the apprentices' circumstances. In the future, as this group matures, they will become a core force at Gong Yongyan's disposal. Moreover, given the matter of the demons lurking within the Demon Suppression Department, the fewer who know, the better it is for her. She understood well what her mission in Dongbin City entailed. Should she fail, the Gonyang family would bear immense losses and face retribution from the royal family. One must never underestimate the power of the Yuan royal family. Essence Blood Pill. This small vial of Essence Blood Pill is sufficient for him to cultivate 9 strands of blood energy, elevating him to the pinnacle of martial masters. I shall conserve my skill points, accumulating them until I encounter the true secret techniques of martial arts before utilizing them. With the Essence Blood Pill, my training will accelerate significantly, sparing me the need to consume vast quantities of prime meat to acquire the energy required for life. Glancing at the Blood River Sword technique, Mastery, 198,8000. A staggering 8,000 experience points. Presently, Bai Li Feihong gains an average of 10 experience points for each practice of the Blood River Sword technique. To reach proficiency, he would need to practice 800 times. And even then, he must supplement his energy along the way. Were it not for the funds left by the white-clad ghost, Ji Shaoqian, even with the skill book, Bai Li Feihong would be hard-pressed to keep up with the resources. Practicing martial arts would only lead to his demise by starvation. He swallowed an essence blood pill. A tremendous surge of essence blood energy radiated from his abdomen, coursing through his limbs and invigorating his entire being, imbuing Bai Li Feihong with explosive power. With the elixir, even while practicing the 4 C's fist technique, he could refine his blood energy. The efficacy of mere transformation into blood energy pales in comparison to the Blood River Blade technique. Bai Li Feihong unsheathed the Blood Sea longsword and commenced his practice of the Blood River Blade technique. Experience points, 1,000. With a single session of cultivation, the 6th layer of blood energy within him burgeoned from its nascent stage to the intermediate phase. Bai Li Feihong continued to refine the Blood River Blade technique, repeating the process time and again, diligently practicing it 10 times. Experience points, 1,000. Experience points, 1,000. After 10 cycles of refinement, the 6th layer of blood energy within him reached its zenith. Level up, without a moment's hesitation. Blood River Sword technique. Mastery, 2,198 32,000. He sensed that the 7th strand of blood energy was more refined than the 6th. Is this the boon of martial resources? The elixirs accelerate cultivation far more than my experience points can. Yet, experience points have the advantage of surmounting obstacles to advancement. Other martial artists must seek the profound subtleties of martial arts to comprehend the 7th layer of blood energy. However, Bai Li Feihong, equipped with the skill book, was spared from this arduous path. After practicing the Blood River Blade technique 8,000 times, the insights materialized vividly in his mind, elevating his understanding of the technique to an extraordinary pinnacle. Simultaneously, he became adept at the intricate manipulation of blood energy. Should another cage duel arise, he would cleave the white tiger demon beast in a single stroke. Commanding such power remains inconsequential in the presence of true practitioners of martial secrets. It appears that the genuine pinnacle of martial might in this world exceeds my expectations. However, upon reflection, it is not surprising. A guardian capable of suppressing an entire city can contend with a formidable army, unafraid of firearms. Such a fearsome presence, when stationed in Dongbin City, is of strategic significance. As the night deepened, Bai Li Feihong refrained from further training. Concealing the blood essence pill securely, he succumbed to slumber. Why did Gong Yang come to serve as the guardian of Dongbin City? A figure traversed the air, adorned in a feathered fan and a silk cap. Draped in flowing white garments, exuding an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a celestial being rather than an ordinary mortal. This exceptional young man was beyond mere description. With Gong Yang's prodigious talent, serving as the captain of a small guardian squad in the demon suppression headquarters was more than adequate. Dongbin City, undeniably a bustling hub of overseas trade, is ill-suited for the personnel of the demon suppression division. Only in the borderlands, where demons and monstrous beings abound, can one achieve merit and acquire resources from the Demon Suppression Division, or even the Imperial family, paving the way towards the path of the martial saint. Wielding a white mountain and water fan, the young man's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Yet, he was acutely aware of his mission. The Gongyang family, as a martial saint lineage, had willingly devolved into the court's lackeys. This posed a significant threat to their sect. Gong Yang was dispatched to Dongbin City, and the hidden truth behind this must be unearthed. The Demon Suppression Headquarters, granting him the authority to recruit 100 members for the Demon Suppression Division, spoke volumes. In the border regions, particularly in areas plagued by demonic incursions, such a substantial allocation had never been sanctioned. The establishment of the Demon Suppression Department signifies a substantial investment of resources behind it. In recruiting apprentices for the department, Gongyang Yin has indeed afforded me an opportunity. There exists a conflict of interest between the sect and the imperial court, leading to the sect's decline over several centuries. Many sects have even proclaimed a retreat into seclusion, distancing themselves from the mundane world, becoming mere legends. Amidst the turbulence of the great Yuan, my master has dispatched me to traverse the world in search of opportunities to weaken the imperial family, and should the chance arise, to support the Dragon Court in replacing the great Yuan's 8th century dominion. Jiang Donglu murmured softly, opening his martial arts celestial eye to survey Dongbin City. He beheld a glint of blade light stirring the heavens, a warning to all. Any sign of unrest could potentially trigger the descent of that blade. Has Guangyang Yin truly advanced to this stage in martial arts? He appears to be a formidable adversary. Jiang Donglio's golden, glazed eyes scanned Dongbin City, his brow furrowing slightly. Remarkably, no malevolent beings had emerged from Dongbin City. Impossible. Wherever there are people, desires persist, and malevolent entities can never be entirely eradicated. There is something uncanny about this place. Suddenly, Jiang Donglu perceived something. An endless abyss seemed to tug at his very soul, threatening to consume him. The treasured sword at his waist emitted a clear, resonant sound, rousing him from his stupor. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. This place is indeed peculiar. A mystery that eludes comprehension. Chapter 21. The Blood Yuan Technique very well. In the grip of fear. Jiang Donglu immediately recognized that this might indeed be the reason his master had dispatched him to this place. Supporting the new Dragon Court was no simple task. Had it not been for the alliance of the Supreme Taoist sect and various other sects intervening in the affairs of the mortal realm, the illustrious Guliang clan would never have ascended to the imperial throne. If the Guliang did not become emperors, how could there be tales of horses trampling the rivers and lakes? Such occurrences have never been seen throughout history. The divide between the imperial court and the martial world has always been clear-cut, since the rise of the Guliang dynasty. The Yuan dynasty's horses have trampled over the age-old customs. The abyss is like a prison, and I am unaware of the strange phenomena that exist within. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. The demons and anomalies hunting in the mortal realm seek only the essence of blood and soul. I shall witness just how deep this abyss truly is, whether the sea of blood can fill you to the brim. Jiang Donglu let out a low, rumbling laugh. His ancestors were the renowned founders of a martial arts sect. The Yuan dynasty's horses trampled the martial world, razing mountains and temples, and annihilating the majority of his ancestral line. The blood feud of his family seeped deep into the veins of the Jiang clan. Destined to be at odds with the Yuan dynasty until the end of time, he bore no grudge against the Guangyang family. However, differing positions would inevitably make him an adversary of Guangyang Yin. It was truly a pity. He had heard that Guangyang Yin was a great beauty, and the Guliang royal family intended to form a marital alliance with the Guangyang clan. For now, he would select a demon suppression apprentice to serve as his eyes and ears in Dongbin City. If the opportunity arises, he must meet Guangyang Yin. Jiang Donglu swiftly fixed his gaze on a particular demon suppression apprentice, Luo Jinglin. The sword he wielded was from Jiang Donglio's own sect. In the demon suppression tower, the grand hall was now filled with 32 demon suppression apprentices, poised and ready. A young man, handsome with a jade-like visage, stood before them, clad in a dark robe adorned with a three-clawed python dragon, exuding an air of brilliance. His eyes, sharp as swords, swept across each youthful face, emanating immense pressure. I am Ding Bo, a secondary demon suppression officer of Dongbin City. Over the next fortnight, I will instruct you in the regulations of the Demon Suppression Bureau and the perilous world we face. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Ding Bo's presence loomed over the group. The 32 apprentices stood tall, not daring to move, fearful of inciting the ire of their youthful instructor. First, let me introduce the internal hierarchy of the Demon Suppression Bureau. The apprentices are not true members of the Bureau. Only by becoming a Demon Suppression Officer can one be considered a genuine part of our organization. Demon Suppression Officers are divided into 4 ranks, A, B, C, and D, with rank A being the highest and rank D the lowest. Above the officers are the Guardians, who hold 2 distinctions, one of title and the other of status. The title of Guardian is divided into the Chief Guardian and the Deputy Guardians. As for the status among Guardians, they are classified by the elements, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, with Heaven being the highest and Yellow the lowest. Above the Guardians are the Commanders, and above the Commanders stands the Supreme Commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau. After detailing the structure of the Demon Suppression Bureau, Ding Bo proceeded to elaborate on the martial arts hierarchy. The process of refining blood, bones, marrow, organs, orifices, and spirit is collectively referred to as the 6 refinements. The true essence of cultivation begins with the refinement of blood through the application of genuine fire. As stated by Ding Bo with a hint of indifference. Refine? What does that mean? Bai Li Fei Hong furrowed his brow, concealing the multitude of questions swirling within him. His exposure to martial knowledge was limited. He relied on skill books and repetitive practice to enhance his abilities. This method provided him with an advantage. Yet his understanding of martial arts was nearly non-existent. What are the 6 refinements? to refine essence into blood, to condense energy within the blood, strand by strand, until the entirety of one's blood undergoes transformation. The 6 refinements commence with blood, which pervades every inch of the body, serving as the source of power that propels the cultivation of bones, marrow, organs, orifices, and spirit. The 9 blood martial arts practiced by many merely imitate the essence of blood refinement, representing a crude form of cultivation. Ding Bo's eyes sparkled with insight. Countless individuals strive to transform their mundane bones into extraordinary ones, yet it is the blood that constitutes the very foundation of the physical body. There exists a profound misunderstanding between the practice of blood energy and blood refinement. Therefore, to cultivate the blood origin technique, one must first cultivate 9 strands of blood energy. Merge this energy into the blood, condense the essence, and permeate it into the bones to achieve true bone refinement. This process must be repeated until the blood resembles liquid mercury, followed by refining essence into energy, allowing the energy to infiltrate the bones, marrow, organs, orifices, ultimately leading to the final step, refining energy into spirit. Those deficient in essence find it exceedingly challenging to embark on bone refinement. Ding Bo succinctly articulated these concepts, seemingly indifferent to whether the demon suppression apprentices comprehended his words. It was Lord Gongyang, Yen who assigned him the task of instructing these apprentices, and their ability to learn was not his concern. Li Fei Hong listened attentively, albeit with some confusion, understanding that becoming a 9 blood martial artist did not equate to bone refinement. Regrettably, the young demon suppressor before him did not elaborate further, providing merely a cursory overview that left the apprentices feeling frustrated yet hesitant to voice their discontent lest they offend Ding Bo. From a distance, Zheng Yishan observed with a faint smile. Ding Bo harbored resentment, as the demon suppression commander had entrusted him with 32 apprentices, a consequence of his previous actions against the nobility of the Faradi Empire. To refine the mortal body and condense the primordial fetus, Zheng Yishan sighed, reflecting on his inability to grasp the intricacies of spirit refinement, which had eluded him for many years. The Demon Suppression Division had developed a method that facilitated rapid cultivation through the refinement of bones, marrow, organs, and orifices. The only drawback lay in the need to concoct a substantial quantity of corresponding elixirs at each stage: bone refining pills, marrow cleansing pills, 5 elements organs pills, and the fixed star pills for orifice refinement. However, the spirit refinement pill remained a scarce resource even within the Demon Suppression Division, available only to those with significant merit. Given Zheng Yishan's capabilities, acquiring the spirit refinement pill proved exceedingly difficult. Blood origin technique, the re-establishment of blood energy. This was Ding Bo's foremost teaching for them. Li Fei Hong entered the Demon Suppression Division without hesitation, motivated by the desire to master even greater powers. With his mastery of the 7th layer of blood, the martial artist cultivates the blood origin technique, which may initially deplete his blood energy but ultimately bestows upon him a more refined blood refining methodology. The blood origin technique. Uninitiated, 0-200. Li Fei Hong furrowed his brow, but soon found solace in understanding its nature. Unlike other martial arts, the blood origin technique embodies a true methodology. The higher the technique, the more efficient the conversion of energy into blood essence. Without external energy, even if one were to cultivate the blood origin technique to its zenith, the growth of blood energy would be excruciatingly slow. One represents the practice of martial arts, where strength escalates alongside the enhancement of technique. The other signifies the refinement of energy into essence. The cultivation of the blood origin technique is relatively straightforward. By following the teachings of Ding Bo, one must operate the technique to transform blood energy into blood essence, seamlessly integrating it into the blood and, through refinement, converting it into vital blood. This is a monumental undertaking. If the blood origin technique were merely a method of refining essence into energy, it would not have earned the recognition of the Demon Suppression Division for shaping its current status. The most exquisite aspect of this technique lies in its ability to undergo secondary, tertiary, and even multiple refinements of vital blood once cultivated to its pinnacle. Beyond the apex of the blood origin technique, there exist the realms of 9 refinements of blood essence, 18 refinements, 36 refinements, and 72 refinements. There once existed an anomaly within the Demon Suppression Division, solely focusing on the refinement of blood, achieving 9 refinements in a day of divine insight. Through the processes of bone refinement, marrow refinement, organ refinement, aperture refinement, and spirit refinement, the body naturally attained mastery during the blood refining journey. This guardian of blood, with vital blood as radiant as the sun, emanated blood energy that soared like a blazing sun, capable of reducing demons and monsters within 100 miles to mere ashes with his release of blood energy. A being of formidable prowess, reaching the level of martial sage, possesses blood energy so vigorous that it eclipses even the 72 refinements of blood essence. This is the divine power of martial arts, a conduit that resonates with the cosmos. The early stages of the blood origin technique are easy to navigate, yet the latter stages present immense challenges. However, this methodology demonstrates remarkable compatibility, embodying the essence of inclusivity and limitless potential for growth. Many esteemed elders within the Demon Suppression Division have crafted their martial secrets based on the foundations of the blood origin technique, which has come to embody a universal principle of myriad loss. Chapter 22. The unyielding spirit of the great Yuan against foreign demons. Bailey Feihong was engrossed in comprehending the blood origin technique, refraining from hastily converting the blood energy within him into blood essence. Although this method was indeed commendable, its immediate application would result in a decline in his overall prowess. Moreover, utilizing skill points at this level would be an extravagant waste. Relying solely on the enhancement of practical experience was sufficient for Bailey Feihong to maintain an edge over his fellow demon-slaying apprentices in their training. With a solid foundation in the 4C's fist and blood river blade techniques, the experience gained from studying the blood origin technique was accumulating swiftly. Aside from his study of the blood origin technique, Bailey Feihong dedicated the remainder of his time to acquiring new knowledge within the Demon Suppression Division and refining his skills in the blood river blade technique. In addition to consuming a blood essence pill, he practiced the blood river blade technique 10 times daily. The experience points gained varied greatly, ranging from 10 to 100, largely influenced by his concentration during practice. Ding Bo, despite his youth, was an exceptionally formidable demon slayer with remarkable strength and knowledge. Under his guidance, the 32 demon-slaying apprentices were rapidly evolving. The only source of frustration was the confinement to the Demon Suppression Building, where they were restricted to studying without the liberty to wander or converse loudly. Aside from absorbing the knowledge from the Division's texts, their sole activity was mealtime. Among the 32, 2/3 were scions of noble families, struggling to endure the oppressive atmosphere. Violating the rules would result in Ding Bo's rigorous training sessions, which left them nearly battered. Ding Bo's impassive gaze fell upon the 32 seated apprentices in the classroom. "Very well," he remarked. "Though half a month has passed without transforming you into competent demon slayers, you have developed a clear understanding of the Demon Suppression Division's existence. The time has come to embrace your duties. Within the division, numerous tasks await, particularly in dealing with the aberrant beasts that roam the wilderness. Each demon slayer bears their own responsibilities, and the arduous task of exterminating these creatures will fall to you." A slight smirk graced Ding Bo's lips as he coldly declared, "The Demon Suppression Division is not an institution that reigns supreme over humanity. Its harsh realities will soon unfold before you. However, to envision a future, you must first survive. Slay the beasts that have succumbed to corruption. These creatures, tainted by unclean forces, have undergone a metamorphosis into aberrant beasts. Should they remain unchecked, they will inevitably evolve into terrifying demons." In the outskirts of Dongbin City lies the Yuan village, a region frequently besieged by strange and malevolent demons. Ironically, the interior of Dongbin City is relatively safe. Upon hearing this, the 32 demon-slaying apprentices felt a surge of excitement. Any task undertaken would yield merit, which could be exchanged for training resources from the Demon Suppression Division, techniques, elixirs, divine weapons, and even mentorship from esteemed masters. Bailey Feihong shared in their enthusiasm, for slaying these aberrant beasts signified the potential to acquire greater skill points. Moreover, he discovered that the skill points he acquired from slaying the demon beasts surpassed those earned by others in their conquests. For instance, vanquishing the white tiger demon beast granted him 2 skill points, while during the cage battles, others received merely 1 point for their kills. At that moment, he had accumulated a total of 14 skill points, 2 of which he obtained from slaying the white tiger, with the remaining 10 acquired by leveraging others' efforts. As a testament to your impending departure, Lord Jing Yishan has meticulously selected tasks for you. Subsequently, you will receive a letter detailing the missions you are to undertake. Guard it closely. Should your task be compromised, it will delay your departure, forcing you to remain in the academy, immersed in solitary study until you complete the departure assessment and become a genuine apprentice of the Demon Suppression Division. Furthermore, apprentices of the division receive remuneration, such as an annual allocation of blood essence pills and a specified salary. Failure to depart means forfeiting these benefits. Dingbo succinctly articulated this information, seemingly delivering a final lecture. Li Feihong swiftly tucked the envelope into his vest and hurriedly exited the demon suppression building. Upon returning home, he opened the letter to reveal the task outlined within. It instructed him to journey to Huangxian village in Fairtown, Dongbin City, where, according to reports from the patrolling agency, a hunter had fallen victim to a demon beast attack in the mountainous wilderness. The task reward was a Class D merit once and 20 taels of Great Yuan silver notes. The merit system ranged from Grade D to Grade A, with Grade D being the lowest and Grade A the highest. It was rumored that even higher royal merits existed. One Class D merit could be exchanged for a blood essence pill, while 10 Class D merits could be traded for the secret techniques of bone refining martial arts, or converted into a single Class C merit. Li Feihong contemplated this in silence. The specifics of the demon beast remained undisclosed in the task information, indicating that he would need to investigate and track down the beast himself to eliminate it. Given that this was a departure assessment, the rewards were considerably more generous than usual. As a newcomer to the Demon Suppression Division, he was determined not to falter in his first assigned task. Although the fixed salary of the division was modest, the task rewards were substantial, with variability based on the danger level of each mission, sometimes yielding rare resources. For Li Feihong, the immediate priority was to accumulate merit. The prospect of exchanging for the bone refining techniques loomed large. He had 8 blood essence pills remaining and 14 skill points, poised to ascend to the 9th level martial artist at any moment. Yet he hesitated. Once integrated into the Demon Suppression Division, how would his colleagues regard him? Would the garrison commander perceive him as a threat to be dealt with? Li Feihong needed to elevate his cultivation judiciously, for the pinnacle of achievement was within reach. The opportunity to exchange for the bone refining techniques remained elusive, unless he chose the path of the blood general of the guard, breaking through the realms with blood refinement. Li Feihong had learned of this blood general, who was none other than the heir of the prince of Southern Town. The family possesses abundant resources, enabling him to cultivate his physique to such an extraordinary level. Li Feihong has never ridden a horse, yet he has mastered the 3 fundamental techniques of the Sea-High Fist to perfection. Riding a horse comes effortlessly to him, sitting upon its back as steadily as Mount Tai, swaying in harmony with the animal's movements. In a mere half hour, he traverses 30 li along the official road to reach the town of Pinggu. Is this truly Pinggu town? Li Feihong gazes curiously at the settlement. The most prevalent signs adorning the street-facing establishments proclaim casino. This place is exceptionally vibrant. Within Dongbin City, gambling houses are a rarity. However, Pinggu town is a favored destination for external visitors, particularly the seafarers. In addition to the casinos, brothels are ubiquitous. A peculiar fragrance wafts from a smoking den. Patrons stumble out, their minds not clouded by inebriation, yet their thoughts and actions are obscured and unclear. Li Feihong grips the hilt of his dagger tightly, his knuckles whitening, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. Indeed, it is the very type of smoking den he had envisioned in his previous life. The nation's fragmentation and a century of humiliation began in such a seemingly innocuous place. If memory serves correctly, the Great Yuan had strictly prohibited the use of opium. Opium, also known as fulugao or blessing and longevity paste, renders men devoid of ambition and women devoid of virtue, transforming 3 parts of humanity into 7 parts of ghastliness. Once addicted, the cravings sap one's vitality, leaving limbs weak and tears flowing, as if ants were burrowing into bone, and 1,000 arrows pierce the heart. The foreign devils harbor an unyielding desire to annihilate our Great Yuan. When I wield my blade, I shall ensure that your heads roll. No one understands the perilous nature of this substance better than Li Feihong. Its malignancy runs deeper than that of any demon. Chapter 23. Allure of Self. Young Master. We must depart. Our funds have run dry. With a forceful slap, he struck the servant's face, his frail body barely holding up. The youth, pale and emaciated, bellowed in despair, veins protruding, breath coming in gasps. His energy was nearly depleted from the exertion of shouting and striking. No money, no money, no money. The servant, tears brimming, could only murmur a single phrase. The vast estate left by the master had been squandered by the young master in the opium den. The gaunt youth's eyes glazed over, truly shaken to the core. Yet, in the next moment, a stream of mucus flowed from his nose. His body felt as though it were being invaded by ants, an unbearable discomfort. I need smoke. His eyes, glowing with a sinister light, fixed upon the servant. The sobbing servant froze, mouth agape, pale and trembling, yet no words escaped him. Gritting his teeth, he turned to flee. The young master intended to sell himself. Bai Li Fei Hong observed the scene before him, feeling a pang of empathy, yet he could not intervene. The Demon Suppression Division possessed authority only over demons and strange creatures. During official matters, he could not recklessly interfere. He inquired of passers-by along the street and located the constabulary. The constabulary was a newly established organization responsible for maintaining public order and enforcing the law. This is the constabulary. If you wish to file a report, you must pay a fee first. The young constable, with legs propped on the desk and reclining in his chair, had his hat pulled down over his eyes, leisurely shaking his legs. Bai Li Fei Hong's expression darkened, but he refrained from voicing his discontent. The Demon Suppression Division required the assistance of the constabulary to execute their mission. With a cold tone, Bai Li Fei Hong stated, "Take me to Huangxian village." The young constable, Luo Yaoyang, snapped to attention, having encountered the esteemed members of the Demon Suppression Division before. "If there is anything I can assist you with, my lord, please command me." Bai Li Fei Hong produced his insignia. "Take me to Huangxian village." "Yes, my lord." However, Luo Yaoyang soon displayed a troubled expression. "No need. Just guide me to Huangxian village, and the rest is not your concern. The constabulary of Ping Fairtown should not meddle in matters they do not understand." Being unfamiliar with the area necessitated caution. "Very well, my lord," Luo Yaoyang acquiesced. Though inwardly he grumbled, Huangxian village is currently a perilous place. Leading me there is akin to jumping into a fire pit. Though unwilling, he dared not defy the orders of the Demon Suppression Division. These individuals were madmen. Why would one not choose to live well? Why seek to enter the Demon Suppression Division? If one were to be slain by a demon, there would be no time for regret. Bai Li Fei Hong remained oblivious to the young constable's mindset. Even if he were aware, he would utter no words of reassurance. He left the steed of the Demon Suppression Division at the constabulary, entrusting the stableman with its care. Luo Yaoyang summoned a carriage, personally driving it to escort this esteemed individual to Huangxian village. The rugged mountain paths were fraught with difficulty, and the jolting carriage halted in a desolate village. "My lord Bai, most of the able-bodied individuals in Huangxian village have left for work in the city, leaving behind the women, children, and the elderly to tend to the crops. Since the emergence of this monstrous beast, the surviving inhabitants of Huangxian village have fled to the city with their families to escape the calamity." Observing the unusual expression on the face of the esteemed Lord Bai Li Fei Hong from the Demon Suppression Division, Luo Yaoyang promptly elucidated. "How many lives have been claimed by the beast's lethal claws?" Bai Li Fei Hong inquired in a grave tone. "My lord, the casualties have already been reported to the Demon Suppression Division," Luo Yaoyang replied cautiously, refraining from providing specific numbers as he was unaware of how many fatalities had been reported by the captain. Should the Demon Suppression Division discover any concealment of the death toll, the captain would undoubtedly face repercussions. Luo Yaoyang articulated his thoughts with great tact. Bai Li Fei Hong chose not to press further. Hesitant, Luo Yaoyang finally summoned his courage and said, "My lord, should there be any issues, please seek me out at the constabulary." Bai Li Fei Hong waved his hand dismissively. The presence of this junior constable only hampered him, as he had to divert his attention to ensure Luo Yaoyang's safety. "Take care, Lord Bailey," he urged as he hastily departed Huangxian village in his horse-drawn carriage. Bai Li Fei Hong could only shake his head in resignation. People shunned the place like a venomous snake. The common folk harbored an innate fear of demons. Even though Bai Li Fei Hong had ascended to the rank of a 7th blood-tier martial artist, he too felt trepidation towards these malevolent creatures. Confronted with the unknown and insidious darkness, one's fate was beyond their control. With his blood-sea long blade in hand, he stepped into the village, strewn with fallen leaves. The once vibrant village now lay desolate, devoid of any semblance of life. Decay, antiquity, emptiness, and solitude. Scattered remnants of shattered bones littered the ground, with jagged edges bearing clear signs of gnawing. Human bones are robust, yet the broken fragments indicated that even the sturdiest could not withstand the sharpness of this beast's fangs. The number of villagers consumed by the beast far exceeded the figures reported by the constabulary of Qinggong town. Moreover, the toll taken on the people of Huangxian village would surpass his wildest imagination. Each soul devoured by the beast only served to amplify its demonic essence. Should it consume the entirety of the village, it would likely necessitate the intervention of a Tier D demon suppressor. The absence of demonic mist surrounding Huangxian village indicated that this beast still belonged to the realm of mere beasts and had not yet fully transformed into a true demon. It was still manageable. As Bailey Feihong traversed from one end of the village to the other, he noted that Huangxian village was not insignificant, comprising approximately 132 households, with the population ranging between 600 to 700 souls. In the context of Qinggong town, it was considered a substantial village. However, not in Huangxian village. Bailey Feihong remained unperturbed. Instead, he settled down to boil water and prepare a meal. The villagers may have departed, but the village remained. He unearthed some rice, homemade cured meat, and a jar of wine, cooking a meal for himself to relish. He carried blood essence pills with him, capable of replenishing his vitality. Moving the table outdoors, he savored his meal while gazing at the evening's resplendent hues. According to Ding Bo's teachings, monstrous beasts were relatively easy for the Demon Suppression Division to handle, even more so than ordinary wild animals. While typical beasts feared humans, these demons not only lacked fear but harbored a unique, insatiable greed for them. The desire of wild beasts, once tainted by demonic energy, expanded to boundless proportions. Sitting along the village path, Bailey Feihong indulged in his delightful feast. It is utterly inconspicuous that he is here on a mission to eradicate the demon beasts. Rather, he appears to be leisurely vacationing in this picturesque village. Ding Bo once advised that in the wilderness, one must exercise caution and remain vigilant against the ambushes of demon beasts. These creatures possess an acute sense of smell, capable of detecting human presence from a considerable distance. In the midst of a crowd, they tend to avoid confrontation, yet when alone in the wild, one becomes an easy target for their predatory instincts, a remnant of their primal nature. What constitutes human presence? It is the act of cooking, dining, or simply being solitary. Bailey Feihong, using himself as bait, aims to lure out the demon beast. He strives to suppress the aura of bloodlust cultivated through the practice of the 4C's fist technique. Only the essence of the 4C's fist can be subdued. The blood essence derived from the blood river blade technique has yet to reach such mastery. Achieving the pinnacle of a martial art signifies an intimate understanding and absolute command over its nuances. Bailey Feihong eats at a leisurely pace. As night falls, he lights a candle and continues his meal. In the stillness of the village, he sits alone, immersed in his dining, the flickering candle casting an eerie glow. Such an uncanny atmosphere, if witnessed by others, might lead them to believe they had encountered a ghost. Chapter 24. The blade strikes the mountain demon. The personnel from the Demon Suppression Division have arrived. Qian Yuduo squinted his eyes and continued to inquire. The figures clad in dark robes are indeed from the Demon Suppression Division, but the dark robes come in varying ranks. How many claws does the robe of the visitor possess? How many claws? Luo Yaoyang pondered for a moment before recalling. None. None. Qian Yuduo thought of the mountain demon and couldn't help but shudder. The legend of the mountain demon has existed for ages. Huangxian village, nestled against the mountains, once thrived due to its proximity to the mountains. However, the presence of the mountain demon has compelled the villagers of Huangxian to venture into Dongbin City in search of work. This generation of mountain demons has evolved into malevolent beasts, not only hunting those who ascend the mountains, but also descending to assault Huangxian village. In a matter of days, over 50 villagers perished. To survive, the villagers had no choice but to abandon Huangxian. This exodus has directly confronted the mountain demon with Gongping Town. Gongping Town cannot afford any missteps. Should the mountain demon indeed descend and infiltrate Gongping Town, the flourishing situation would be thrown into disarray. Therefore, Qian Yuduo felt compelled to seek the intervention of the Demon Suppression Division. Yet, what arrived was merely a newly recruited apprentice, bloodless and tearless. Once the apprentice meets their demise, a seasoned demon suppressor will undoubtedly come to deal with the mountain demon. Better dead than alive, for death would resolve the confrontation between Gongping Town and the mountain demon. Qian Yuduo mused inwardly, though he dared not voice such thoughts. After all, the Demon Suppression Division stands as a formidable force among the denizens of the great Yuan Empire. The power wielded by the town protector surpasses even that of a provincial governor. To offend the Demon Suppression Division would render the substantial sum he expended to acquire his position as captain nothing but wasted effort. It is worth noting that he holds the title of captain of the patrol in Gongping Town. Were he merely the captain of a small town, he would be an inconspicuous figure. The crux lies in the fact that the gambling houses, brothels, and opium dens of Gongping Town rake in gold by the day. According to the regulations of Gongping Town, all profits are subject to a 2% allocation to the patrol. As captain, Qian Yuduo claims half of that share. One could assert that apart from the town mayor, he is the most prosperous individual in Gomping town. Captain, the young master of the Fu family has caused a stir at the opium den. Mr. Du from the opium den has asked me to inform you that the young master's resources have been completely drained. What young master of the Fu family? His father has passed away. The Fu family is no more. Yes. Furthermore, his servant has fled as well. It is said that Fu Junying intended to sell the servant for money to indulge in smoking. Luo Yaoyong murmured. Qian Yuduo revealed a sinister grin. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Regardless of his status, the old Master Fu was a significant figure in Gomping town. Yet his son has fallen to such depths due to opium. Opium is a perilous vice, yet it also depends on who wields it. Simultaneously, he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze sharp as an eagle, scrutinizing each patrol officer. I warn you all, whether you choose to gamble or revel in brothels, it is all in the name of entertainment. Indulge as you please. However, should I discover any of you succumbing to opium, I will not hesitate to break your legs, bind you, and confine you in a cell. If you can quit, that is for the best. If not, you shall rot in prison. Qian Yuduo issued a stern warning. Having profited from the opium trade, he was acutely aware of its pernicious effects. Not a benevolent soul, Qian Yuduo harbored no qualms about the sacrifices of the patrolling officers. Yet, once ensnared by opium, one inevitably becomes a pawn in another's game, susceptible to betrayal. Captain, we are well aware of the dangers posed by this cursed substance. He continued, understanding well that summoning spirits is far easier than sending them away. Should the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division succumb to greed, losing their positions would be the least of their worries. Far graver would be the threat of malice, leading to a fatal blow that could allow another to seize control of Fairness Town. Rest assured, my lord, though this gentleman may appear cold, I perceive a softness in his heart, Luo Yaoyong declared with evident pride. Having spent considerable time in Fairness Town, he had mastered the art of conversing with both men and demons alike, honing his skill in understanding human nature. Suddenly, a chill ran down by Li Feihong's spine, a sense of impending danger enveloping him. The demon beast had finally been drawn in. Unbeknownst to him, this creature was formidable. He swiftly turned his head, only to behold a colossal, humanoid shadow deftly maneuvering atop the rooftops of the village. Its movements were so agile that Bai Li Feihong struggled to keep pace with his gaze. Instantly, his expression turned grave. A mountain demon. The mountain demon was already a dominant force in the wilderness. Even a martial artist of the blood realm would hesitate to confront a typical mountain demon, which proved exceedingly difficult to handle in the forest. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Once a mountain demon attained sentience, it became one of the most formidable beast types among its kin. Where had the mountain demon gone? In a mere flicker, it vanished from sight. Suddenly, Bai Li Feihong recoiled sharply. A wooden beam pierced through the earthen brick house, crashing down upon the very table he had just occupied. The pillar was buried 2/3 into the ground. An eerie howl echoed forth, and there stood the mountain demon, shrouded in a crimson aura. As it lunged towards Bai Li Feihong, its claws aimed at his head. This strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Had it landed, it would have surely split his skull. Retreat. Bai Li Feihong urged himself, continuously backing away as he evaded the seemingly erratic yet devastating strikes of the mountain demon, which flowed with the grace of a master martial artist, each move capable of splintering wood and shattering stone. With its crimson eyes and frenzied assaults, the demon seemed relentless, intent on tearing Bai Li Feihong apart. While Bai Li Feihong appeared to be in retreat, he was, in fact, building up his strength. Each narrow escape from the demon's onslaught drew him closer to a wondrous state of being. His honed martial skills bestowed upon him an unparalleled confidence and resolve. The mountain demon's ferocity reached its peak. However, Bai Li Feihong discerned flaws within its relentless barrage. The creature's long arms swung with excessive force, akin to a tempest. Yet, in its rush, it created fleeting openings. These gaps were brief, but provided Bai Li Feihong an opportunity, though he refrained from striking back, as he remained under pressure without finding the perfect moment to counterattack. In the midst of such fierce aggression, Bai Li Feihong adeptly utilized the openings created by the mountain demon's sweeping strikes, skillfully maneuvering in small arcs to evade the assault. In a fleeting moment, 3 minutes had passed. The mountain demon roared once more, its fury intensifying, and its aura surged. Bai Li Feihong, having retreated several steps, finally steadied himself. Drawing his long blade and casting aside its sheath, he gripped the weapon firmly, his focus unwavering upon the mountain demon before him. Beyond the innate physical prowess of the creature, he discerned that although it surpassed him in explosive speed, it fell short in other aspects. Moreover, with the weapon in his hands, the advantage belonged to him. Once again, he unleashed a surge of crimson demonic flames enveloping his form. As if the mountain demon had been incited by the presence of this human. Like a shooting star, it charged forward. Executing the third form of the Blood River Blade technique, turning tides. The blade glimmered as blood energy coalesced into a dragon, wreaking havoc upon everything in its path. In the eternal struggle between humanity and demons, the sole advantage lies in wielding weapons. This has been the case since time immemorial. Despite the mountain demon's coarse hide and robust flesh, it remained merely a corporeal being, even though its skin was thick. Under the might of Bai Li Fei Hong's nearly 8-ton strength, it was swiftly carved by the blade, leaving behind deep gashes that pierced to the bone. A unique fist technique was seamlessly integrated into his strikes. With both hands gripping the sword, he charged directly at the mountain demon. The creature bled profusely, its eyes gleaming with crimson as blood dripped forth. It roared and lunged at Bai Li Fei Hong, yet it struck nothing but air. In that instant, Bai Li Fei Hong seemed to move as if he were submerged in water, propelled by the force of his own momentum and the flow of air. His body spiraled gracefully around the mountain demon. The creature, overexerting itself, failed to react in time. With a single, decisive stroke, he cleaved it in two. Chapter 25. The Seizure of the Fu Family Ancestral Residence Skill Book. Owner, Bai Li Fei Hong. Skill points, 17. Upgradable skills, combinable skills, and deducible skills. Skill 1. Culinary arts. Proficient, experience, 128 400. Skill 2. See High Fist Technique. Peak, consumes 5 skill points, can be upgraded. Skill 3. Blood River Blade Technique, incomplete with 4 moves. Mastered, experience, 2519832,000. Skill 4. Blood Yuan Formula, beginner, experience, 53800. Having slain the mountain demon, he obtained 3 skill points. The Blood River Blade Technique gained 3000 experience points. Combat serves as the most effective practical exercise for understanding one's skills. Bai Li Fei Hong retrieved a piece of cloth to wipe the blood sea long blade. This sword was exceptionally sharp, a true testament to the craftsmanship of the city's renowned swordsmiths. Even a beast as robust as the mountain demon would succumb to the edge of the blood sea long blade. However, the wielder's prowess is equally vital. The mountain demon had already been decapitated, yet the disposal of its massive corpse posed a considerable dilemma. Allowing its remains to be discarded could result in other beasts feasting upon it, potentially leading to an increase in demonic creatures. Bai Li Fei Hong seemed to comprehend the meticulous approach the Demon Subjugation Division took towards the handling of demon corpses. Gazing at the colossal mountain demon sprawled on the ground, its vibrant blood pooled around it, he contemplated how best to manage its remains. After a thorough search of Huangxian village, he discovered a wooden cart used for transporting goods. Without oxen or horses to draw it, he would have to rely on his own strength. Having come from a background as a laborer, Bai Li Fei Hong felt no aversion to this task. He secured the mountain demon's corpse to the cart with ropes and covered it with several blankets. Simultaneously, he procured a hoe and shovel from the village, excavating the soil stained red with the demon's blood, and gathered firewood, igniting a fierce blaze. The roaring flames, tinged with a crimson hue, appeared otherworldly. The menace of Huangxian village had been vanquished. He could not allow the blood of the demon to remain unaddressed, lest further troubles arise. Should any incidents occur, no one would dare to reside in the village again. As the moon ascended, Bai Li Fei Hong pushed the wooden cart with great vigor, his pace swift and comparable to that of a horse-drawn carriage. Had he not been concerned about the cart's stability, his speed could have been even greater. The lights of Qingping town became distinctly visible, prompting him to quicken his stride. The young master of the Fu family had finally consented to sell the ancestral land. Captain Qian Yuduo of the Qingping town constabulary let out a sigh of relief. The Fu family was deeply rooted and not easily dealt with. During the lifetime of the elder Fu, his connections reached the imperial capital. Even after his passing, the foundation he left behind was sufficient for his descendants to live comfortably for a lifetime. However, what truly caused Qian Yuduo to tread carefully was the fact that many high-ranking individuals in Dongbin City were friends and business partners of the elder Fu. After his death, those connections had begun to wane. As the sole descendant of the Fu family, should any misfortune befall him, they would undoubtedly intervene to protect him. Qian Yuduo was acutely aware that in order to acquire the ancestral residence of the Fu family, force was an unthinkable approach. Otherwise, even if he obtained what he desired, he would not live to enjoy it. Leading a person to ruin is, in essence, rather simple. Fu Junying, having been indulgently pampered by the elder Fu since childhood, had all his whims catered to, resulting in his spoiled disposition. Furthermore, accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, he had a tenuous grasp on the value of money. Over the past 2 years, Qian Yuduo had exerted considerable effort to create numerous opportunities for Fu Junying to tread upon the gambling tables and the opium dens. The clandestine owners of these establishments had also set their sights on the vast wealth of the Fu family. Fu Junying was akin to a walking cash cow. Should he succumb to the allure of opium, the fortune left behind by the elder Fu would inevitably become their possession. However, the reputation of opium had already soured in the town of Gongping. To drag Fu Junying down into the depths of vice required the right circumstances. With the passing of the Fu family matriarch and the tragic demise of Fu Junying's childhood sweetheart at the hands of a mythical beast, he, having lost 3 close relatives, was seduced by the whispers of his servants and fell prey to opium. Luo Yaoyang inquired, "Captain, the Fu family's land lease is rather modest, and their ancestral home is quite dilapidated. After Fu Junying sells his grand residence, the ancestral home ought to be of little value. Why has it been maintained for so long?" A chill ran through Qian Yuduo's heart, yet he maintained his composure as he replied. The Fu family's ancestral home is undoubtedly the most auspicious plot of land in Gongping. The elder Fu rose from humble beginnings as a ship's captain to the pinnacle of the Fu family's prosperity, commanding dozens of fleets. Had it not been for the marauding forces of the Farah Empire, which inflicted severe losses upon his merchant fleet, Fu Junying could squander for 10 lifetimes and still not deplete the family's wealth. It was indeed the conflict in the Devil's Strait that exacerbated the elder Fu's illness, leading to the downfall of this legendary tycoon of Gongping, who now lies bedridden. However, Qian Yuduo's true intentions would not be divulged to Luo Yaoyang, despite the latter being his trusted confidant. "Captain, considering Fu Junying's predicament, should we lower our offer?" Luo Yaoyang suggested quietly. Qian Yuduo shook his head. "No. We must not only refrain from reducing our offer, but also present a generous price. Otherwise, the prominent figures associated with the Fu family may take offense, and I could find myself embroiled in complications. After all, the ancestral home of the Fu family holds significant value. Within the precincts of the constabulary, Qian Yuduo extinguished his cigar. Though he did not indulge in opium, he had a fondness for the cigars that flowed in from overseas. In present-day Dongbin City, smoking cigars represented a symbol of status. "Are there any constables on duty at the precinct?" A voice echoed from the courtyard, startling the 2 constables engrossed in their clandestine conversation. "Who is that? Such a lack of decorum. I have instructed that no one should come to the constabulary at such a late hour." Qian Yuduo frowned, expressing his displeasure. Luo Yaoyang hastily interjected, "Captain, that voice belongs to the apprentice from the Demon Suppression Division." "What?" Qian Yuduo sprang to his feet, donning a smile as he rushed out of the office like a gust of wind, with Luo Yaoyang following closely behind. In the courtyard, a wooden cart stood still, laden with goods yet concealed beneath a blanket. An unmistakable, pungent scent of blood emanated from the object beneath the fabric. Qian Yuduo felt a profound shock at the sight. It could only be the corpse of a mountain demon. Were the demon-hunting apprentices truly this formidable? He reflected on his own arduous training in martial arts, realizing he had only attained the 3rd blood level of a martial artist. In the town of Gongping, Captain Qian Yuduo of the constabulary had encountered the esteemed demon-hunting master before. The man before him, a middle-aged figure of robust build and impressive stature, exuded the aura of a 3rd blood martial artist. "Captain Qian, I am no demon-hunting master, merely a novice apprentice recently inducted into the demon-hunting division, unworthy of your esteemed title." Bai Li Feihong interjected, gesturing dismissively to correct Qian Yuduo's misapprehension. "The master is being modest. Apprentice is merely a term given by Li's prowess. Dispatching this mountain demon would be but a trifling task, and it seems only a matter of time before you ascend to the rank of demon-hunting master," Qian Yuduo discerned. Noting the underlying dissatisfaction in Bai Li Feihong's voice and the clear opinions he held regarding certain enterprises in Gongping. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the formidable strength possessed by his counterpart. When the mountain demon had appeared, Qian Yuduo had deployed all constables and requested firearms to confront it, only to have it escape, resulting in the loss of 2 officers. It was imminent, if the ancestral residence of the Fu family fell into his hands. Chapter 26. The Black Soul Vessel. What circumstances envelop Fairness Town? By Li Feihong will observe for himself. The role assigned to the patrolling officers here is self-evident. Bai Li Feihong is reluctant to linger in Fairness Town, fearing that in a fit of rage, he might act without restraint. Were Bai Li Feihong to ascend to the rank of an esteemed demon slayer and occupy Zheng Yishan's position, he could easily obliterate Fairness Town without consequence. Qian Yuduo, however, finds a secret delight in the situation. Even apprentices of the demon-slaying division are not to be offended. Their discretion is appreciated, as ignorance is bliss. The disfavor of others does not trouble him. He is Qian Yuduo, though not truly akin to wealth, for he cannot please everyone. My lord, I shall make the necessary arrangements for you now. Qian Yuduo gestured to Luo Yaoyang. With a wry smile, Luo Yaoyang realized he would have to make yet another trip to Dongbin City. In the dead of night, the journey is long, and should any peril arise, his life could be at stake. Fortunately, it is merely 30 miles. Along the way, neither spoke a word. Luo Yaoyang dared not. Acutely aware of the monstrous corpses trailing behind him, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Bai Li Feihong, however, remained vigilant, observing his surroundings with trepidation. Fearing the presence of malevolent creatures, in his eyes, Fairness Town was a den of filth and decay, and he yearned to depart at once. My lord, we are nearing Dongbin City, Luo Yaoyang announced. Indeed, Bai Li Feihong replied. Shall I take my leave after delivering the beast corpses to the demon-slaying tower? Your efforts are appreciated, Luo Yaoyang thought inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. In truth, he wished to know Bai Li Feihong better, as he perceived the apprentice of the demon-slaying division to be destined for greatness. Yet, Bai Li Feihong's aloofness barred him from forming any connection. Luo Yaoyang discerned that they were not of the same ilk. Should Bai Li Feihong possess an overwhelming sense of justice and discover his actions in Fairness Town, he might very well strike him down without a second thought. Who would he turn to for solace then? It is best to maintain distance. With the demon-slaying token in hand, the soldiers at the city gates did not hinder their passage. The authority of the demon-slaying division commanded respect, and both Bai Li Feihong and Luo Yaoyang felt its weight. Have the tasks been completed? Upon receiving Bai Li Feihong's report, the duty officer of the demon-slaying division was momentarily taken aback. He promptly began to review the mission details and soon located Bai Li Feihong's information. Bai Li Feihong, an apprentice of the demon-slaying division, had slain a beast in Huangxian village. After marking the task as completed, Yang Zheng began directing Luo Yaoyang to place the corpse of the mountain demon into the incineration chamber. You have vanquished the mountain demon, Bai Li Feihong, correct? I shall remember your name, Yang Zheng said with a smile. Thank you for your kind words, senior, Bai Li Feihong responded, his gaze fixed on Yang Zheng. What of my reward? It is late, and your reward must first be reported to the garrison commander for approval, Yang Zheng replied, shaking his head in resignation. This is the way for newcomers. Patience is required. Then I shall take my leave, Bai Li Feihong said with a respectful gesture. Rest assured, you need only to visit the hall on the first floor tomorrow afternoon to collect it from Steward Ling. Yang Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Standing outside the demon suppression tower, Luo Yaoyang felt utterly dejected. He had anticipated that the demon suppression division would arrange his accommodations. Yet it had become evident that he was merely an inconsequential figure. With a bitter smile, he steered his carriage, seeking refuge in an inn within the city. The mountain demon was indeed a commendable offering. After Bai Li Feihong departed, Yang Zheng's expression turned icy. He retrieved a small black bottle etched with tadpole-like patterns from his bosom and turned to enter the cremation chamber of the demon suppression tower. The cremation chamber was a foul-smelling place, one that the members of the demon suppression division dreaded visiting. A swift decapitation, this young man shows promise. If I were to extract his soul, Lord Jiang would surely be pleased. However, the warden is vigilant. Should I act, she would undoubtedly notice. Consider yourself fortunate. A cold smile crept across Yang Zheng's face as he uncorked the bottle and intoned an unusual incantation, enveloping the mountain demon in a peculiar energy. Tendrils of dark vapor swirled into the black soul bottle. Whether it be the demonic aura or the remnants of the mountain demon's spirit, much of it was dissipating. As a veteran of the demon suppression division, Yang Zheng was reluctant to involve himself in the conflict between the sect and the division, yet he felt compelled. He had once served under the former warden, and with age creeping upon him, nearing 40, he had only managed to attain the rank of a C-level demon suppressor. His physical condition was poor. Maintaining his current level of cultivation was already an achievement. The prospect of breaking through to a higher realm seemed unattainable. In a few years, once his peak had passed, he would inevitably enter a phase of decline, with aging and waning vitality being unavoidable. When Jiang Donglu found him, Yang Zheng hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. Refusing would likely result in his own demise. Furthermore, the Demon Suppression Division in Dongbin City was not solely under the influence of this sect visitor. He needed just 5 more incomplete demon souls and traces of demonic energy to finalize a transaction with this guest. A smile emerged on Yang Zheng's face. Discreetly collecting fragments of souls and demonic energy posed no danger given his current position. Activating the cremation furnace, he incinerated the mountain demon's remains, eradicating all evidence. Even the warden would find no flaw. He secured the black soul bottle, grateful for the assistance of those apprentices. The following day, Li Feihong practiced the Blood River Sword technique and the Blood Origin formula several times before hastily consuming a meal. Clad in the demon suppression robes, he grasped his sword and made his way to the Demon Suppression Division's tower. Having completed his apprenticeship assessment, he was now eligible to undertake further tasks. In the near future, he aimed to gather 10 D-level merits while simultaneously pushing his blood energy to the 9th level and advancing his training in the Blood Origin formula. Luo Jinglin. Within the Demon Suppression Division, he encountered apprentice Luo Jinglin, who had just returned from completing a task. Li Feihong was taken aback. Luo Jinglin's abilities were rather feeble. Upon entering the division, he had only possessed the strength of a 3-blood level martial artist. However, after acquiring a blood essence pill, he had ascended to a 4-blood martial artist. With the sword in his possession, completing tasks against equally ranked demonic beasts would pose little challenge. When the task of capturing the demon beasts was available, the 2nd-tier demon slayer, Ding Bo, had made it abundantly clear that the danger levels of these creatures varied. The assignments were assigned at random. However, the majority of demon beasts possessed strength no less than that of a 4-blood tier warrior. If Luo Jinglin were to encounter a mountain demon, given his current prowess, even with the aid of a divine sword, evading death would be a formidable challenge. Contemplating this, Li Feihong was left with a sense of helplessness. What exceptional luck! Brother Feihong, Luo Jinglin exclaimed, excitedly waving from afar. Have you completed your task, Brother Jinglin? Indeed. I was fortunate enough to encounter a wolf demon, whose strength equated to that of a 5-blood tier martial artist, and I managed to slay it. Luo Jinglin's enthusiasm grew with each word, tinged with a hint of pride. Congratulations, Brother Jinglin. You are now officially a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Li Feihong said, offering his congratulations with a respectful gesture. Thank you. Let us celebrate later. For now, I need to submit the demon's remains to the crematorium. Li Feihong nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly into the Demon Suppression Building. Entering the office of the steward, Ling Luo Jinglin was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that Li Feihong had indeed completed his task, Brother Feihong must be exceptionally lucky. Chapter 27. The embezzlement of wealth. Ling Steward is responsible for the logistics of the Demon Suppression Division. Li Feihong, a junior, approached him, stating that the task of exterminating demon beasts in Huangxian village had been completed and he was here to claim his reward. Upon entering the logistics office, Li Feihong found Ling Steward engrossed in paperwork and promptly conveyed his purpose. Huangxian village? Found it. The mountain demon? Quite capable indeed. Ling Steward opened a drawer and retrieved a small iron plaque, placing it alongside a black pouch on the desk. 1 ding-level merit has been recorded. Here is your merit token. The monetary reward is 10 taels of silver. Thank you, Ling Steward. Li Feihong replied with a respectful gesture, hastily taking the merit token and the black pouch from the table. Upon opening the pouch, however, his expression darkened upon discovering merely 10 silver coins. Do you have any questions? Ling Steward inquired. Junior has no questions, Li Feihong responded, suppressing his discontent. If there are no questions, then kindly accept your reward. Understood. Li Feihong turned to leave. The Demon Suppression Apprentices? Such frivolous antics. What kind of individuals does the commander recruit for the Demon Suppression Division? Ling Steward voiced his dissatisfaction. Li Feihong heard this clearly, taking a deep breath to quell his rising anger. The disparity in value between 10 taels of silver and 10 mere coins was substantial, determined by the weight of the silver. Moreover, the coins were likely mixed with other metals, further diminishing their worth. What truly vexed Li Feihong was not the monetary difference, but the disdainful attitude of the steward. The audacity of embezzling was one thing, yet to speak so brazenly behind his back nearly pushed him to the brink. Nonetheless, he restrained himself. This was the Demon Suppression Division, and the steward held far greater power and status. He accepted the merit token and pouch. knowing that settling this score was impossible at present, yet it was etched firmly in his mind. "Greetings, Lord Ding," Bai Li Feihong said respectfully. Ding Bo smiled. "Feihong, have you had the chance to experience Ling Steward's underhanded dealings?" Bai Li Feihong's countenance shifted slightly. "Lord Ding, I have just collected my reward from Ling Steward." An evasive response. "You are quite an interesting individual. I have high hopes for you." "Thank you for your kind recognition, Lord Ding. Continue practicing the blood origin technique. But be warned, the martial arts system you are cultivating may lead to confusion in your future." Ding Bo offered a brief admonition before hastily departing. The blood origin technique? Bai Li Feihong aimed to master the blood river blade technique before attempting to convert the blood energy derived from other martial arts into blood origin. It was said that Ding Bo was brought into the Demon Suppression Division in Dongbin City by the commander. From his tone, it seemed there existed a certain discord between him and Ling Steward. Suddenly, Bai Li Feihong's expression changed. Thankfully, his wit had prevented him from criticizing Ling Steward. Otherwise, he would have fallen into Ding Bo's trap. Yet, at the same time, he felt a sense of pity for Ling Steward. Had he unwittingly provoked the commander's wrath by speaking ill of him? Did the commander know of Ling Steward's embezzlement of the apprentice's rewards? As long as I echo Ding Bo's words, will my speech become a blade aimed at Elder Ling? If that is the case, the majority of the demon hunters in Dongbin Town will undoubtedly hold grievances against Bai Li Feihong. He has no desire to become a weapon wielded by others. Yet, deep within, he harbors a wish for Elder Ling to encounter misfortune, as long as he himself remains unscathed. There is no rush. Among the 32 demon hunting apprentices, I am the first to receive a reward. There are still 31 apprentices remaining. Should anyone report Elder Ling, he will find it exceedingly difficult to recover. A smile graced Bai Li Feihong's lips, for he understood that this group of demon hunting apprentices possessed intricate backgrounds. Surely, someone would report Elder Ling. Ding Bo's appearance in the hall could not be mere coincidence, could it? That would be utterly alarming. Bai Li Feihong turned and made his way to the task hall. The walls of the task hall were adorned with numerous task listings, categorized into 5 sections: A, B, C, D, and Beast Extermination. The foremost task was the Great Li Mountain Beast Extermination task. Recently, there has been a surge of beasts in Great Li Mountain, attacking nearby villagers. One may enter Great Li Mountain to slay the beasts. For each beast hunted, an apprentice may earn a Ding-level merit. Ding-level demon hunters may claim a merit for every 10 beasts slain. This task, which was restricted to demon hunters, was indeed well-suited for me. Glancing back at Elder Ling's office, Bai Li Feihong sensed that certain events were bound to transpire within the demon hunting division. By leaving the demon hunting division to undertake tasks, he would gain some leisure. It was also time to elevate the blood river blade technique to its zenith. The existence of the blood essence pill could expedite his cultivation. Currently, skill points were not available for use. The refinement stage would demand a substantial number of skill points. "Miss Yen, greetings. I am here to register for a task." At the task hall's counter stood an exceptionally beautiful young lady, Yen Ryu, whose name was as enchanting as her appearance. "Bai Li Feihong, what task do you wish to undertake?" "The Great Li Mountain Extermination task." Yen Ryu's expression was as cold as ice as she took up her pen to write. When she lifted her gaze, her bright eyes and dazzling smile set hearts aflutter. Bai Li Feihong's breath quickened momentarily, but soon steadied, and he smiled. If such a convenient item exists, it would indeed facilitate our endeavors. I shall take it. He retrieved 10 taels of silver and placed them upon the counter. After Yen Ryu counted the silver, she nodded and withdrew a black jade stone from the drawer, placing it on the counter. "This is the Black Soul Jade, capable of absorbing the souls of beasts and the essence of demons. When you use it, simply press the Black Soul Jade against the beast's corpse. Furthermore, the ownership of this Black Soul Jade belongs to the Demon Hunting Division. You only possess the right to use it. Each time you submit a task, you must return the Black Soul Jade to exchange for a brand new one, which can accept any beast's soul and demon essence." Upon hearing Yen Ryu's introduction, Bai Li Feihong's eyes sparkled. This Black Soul Jade was indeed a rare treasure with such remarkable capabilities. Is there a limit to the souls and essence it can contain? Yen Ryu cautioned, "Be aware." Understanding her warning, Bai Li Feihong tucked the Black Soul Jade into his garment, signed the task sheet, and exited the task hall. Bai Li Feihong? The current apprentices of the Demon Suppression are indeed quite audacious, venturing directly into the treacherous Dali Mountain to hunt the beasts. Bai Li Feihong strolled into the hall. Passing by the office of Steward Ling suddenly, voices of contention erupted from within the office. At that moment, Ding Bo, wearing a smile, cast a glance his way. Bai Li Feihong lowered his head and hurriedly departed, demonstrating his perceptiveness. Ding Bo, having recognized his thoughts, bore no resentment. Rather, he held Bai Li Feihong in even higher regard. As a disciple of the Sihai Martial Arts Academy, one wonders how Bai Li Feihong truly feels, given that the Sihai Academy had been nearly annihilated by the night demons. Chapter 28. Blood refinement like mercury. A mere glance, a fleeting smile, sent shivers down Bai Li Feihong's spine. The Demon Suppression Division was not entirely secure. The transfer of power from the old to the new finally erupted after Gong Yan seized control of the situation. The blood essence technique could not be delayed much longer. Bai Li Feihong gritted his teeth, determined to resolve his deficiency in martial prowess in one fell swoop, slay the beasts, enhance his cultivation, exchange for techniques, and achieve mastery in martial arts. For steps. Yet they constituted a singular journey, vanquishing the beasts to rid the world of threats. The Blood River Blade Technique. Incomplete. For moves. Mastery. Experience. 25,198 32,000. He concentrated on honing the Blood River Blade Technique. Having reached a level of mastery, he gained an additional 50 experience points after practicing it once. 25,248. Too slow. He took out a blood essence pill and consumed one. He continued to practice the Blood River Blade Technique 10 more times. As he felt the blood energy surging within him like a mighty river, the fatigue that had enveloped Bai Li Feihong vanished entirely. Experience. 35,198 32,000. Level up. In an instant, the culmination of numerous practices surged through his mind. The 8th channel of blood energy within him expanded rapidly. The Blood River Blade Technique finally reached its zenith. However, this pinnacle was merely the apex of each of the 4 moves of the technique. Blood River Blade Technique. Incomplete. For moves, pinnacle, experience. 3,198 64,000. Without hesitation, Bai Li Feihong consumed another blood essence pill. At the pinnacle level, the Blood River Blade Technique required only 5 repetitions to refine the blood essence pill into experience points. Simultaneously, his internal blood energy continued to swell. The 8th channel of blood energy grew extraordinarily potent, surpassing all others in strength. After consuming 6 blood essence pills, Bai Li Feihong practiced the Blood River Blade Technique 30 times. The entire courtyard seemed enveloped by a sea of blood energy, vibrant and alive. As if transformed by its essence, the blood energy blazed like the sun, and the courtyard resembled a furnace. In that moment, Bai Li Feihong felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Every sinew of his body was under his command. He had reached the pinnacle of his power, able to perfectly unleash the might of each of his strikes. Riding the wave of exhilaration, Bai Li Feihong practiced the blade technique with abandon. The force of his strikes sent fallen leaves swirling into the air, continuously shredded by his blade energy. 280, 300, 500. Experience points surged ceaselessly. At that moment, the 4 moves of the blade technique flowed effortlessly from Bai Li Feihong's hands, each thought igniting the movement of the blade. Experience. 64,000 64,000. Level up. He shouted once more. Boom. His entire being felt as though it had been ignited. The blood energy coursed like 9 dragons within him, bringing forth a body fortified to its utmost potential. The pinnacle of the 9-blood warrior. He had finally reached the true zenith of the 9-blood realm. It was time to commence the cultivation of the blood essence technique. Skill 4, Blood Essence Technique, Entry Level, Experience, 500 and 3,800. Bai Li Feihong's gaze fell upon the Blood Essence Technique. This was the pathway to blood refinement, the first of the 6 refinements of martial arts. The foundational step of true martial transmission. The Book of Skills elevates the Blood Essence Technique to its pinnacle. Bai Li Feihong, weary of the choices between experience and skill points, desires strength. He deducts 2 skill points, advancing the Blood Essence Technique to proficiency. With a further deduction of 3 skill points, he attains mastery. 4 skill points elevate it to perfection, and 5 skill points bring it to its zenith. In an instant, the Blood Essence Technique within him flows smoothly, an enchanting sensation that grants him freedom of movement. Simultaneously, the myriad practices of the Blood Essence Technique surge within his mind, an overwhelming influx of knowledge causing his head to throb. Upon reopening his eyes, the scriptures of the Blood Essence Technique are etched into his very soul. The cost, 14 skill points, leaving him with only 3. Seated in meditation, he consumes a blood essence pill, filling his body with the potent energy it offers. As he activates the Blood Essence Technique, its pinnacle form swiftly converts blood chi into blood essence, merging it with his physical being. The essence courses through every inch of his skin, bones, meridians, organs, and even his brain. Bai Li Feihong's body radiates heat, akin to steel ignited in a furnace. Glowing with intensity, vast clouds of steam rise from him, while dark impurities are refined and burned away, dissipating as black smoke. He swallows the remaining 2 blood essence pills, rapidly propelling the blood essence technique to its peak with the aid of the Book of Skills. The trajectory of the blood essence technique accelerates, voraciously devouring the 9 blood dragons, converting all blood qi into blood essence. This essence, a refined form of blood qi, integrates seamlessly into his body and circulates through his veins. A peculiar thought flashes through Bai Li Feihong's mind. Blood medicine. Indeed, it is blood medicine. The blood essence, distilled from the body, serves as the finest tonic for physical refinement, nurturing and tempering the flesh. This is the true path of body cultivation. At this moment, the 9 blood qi within Bai Li Feihong dissipate, transforming into blood essence and merging into his being. Rather than feeling weakened, he experiences an enhanced control over his body. He senses that the blood essence can continue to be cultivated. It has not reached its limits. Unlike the martial arts description of the 9 blood warriors, who find their endpoint upon attaining 9 blood qi, breaking through the bone refinement stage is exceedingly difficult. One entails a practice method, while the other involves a refinement method, 2 distinctly different philosophies of martial arts. Harnessing the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself embodies the martial way. Rising to his feet, Bai Li Feihong appears leaner, yet his physique approaches perfection, his skin resembling jade, exuding a fragrant aura. At this moment, he can feel the blood essence flowing through every corner of his body. Book of Skills. Owner, Bai Li Feihong Martial Arts Realm. Blood Refinement. Glimpsing the path. Blood refinement like quicksilver. Skill points. 3 skills can be upgraded, synthesized, and deduced. Skill 1. Culinary Arts. Proficient. Experience. 128 400. Skill 2. For Seize Fist Technique. Pinnacle. Consumes 5 skill points. Eligible for upgrade. Skill 3. Blood River Blade Technique. Incomplete with 4 moves. Pinnacle. Skill points can be consumed for completion, deduction, and synthesis. Skill 4. Blood Element Formula. Pinnacle. Skill points can be consumed for upgrade, deduction, and synthesis. Has the realm of martial arts emerged? A mere glimpse of the path? What follows are choices along the journey. The tempering of the body is essentially the 6 realms of refinement. There are no other ostentatious realms to layer upon. Yet, it is arduous for an individual to continuously refine within a single realm. Upon reaching a certain limit, each advancement signifies a breaking of existing boundaries, and this path is fraught with difficulty. Hence, the delineation of martial arts realms is a continuous expansion of pathways. One travels to the end of a road, forging a new path to continue onward, rather than walking a solitary road to its conclusion. This represents the contest between depth and height. No one can excel in both. The blood element formula remains open for further cultivation. What others cannot achieve, Bai Li Feihong can. With sufficient skill points, the Book of Skills renders all possibilities attainable. Chapter 29. Graveyards abound. At the northern edge of Beihai City lies the majestic Dali Mountain, a range stretching for hundreds of miles. If memory serves, many souls from Dongbin City have found their final resting place upon its slopes. The Demon Suppression Bureau, seizing upon the rampant presence of malevolent spirits, once instituted a cremation law. However, after several years of implementation, no discernible progress was made, and in fact, traditional burial practices flourished even more. The deeply ingrained cultural belief in returning one's roots has proven to be an insurmountable barrier to the cremation law, which even at the height of the Bureau's influence, failed to gain widespread acceptance. The Guliang royal family stands as a formidable entity within this mountainous region, ultimately leading to the law's quiet demise. Riding alone, I arrived at the foot of Dali Mountain. In a sense, this mountain serves as Dongbin's public cemetery. The foot of the mountain is a place of favorable geomancy, drawing in the living. For centuries, the business of death has thrived here, and gradually, the funeral industry has become one of the pillars of Dali Town. Cloaked in a dark robe, adorned with a feathered crown, and wielding a blade, I entered Dali Town upon my white steed. With a strikingly handsome visage reminiscent of an ethereal nobleman, I appeared as if I had galloped out from a painting. This is Bai Li Feihong. Having toiled at the docks for years under the sun and rain, my skin had turned dark and coarse. Despite my refined features, I lacked the charm expected of a handsome man. Yet now, my blood seemed to flow like mercury, as if I had shed my former self and emerged anew. My skin radiated a luminous glow, transforming my appearance entirely. The town was replete with coffin shops, and the sight of gold ingots and candles was omnipresent. Dolly Town imparted an eerie sensation to me, as though the entire place was shrouded in shadow. I felt a profound unease in this town. The shopkeeper standing at the entrance wore a pallid countenance and bore a sinister smile as he gazed at me. It was as if he recognized my identity, yet showed no trace of reverence. Rather, he found it amusing and commonplace. Dolly Mountain is a focal point under the surveillance of the Demon Suppression Bureau. The mountains behind Dolly are a vast expanse, concealing numerous unknown dangers, and few dare to traverse beyond Dolly Mountain into those depths. In comparison to Gongping Town, Dolly Town is merely a large village. Finding the local constabulary was a simple endeavor. Unlike the seasoned officers of Gongping Town, the constables here were a different breed. They were a gathering of elite enforcers, dispatched from the local precinct, possessing formidable skills and lacking any influential backing. I had conducted thorough research and understood well that the constables of Dolly Town boasted exceptional combat prowess. Each officer was a martial artist with a robust vitality, armed with firearms and equipped with formidable artillery. Captain Fong DeLong of the Dolly Town Constabulary had encountered the demon suppressor, standing before me with the poise of a spear. He saluted. However, Fong misunderstood my status. I was merely a disciple of demon suppression and not worthy of the title of demon suppressor. I corrected his misconception, cautioning him against misusing ranks, lest he unwittingly set a trap for himself. The demon suppressors contend with malevolent spirits, whereas Bai Li Fei Hong can only address monstrous beasts and feeble vengeful souls. Upon becoming a demon suppressor, one must tread carefully, for they may fall prey to the machinations of the constabulary, compelling them to confront formidable demons. To me, it matters not. Fong DeLong personally approached to lead Bai Li Fei Hong's steed. Bai Li Fei Hong hastily dismounted. Behind Fong DeLong stood 2 rows of constables, poised like javelins, equipped with the finest firearms of the great Yuan. Given his current martial prowess, facing such elite soldiers, it was uncertain whether he could retreat unscathed. Bai Li Fei Hong held no illusions that his corporeal form could withstand the onslaught of firearms. Captain Fong, I have accepted a mission from the Demon Suppression Office to purge the monstrous beasts at Mount Dolly. Due to the extensive journey, I was obliged to ride here. This horse has been borrowed from the Demon Suppression Office, and I kindly ask you to care for it, Bai Li Fei Hong stated with a respectful gesture. Refraining from entering the constabulary, Fong DeLong's eyes brightened. The menace of the beasts had already spread to Dolly Town. These creatures moved with remarkable speed, their tough hides and robust physiques rendering them resistant to firearm injuries, which could provoke their fury and exacerbate the threat. The constabulary of Dolly Town had previously hunted a monstrous beast, incurring significant expenses and the loss of 2 constables. Consequently, the constabulary had issued a directive forbidding the Dolly Town constables from entering Mount Dolly to hunt beasts, asserting that this was the responsibility of the Demon Suppression Office. The duty of the Dolly Town Constabulary was to maintain stability and safeguard the town. Rest assured, my lord, I am ever mindful of my responsibilities to rid the populace of harm. I am deeply grateful, and I assure you this horse will be well looked after. With no mishaps, Fong DeLong replied, making no effort to retain him. For Fong DeLong, hosting someone from the Demon Suppression Office meant bringing the constables out to assert their authority over the Demon Suppression personnel, ensuring they did not wreak havoc in Dolly Town. This young brother before him was intriguing, distinctly different from others associated with the Demon Suppression Office. Bai Li Fei Hong did not linger in Dolly Town. He procured some provisions and seasonings before ascending the mountain. It was prudent to evade any unnecessary troubles. The formidable mountain range behind Dolly Mountain was a reservoir of malevolent energy, the extent of which remained unknown. Many creatures had undergone mutations, transforming into monstrous beasts, drawn by the presence of humans and congregating upon Dolly Mountain. The grave-laden Dolly Mountain exuded a heavy aura of energy, not favorable for humans, yet a veritable paradise for demons and spirits. Even in daylight, Dolly Mountain was shrouded in mist, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the haze. Chilled tendrils of mist caressed the skin, imparting a frigid sensation. Despite Bai Li Fei Hong's current level of cultivation radiating yang energy, he still felt the penetrating cold, illustrating the density of the malevolent energy saturating Dolly Mountain. Remaining on Dolly Mountain instilled a profound discomfort within him. His heightened sensitivity, seemed to perceive an omnipresent gaze. As he looked up, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the fog, revealing a forest of gravestones. Once, a remarkable figure from the Divine Monitoring Department passed through the majestic Dali Mountain, expressing great enthusiasm in his appraisal of this site. This mountain is regarded as a treasure of geomantic significance for Dongbin City, and it is precisely due to the existence of this precious mountain that Dongbin City has flourished as a gem of the great Yuan dynasty. This proclamation has been the catalyst for the rise of Dali Town over the centuries, contributing to the sophistication of its funeral industry. Are there ferocious beasts congregating? Is danger lurking at every corner? Simply seek out the funeral teams of Dali Mountain. They shall alleviate your concerns. In this perilous place, one must exercise utmost caution while hunting the beasts to avoid provoking a horde of them. Bailey Feihong endeavored to suppress the turbulent energy within, treading cautiously among the graves. In this confined space, each coffin represents a resting place, a grave unto itself, particularly at the foot of Dali Mountain. The multitude of graves is so densely packed that it sends shivers down one's spine. With such an abundance of tombs, even the authorities dare not forcibly relocate them. To disturb this area would be akin to provoking a hornet's nest. One can only imagine how many individuals in Dongbin City would be affronted should the Demon Suppression Office take such an action. Upon examining the traces of the graves, it becomes evident that the souls interred therein are honored by their descendants, indicating that they are far from neglected. This piqued Bailey Feihong's curiosity. Why do they dare to ascend Dali Mountain to pay their respects? Are they truly unafraid of the beast's attacks? Chapter 30. The Yinyang Tianzong, my Lord Gangyang. I have discovered that someone within the division is collecting demon souls and demonic energy, Zhang Yishan remarked gravely. Oh, is it one of the elders within the division? Gangyang Yin responded, astonished. From her deductions, the infiltrator's mission was to monitor the movements of the Demon Suppression Division. The deployment of several demonic agents into the division was not merely for the purpose of gathering the so-called demon souls and demonic energy, which held no value for them. Are other forces intervening in Dongbin City? The aristocracy, the royal family, foreign powers? Zhang Yishan pondered. Yang Zheng. A flicker of pity crossed Zhang Yishan's eyes. Is it really him? Gangyang Yan's tone was laced with disbelief. Yang Zheng was considered the kind-hearted soul of the Demon Suppression Division. In his 2 decades overseeing the crematorium, he had never faltered. Moreover, Yang Zheng was responsible for the critical task of verifying missions within the division. Typically inconspicuous, his role was of utmost importance. Indeed, the item he uses to absorb souls is the Black Soul Bottle. The Black Soul Bottle. Even the Demon Suppression Division cannot resist the allure from the sects. Gangyang Yin sighed. She had contemplated numerous possibilities but had overlooked the long-hidden sections. In the past, when the rivers were trampled and temples destroyed, the rift between the Great Yuan and the sects had proven irreparable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yishan's complexion paled, revealing his growing fear. The sects that still thrived within the Great Yuan Empire were exceedingly formidable. In the past, even the Great Upheaval had failed to eradicate them, forcing the Gu Liang royal family to sign treaties, thereby quelling the unrest. The sects that had managed to preserve their legacy were far older than the Great Yuan Empire itself, wielding terrifying power. Zhang Yishan understood well how challenging it was to enter a sect, a task 100 times more arduous than joining the Demon Suppression Division. Yet, any martial artist found it difficult to resist the seduction of the sections. What is there to fear? Times are changing. In a century, even if the sects possess the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, they will struggle to withstand the tide of humanity, Gangyang Yin remarked with a faint smile. The royal families of the Western nations had suffered greatly under the yoke of religion, but now the awakening of public sentiment had begun to carve out a universal path, injecting vitality into their decaying civilization. Gangyang Yin believed that in another century, martial arts might no longer be the prevailing pursuit, and the existence of demons would no longer pose a threat. The emergence of firearms had already spoken volumes. The pursuit of knowledge and understanding is a path without end. She quoted the venerable ancestor of the Gangyang family, the sword Saint Gangyang. With his exalted cultivation, he had transcended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. From the moment industrial machinery began to proliferate among mortals, this esteemed ancestor had foretold that a new civilization birthed from the intellect of ordinary people would ultimately subvert the millennia-old system of cultivation. Zhang Yishan could not help but recall the news from the imperial capital. The sovereign had established the Divine Machine Camp and formed a maritime fleet. Reform. Is it true? The Gu Liang royal family is renowned for its stubbornness. How could they consent to such changes? Yishan, go and bring Yang Zheng here. Gong Yan's expression gradually turned as cold as ice. If the members of the sect arrive in Dongbin City, it is imperative to ascertain their origin, identity, and intentions. Otherwise, any discussions regarding the dispelling of prophecies will only lead to an endless entanglement with the sect. I shall proceed to capture Yang Zheng and present him to the Lord Guardian. After receiving the order, Zheng Yishan displayed an expression of hesitation. If he cooperates, I shall spare his life. To Gong Yan, Yang Zheng is merely an insignificant character. If he is let go, so be it. My subordinate expresses gratitude to the Lord Guardian, and Zheng Yishan visibly relaxes. How intriguing. Have I just removed one of my pawns? Jiang Donglu lowered his head to sip his tea. He refrained from probing Gong Yan, for the moment was not yet ripe. The sect has embedded its pawns within the palace, and once activated, they will undoubtedly relay some intelligence. At that juncture, he will recalibrate his plans. For now, his attention is captivated by the peculiar circumstances surrounding Dongbin City. As a disciple of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Sect, he possesses unique abilities that allow him to sense certain occurrences in Dongbin City, attempting to glean a thread of insight from the chaotic information. The Lord Guardian has slain the Kuan demon. Jiang Donglu gazed into the distance, fixated on the colossal sword standing before the Demon Suppression Division. After enduring the ravages of 7 or 8 years, the sword remains entwined with both malevolent and demonic energy. Its fierce aura ascends to the heavens. The Kuan demon, a mythical entity, was vanquished by this Lord Guardian. Such an event would certainly be remembered within the sect. However, it was only upon arriving in Dongbin City that Jiang Donglu began to learn of this Lord Guardian from over 7 centuries ago. Yet, his understanding is superficial. He does not even know the Guardian's true name. Clearly, someone within the Demon Suppression Division has obscured the identity of this formidable figure. He cannot be an unknown entity. Such a powerful Guardian must undoubtedly be a prominent figure within the Demon Suppression Division. What secrets lie hidden beneath the surface of Dongbin City? Why has the Kuan demon manifested here? What mysteries remain unrecorded by our sect? A myriad of questions surfaced in Jiang Donglu's mind. However, recalling the elders who lapse into silence, awakening only at a great cost, he decided to refrain from further inquiry. Could it be related to the Divine Monitoring Division? The adept who once evaluated Dongbin City as a treasure trove of wealth later became the second overseer of the Divine Monitoring Division. This division is shrouded in mystery, and many senior members of various sects believe its origins stem from a splinter faction of the Supreme Taoist sect, which collaborated with the Gu Liang royal family to establish this institution. The Demon Suppression Division serves as a blade wielded by the Gu Liang royal family, while the Divine Monitoring Division acts as their eyes and brain. The abyss I have witnessed instills a profound fear within me. Gong Yan, I wonder if your martial Dao Heavenly Eye technique has detected the peculiarities of Dongbin City? Alas, you have yet to step into the realm of divine abilities. Unable to perceive the subtle transformations of the cosmos, nor can you illuminate the world. Jiang Donglu set down his teacup, his figure vanishing from sight. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Sect, Mr. Jiang? Gong Yan's expression shifted subtly. Could it be him? The internal archives of the Divine Supervision Bureau meticulously document the prodigious disciples of the sect. Jiang Donglu, though not widely recognized in the Yuan dynasty, has garnered a noteworthy evaluation from the Bureau. He is destined to be one of the heirs of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Sect within the next century. This succinct remark unveils enough information to warrant the attention of Gong Yan. Such an esteemed individual, why has he descended upon Dongbin City? Has the Yin-Yang Heavenly Sect sensed something amiss? My lord, how should Yang Zheng proceed? For the time being, he shall be detained. However, knowledge regarding Jiang Donglu remains scant. The only certainty is that he once traversed the borders of the Yuan, crossing the eastern sea to enter the land of cherry blossoms. Years ago, a calamity erupted in the cherry blossom nation, leading to the demise of hundreds of thousands. Gong Yan harbors doubts about mere coincidence. This incident may very well be intertwined with Jiang Donglu. The involvement of the sect complicates matters significantly. Chapter 31. The Slaying of Demons at Dali Mountain. Ba Li Feihong's countenance darkened, nearly falling victim to the cunning of a demon rabbit. Indeed, those that appear most innocuous often require heightened vigilance. The seemingly harmless rabbit, grazing peacefully, transformed in an instant into a grotesque rabbit demon, its powerful hind legs aiming a kick that nearly shattered Ba Li Feihong's skull. Drawing forth the black soul jade, he pressed it against the demon rabbit's head. The ethereal spirit of the rabbit demon, entwined in a shroud of malevolent energy, was absorbed by the vortex created by the black soul jade. Upon vanquishing the rabbit demon, Bai Li Fei Hong was rewarded with 3 skill points, a significant boon. The transformation of demon beasts is indeed a marvel. What appeared to be a diminutive rabbit instantaneously swelled to a towering height, standing bipedally, its legs moving with a swiftness surpassing even that of the mountain gnomes. After its demise, the creature reverted to a size indistinguishable from that of a wild hare. The demon soul, consumed by the black soul jade, had its malevolent essence purged. Yet, the question lingered, was the flesh of this demon beast fit for consumption? There existed precedents within the Demon Suppression Division for the consumption of demon beast flesh. Following purification to eliminate the malevolent essence, it could indeed be edible, albeit with certain side effects. The flesh of demon beasts is infused with immense vitality. When consumed, it can yield a significant amount of essence, transforming into blood essence. In the absence of elixirs, consuming demon beast flesh is one of the swiftest methods to advance in martial cultivation. However, the flesh harbors a peculiar energy, imbued with the will of the demon beast. If one fails to completely transmute this energy into blood essence, the residual may corrupt the individual's own spirit, fostering a violent temperament. In severe instances, it could lead to a physical transformation into a demon beast. Officially, the Demon Suppression Division forbids the use of demon beast flesh. Nonetheless, many demon hunters clandestinely experiment with small quantities while regularly purging the accumulated energy from their bodies. The rabbit, diminutive in size, was convenient to carry. Bai Li Fei Hong considered the prospect of trying it, yet ultimately decided against it. His cultivation benefited from experience point bonuses, enabling rapid advancement. Moreover, with skill points available for upgrading his abilities, he found no necessity for the rabbit's flesh. However, its small size belied the vast vitality it contained, making it an enticing bait to lure other demon beasts. With a nimble leap, Bai Li Fei Hong ascended into the trees, concealing himself beneath the shade. His keen eyes fixed upon the carcass of the rabbit demon, awaiting the arrival of other creatures. The rabbit lay slain, blood pooling around it, and the scent of iron wafting through the air. In the stillness of the forest, the rustling of the underbrush echoed ominously. The potent aura of demon beasts had caught the scent of blood, drawing them from afar. Yet, after a prolonged wait, no demon beast appeared. His brow furrowed. Had the beasts detected his presence and forsaken their meal? Alas, the pervasive malevolent energy in this place, shrouded in mist, made it exceedingly difficult for him to discern the activities of the demon beasts. This sinister fog had become a barrier for the creatures of Dali Mountain. It was no wonder that the Demon Suppression Division's numerous campaigns had failed to eradicate them completely. Suddenly, a disquieting sound broke the silence. Bai Li Fei Hong's expression shifted dramatically as the noise emanated from above. He abruptly lifted his head as the menacing giant python demon prepared to unleash its gaping maw, revealing its fearsome fangs, ready to launch an assault. With a swift motion, its cold, unyielding eyes emitted no sign of hesitation, and venom spewed forth from its jaws. Bai Li Fei Hong leapt with the agility of a swallow, evading the toxic spray. The colossal serpent lunged towards him, its massive body propelling forward with the force of a slingshot, closing in on Bai Li Fei Hong midair at a terrifying speed that instilled dread. Approaching 10 zhang in length, its girth rivaled that of an ancient tree, and the velocity of its charge broke the sound barrier. A glimmer of cold light flashed as a blade struck, clanging against the python's singular horn, deflecting the attack but leaving a deep gash in its place. Bai Li Fei Hong, momentarily losing control, was thrust downward, hitting the ground and rolling sideways with force. The enraged python descended, crashing into the earth and creating a massive crater. Bai Li Fei Hong, like a carp flipping, stood up, his gaze icy. This serpent demon was cunning, having nearly succeeded in a surprise attack that could have led to his demise. Observing the trees tainted by the venom, now emitting wisps of smoke, he noted the horrifying corrosive toxin that had marred their bark with ghastly scars. Should flesh come into contact with this toxin, the consequences would be far worse than exposure to strong acid. Armed with his blade, he prepared for the next encounter. The python's tail swung menacingly towards Bai Li Fei Hong, its 30-meter length whipping through the air like a whip, obliterating everything in its path with terrifying force. Instead of retreating, Bai Li Fei Hong surged forward, his speed erupting. However, the python's tail swing revealed an opening. While the lower half gained tremendous force, the upper half struggled for stability and could not launch a counterattack. Bai Li Fei Hong deftly maneuvered close to the python's body, nearly brushing against it as he broke through. With a light step, he leapt onto the serpent's back, plunging his blade deep into its flesh. For him, the python was not a formidable beast, but it was undeniably perilous. Its vast body, hidden among the treetops, had gone unnoticed by him. Had he fallen victim to the python's grasp, he would have been reduced to a mere meal. The blade pierced through the python's body, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. It thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge Bai Li Feihong. Yet, he remained steadfast, akin to a rock amidst turbulent waves, impervious to the python's efforts. With each thrust of his blade, he punctured the serpent's tough skin, which yielded like parchment under the strength of his assault. The python, in its struggle, found no reprieve, and the next moment it coiled around him, seeking to constrict him to death. A powerful force firmly adhered to the python's body, relentlessly moving toward its head, while the blade in Bai Li Feihong's hand rained down upon the serpent like a tempest. Despite its massive size, it proved to be a disadvantage, for its tinjon length could not mimic the dexterity of human fists. With a decisive strike, he unleashed the Blood River Slash, severing the demon's head in a single stroke. Skill points gained, 3. The prompt from the Book of Skills conveyed its message. Bai Li Feihong revealed a faint smile. The demon beasts retained their primal characteristics. With sufficient knowledge of such creatures, one could swiftly devise strategies to confront them. Despite the terrifying appearance of this enormous serpent demon, it may not be more challenging to deal with than the mountain troll. The tactic employed by Bai Li Feihong was quite straightforward. Ensnare the giant python and inflict continuous damage at close range. This demon beast's primary offensive capabilities, apart from its tail and serpent head, hinged upon its ability to constrict. However, executing this maneuver required specific conditions. Bai Li Feihong was astute enough not to allow the serpent's body to encircle him. Furthermore, engaging in close combat meant that he would be positioned in a blind spot, impervious to the demon beast attacks. Chapter 32, The Ghostly Wall Skill Points. 9. Surprises often emerge from seemingly perilous situations, and nothing can rival the elation brought forth by the accumulation of skill points. The second beast encountered, a mountain demon, a rabbit demon, and a giant python demon, bestowed upon me 3 commendable achievements. The resources in Dali Mountain are abundant with demonic entities, making it an excellent locale for leveling up. Bai Li Feihong produced the Black Soul Jade, absorbing the demonic essence and the malevolent aura of the giant python demon. The carcasses of the rabbit demon and the giant python demon were abandoned on the ground, as Bai Li Feihong had no intentions of handling them. This negligence might attract numerous demonic creatures, posing a certain risk. Setting a bait and waiting patiently is, indeed, the most effective method for luring monsters. Weighing the pros and cons, Bai Li Feihong chose not to depart but instead sought a secluded spot to conceal himself, continuing to wait. A sinister mist enveloped Dali Mountain, teeming with demonic beasts. Delving deeper in search of these creatures would undoubtedly escalate the danger. The greatest fear was not being able to locate the beasts while they regarded him as their prey, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Jiang Donglu arrived at Dali Town. His golden, glass-like eyes swept over the town, discerning concealed energies resembling spider silk, enveloping the entirety of Dali Town. Anyone who stepped into Dali Town would inevitably be detected by a master wielding special secret methods. Dali Town was a hub for funerary rites, a fascinating revelation, as it appeared to be a stronghold of the underworld. Jiang Donglu retracted his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded the peculiar ambience of Dali Town. The demon suppression department had declined over generations. The eerie nature of Dali Town persisted unchallenged, with no inquiries into the identities of its inhabitants. Gongyang Yen had likely never set foot here, otherwise. With her martial prowess and keen insight, she would have surely noticed some telltale signs. If memory serves, a certain Yama of the underworld met his demise at the hands of the sword Saint Gongyang. The 10 Yama lords of the underworld are among the pinnacle of practitioners who embody the Yama's law. Yet they struggle to last even a single move against the sword Saint Gongyang. The presence of the underworld in this locale, coupled with Gongyang Yan's affiliation with the Gongyang family, intrigued Jiang Donglu. He stroked his smooth chin, contemplating whether the clues he had gathered could be utilized. And if so, how? What would his ultimate goal be? This information was of paramount importance, worth its weight in gold. Should the sect become aware that a stronghold of the underworld resided within this rather desolate town, would they not dispatch elders to eradicate its inhabitants? It was imperative not to report to the sect, for the underworld and the Gongyang family cohabitated in this area, affording him considerable maneuvering space. With this thought in mind, Jiang Donglu stepped into Dali Town. One cannot seize a tiger cub without entering its lair. Furthermore, the underworld's denizens would not strike him immediately. Should they do so, their stronghold would be exposed, and they would be met with the might of the Gu Liang royal family. As he entered Dali town, piercing gazes converged upon Jiang Donglu. Clad in flowing white robes, a long sword slung across his back, and a smile adorning his face, Jiang Donglu completely disregarded the surrounding members of the underworld's outer circle. At the constabulary, a group of individuals galloped forth, their steeds halting steadily before Jiang Donglu. Fong Delong regarded this wandering hero with a grave expression. "Brother, have you come to Dali town to attend to funeral affairs?" Fong Delong, sensing the formidable presence of the young man clad in white before him, cautiously ventured a remark. The inhabitants of Dali town are renowned for their involvement in the funeral business, and it is widely acknowledged that most strangers who enter Dali town do so with the intent of arranging funerals. However, Jiang Donglu stood resolutely in the street, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings and scrutinizing each merchant standing before their shops, a subtle smirk playing upon his lips. He had heard that Dali Mountain in Dongbin City was the location of a financial nexus for our dynasty. While the world is replete with mountain ranges and dragon veins, he had never encountered the concept of a financial nexus. Thus, he was eager to witness it for himself. Gazing at the towering mountains behind Dali town, their peaks imposing and shrouded in an eerie aura, Jiang Donglu mused that what was referred to as a financial nexus was merely a grave. Fong Delong exhaled a sigh of relief, yet an inexplicable sense of unease gripped him. On this patrol, the constables accompanying him were well equipped. In his view, even when faced with so-called martial arts experts, the presence of more than a dozen firearms rendered him fearless. Firearms are indeed remarkable instruments. Jiang Donglu admired the long-barreled firearm slung over the shoulder of the constable mounted nearby, exclaiming in appreciation, "The tides of time are shifting, and this momentum is an irreversible trend." The humble powder, once a byproduct of alchemical practices among esteemed sects, had unexpectedly ignited a fervor among the common folk. Yet, Jiang Donglu understood that as long as martial arts sects exist, gunpowder will remain in the shadows. True martial arts masters, even in the face of a demonic resurgence, are terrifying entities capable of contending with such forces. Their hands can reshape mountains, and their fists can extinguish stars. Fong Delong's expression grew increasingly grave. This brother. He pondered what to say. Yet, the young man before him had already vanished from sight. Fong Delong failed to perceive how the youth had departed, seemingly evaporating into thin air. A chill ran down his spine as he discreetly spat to the side. He realized he had encountered a genuine master. The concept of a financial nexus? The establishment of the Divine Supervision Office is relatively recent, yet its aura of mystery surpasses even that of the Demon Suppression Office. Founded in the 450th year of the Great Yuan, the notion of a financial nexus in Dongbin emerged in the 500th year. Was the second chief supervisor concealing something about Dali Mountain? With pupils as radiant as glass, glimmering with an intense golden light, he sought to pierce the shroud enveloping Dali Mountain. Yet, this seemingly omnipotent ability was thwarted by the very mist that obscured his vision. Just as Jiang Donglu was about to step into Dali Mountain, an alarming sensation surged through him, causing him to suddenly look up, goosebumps prickling his skin. A terrifying gaze bore down upon him. A profound instinct warned him that should he venture onto this peak, his demise was all but certain. He turned to flee, cold sweat drenching his face, and the composure he once held was lost. Only a singular thought remained in his mind: this place harbors great terror, and it is forbidden to tread upon. The notion of a financial nexus, the chief supervisor of the Divine Supervision Office, and the guardians of the outskirts of the underworld. Jiang Donglu felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental conspiracy. The Eighth Beast. Bai Li Feihong gasped, the exhaustion from his blood essence depletion evident. Meanwhile, the provisions he had brought along had been entirely consumed. The carcasses of the monstrous beasts lay piled high, while their blood flowed across the earth, saturating the air with a pungent, metallic scent. I have amassed 27 skill points, sufficient to exchange for 9 instances of grade D merit. The twilight glow pierced through the mist, revealing a halo reminiscent of fiery clouds. Bai Li Feihong understood that he must depart from Dali Mountain before nightfall. Prior to his arrival, he had envisioned spending several days within Dali Mountain. However, upon entering, he found himself unwilling to remain even a single night. Grasping the corpse of a monstrous hare, he yearned to descend the mountain. He meandered aimlessly, and as the sun set, the sky darkened to an inky black. Bai Li Feihong found himself wandering the mountainside. Was he ensnared in an illusory wall? The expression on Bai Li Feihong's face darkened. Yet, upon glancing at his skill points, a sense of calm washed over him. Chapter 33. The Serpent's Refuge. Those who wish to spend the night in the graveyard of Dali Mountain are deemed mad. This saying once circulated within the Demon Suppression Division. The teams tasked with eradicating the beasts typically enter Dali Mountain at dawn and retreat by 3 in the afternoon, a lesson learned from the considerable losses suffered there. As a newcomer to the division, Bailey Feihong had never heard of this and missed the optimal moment to leave the mountain. A chilling wail echoed through the air. The voice of a woman carried by the gentle breeze. Like a signal, it triggered a cacophony of murmurs, whispering in his ears, as if emanating from all directions. The legends of the haunting spirits of Dali Mountain resurfaced in Bailey Feihong's mind, tales he had heard during his time as a dock worker. At nightfall, the vengeful souls buried in Dali Mountain would roam the peaks, their ghostly whispers numerous and indistinguishable. Fear gripped Bailey Feihong as he glanced around. The stars were shrouded in mist, darkness enveloping the surroundings. Just then, countless fireflies flickered through the fog, their ethereal blue glow piercing the inky blackness. Yet, instead of feeling relieved, Bailey Feihong's expression grew more solemn. This was the ghostly fire, a manifestation of malevolent energy coalescing into flame. A single blue ghost light signified the presence of a vengeful spirit. How could the beast survive in Dali Mountain at night? In such dire circumstances, escaping the mountain would prove to be a formidable challenge, especially with the existence of the ghostly walls that obscured his sense of direction. Perhaps there was another way to endure until dawn. Despite the evil spirits and demonic energy being absorbed by the Black Soul Jade, the aura of the beasts remained overwhelmingly potent. The surrounding ghostly flames consciously avoided this particular area. Bailey Feihong, wielding his blood sea-long knife, skinned the wolf demon and opened the belly of the giant python demon, donning the wolf's hide and hiding inside the python's carcass. As a living man, his blood vitality stood out like a torch in the darkness, vividly bright against the shadows. The other beast corpses piled atop the giant python, while Bailey Feihong concealed himself within, allowing the stench of blood and the scent of the beasts to mask his human presence. At that moment, Dali Mountain seemed to have opened its ghostly gates. A magnificent ghost street emerged, teeming with countless wandering spirits. Bailey Feihong remained acutely vigilant, not daring to relax for a moment, fearful of being discovered. With so many vengeful souls present, was the Demon Suppression Division merely focused on eliminating the beasts? If all the spirits from Dali Mountain were to escape into the city, would such a formidable army of vengeful ghosts truly be withstandable by the division? Clad in the skin of the wolf demon and hidden within the belly of the giant python, Bailey Feihong still felt an intense chill. This was the extreme manifestation of the ghostly energy, which altered the surrounding environment and brought about a frigid temperature. He could sense the body of the giant python demon becoming rigid, the blood essence within suppressed by his will, chilling him to the bone. Yet, with a fiery spirit, should his emotions be unleashed, his whereabouts would be exposed, and he would fall prey to countless vengeful spirits. If only he possessed advanced martial arts techniques. This place might transform into a paradise for him, a sanctuary for slaying beasts by day and vanquishing specters by night, an ultimate haven for training. However, Bailey Feihong dared not take such a gamble. He feared that before his strategy of gaining strength through battle could be implemented, a formidable malevolent spirit might strike him down. He felt the chilling aura, potent and terrifying, emanating from Ding Bo, a second-tier demon-suppressing envoy. At this moment, within Dongbin City, atop the highest point of the Demon Suppression Division's headquarters, Gong Yang Yin stood against the fierce winds, her countenance dark and foreboding. Her silver-hued gaze fixated on the discernible outline of Dali Mountain. As the second-generation chief of the Divine Supervision Bureau, she was acutely aware of the fate that awaited this chief, currently suppressed within the highest secrecy of the Demon Suppression Tower. To confront this chief, her grandfather had sacrificed an arm. It was only through the intervention of the 6 renowned martial saints that he was barely subdued. Her family head had summoned her to Dongbin City, not just because of an imperial command that could not be defied, but to seek out the gate of the underworld and procure the legendary Huang Quan Bone Flower to restore her grandfather's right hand. Gong Yang Yin harbored personal motives for her journey. She understood all too well that within this grand family, regardless of her exceptional talent, there was one matter beyond her control, her marriage. The royal consorts chosen by the Gu Liang imperial family were invariably selected from the pinnacle of the great Yuan's most illustrious families, and the Gongyang clan was among those courted by the Gu Liang dynasty, making union inevitable. Unless she could acquire 2 rare items, the blood of the Kuan spirit and the Huang Quan Bone Flower. While the Gongyang family possessed some of the Kuan spirit's blood, The bone flower remained a legendary entity, only obtainable from the depths of the underworld. Dili Mountain, a realm where 100 ghosts roam. Today, the gates of the underworld swing wide open. Unbeknownst to her, she had spent half a year in Dongbin City, yet had achieved nothing. The trail of the blood-sucking bat demons had gone cold, and the whereabouts of the night demon remained elusive. Did the Grand Princess foresee the uniqueness of Dongbin City and plan accordingly? Why had the second-generation chief proclaimed Dili Mountain to be a treasure trove of the great Yuan's dragon vein? At this moment, Gong Yang began to piece together some insights. The Kuan spirit, the gate of the underworld, the depths of the abyss, what secrets lay hidden within Dongbin City? Suddenly, Gong Yang spoke, as if conversing with the air. Perhaps the sword saint held the answers. A figure clad in white appeared beside her, adorned with a feather fan and a silk cap, exuding an air of extraordinary grace, wielding a divine sword. It was Jiang Donglu. Alas, he lamented. We must await his arrival to unveil the truth. Gong Yang rested her hand on the blade at her waist, the sharpened tint of her sword coalescing. She feared that before he set foot in Dongbin, the city of Dongbin might meet its demise. Jiang Donglu gazed wistfully upon the flourishing metropolis. He had traversed the waters of Jiangnan, yet none could compare to the splendor of Dongbin City. As long as I, Gong Yang, still draw breath, Dongbin City shall not perish. Jiang Donglu laughed heartily, exuding an air of dominance, yet lamented that her prophecy would never falter. Indeed, Jiang Donglu finally comprehended the purpose behind Gong Yang's arrival in Dongbin City to assume the role of the garrison commander. What do you truly know? Who is she? Gong Yang's tone grew increasingly indifferent, a palpable aura of lethal intent surrounding her. However, Jiang Donglu remained entirely unconcerned. The night of 100 demons was merely an omen. Heaven and earth shall be cleaved asunder. The blade's radiance was fierce, tearing through the fabric of reality, birthing chaos, and striking towards Jiang Donglu with an irresistible force. The great will of yin and yang. Threads of mystical power coalesced into a spinning disk of intertwined yin and yang, standing resolutely before the incandescent blade. Gong Yang was propelled backward by the overwhelming force. The strike she took the most pride in was unexpectedly thwarted by her opponent's mystical prowess. In the realm of martial arts, she had achieved heights unattainable by many throughout their entire lifetimes. A level of cultivation that would render her a formidable general even within the Demon Suppression Division. She could not speak further. Jiang Donglu smiled broadly. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by the mystical wheel of yin and yang, utterly unperturbed by the possibility of a surprise attack from Gong Yang. This was the Demon Suppression Division. Should a real confrontation ensue, one could only speculate whether this grand edifice could withstand such a clash without being reduced to ruins. Jiang Donglu, you are destined for disappointment. Dongbin City shall not fall. Gong Yang sheathed her blade, her gaze turning once more towards Mount Dali, her eyes devoid of warmth. Did the gate to the netherworld truly exist? At this moment, she refrained from analysis. However, this matter involved the second generation of the Overseer. Anything related to the second generation Overseer must be annihilated. With your current constitution, you cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of fate's colossal wheels. Jiang Donglu had yet to utter a critical remark. She would not allow her prophecy to be erroneous in her quest to uphold its veracity. She might ultimately take matters into her own hands to obliterate Dongbin, to dismantle the great Yuan. Chapter 34. Discovery unyielding and resolute. Gong Yang stood firm. The malice of the sect's thieves lingered on, harboring dreams of subjugating the world and aspiring to become the supreme emperor. Jiang Donglu remained silent, stepping into the void and departing from the Demon Suppression Tower. Within the span of a single day, he had witnessed an array of enigmatic occurrences in Dongbin City. Gong Yang, though formidable, still fell short in certain aspects. Yet, she was backed by the great Yuan Demon Suppression Division and the Gong family. In the current state of affairs, there was no need for her to take action. Events would naturally unfold in a manner conducive to her desires. To her astonishment, she had struck again. The great Yuan seemed to be on the brink of decline. After 8 centuries of dynastic rule, was a change of power imminent? Time had stretched endlessly, so much so that it had been forgotten that this realm could be ascended by anyone. One could only wonder if the Gu Liang royal family had adequately prepared to confront their darkest hour. Her presence, within the sect, was indeed a taboo. Gong Yang's expression remained composed as she pondered the information revealed by Jiang Donglu. Who was she? Perhaps those above were already aware. What roles did the Gu Liang royal family, the Gong family, the Demon Suppression Division, and the divine supervision division play in this intricate web? What purpose could her piece serve? Gong Yin realized that this mission was not merely about confronting demons and monsters. Too many forces were intertwined. She gazed once more at Mount Dali. An impulse surged within her, akin to mustering every red-clad artillery in the army to raise the entire mountain to the ground. Yet, she understood that even with such power, implementation would prove challenging. The Divine Supervision Division would obstruct her movements, and her family would counsel her. In the event of a night of 100 ghosts, if the gates of the underworld truly existed, they were likely concealed within Mount Dali. The question remained, how to unlock the gates of the underworld? The demon suppression apprentices required time to grow. The appearance of Jiang Donglu had left her with little time to spare. According to her plan, once 100 demon suppression apprentices matured, she would assign them to infiltrate the various factions within Dongbin City, indirectly controlling the city's defense forces, naval forces, and patrols. She aimed to unite these forces, weaving them into a cohesive power structure. Bailey Feihong's body was already frozen, yet fortunately, the blood essence within him continued to circulate slowly, preventing his body from succumbing to the cold. He calculated the passage of time, but the wait felt interminable, gradually eroding his patience. The flesh of the demonic beasts, if sacrificed to the ghost general, would surely please him. Suddenly, a voice echoed nearby. Bailey Feihong felt an urge to curse. He had hidden here out of necessity, only to discover that this heap of decaying flesh had attracted not the demonic beasts, but rather vengeful spirits. 8 demonic beasts had been eradicated by the Demon Suppression Division, demonstrating their ferocity. Luckily, they did not venture into the mountains at night, allowing spirits like him to surface. The voice bore a weight of experience. It belonged to another vengeful spirit. Enough with the idle chatter. I cannot manage this demonic beast carcass alone. I summoned you to assist. These are the offerings for Lord Ghost General. It is the treachery of those demon beasts that drives them into the mountains at night. A chilling voice, sharp and piercing, echoed. The gate of the underworld is about to open, and soon, these creatures will no longer venture to Dali Mountain during the day to absorb the essence of demons. The voice, laden with a sense of desolation, remarked, "Silence. The gate of the underworld is not for us to discuss. If the secret of the gate is leaked, we will have nowhere to hide. Perhaps the Demon Suppression Division will come here, digging graves and uncovering our hiding places, setting them ablaze. Some of these demon beasts are not favored by the Ghost General. However, if the Tianzhonglong giant python demon could be used to brew wine, it would be excellent material." The sharp-voiced ghost asserted. "The Lord Ghost General does not possess such a large vessel." The voice imbued with a sense of the world's sorrow replied. "It can be sliced. Slice it for brewing wine." The exchange between the two ghosts fell upon Bailey Feihong's ears. With a sigh of regret, he lamented, having died once, yet still restless. Why must one disturb this giant python demon? Yet, the situation is precarious. The Ghost General spoken of by the ghosts possesses a power far beyond his current capabilities. Once his whereabouts are revealed, escaping from this realm of 100 ghosts, Dali Mountain, would be exceedingly difficult. The sharp-voiced ghost spoke helplessly. As the dispute concluded, they invoked the 5 ghost transportation technique, commanding the wandering souls, arise, summoning a dozen little ghosts to lift the corpse of the giant python demon. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated as the giant python demon's belly burst open. With a subtle sound, a figure, entwined with the glimmer of a blade, struck at the sharp-voiced ghost with lightning speed. The ghost instinctively dodged, but it was too late. Bailey Feihong, concealed within the python's belly, unleashed a furious strike against the ghost. How could the mightiest of ghosts be allowed to survive? With a single blow, he cleaved the ghost's form asunder. The summoned little ghosts were immediately struck with terror, scattering in all directions. Bailey Feihong unleashed a tremendous force, enhancing his speed. Swiftly dispatching the little ghosts, he eliminated 2 powerful ghosts, earning 4 skill points. He vanquished 18 little ghosts, gaining 18 skill points. In total, he acquired 22 skill points. Coupled with his own 27 skill points, Bailey Feihong now possessed 49 skill points. The only regret was that there were no merits to be claimed for slaying ghosts. With such an abundance of skill points, a new hope dawned upon Bailey Feihong. There were still 3 hours until dawn. Having overheard the conversation of the 2 ghosts, he understood it was time for him to depart. Ghosts hold no fear of demon beasts. Bailey Feihong had not been gone long when a ghostly soldier, mounted on a skeletal warhorse, burst forth from the ghost market. Arriving at this location, the scent of the living, the leading commander lifted his gaze towards the direction Bailey Feihong had fled. In his eyes, the emanation of the living pointed the way. "Pursue," Capture this living being and present him to Lord Ghost General. The troop of ghostly soldiers galloped fiercely, chasing after Bai Li Fei Hong. The swift and determined Bai Li Fei Hong found himself ensnared in a predicament. A labyrinth of ghostly streets encircled Dili Mountain, transforming the area into a veritable city of phantoms. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld wandering souls drifting about, their icy stares fixated upon him. The avaricious eyes of the spirits, had it not been for the vitality emanating from Bai Li Fei Hong, would have lunged at him without hesitation. Chapter 35. Blood and smoke continuing down this path is untenable. At that moment, I should have concealed myself within the carcass of the beast, allowing my presence to remain undetected. Now, emerging from my hiding place, I find myself surrounded by countless wandering souls, all fixated on me, eager to rend me asunder. A profound heaviness envelopes Bai Li Fei Hong's heart as he gazes upon the tome of skills, his resolve unwavering. This is the only course of action that can forge an opportunity. A chilling, sinister aura looms behind him, yet Bai Li Fei Hong presses onward. In this dire circumstance, only one path remains, to enhance the blood origin technique and elevate his blood refining realm. Having reached such a critical juncture, he must refine his blood essence to garner greater vitality. The martial arts blood essence serves as the bane of specters, though it may also attract formidable malevolent spirits intent on his annihilation. Ultimately, two legs cannot outrun four. A battalion of ghostly soldiers descends upon him, enveloping him with ease. Without hesitation, Bai Li Fei Hong opts to allocate points to enhance the blood origin technique. The skill book reveals a transformation within the technique. The blood origin technique has reached its zenith and cannot be upgraded further, entering a state of deduction. The successful deduction of the blood origin technique consumes 20 skill points. Blood refinement technique. Entry level, 0-10,000. Upgrade the blood refinement technique. The deduction of 20 skill points ignites a pang of anguish within Bai Li Fei Hong, even stirring a desire to strike out. He contemplates that direct allocation of points to elevate his blood refining realm may have been wiser. The upgrade of the blood refinement technique is successful, costing him 10 skill points and elevating it to a proficient level. A terrifying surge of blood essence emanates from his body, causing the blood within him to boil. The blood, akin to mercurial liquid, radiates brilliance, imbued with a hint of ethereal charm. His body expels a multitude of impurities, engulfed in a pungent odor. Simultaneously, Bai Li Fei Hong seems to enter a wondrous state. The blood flows through every limb and sinew, permeating his entire being. His bones, meridians, acupoints, and vital organs all absorb this nascent blood essence, and within him, the blood essence boils, the searing fluid akin to molten lava. The first stage of blood refinement is complete. The blood nourishes every cell in his body as if it were a potent elixir, continuously augmenting Bai Li Fei Hong's strength. He understands that he has yet to reach the pinnacle of blood refining. More essence can be refined, transforming into blood vitality and subsequently into blood origin, further fortifying himself. At this moment, he feels as if he wields a power that transcends mortal limits. Raising his gaze once more toward the ghostly soldiers, his blood essence manifests as a river of crimson, and he brandishes a long blade forged from the sea of blood, raised high. Kill. The leader of the ghostly troops senses the overwhelming potency of this human's blood essence. Without hesitation, the 18 cavalrymen charge forth, their sinister spears aimed at Bai Li Fei Hong. A cold smile graces his lips as the long blade morphs into a torrent of blood, surging forth with unstoppable momentum, crashing through one ghostly soldier effortlessly. The horrifying blood essence ignites the ghostly energy enveloping the soldier, setting him ablaze in an inferno that reduces him to ashes in an instant. Terror spreads like wildfire. The blood essence flows like a river. Within a 10-foot radius, it feels akin to a furnace. A surge of sanguine energy surged forth like a river, enveloping the 17 ghostly soldiers. Blood river slash. With a sweeping motion of the blood sea-long knife, the sanguine essence transformed into a blade of blood, cleaving toward the 17 specters. The mist in the air was torn asunder. In an instant, the ghostly soldiers were annihilated by the blade's fierce energy, reduced to mere ashes. Not too shabby, 3 skill points per specter. Meanwhile, Bai Li Fei Hong's skill points had accumulated to a remarkable 73. Enhance blood refining technique. Deducting 20 skill points. The blood refining technique advanced to mastery. A powerful surge of energy coursed through Bai Li Fei Hong's body. Concurrently, countless experiences of practicing the blood refining technique cascaded through his mind. Regarding the new martial arts, Bai Li Fei Hong felt as if he had immersed himself in the path of martial arts for decades to cultivate it to this level. The overwhelming sanguine energy could no longer be contained by his will. The blood essence rose like smoke, piercing through the malevolent mist, illuminating the surroundings like a beacon. It ignited the errant wandering spirits, and the nearby ghost street was engulfed in sanguine energy as if cloaked in fierce flames. In an instant, portions of the ghost street were reduced to ashes. The skill book continuously prompted him. Kill a wandering spirit, gain 1 skill point. Kill a shadowy soul, gain 1 skill point. A barrage of notifications left Bai Li Fei Hong utterly astounded. He had spent considerable time discovering ways to accumulate skill points, even risking his life to battle beasts for a single point. Yet here he was, with sanguine energy enveloping the area, incinerating a multitude of feeble shadowy souls, and amassing an abundance of skill points. Was the minimum increase in skill points truly just 1? With this thought, Bai Li Fei Hong's apprehension dissipated. This was indeed the correct method to unlock the skill book, the proper way to wield the golden finger of destiny. The notion of gaining experience through cultivation was trivial. Upgrading skill points was far more enticing. The wandering spirits of Dali Mountain piled up like mountains. The second-tier peak of blood refining's energy could potentially burn even ordinary mortals to ashes under its influence. Enhanced blood refining technique. Bai Li Fei Hong lifted his gaze towards the area now devoid of malevolent mist. The ghost street had been set ablaze, and countless wandering spirits fled in panic. Bai Li Fei Hong understood that his mastery of the blood refining technique could not allow him to control his sanguine energy at this moment. He had become a massive target, a thorn in the side of countless vengeful spirits of Dali Mountain. Deducting 40 skill points, the blood refining technique successfully upgraded to perfection. He glanced at his skill points, which had now reached 3 digits, feeling the continuous surge of power within his body. The experience of countless training sessions crashed into his mind, flooding him with realizations. Without hesitation, Bai Li Fei Hong opted to further upgrade his technique. Skill book. Enhanced blood refining technique. Deducting 160 skill points, the blood refining technique upgraded successfully to its pinnacle. This upgrade left Bai Li Fei Hong utterly astonished. The deduction was excessively high. He had expected only an 80-point reduction. The tome of skills defies all conventional logic. Suddenly, a searing pain radiates from every cell within his body, as if engulfed in flames. His form begins to shrink, an immense quantity of moisture evaporating away. Were an ordinary person to endure such a state, they would perish instantaneously. Yet, the energy emanating from the tome safeguards him. A thunderous explosion reverberates in his mind, unleashing a torrent of vitality that pierces the heavens. A mysterious region of his forehead is directly impacted by this surge of blood energy. Simultaneously, his entire being is assaulted by this peculiar force, rendering his body as if it were no longer his own. Undergoing a crucible-like refinement akin to the legendary Monkey King within the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord Laozi. This state persists for several minutes before it finally subsides. Blood refinement occurs 4 times, and his essence surges forth, vast as the oceans. His blood has been honed to its utmost potential. Within the city of Dongbin, none among the members of the Demon Suppression Division have ever undergone the 4th phase of blood refinement. Coupled with his status as a 9th blood martial artist, his cultivation concerning blood energy and liquid essence has been executed 5 times upon mundane blood. The Blood Guardians of the Demon Suppression Division once elevated their blood refinement to a superhuman level. A path tread into darkness. The resources expended to achieve true 4th phase blood refinement are more daunting than those required for divine refinement. Skill Tome. Owner. Bai Li Fei Hong Martial Realm. Blood refinement. Blood refinement into the divine. For times. Skill points. 586. Skills can be upgraded, synthesized, or deduced. Skill 1. Culinary arts. Proficient. Experience. 128 400. Skill 2. Foresees fist technique. Pinnacle. Consumes 5 skill points for upgrade. Skill 3. Blood River Blade technique. Incomplete with 4 moves. Pinnacle. Skill points required for completion, deduction. And synthesis. Skill 4. Blood Refinement Essence. Pinnacle. Skill points required for upgrade, deduction, and synthesis. Most importantly, he possesses several hundred skill points. How many skill points are required to deduce Blood Refinement Essence? Deducing Blood Refinement Essence necessitates 500 skill points. Shall he proceed with the deduction? Decline. Chapter 36. The slaughter of the town. Blood surged like smoke. Gong Yanyan stood astonished. Dali Mountain was shrouded in sinister mist, yet even from the demon suppression tower, One could perceive the scene with utmost clarity. As dawn approached, a plume of blood essence rose straight into the sky, piercing through the night's veil. When had Dongbin City ever seen a master of blood refinement? She was well aware of the peculiarities of the blood origin technique. Even now, Gong Yanyan was diligently practicing it, refining her blood. At this moment, she had already undergone the 5th round of blood refinement. Such talent, if I could enlist this person under my banner, would undoubtedly make for a formidable general. Gong Yanyan stepped forward, treading the air, covering 100 zhang in a single stride with remarkable swiftness. She sensed that this individual's cultivation was lacking, making it exceedingly difficult for them to emerge from Dali Mountain. Now was the opportune moment to extend a helping hand and gather their allegiance. Bailey Feihong understood that without new techniques to cultivate, the path of blood refinement had reached an impasse for him. He could not afford to expend another 500 skill points to deduce the blood origin technique. Further blood refinement would yield minimal enhancement to his combat prowess. He activated the blood origin technique, constraining the blood essence and completely suppressing it. A peculiar sensation surged within him. His mastery over life had reached an extraordinary level. The essence of life gradually receded, ultimately concealing itself, akin to a piece of wood. Life returned to its source, dissolving into fragments. Had the blood origin technique already reached the stage of transformation? Gong Yanyan lingered over Dali town, refraining from rushing in. At this moment, the master of blood refinement had already retracted their aura, making it difficult for her to pinpoint their location. Entering Dali Mountain would only provoke a horde of ghostly attacks. This place had become a malignant tumor for Dongbin City. Were it not for the quest to find the gate of Yellow Springs, I would undoubtedly raze Dali Mountain to the ground, Gong Yanyan declared with fierce determination. Surveying her surroundings, the eerie scene of Dali town caused her brow to furrow slightly. The number of citizens engaged in funerary affairs was excessive. An unsettling aura wafted through the skies of Dali town, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. This was Gong Yanyan's first foray into Dali town, surveying the territory of her guards. Dali town harbored something peculiar, something profoundly strange. With her hand resting on the hilt of her blade, a menacing aura enveloped Dali town. Local constables, come forth and meet me without hesitation. Her authoritative voice echoed throughout Dali town, the commanding tone startling numerous residents who were hiding within their homes. Fong Delong's expression was grim. The arrival of a young man in white during the day had already put him on edge. Just as he had begun to drift into slumber, he was summoned forth by a voice. Fong Delong, his face flushed with anger, stormed out, shouting, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" The town guardian, Gong Yanyan. A mere 6 words caused Fong Delong's heart to tremble. He scrambled out of his house, rushing towards the source of the voice. This humble officer, Fong Delong, captain of the Dali town constabulary, pays his respects to the esteemed town guardian. Fong Delong knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat. Gather all the inhabitants of Dali town in the square. I shall conduct a search for demons and evil forces. Gong Yanyan cast a cold smile, without glancing at Fong Delong, surveying her surroundings. Whether it be vampires or night demons, the origins of these adversaries remained elusive. Yet all clues indicated that a malevolent force orchestrated these events from behind the scenes. She should have realized that few dark powers possessed the ability to manipulate such demons, and the underworld was undoubtedly among them. The phrase darkness under the lamp aptly described her own predicament. My lord, it is the late hour, and the townsfolk have already. A swift kick from her black knee-high boots sent Fong Delong flying, causing him to spew blood and sustain grave injuries. This was a command, not a negotiation. An aura of lethal intent enveloped Fong Delong. Should the master be displeased, his demise was assured. Given Gong Yanyan's current standing, she could easily annihilate not just a patrol officer but the entire town of Dali without fear of repercussions from the great Yuan Empire. This was her confidence, distinct from that of any sect. Behind her stood the entire demon control department of the great Yuan dynasty, backed by the imperial authority. Terrified, Fong Delong clambered to his feet, half kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling as he said, "Yes, I will attend to it immediately." Having reigned over Dali for far too long, they had forgotten their place. In the eyes of the demon control department, they were utterly insignificant. Fong Delong quickly summoned all the officers from the patrol station, instructing them to gather the townsfolk from door to door. Bailey Feihong held his breath, sensing a powerful and sinister force sweeping through the area, methodically searching for his whereabouts. The spirits of Dali Mountain seethed with fury, their blood raging like the sun. incinerating countless wandering souls. Such actions incited a rebellion among the spirits of Dali Mountain, who naturally emerged to restore order. As dawn approached, Bailey Feihong maintained his composure, resisting the temptation of skill points. Dali Mountain harbored great terrors, and the higher his cultivation, the more acute his awareness became. Fortunately, he was adept at concealing his aura. Otherwise, he would have attracted the formidable horrors of Dali Mountain to himself. At that moment, the fog of Dali Mountain began to dissipate, and the ghostly streets were fading away, a positive sign. Raising his gaze, he beheld Dali Town at the foot of the mountain, engulfed in flames. A palpable aura of slaughter rising into the sky, its terrifying intent piercing the heavens. The spirits of Dali Mountain were struck with fear, retreating into obscurity. The pervasive aura of slaughter enveloped the entirety of Dali Town. Bailey Feihong's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Gong Yan, clad in a dark ceremonial robe, wielding her long blade with ruthless precision, laying waste to Dali Town. A dozen fearsome demons radiating terror were mercilessly harvested beneath the glint of her blade. The air was thick with ghostly and demonic energies, transforming Dali Town into a hellish realm. The massacre was brief, lasting less than half an hour. Yet the death toll among members of the underworld's peripheral organization reached a staggering 1,000. Dali Town lay in ruins, the ground scarred with deep gashes from the onslaught of her blade. Rivers of blood flowed as the once thriving town turned to desolation. The entirety of the Demon Control Department mobilized, encircling Dali Town. An extermination of this magnitude? What an immense display of military might! Bailey Feihong believed himself to be sufficiently powerful. However, beneath the blade of the garrison commander Gong Yan, he found himself unable to withstand even a single strike. As heads rolled to the ground, with the break of dawn, the horde of spirits was repelled by the intent of the sword. Seizing the opportunity, Bailey Feihong descended the mountain and quietly integrated himself into the ranks of the Demon Suppression Division. Brother, you seem unfamiliar. Have all the apprentices of the Demon Suppression Division been summoned for this matter? An inquisitive Class C member raised an eyebrow, glancing at the young man beside him. Has it only been less than a month since the apprentices joined the division, and they are already undertaking missions to eliminate the remnants of the underworld? The garrison commander summoned us. We had no choice but to respond, Bailey Feihong replied respectfully. At this moment, not only he, but the other apprentices of the Demon Suppression Division, upon seeing the special signal suspended in the heavens, hurried over as well. They had been trained and understood well the significance of the signal hanging in the sky. Moreover, the radiant glow emanating from the Demon Suppression token spoke volumes. Chapter 37. The spell of forgetting. The assembled demon-slaying apprentices were all present, bringing a sigh of relief to Bailey Feihong. The sudden massacre by the garrison commander had left him utterly bewildered. Observing what was once the thriving Dali Town, he now beheld a scene of utter devastation. Transformed into a shattered battlefield, nearly annihilated. Corpses lay strewn across the ground. Gong Yan drove his sword into the earth and seated himself upon a stone bench, surveying the gathered residents of Dali Town with an air of unrestrained bravado. The aura of his blade intertwined with wisps of energy, visible to the naked eye. Yet none dared to approach this ethereal presence. For those who did, met their demise, cleaved into pieces. On Gong Yan's left stood the garrison commander Ling Hushue, while on his right was Tai Wuya, both with their hands resting on their blades, ready to unleash a tempest of bloodshed at the slightest disturbance. Speak, Gong Yan addressed. Did the vampiric bat demons infiltrate the town and the nocturnal fiends massacre the martial arts schools at the behest of your underworld? Huh. To fall into the hands of a butcher like you. Do as you will, kill or dismember, it matters not, retorted the portly, round-faced coffin shop owner, spitting defiantly at Gong Yan with a smile, undeterred by the peril surrounding him. Ling Hu, this coffin shop owner is now your responsibility, the left garrison commander declared. The seemingly cultured, middle-aged Ling Hushue, with his graying hair, leapt forward, seizing the coffin shop owner and dragging him towards the constabulary. Fong Delong remained silent, kneeling with his subordinates, their heads bowed in fear. The demon-slaying officers of the Demon Suppression Department continued to scour Dali Town, extracting the hidden residents, who quaked in fear as they gathered on the main street, kneeling in trepidation. I am deeply disappointed, Gong Yan proclaimed, lifting his gaze to all members of the Demon Suppression Department. In such a vast den of thieves, not a single demon slayer has detected it. The extermination of the beastly fiends in Dali Mountain was a long-term task. implying that many among you have been shuttling back and forth between the capital and Dali town. The demon-slaying officers bowed their heads, their spirits crushed under the weight of Gong Yongyan's authority, which had reached its zenith. Beneath her feet lay a path paved with countless bones. Power is forged through bloodshed. You have truly disappointed me. Have all the demon-slaying apprentices arrived? Ding Bo, a composed demon-slayer, stepped forward hastily, reporting to you, my lord. All demon-slaying apprentices have arrived at Dali town. Summon them forth. Let them be instructed on the responsibilities of our demon suppression department. Gong Yongyan nodded in satisfaction. The summons from the garrison commander had been dispatched, ensuring the apprentices hastened from the city. This indicated that Ding Bo had performed commendably, successfully nurturing this cohort of apprentices. Ding Bo felt a sense of pride, exhaling in relief as he promptly gathered the demon-slaying apprentices. The entire demon suppression department, comprising 82 members, was present, with 32 being apprentices. Gong Yongyan felt acutely the inadequacy of Dong Bin City's power. The demon suppression department there had rotted to its core. The den of thieves lay right before them, yet not a single soul had perceived it. Simultaneously, she was filled with discontent, aware that she had been ensnared in a scheme by Jiang Donglu of the Yinyang Heavenly Sect. It was his presence that had redirected her attention to the coldest corners of Dong Bin City. Having witnessed the procession of malevolent spirits at Dali Mountain and the ominous atmosphere akin to a rising smoke of blood, it became apparent that the entire populace of Dali Town is ensnared within the clutches of the Netherworld organization. Many residents have been transformed into its members, and this town conceals its secrets far too deeply. Since the second-generation divine supervisor indicated that this place serves as a significant financial nexus for the Yuan dynasty, the Netherworld has already begun its machinations here. Reflecting upon this, the notion of the bodies buried in Dali Mountain by the Netherworld sends a shiver down Gong Yongyan's spine. As merely an outer organization, who among the core members of the Netherworld orchestrates affairs here? Might they be present at Dali Mountain? Given Gong Yongyan's temperament, she senses the intricacies and perils that Dali Mountain harbors. What enterprises does the Netherworld conduct there? What role did the divine supervisor play in this location? Is the gate to the underworld truly just a passage to the nether realm? Uncertainty gnaws at her, yet the desire to flatten Dali Mountain grows ever stronger within her. However, this place, steeped in chaos, conceals great terror. She possesses no certainty, unless she can mobilize her family's strength. Perhaps then she could seize Dali Mountain and uncover its secrets with clarity. Bailey Fei Hong and the 31 other demon suppression apprentices traversed the main thoroughfare in silence. Feeling the weight of the gazes of surrounding demon suppressors upon them, enduring immense pressure, Bailey Fei Hong held her breath, striving to regulate her aura while employing the Blood River Blade technique internally. The alchemy of blood itself possesses an extraordinary nature, granting formidable control over one's aura, making it challenging for others to discern her true essence. This encapsulates the marvel of blood refinement. Stillness conceals like wood, yet movement strikes with the force of thunder. As Bailey Fei Hong glided past numerous corpses, some faces seemed eerily familiar. Blood pooled on the ground as they walked the main street. They could sidestep the bodies but not avoid stepping in the sanguine puddles, leaving imprints with each step. Many bore pallid expressions, nearly succumbing to the nightmarish scene around them. Bailey Fei Hong fared better. Having encountered a throng of spirits on Dali Mountain previously, that experience eclipsed the gruesome tableau before her, instilling a deeper fear within. Her psychological resilience had fortified considerably. The experiences imparted through the skill tome had tempered her will, rendering this an unspoken boon. Report to me, my lord. The 32 demon suppression apprentices have arrived, and Dali Town has been thoroughly searched. All individuals have been accounted for, with no other unusual items discovered. Good, you may withdraw, responded Gong Yongyan, whose exquisite beauty is further elevated by her inherent nobility and charm, captivating all who behold her. Yet beneath her feet lies a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, rendering her beauty unappreciated. I am heartened to see you all summoned here, as it signifies that your time spent in the Demon Suppression Division over the past half-month has not been squandered, but rather devoted to growth. Preparing for your future roles as Demon Suppressors tasked with safeguarding peace, Gong Yongyan praised. Particularly the 6 apprentices, whose resolve remained steadfast and aspirations soared high. You 6. Step forward. Gong Yongyan pointed with her delicate fingers, beckoning the 6 apprentices. Bailey Fei Hong found himself perplexed. The 6 demon-suppressing apprentices were remarkably inconspicuous among their peers, their presence nearly non-existent. Even now, Bailey Fei Hong had yet to commit their names to memory. This situation was indeed peculiar. The forgetting spell was a marvel in its own right. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 6 apprentices turned pale. They lifted their heads, their eyes a fiery crimson, fixating intently on Gong Yin, who sat upon a stone bench. How audacious the demons had become, daring to infiltrate the Demon Suppression Division. Furthermore, aside from myself, neither Ling Hu nor Tai Lao had discerned your true identities. Such a spell is not merely astonishing, it instills a sense of dread within me. As Gong Yan's words echoed through the air, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Demons? The demon-suppressing apprentices had mingled with demons? Gong Yan, Master Huang has instructed me to convey a message. Do not wade into the murky waters of Dongbin City. Suddenly, one of the demon-suppressing apprentices raised his voice. It was none other than him, Master Huang from the myriad studies of the underworld. Chapter 38. Purification. Gong Yan's exquisitely handsome visage bore a hint of murderous intent. It was not within the purview of a mere coward, lurking in the shadows, to pass judgment on how the town's guardian handled affairs. Who did he think he was? His mocking words echoed. The great Yuan dynasty would soon be unable to shield you. The apprentice of demon slaying, with eyes as crimson as blood, emanated a continuous surge of demonic energy. His body underwent a grotesque transformation, sprouting fur all over. His mouth elongated into a wolf's maw, his features contorted, enveloped in a thick miasma of malevolence. Whoever slays these 6 demons shall receive the 6 paths of demon suppression from this guardian, Gong Yin declared, unperturbed by the transformation before him. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the apprentices and slowly uttered, the 6 paths of demon suppression. The secret teachings of the Demon Suppression Division, accessible only to the guardian, are among its most formidable martial legacies. He cast it forth without hesitation, sending ripples of astonishment throughout the entire Demon Suppression Division of Dongbin City. I am willing to serve you, my lord, Zheng Yishan, flushed with anger and his countenance fierce, asserted. It is not your place to decide. Gong Yin shot him a cold glance, as if dousing him with icy water, leaving him shivering. He was responsible for tracking the bat demons and the night demons, and the lord had even bestowed upon him a magical compass. Yes, my lord. Gong Yan's gaze remained fixed on the demonized apprentice. Even in death, I can still take down all the apprentices you have recruited. Not a loss. The demonized apprentice shouted. Are all demon-slaying apprentices so cowardly? Gong Yan's voice dripped with disappointment. I am willing to serve you, my lord, Luo Jinglin said, bowing respectfully. He stepped forward, yet the demonized apprentice vanished in a blink, striking him with a claw and sending him flying. Luo Jinglin bore a divine sword, should he wield it. It would inflict significant harm upon himself. Thus, the demon struck first. The demon's attack did not faze Gong Yan. Among the 32 apprentices, 6 had been transformed into demons. The remaining 26, if they failed to meet her expectations, would not be spared from dismissal. What did satisfaction mean? Attitude. Bailey Fei Hong inhaled deeply, rapidly assessing the situation in his mind. If he could obtain the complete version of the 6 paths of demon suppression, it would resolve his issues with the source of his martial arts. Former colleagues had now turned into demons. Their fates were sealed. By prompting the demon-slaying apprentices to act, Gong Yin sought not merely their deaths, but rather a display of willingness, a willingness to embrace death. Bailey Fei Hong, the demon-slaying apprentice, is willing to serve the guardian. Bailey Fei Hong stepped forth, gripping his blood-soaked long blade, his gaze resolute as he looked at his 6 former colleagues. All of you, come at me together. Clap, clap. Gong Yin applauded. Such commendable courage. Bailey Fei Hong, I recall you practiced the Blood River Blade technique, your martial arts originating from the Sea High Martial Arts School. Slay them, and you shall take over the investigation into the Night Demon case. His admiring gaze even incited jealousy in Zheng Yishan. The investigation into the Night Demons remained shrouded in ambiguity. Now entrusted to Bailey Fei Hong, with his background, Zheng Yishan has already comprehended the intent of Gong Yan. She aims to mobilize the transport of goods. Very well, I have no desire to play the scapegoat. Thank you, Lord Xie. The 6 malevolent beings have fully transformed. The hideous appearances of these 6 wolf demons are infused with an astonishing aura of malevolence. Their strength has surpassed that of the 9th Blood Martial Masters. To be frank, they have shown little interest in Bailey Fei Hong. What could this mere dock worker possibly offer them? The Blood Sea Long Blade is drawn. At this moment, Bailey Fei Hong realizes that with his current cultivation, concealing himself before the prefect is utterly impossible. To acquire more resources and ascend to the ranks of martial prowess, he must rely on the support of the Demon Suppression Division, and the fate of his destiny lies in the hands of Prefect Gong Yongyan. Kill. The demonized apprentices of the Demon Suppression Division will show no mercy. Their fate has already been sealed. From the moment they were exposed, no? From the instant they entered the Demon Suppression Division, they ceased to entertain the notion of leaving alive. The river flows with great force, and the blood energy surges like the sun. The pinnacle of the Blood River Blade technique's fourth form is unleashed by Bailey Feihong. The blood energy within him surges like the waters of the four seas, crashing with vigor. The blood energy transforms into a great blade, cleaving forth, radiant like the blazing sun, illuminating Dali Town. The martial arts of the Four Seas Martial Hall, once deemed inconsequential by the Demon Suppression Division, are now revealed. At this moment, the terrifying blood energy flows like a river, manifesting behind Bailey Feihong. The waters of the Four Seas hang in the air, coalescing into a blazing sun. The radiant blood energy turns the narrow street into a realm of volcanic lava. Countless black fumes billow from the wolf demons. They roar, horrified, even disbelieving. Yet, the blade light, like blood, transforms into a river, sweeping past their forms. In an instant, the terrifying might of the blood energy engulfs them. Splendid. Gong Yongyan rises, applauding in admiration. The remaining members of the Demon Suppression Division watch in astonishment at this apprentice, their eyes wide with disbelief. The blood energy, like smoke, has rapidly evolved over the past half-month. Your comprehension of the blood origin technique has reached its zenith, and you have further refined your body's blood energy. Stepping onto the path of blood refinement. Bailey Feihong, from this day forth, you are hereby appointed as a Level Ding Demon Suppressor of the Eastern Bin City Demon Suppression Division, officially becoming a member of the division. Bailey Feihong's stern visage remains devoid of any expression. He clasps his blade and bows, kneeling partially on the ground. Thank you, Lord Prefect. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to slaying demons for you. No, you must slay demons for the people of the world. Gong Yongyan corrects his words. Indeed. Yet Bailey Feihong understands implicitly. The gathered apprentices of the Demon Suppression Division gaze at him in astonishment. Someone, take apprentice Luo Jinglin to the city for medical treatment. His courage is commendable. Award him a vial of blood essence pill, and may he swiftly enter the blood refinement realm. Luo Jinglin rises in delight, expressing his gratitude. The remaining apprentices reveal expressions of regret. Dali Town, execute the purification plan. Gong Yongyan surveys the surroundings, coldly issuing the command. Understood. Many demon hunters revealed expressions of profound reluctance. What does purification entail? It signifies the complete eradication of all traces within the town of Dali. This is the essence of the purification plan. Sin must be cleansed. Bailey Feihong, who considered himself well-versed in grand affairs, felt a chill enveloping him. Yet, the whispers of others held no sway over Gong Yongyan's decision. As if commanded, the entire populace of Dali was mercilessly slaughtered. The bodies and minds of the demon-hunting apprentices grew cold. This is the nature of the Demon Suppression Division. Do you think we, the Demon Suppression Division, are too cold-blooded? Ding Bo approached. Lord Ding, Bailey Feihong greeted with a respectful gesture. The residents here have been entirely subjugated by the underworld. They have become mere pawns of its malevolence. Ding Bo spoke through gritted teeth at the mention of the underworld. Bailey Feihong discerned a profound enmity between Ding Bo and the underworld. A resident let out a howl as black, tadpole-like demonic runes manifested upon their body. If we are not allowed to live, we shall descend into the Yellow Springs together. The remaining residents were engulfed by the surging malevolent runes. This is a cursed spell from the underworld, capable of awakening latent potential within the body while simultaneously bestowing the wicked powers of the underworld, resulting in a semi-demon transformation. Ding Bo elucidated. Stance is of paramount importance. Gong Yongyan displayed an expression of appreciation. It is a fine weapon. Chapter 39. The Six Paths of Demon Suppression. Bailey Jinma. Your performance is truly astonishing. At some point, Ding Bo had positioned himself beside Bailey Feihong. Wiping the blood from his blade, Bailey Feihong bore an expression of indifference. Lord Ding's teachings are indeed profound. As we shall be colleagues from now on, given that I am your senior by a few years, it would be more fitting for you to call me Ding Gu or simply Ding Bo. Ding Bo chuckled, noting that among the 32 demon suppression apprentices, only Bailey Feihong and Luo Jinglin had captured his attention. Luo Jinglin had his own fortunate circumstances, while Bailey Feihong was shrouded in mystery, his exceptional talent for cultivation evident. Seizing the opportunity while he could still mentor him, Ding Bo sought to establish a favorable rapport should Bailey Fei Hong ascend in status. He would have another avenue available to him. Dingu, please call me Fei Hong as well, Bailey Fei Hong replied, his smile mirroring Ding Bo's. With someone willing to forge a connection, Bailey Fei Hong naturally welcomed it. The Demon Suppression Department amassed a significant quantity of incendiary oil, incinerating the entirety of Dali Town. Simultaneously, checkpoints were established at the foot of Dali Mountain. The patrol officers met their demise. And the official narrative from the Demon Suppression Department was that they perished at the claws of malevolent creatures. However, the truth remained shrouded in obscurity, with no one daring to delve deeper. News of the events surrounding Dali Mountain spread swiftly throughout Dongbin City, instilling a sense of dread among the populace. After all, the graves on Dali Mountain were renowned for their auspicious feng shui, with many commoners and wealthy families interring their ancestors there. With Dali Town obliterated and the practitioners of funerary rites deceased, the route for ancestral veneration was severed. Many harbored resentment but dared not protest. The fate of an entire town had been sealed with death. The air of slaughter permeated Dongbin City, and the citizens viewed the members of the Demon Suppression Department with trepidation. I pay my respects to the Lord Guardian, Bailey Fei Hong said, bowing his head and half kneeling in greeting. Rise, came the response from Gong Yin, who stood with his back to him. At this moment, they found themselves atop the Demon Suppression Tower. It was Bailey Fei Hong's first ascent to the tower's pinnacle. As he stood before the parapet, gazing down upon Dongbin City, he was struck by its grandeur. This jade tablet contains the illustrious 6 paths of demon suppression, recorded through an exquisite technique. It is a reward bestowed upon you by this official. The jade tablet was placed upon the parapet beside Gong Yin, accompanied by an intriguing compass. Above the compass, a small glass dome encased a single droplet of blood. This artifact, known as the Demon Locating Compass, could pinpoint the location of malevolent beings. Among other functionalities that you shall need to explore, Bailey Fei Hong clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the generous gift, my lord." He accepted the jade tablet and the Demon Locating Compass without hesitation. Input your blood essence to activate the jade tablet, Gong Yin advised. Bailey Fei Hong paused, discerning the implication behind Gong Yang's words. He promptly infused the tablet with his blood essence, causing it to radiate brilliance. An imprint, akin to a thought, was triggered, flowing into his body in tandem with his blood essence. His mind burst forth with a multitude of starlight, and the character's 6 paths of demon suppression shimmered in his consciousness. A monumental text, comprising hundreds of thousands of words, unfolded in his mind, indelibly etched into the depths of his memory. The Zhen Mo Lu Dao Jing, if presented in book form, would likely require an entire bookshelf to contain it. As Bailey Fei Hong's mind conjured the verses of this scripture, he realized that it was not filled with verbose platitudes, but rather served as a guide for cultivation. From the blood Yuan technique to the pinnacle of human martial arts, the wisdom shared by martial arts masters was elaborated upon. At its zenith, the Zhen Mo Lu Dao Jing records the highest realms encountered by humanity. What are the 6 paths? The path of the body, the path of the primordial embryo, the path of divine powers, the path of Dharma forms, the path of Hunyuan, and the path of creation. The path of the body refines. The primordial embryo is boundless. The divine powers are immeasurable. The Dharma forms are infinite. The Hunyuan is ever adaptable, and the path of creation shapes the cosmos. This encapsulates the essence of the 6 paths. The Zhen Mo Lu Dao Jing is a synthesis of wisdom from various sects, crafted by a human immortal, 6 martial saints, and dozens of grandmasters of Dharma forms. Since its inception, no one has managed to cultivate to its highest level. Gong Yin gazed at Bailey Fei Hong, questioning how someone of his humble status could possibly access the entirety of such a profound tome. Bailey Fei Hong felt an internal panic. The refinement of blood is not something everyone can achieve. Blood refinement is the purest form of martial arts, birthed to combat demons and malevolent spirits. Naturally endowed with the power to counter such entities, a blood refiner cannot be a spy for demons or a practitioner of dark arts. This alone grants you the qualification to cultivate the secret techniques of the Zhen Mo division. Gong Yang's gaze was intense, filled with a desire to understand how Bailey Fei Hong could expedite his blood refinement. Yet, she knew that everyone holds their own secrets. Indeed, access to the entire scripture is not granted to just anyone. The bestowal of the Zhen Mo Lu Dao Jing upon me is a reward for my mission in Dongbin City. The task of the Zhen Mo division remains unfinished, and the granting of such a reward implies a certain fatality in the task. A shadow of sorrow crossed Gong Yongyan's eyes as she surveyed the bustling city of Dongbin, lost in thought. Ba Li Fei Hong dared not breathe, cursing inwardly, for he had anticipated that acquiring the Zhen Mo Lu Dao Jing would not be a simple endeavor. There are prophecies regarding Dongbin City, foretelling its ruin beginning with blood. As Gong Yongyan uttered these words, a weight lifted from her heart. She remained a woman, burdened with too much. My lord, those prophecies are mere fabrications, Ba Li Fei Hong asserted, skeptical of such predictions. No, they are real, Gong Yongyan replied, directing her gaze at him, causing him to avert his eyes hastily. You must understand one thing. Dongbin City is on the brink of disaster. I too wish the prophecy were false. But it does not target Dongbin alone. The first 3 prophecies have already come to pass. Ba Li Fei Hong was taken aback, his limited strength rendering him unable to comprehend why Gong Yongyan confided in him. You are a person of Dongbin City, without any hidden agenda. You are one I have recruited. No other faction would take you in. From the moment you ascended the heavenly platform, you have marked yourself with my insignia. If I perish, you cannot escape. Gong Yongyan did not take a roundabout path, nor did she expound on any philosophical principles. It was a matter of binding interests. If I live, assisting you to become the leader of the Zhen Mo is not an issue. If I die, you will have no other recourse. Do you understand? I understand, Ba Li Fei Hong replied. Ba Li Fei Hong clasped his hands respectfully and spoke. Having reached this juncture, the path of retreat had been irrevocably sealed. However, I humbly wish to inquire, why me? Ba Li Fei Hong, this path is one you have chosen for yourself. It is not I who have drawn you into this. Gong Yongyan offered a charming smile, exceedingly lovely. Ba Li Fei Hong appeared slightly entranced. There are numerous tasks ahead of you. Devote yourself diligently to your cultivation. Having undergone 4 rounds of refinement is already the limit of what your body can endure in a short span. To swiftly master even more formidable powers, the elevation of your realm is indispensable. The subordinate understood, casting a glance at the skill points. The carnage in Dali Town had bestowed upon Ba Li Fei Hong several hundred skill points. Skill points, 1289. On his way home, Ba Li Fei Hong pondered over Gong Yongyan's words. Why did she choose me? The emergence of the underworld has thrown my plans into disarray. Gong Yongyan resumed her cold demeanor. She required a miraculous pawn, and Ba Li Fei Hong was her chosen one. Should the Blood Guard be stationed in Dongbin City, Gong Yongyan would harbor no fear of the underworld organization. The aura of blood enveloped the land for 1,000 miles, radiating like the sun. Members of the underworld dared not venture near Dongbin City. However, to station the Blood Guard would necessitate safeguarding the imperial palace, making it impossible to step beyond the capital. Thus, she sought to cultivate her own master of blood, refining martial arts. Chapter 40. Return to the 4 Seas in the narrow courtyard. Ba Li Fei Hong extracted a stool, reclining upon it to observe the celestial bodies in the night sky. At this moment, his mind was in disarray. Was Dongbin City destined for destruction? The prophecy seemed unreliable. Yet, the era in which he resided was tumultuous. The intermingling of steam civilization, the nascent stages of industry, and feudal dynasties presented a chaotic tapestry. It was akin to the late Qing dynasty. However, the presence of demons, martial arts, Western magic, and various incantations and esoteric arts from other realms rendered this world bizarrely unique. He had anticipated witnessing the rise of an era. But little did he know that the true rulers of this world were the concealed, sinister monstrosities. Gong Yongyan, that woman, with her alluring figure, inspired within him an overwhelming desire to subdue and chastise her. A surge of determination coursed through Ba Li Fei Hong, unreservedly drawn in. Such a blatant overture left him no room for resistance. Yet, his destiny would not be dictated by another. He turned his gaze to the skill tome. Owner, Ba Li Fei Hong Martial Arts Realm, Blood Refinement, refined blood to the divine. 4 stages of tempering, skill points, 1298, upgradable skills, combinable skills, derivable skills, skill 1, culinary arts, proficient, experience, 128 400 skill 2, 4 C's fist technique. Pinnacle consumes 5 skill points for upgrade. Skill 3, Blood River Blade Technique, incomplete with 4 moves. Pinnacle, skill points required for completion, derivation. In combination, Skill 4, Blood Refinement Essence Technique. Pinnacle, skill points required for upgrade, derivation. In combination, Skill 5, Demon Suppression 6 Pad Sutra, not yet initiated. Such an abundant reserve of skill points was ample to elevate Bai Li Fei Hong's prowess further. The Blood Refinement Essence technique remained available for cultivation. However, the skills had reached their limits. Theoretically, Bai Li Fei Hong could no longer rely on the skill tome to refine his blood energy unless he could derive the Blood Refinement Essence technique anew. Nevertheless, he could absorb external biological energy, condensing it into blood energy to fortify his blood essence. Once his blood essence reached its zenith, he could utilize the pinnacle state of the Blood Refinement Essence technique to continue refining it. 5th, 6th, 7th iterations. The Blood Essence technique merely served as a tool to transform external energy into blood essence. The Blood Refinement Essence technique was significantly more formidable, excelling in the refinement of blood energy, blood essence, and fluid compared to the Blood Essence technique by several magnitudes. As long as Bai Li Fei Hong could absorb more energy to enhance his blood energy, he could persist in elevating his blood refinement level. In Bai Li Fei Hong's eyes, martial arts were merely a craft, a skill, a unique tool. Achieving the pinnacle did not confine one to stagnation. During his martial artist phase, the 4C's fist technique was but trivial. Now, with his blood energy propelling the 4C's fist technique, its might was incomparably extraordinary. Strengthened roots yield stronger skills. The limitations on skill potency were always dictated by one's own capabilities. He sighed, contemplating the need to seize opportunities. With dawn breaking, he chose not to report to the Demon Suppression Division. Instead, he made his way to the 4C's martial arts school. The Blood River Blade technique nestled in his embrace. On his path, he passed by the Rolling Stone Martial Arts School, which had already closed its doors. Bai Li Fei Hong wore a cold smile on his face. The Stone Pavilion's master, Yang Fei, who had lost an arm, was no longer a formidable threat. Surely, his former enemies would not hesitate to take advantage of his misfortune. Who would dare to provoke the 4C's martial arts hall now? The atmosphere in the 4C's martial arts hall was lively. Zheng Ada, listless, was guarding the entrance when he spotted Bai Li Fei Hong, his eyes lighting up. Bai Li Shixiao, have you come to see the master? Indeed, Ada. I'm close to shedding blood, Bai Li Fei Hong replied, his smile full of warmth. It was all thanks to the adept teachings of 6 Shixiao. Zheng Ada also broke into a smile. The murder of Wu Sihai and the massacre of numerous disciples had dealt a severe blow to the 4C's martial arts hall. However, since Zhang Qianshan decided to take over the hall, things had begun to improve. Now, Zhang Qianshan had become a formidable blood martial artist. And with the Blood River Blade technique, he was indeed a rising star among the martial artists of Prosperity Street. The common folk dared not provoke him. Bai Li Shixiao, have you become an exorcist? Zheng Ada couldn't help but inquire. Fortuitously, I participated in the recruitment selection and succeeded. At this moment, Bai Li Fei Hong still wore the same dark robe, having not changed into the clawed python robe. He was indeed a true exorcist, but without having refined his bones. Donning the clawed python robe would render him a moving target. The apprentice exorcist's robe suited him just fine. Zheng Ada gazed at Bai Li Fei Hong with envy, clasping his hands in respect. Shixiao, you must protect the 4C's martial arts hall from now on. Rest assured, as long as I am in Dongbin City, the 4C's martial arts hall shall be under my protection. Bai Li Fei Hong understood that without the early teachings at the 4C's martial arts hall, he would never have been able to enter the exorcist division. Furthermore, he felt a profound sense of responsibility to safeguard the legacy of the hall, entrusted to him by 6th Shixiao Zhang Qianshan. The Blood River Blade technique had greatly aided him. Without it, he might not have passed the evaluation. Nor could he have swiftly accumulated such a wealth of skill points to cultivate his blood energy to this extent. Zheng Ada led Bai Li Fei Hong into the backyard. The 4C's martial arts hall had recruited many new faces, likely due to the current unrest in Dongbin City, prompting people to learn martial arts for self-defense. Zhang Qianshan remained as dedicated as ever, personally teaching the newcomers. He imparted the 16 moves of the 4C's fist, sharing his own experiences with the disciples of the hall. Bai Li Fei Hong watched quietly, feeling an unusual sense of calm within. Although his time at the 4C's martial arts hall had been brief, he held deep affection for the place. Alas, Master Wu Sihai. After witnessing the Night Demon case, Bai Li Fei Hong felt a pang of guilt. Everything is interconnected. Had he not killed Huang Suihua, the wife of the leader Zhang, perhaps Wu Sihai would still be alive. The investigative information provided by the constabulary left him shaken. During the murder, he had not employed the 4C's fist, yet clues had been extracted from the bodies, leading to several martial halls. Upon reviewing the case files, Bailey Feihong realized he had been marked. The reason the constabulary had not pinpointed him was merely due to his brief tenure at the Four Seas Martial Arts Hall. Moreover, they were unaware of his existence. One must never underestimate anyone. With a heart full of remorse, Bailey Feihong chose to return to the Sihai Martial Arts Hall once more. Zhang Qianshan wiped the sweat from his brow and, upon seeing Bailey Feihong, was taken aback by the sight of the dark robe emblazoned with serpents. The significance of donning such an attire speaks for itself. Bailey Feihong's martial prowess had been meticulously cultivated under his guidance. In such a brief time, to have entered the Demon Suppression Division, his exceptional talent in martial arts was indeed, as he had anticipated, a prodigy born for the art of combat. Even more formidable than his senior brother. With diligent practice, once you achieve the blood stage, the martial hall will ardently support you. Should you meet the criteria, the path to the Demon Suppression Division awaits, promising a brilliant future, Zhang Qianshan encouraged. Many disciples of the Sihai Martial Arts Hall had already taken note of Bailey Feihong. The brilliance of his dark robe was simply too striking. Sixth brother, under your stewardship, the Sihai Martial Arts Hall shines anew. The spirit of our venerable master must surely find solace in this. Bailey Feihong's tone turned slightly melancholic. I did not slay Bo Run, yet he perished because of me. Master Wu Sihai is no different. If only Master knew that among his disciples, one had joined the Demon Suppression Division, he would be profoundly pleased. Zhang Qianshan beamed with delight. With Bailey Feihong as a member of the Demon Suppression Division, no one would dare to covet the legacy of the Sihai Martial Arts Hall's Blood River Blade technique. By a stroke of fate, I had thought my senior brother would partake in the recruitment for the Demon Suppression Division, yet in the end, his figure was nowhere to be seen. Had he joined, he too would have become an apprentice in the division. The Sihai Martial Arts Hall is my true home. My talents are limited. What good would it do to join the Demon Suppression Division? In the end, I would merely become cannon fodder. Zhang Qianshan remarked with a shake of his head and a bitter smile. If only Wu Sihai were still alive, he would have had the resolve to chase after the future. But Wu Sihai had passed, and should he die as well, the lineage of the Sihai Martial Arts Hall would truly be severed. What of the other senior brothers and sisters? Zhang Qianshan sighed, pondering when they might reunite once more. Each person has their own aspirations, and that as well. The Sihai Martial Arts Hall is indeed the most fitting legacy for my senior brother. Bailey Feihong understood that Zhang Qianshan had already become estranged from his family for the sake of the Sihai Martial Arts Hall. Suddenly, Bailey Feihong produced a jade vial along with a jade slip and handed them to Zhang Qianshan. Junior brother, what is this? 10 essence blood pills. A reward from the Demon Suppression Division. They are highly potent. When refining, do not swallow them all at once. Divide them into 10 doses. This vial contains enough essence blood pills to support your cultivation to the pinnacle of a martial master. Zhang Qianshan was astonished and quickly waved his hand. Junior brother, you have just entered the Demon Suppression Division, a time to establish your accomplishments. This vial of essence blood pills is far too precious. It would be a waste to give it to me. Essence blood pills hold little value for me now, Bailey Feihong replied. In truth, they were still of some use to him, but a vial containing 10 would not significantly enhance his strength. Bailey Feihong stood up, preparing to depart. As he stood outside the door, he turned back to say, regarding the Night Demon case, I have been entrusted with its management by the Demon Suppression Division. Good. Zhang Qianshan exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Thus, the vendetta against Wu Sihai has finally been avenged. Bailey Feihong is also a disciple of the Sihai Martial Arts School. Standing outside the entrance of the Sihai Martial Arts School, he lingered for a considerable time. The martial artists of Chongqing Street observed the striking figure of this youthful gentleman. At this moment, as Bailey Feihong delved deeper into his training, the once darkened skin from his days of labor at the docks had transformed remarkably. Describing him as possessing an exquisite physique would not be an exaggeration. The sunlight cascaded upon him, illuminating his form with a radiant glow, making him appear extraordinarily resplendent. Who is he? He is Bailey Feihong of the Demon Subjugation Division, a disciple of the Sihai Martial Arts School. The news of the Rolling Stone Pavilion Master's arm being severed by a blade cannot be concealed any longer. It is at this moment that the martial artists of the school became aware of Bailey Feihong. In the eyes of others, he is the 7th inner disciple of the Sihai Martial Arts School. After joining the Demon Subjugation Division, his ascent has been meteoric. The desire to remain low-key is now futile. There are too many scrutinizing eyes on the Demon Subjugation Division. and those with ulterior motives can easily unveil the trajectory of Bailey Feihong's life. Chapter 41. The Bone Refinement Realm 3 days later. The aftermath of the eradication of the underworld in Dali Mountain continues to unfold. Ling Hushui personally leads the team, accompanied by Zheng Yishan and others, as they meticulously extract the remnants of the underworld's influence in Dongbin City. The clandestine warfare is exceedingly brutal. The Demon Suppression Division has lost 5 level D demon suppressors and 1 level C demon suppressor. Bailey Feihong steps once more into the halls of the Demon Suppression Division. He is not the same man he once was. Approaching the front desk of the task hall, he finds Yin Ruyu, her head bowed as she reviews the Division S assignments. His presence brings a spark to her eyes. Bailey Feihong has caught the eye of the esteemed demon guardian, Gong Yangyan. This news has already spread within the division. It is said that Gong Yangyan intends to impart the division's secret teachings, the 6 paths of demon suppression, to Bailey Feihong, solely because he has vanquished 6 demons that had infiltrated the division. Miss Yin, could you kindly assist in verifying this task? Bailey Feihong inquires as he hands the Black Soul Jade to Yin Ruyu. This task should not fall to her, yet due to the internal restructuring of Dongbin City, all verifications are now centralized in the task hall. Consequently, the members of the task hall have become the focal point of the entire division. Among them, Yin Ruyu's beauty and her esteemed lineage from the Yin family have made her the center of attention. Many demon suppressors have already begun to pursue this core figure within the division, regardless of their marital status. Those who can enter the Demon Suppression Division are the elite of Dongbin City, and rivalry is fierce. However, what is Yin Ryu's standing? She does not undertake tasks. Yet she is a person brought in by Gong Yangyan. Having encountered numerous distinguished scions in the imperial capital, she remains unmoved by the advances of these demon suppressors. In her eyes, they are merely ordinary. Despite her approachable demeanor, she harbors an extraordinary pride. As Yin Ryu examines the Black Soul Jade, she quickly discerns the quantity of demon souls contained within. The Black Soul Jade is brimming, yielding 1 level C merit. It is already full. Bailey Feihong ponders briefly and realizes that it likely absorbed a significant amount of demonic energy during the slaying of the vengeful spirits. Miss Yin, could you exchange this for a bone refinement pill? Even within the Demon Suppression Division, such elixirs are scarce resources. To procure one typically requires a price tenfold. The strength of a level D demon suppressor corresponds to the bone refinement stage. However, a bone refinement pill demands 10 level D merits and 1 level C merit. This is due to the fact that as a demon suppression apprentice, slaying demon beasts grants level D merit. This is a privilege bestowed upon demon suppression apprentices by the demon guardians. It can be said that acquiring merit at the apprentice level is the easiest. Once one becomes a level D demon suppressor, enjoying this privilege becomes impossible. Is Bailey Feihong preparing to ascend to the bone refinement realm? Yin Ryu lifts her gaze, her starry eyes sparkling as she observes this new rising star of the Demon Suppression Division with earnest curiosity. The guidance of the Guardian has illuminated my path. If not now, when shall I enter the bone refinement stage? Bailey Feihong has come to realize that survival is no longer a possibility. It is far more prudent to adopt a new strategy, transforming himself into an unparalleled genius to procure more cultivation resources from the Demon Suppression Division. Beyond skill points, accruing experience through cultivation presents a swift avenue for enhancing one's abilities. The consumption of elixirs can be converted into experience points, offering a rapid path to strength. Furthermore, taking these potions alleviates the necessity of consuming copious amounts of food to replenish the body's energy requirements. Very well, I shall process your task settlement. The merits have already been deducted. Yin Ryu possesses considerable professional acumen and promptly hands him a vial containing bone refining elixir. Though Bailey Feihong is unfamiliar with the elixir, he trusts that the Demon Suppression Division would not deceive him. After securing the bone refining elixir, he refrains from immediately investigating the Night Demon. At this juncture, Bailey Feihong finds himself in a somewhat precarious position, as he is not under the jurisdiction of any superior demon suppressor, rendering him somewhat of an idle presence within the division. Due to his lack of strength, he has yet to reach the bone refining stage. Nor has any other demon suppressor sought to partner with him for mission execution. Bailey Feihong borrowed a training room within the Demon Suppression Tower and commenced preparations to cultivate the Demon Suppression 6-Path Sutra. He has already mastered the first level, the blood refining stage, which is fundamentally based on blood origin skill, thus sparing him the need to recultivate this layer. As he operates the blood refining origin skill, a wealth of knowledge regarding the bone refining martial arts system floods his mind. Meanwhile, the skill book continuously prompts him with notifications of experience gains. By integrating the blood refining origin skill into the Demon Suppression 6-Path Sutra, he swiftly enters the initial phase of this technique. Demon Suppression 6-Path Sutra, First Level, Blood Refining Pinnacle, Bone Refining Entry, 220,000. The blood origin has seeped into his bones, gradually transforming his entire skeletal structure. Bailey Fei Hong can sense the blood origin within his blood beginning to drain significantly into his bones. The first step is to shatter the bones and refine the mundane. The blood refining stage can no longer impede his progress. Bailey Fei Hong swallows the bone refining elixir in one gulp. Consuming bone refining elixir, 20,000 experience. An immense power radiates from his stomach, coursing through his limbs and bones. It feels as though countless ants are gnawing at his bones, an excruciating sensation, particularly in the skull, femur, and sternum. Impurities surge forth from his bones, expelled from his body. Simultaneously, the shackles of his skeletal structure seem to dissolve, allowing the blood origin to flow rapidly into his bones. Waves of power erode his bones, as if they are being shattered and reassembled anew. Time becomes indeterminate as this discomfort gradually subsides. A unique force surges from his bones, intertwining with the blood origin, causing it to swell rapidly. Blood is born from bone. Bailey Fei Hong seizes this opportunity, immediately channeling the blood refining origin skill to merge with this unique bone force, refining his blood once more. The blood erupts in a silvery radiance, glowing brilliantly. A tremendous power surges within his body. Under the refinement and nurturing of this blood origin, his bones also strengthen rapidly, evolving from mere white bones to a state akin to jade. Blood refining 500 experience. The experience of refining bones continuously accumulates. As the potency of the bone refining elixir is gradually consumed, waves of energy emanate from the body, creating immense pressure that reverberates against the surrounding walls, producing a thunderous sound reminiscent of tigers and leopards. Fortunately, the training chamber has been specially fortified, alleviating concerns of damage, though it has attracted considerable attention. At last, I have entered the realm of bone refinement. Bailey Fei Hong rises and steps into the bathing chamber, cleansing himself of the foul impurities that cling to his exterior. The techniques contained within the Zhen Mo Lu Dao Jing categorize the levels of bone refinement into 6 tiers: jade bone, copper bone, iron bone, steel bone, gold bone, and golden jade bone, representing the pinnacle of bone refining methods in the contemporary world. Typically, one can advance to the 3rd refinement by cultivating their bones to the iron bone level. However, within the Zhen Mo Lu Dao Jing, the minimum requirement for bone refinement is to achieve the gold bone level. Only by refining the bones to this standard can one consider progressing to the next tier. Blood refinement must at least reach the first great perfection, distinguishing it from conventional cultivation practices. To perfect the jade bone level, an abundance of jade essence is necessary. Although skill points may serve as a substitute, Bailey Fei Hong surveys his current state with satisfaction, recognizing the need for gradual advancement. Rapid progression is unattainable until he reaches the bone aperture level, unlocking the body's acupoints to interact with the energies of heaven and earth, thereby drawing external energy for deeper cultivation. The refinement of apertures and spirit serves as the foundational skills for preparing the primordial fetus. Chapter 42. The compass's anomaly. His bones have solidified, and he feels an indescribable lightness throughout his being. The vigor and physical strength within him allow Bailey Fei Hong to sense the burdens of his corporeal form. Now, with his bones hardened, a continuous flow of power emanates from them, granting him an unparalleled lightness while alleviating any sense of burden, enhancing his explosive strength. At this moment, Bailey Fei Hong finally comprehends why the bone refinement stage is heralded as the gateway to martial arts. Only after refining the bones can one truly grasp the essence of extraordinary power and understand what it means to transcend mortality and embark on the path of martial arts. Bone begets blood, and blood births might. His abundant energy provides Bailey Fei Hong with unimaginable benefits. His combat prowess has multiplied several times compared to the blood refinement stage. Simultaneously, the 5th refinement of his blood reverberates throughout his skeletal structure, nurturing his bones and propelling them toward an extraordinary evolution. His strength is ever increasing, and to sustain this growth, he must consume copiously to replenish his body's expenditure. Such abundant consumption signifies an enhancement in his digestive capacity, allowing him to refine and assimilate external energies more effectively. Emerging from the training chamber, he finds the night deepening. The demon suppression tower stands eerily tranquil, shrouded in a chilling aura that seeps into the hearts of those nearby, accompanied by strange, unsettling sounds. In the past, Li Fei Hong would have remained oblivious to these whispers, but now, as his martial realm ascends and he delves deeper into his latent potential, his senses sharpen. He can distinctly hear the murmurs of the demons imprisoned beneath the tower. The cacophony of their whispers stirs an inexplicable agitation within him. He understands that these words carry an alluring power. Those with wavering minds would surely be seduced by the demons, compelled to unlock the tower's gates and unleash them. He yearns to descend into the dungeon and eradicate these fiends. Li Fei Hong licks his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty demeanor. The events surrounding the outer organization of Dali Town's underworld have profoundly impacted him, unveiling the true nature of this world. For now, he can only ride the currents of fate. As for solidifying his stance, what stance is there to take? Slaying demons to acquire skill points and ascend to power, this is his only position. Guarding the blood general, he releases his blood essence, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius. Causing the demons to retreat, those who refuse to flee will be incinerated by his blood energy. Standing before the sword of demon suppression, Li Fei Hong murmurs to himself, the path of blood refinement must continue. Blood refinement is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. The more challenging the task, the more it highlights his distinction from other demon suppressors. The guardian, Gong Yang, favors him primarily because he has achieved the fourth refinement of blood. This is his advantage. Skill points augment his blood, enabling him to deduce profound techniques. Training enhances his experience and elevates his realm. With 2 legs, he treads 2 paths. His figure melds into the inky night sky. Holding the demon-determining compass, Li Fei Hong stands at the dock outside the city. The night demons are elusive. Ding Bo, who executed the noble of the Lafadi Empire, has faced repercussions. Yet, the night demon remains alive, mysteriously vanished. After comprehending the functions of the demon-determining compass, Li Fei Hong finds it utterly astonishing. Unless the hidden forces behind the night demon possess artifacts specifically designed to counter the binding compass, the night demon cannot elude the pursuit of the demon suppression division, particularly when traces of its infernal blood linger at the scene. The demon suppression tower houses a colossal binding compass, capable of detecting demonic auras once they reach a certain intensity. The existence of the netherworld in Dali Town serves as a compelling testament to my deductions. At the confluence of the East River and the Sea of Donghai, vessels traverse incessantly, creating a bustling port. Even by night, a multitude of laborers toil away. The shipping gang commands this dock, being the wealthiest faction in Dongbin City, which merely serves as a stronghold for their operations. The case files concerning the night demon have subtly hinted at the complex background of the shipping gang. Li Fei Hong, having lived by the docks for an extended period, is acutely aware of the formidable influence wielded by this faction. The river before him branches out into a web of waterways, penetrating deep into the heart of the great Yuan Empire. Their dominion over shipping renders them a colossal entity. However, the strength of the shipping gang lies not in martial prowess, but rather in their control, influence, and financial might. Without protection, they would have long been dismantled. Amidst the throng of the dock, how could the binding compass fail to detect any anomalies? Is it truly devoid of any demons lurking in this harbor? At that moment, the compass's needle spun wildly, ultimately pointing towards Fairness Town. Li Fei Hong raised an eyebrow. A meandering stream diverged from the East River, winding its way into Fairness Town. This secret waterway flows through the mountains, exceedingly concealed, seldom patrolled by the local constabulary. Is the Fusha ointment connected to the shipping gang? The mention of opium incited Li Fei Hong's ire. The inaction of the constabulary infuriated him. Yet the Demon Suppression Division refrains from meddling in local affairs unless demonic entities manifest in Fairness Town. Contemplating this, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Fei Hong's eyes. The binding compass had stirred. As a Class D demon suppressor, he held the authority to take action. Fairness Town, this malignant growth, could be eradicated under the guise of purging demons. Li Fei Hong declared resolutely, casting a final glance at the bustling docks. He noted that the shipping gang's helmsman, Zhang Fu, manipulated demons. This matter could not be divorced from the shipping gang. Li Fei Hong sprinted swiftly. Although he had not mastered any agility techniques, he felt disadvantaged in this regard. However, he possessed a Class D merit token, which could be exchanged for a technique in agility, or perhaps he could devise one himself, albeit at a steep cost. After racing for dozens of miles, he finally beheld Fairness Town once more. The thriving Fairness Town surpassed even the most vibrant streets of Dongbin City. The entertainment industry here had reached its zenith. revealing the town's true character only under the cloak of night. A hazy mist enveloped the area, and a pungent odor of smoke invaded by Li Feihong's nostrils, inciting a deep-seated aversion. The air was thick with the stench of opium, and the serene night sky resonated with the lively sounds of revelry from Fairness Town. The demons suppress encompass world with unrestrained fervor. Yet, the inhabitants of Fairness Town remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Indeed, a malevolent presence was about to descend. While Li Feihong inhaled deeply, glancing at his skill points, 1298. This was his source of confidence. Having mastered the 6 paths of demon suppression, he could augment his abilities at will, elevating his cultivation to formidable heights. He was, at the very least, the second strongest in Dongbin City, just beneath the Guardian Envoy. Meanwhile, within the Fu clan, the ancestral grounds had finally fallen into my grasp. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qian exclaimed. From this point forward, the elder Fu would be unstoppable. In just a few short decades, he had assembled a fleet, traversing the treacherous Devil's Sea, engaging in trade with countless foreign nations. His wealth was so vast it could be measured in cartloads. However, in his twilight years, the fleet fell victim to an assault from the Rafa Empire, perishing in the Devil's Strait, which rendered the elderly Fu gravely ill, leading to the clan's decline. Despite the remaining fortune of the Fu family being sufficient for the sole heir, Fu Junying, to revel in opulence for 10 generations, his addiction to opium drained every last coin, devoured by the affluent merchants of Fairness Town. Chapter 43. The Treasures of the Fu Family. The resurgence of demons. The people of Fairness Town have developed an unspoken understanding, quietly siphoning the bloodline of the Fu family. Over the years, the affluent have multiplied, growing excessively wealthy upon the remains of the Fu clan. At this moment, Fu Junying reclines in a smokehouse, resting on the lap of a woman named Yu, indulging in the pleasures of life's final moments, succumbing to the intoxicating embrace of opium that seeps into his very marrow. The young master of the Fu family is beyond salvation, yet this matters little. Tomorrow, the constabulary will assist in retrieving Fu Junying's corpse. Arrangements for his funeral are already in place. However, the ancestral home of the Fu family has fallen into the hands of Qian Yuduo, a man of considerable wealth. Yet, he knows that time is of the essence. Before the myriad forces of Fairness Town can react, he must secure the treasures. Were it not for his grandfather's former position as the steward of the Fu family, Qian Yuduo would never have been privy to such a closely guarded secret. The late patriarch of the Fu family had concealed this knowledge well. Beneath the ancestral hall lies a hidden chamber, where the extraordinary treasure is enshrined. A secret known to few, all of whom have since departed this world. Qian Yuduo recalls the words of his grandfather on his deathbed. Had the Fu family remained in its prime, he would have never dared to covet such a treasure. But now, with the patriarch deceased and the Fu family in decline, he secretly acquired the ancestral estate, intent on retrieving the treasure, confident that no outsiders would discern what he had secured. The ancestral home of the Fu family is somewhat secluded, situated on the outskirts of Fairness Town, nestled against the mountains and rivers, boasting excellent feng shui. Over time, the late patriarch made continuous renovations and expansions, transforming it into a remarkable attraction. Qian Yuduo took 1/5 of his amassed wealth to redeem the property from Fu Junying. The now deserted ancestral home, shrouded in tranquility, beckons him as he enters with a lantern, vaulting over the wall into the Fu family grounds. The household servants have scattered, and no one remains to tend to the estate. Though the scenery is exquisite, Qian Yuduo has no inclination to admire it. He makes straight for the ancestral hall. Having long studied the layout of the Fu family estate, he navigates through the main hall and into the rear courtyard, then follows a secluded path that leads to the ancestral hall. The hall is aged, with the late patriarch having made few alterations, even when repairs were undertaken. He supervised the workers with great caution. With a creak, he pushes open the heavy door of the hall, a musty odor assaulting his senses. Qian Yuduo muses that if the late patriarch were aware of this profligate heir, he would surely die with his eyes unclosed. Yet, it is precisely because of this wayward son that Qian Yuduo dares to entertain thoughts of the hidden treasures of the Fu family. The power of the Fu family once resonated profoundly, with countless martial artists relying on their patronage for sustenance. Indeed, the late patriarch was a formidable figure in the realm of bone refinement. Alas, mortality is an inescapable truth. Illness strikes without warning, vitality wanes. And even the Grim Reaper cannot be deterred. The ancestral hall enshrined the forebears of the Fu family, ensnared in a web of cobwebs. with the ancestral tablets of the Fu lineage scattered across the floor, unclaimed by any to restore order. Fu Junying's demise truly seemed regrettable. Qian Yodua's lust for the Fu family's extraordinary treasures was palpable. Indeed, Fu Junying's current predicament was heavily influenced by him. Had Fu Junying merely sought to uphold his dignity, even his most cunning strategies would not have shaken the foundations of the Fu clan. According to grandfather's words, Qian Yuduo had discovered the mechanism to unlock the subterranean chamber. Gently twisting it, the ground of the ancestral hall immediately split apart, revealing a passageway. A torrent of air surged into the passage, flooding the chamber with light, illuminating it as brightly as day. The surrounding eternal fire oil ignited upon contact with the air, setting the entire chamber ablaze, with a long shadow trailing behind him. Qian Yuduo brandished a lantern, stepping cautiously into the Fu family's hidden chamber. The aura of malevolence grew increasingly palpable. Li Feihong's expression turned grave as he sensed a terrifying demonic presence awakening. This sinister energy intensified, surpassing even that of the blood-sucking bat demon slain by the guard. Gong Yangyan. How formidable was the bat demon? Even Zheng Yishan, on the brink of transcending to the divine realm, could not vanquish it. Yet the demonic essence Li Feihong perceived surged forth in waves, bombarding his senses like a tempest. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He hesitated. Indeed, the strength of this demon far exceeded the divine level. If fully revived, it would pose a grave threat to the Demon Suppression Division. Initially intending to discreetly handle the matter, Li Feihong resolved without hesitation to remove the Demon Suppression token from his waist, infusing it with his blood essence. He pointed it skyward. A peculiar beam of energy pierced the heavens, blooming like fireworks, illuminating the world below. In the town of Gongping, numerous scions of distinguished families reveled in the company of beautiful maidens, indulging in fine wines, composing poetry, and admiring the moonlight. The celestial radiance shone above, akin to the most exquisite fireworks. Instantly, spirits were lifted, fingers pointed at the display, speculating which gambler had won and set off the fireworks in celebration. Fireworks fade quickly. Young Master Tang, what you describe as fireworks remain suspended in the sky, forming a splendid tableau? It is not mere fireworks, another young master laughed heartily. Not good, it's the Demon Suppression Division signal. This was an urgent alert from the Demon Suppression Division, indicating the presence of demons. Some well-informed patrons of the brothel turned pale, rising immediately to flee the town of Gongping. The incident at Dali Town had not yet passed. They had received news that the Demon Suppression Division had decimated Dali Town, rumored to be the stronghold of demons. They had been skeptical of this claim, but now, with the signal emanating from the heavens, it signified that a great event was imminent in Gongping, and it was undoubtedly linked to the formidable demons. Otherwise, the Demon Suppressor would not issue such a signal. At this moment, within the Demon Suppression Tower, the demon-subduing compass spun wildly, its needle pointing towards Gongping, alerting the guard and the demon suppressors to the imminent threat of demons. The expressions of the on-duty demon suppressors transformed drastically. The figure of Gong Yangyan materialized at the Demon Suppression Tower, gazing toward the heavens beyond the town, where a symbol of the Demon Suppression Division appeared in the sky, lingering indefinitely. Fairness Town? With a single step, Gong Yangyan soared into the air. Simultaneously, within the confines of Dongbin City, the streets lay silent as gallant steeds raced forth. Clad in a dark robe adorned with serpentine patterns, a demon suppressor rode swiftly toward Fairness Town. An urgent signal was dispatched by the demon suppressor, while the Demon Suppression Tower's stabilizing compass whirled frantically. The last time the needle spun in such a manner was when the vampiric bat demon infiltrated Dongbin City, subsequently being locked onto by the compass. Boom. The aura of malevolent spirits surged towards the heavens. The ominous energy obscured the bright moon, tainting it a deep crimson. The terrifying essence of demons began to spread. Fairness Town, with its population of tens of thousands, became a gathering place not only for the citizens of Dongbin City, but also for a myriad of individuals from all corners of the martial world. A blend of dragons and snakes. Those who ventured here were either affluent or noble, often accompanied by guards and servants. The eerie and blood-red aura swiftly enveloped Fairness Town. Gong Yangyan, donned in a white robe, stood silently beside Li Feihong. Having witnessed the demon guardian, he wasted no words. What is the situation here? He inquired. I am but a humble servant, having only followed the guidance of the stabilizing compass to arrive at this location. Upon witnessing such a terrifying spread of demonic energy, I immediately dispatched a signal to summon the Demon Suppression Division. As for the rest, I am currently unaware. You have performed admirably. When the other members of the Demon Suppression Division arrive, convey my instructions to seal off Fairness Town. No one is to depart without my explicit consent. Chapter 44. The millennia-old corpse. The words of Gongyang Yin sent a shiver down by Li Feihong's spine. His superior was indeed a formidable individual. Yes, Lord Guardian. Li Feihong responded with utmost respect. The bone refining is progressing well. Do not forget to continue delving into the blood refining realm. Understood, came the reply. As it became evident that Gongyang Yan's intention was to cultivate him into a blood refiner. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he strode gracefully through the air, eventually hovering above Fairness Town, surveying the entire area. Upon breaking through the sixth refinement of the mortal body and entering the primordial embryo realm, one would connect with the essence of heaven and earth, cultivating true primordial power. For the first time, Li Feihong was in such close proximity to the true primordial energy. Like a divinity, Gongyang Yin refrained from taking the initiative, instead observing Fairness Town. The sound of galloping hooves grew closer, and the main force of the Demon Subduing Division finally arrived, coming to a steady halt before Li Feihong. Feihong, what is the situation? Iron Wui, the Right Guardian, asked in surprise upon seeing Li Feihong. Reporting to Lord Iron, a powerful demon has awakened within Fairness Town. As for other matters, I am not privy to them. Let us act swiftly. While the demon has yet to emerge, we must evacuate the townsfolk, Iron Wui said. His expression grave. Lord Iron, the Guardian has issued an order to seal off Fairness Town. No one is permitted to leave without his command. Li Feihong quickly reminded him. Iron Wui's expression darkened. This was the last outcome he wished to see. All personnel, maintain vigilance and seal off Fairness Town. Understood. The command was relayed, and all personnel established a perimeter around Fairness Town. Only Iron Wui ventured alone into the heart of the town. At that moment, chaos reigned in Fairness Town, its inhabitants in disarray. The signal from the Demon Subduing Division was akin to a death knell. The incident in Dali Town had cast a long shadow. A once thriving town had vanished without a trace, yet cloaked in an eerie aura. Fairness Town seemed to ensnare its residents, akin to a ghostly wall preventing their escape. Amidst the cacophony of cries, shouts, and wails, the demon had yet to emerge. And the Demon Subduing Division had yet to intervene, yet Fairness Town was already in utter disarray. The air was thick with a nauseating stench. Gongyang Yin's countenance was frosty. Her eyes glinted with silver light as she swept over Fairness Town, immediately comprehending the source of the repugnant odor, flu ointment. It had been classified by the great Yuan as a prohibited substance. Boldly, a opium den had been established within her jurisdiction. Gongyang Yin seethed with anger. She was acutely aware of the tremendous harm that flu ointment inflicted on the human body. Not to mention ordinary folk, even skilled martial artists would be rendered incapacitated after indulging in opium. Thus, Gongyang Yin refrained from making the first move. The demon was on the cusp of emerging. In the ancestral residence of the Fu family, the ancestral hall appeared as though it had been sealed in white frost. The entire estate was encased in ice, enveloped by a peculiar force. Within the dim chamber, Qian Yudu gazed obsessively at the golden coffin before him. The coffin stood 10 feet high, 30 feet long, and 10 feet wide. The surface of the coffin is adorned with enigmatic sigils and inscriptions, encircling a grand golden sarcophagus, while 8 bronze coffins are arranged in accordance with the 8 trigrams. Below, a mysterious sacrificial array is constructed from jade and gold, with jade as the foundation and gold delineating intricate patterns of the sacrificial formation. The glimmer of gold is so vivid that it is almost palpable to the eye. Suddenly, a thought ignites in Qian Yudu's mind, an audacious scheme. It is no wonder that old Master Fu soared to greatness in such a short time. He must have been venerating the spirits of his ancestors in the ancestral hall, drawing upon the dark fortune of the golden coffin. With a booming laugh, Qian Yudu declares, "Those who plant trees benefit their descendants. Old Master Fu, your good intentions shall not be wasted on me. I shall excavate my own ancestors and replace the illustrious lineage of the Fu family. I will ensure they receive a proper burial." As he gazes upon the enigmatic golden sarcophagus, his heart races with anticipation. The sheer amount of gold that must have been used to craft such a magnificent coffin is staggering. If one were to take it out and exchange it for silver dollars, it would amount to an astronomical fortune. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Could this golden sarcophagus have been commissioned from a master craftsman by old Master Fu? Rumor has it that much of his fortune was lost with the destruction of his fleet. Yet, Qian Yuduo is skeptical. Given old Master Fu's character, he would not place all his wealth upon a single fleet. Moreover, by the time the Fu family's fleet met its misfortune, old Master Fu had already spent decades amassing wealth abroad, wealth that could rival that of nations. As this realization dawns upon him, Qian Yuduo's heart ignites with fervor. If the treasure is not the golden sarcophagus before him, he could easily extract it and dismantle the Fu family's scheme of dark fortune. Simultaneously, he could melt the sarcophagus down for gold, to be used immediately. He craves wealth that can be realized now, rather than some unseen fortune in the future. The golden sarcophagus, resembling a mountain of gold, embodies the immediate wealth he desires. Stepping into the sacrificial array and approaching the golden sarcophagus, Qian Yuduo, blinded by greed, fails to notice the seductive whispers of a beguiling voice in his ear. Grasping the edge of the sarcophagus lid, he pushes with a force akin to divine strength, effortlessly shifting the several-ton weight aside. Yet, what meets his gaze is not the treasure he anticipated, but rather a lifelike female corpse, encased in a mysterious power. The corpse, with flowing white hair, lies serenely as if it has absorbed the brilliance of the sun. Qian Yuduo is momentarily stunned. She is breathtakingly beautiful. The leading courtesans from over 30 brothels in Pinkfair Town had once been his cherished companions. Countless enchanting women had shared fleeting moments with him, and he believed he had witnessed all that the world had to offer. Yet, this beauty transcends all he has known. Could it truly be? A whisper of wind brushes against him, soothing his restless heart. Indeed, it is real. Qian Yuduo's eyes are utterly captivated. Moving closer, he picks up the sigil, convinced that she is now his to possess. A purple talisman was affixed to the body of the celestial maiden. Qian Yuduo gently lifted the talisman. As it detached from the corpse, it spontaneously ignited. The white-haired corpse slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, Qian Yuduo found himself ensnared by frost. The vitality coursing through his being flowed into the female corpse. The lifeless figure gained a newfound luster, as if a glimmer of spirit had been restored. The frigid aura that had encased her began to dissipate gradually. How long have I been in slumber? The essence of heaven and earth is scarce. The pure energy is regulated while the turbid energy rises. It need not be a century the age of decline is upon us. Have I truly slumbered for 10,000 years? Chapter 45. The wooden sword of the sword saint awakening from her slumber, the woman surveyed her surroundings. In the next instant, a chilling frost spread forth, shattering the coffin into fragments. Harnessing the formidable power of supreme ice, she felt a twinge of fatigue. Cursed be the wretch who unearthed me from the gates of the underworld, thwarting my destiny. The ancient ice maiden, HNS, stepped barefoot from the golden coffin. With arms outstretched and eyes closed, she entered a meditative state, attuning herself to the energies of the cosmos. Sensing the currents of vitality and the ebb and flow of life force, vitality surged towards her like an unrelenting tide, coalescing around her being. She could have drawn upon the deathly aura of the underworld to extinguish the ancient demon's power, even harnessing the essence of the underworld to cultivate the strength of ice. Yet now, her corporeal form had become that of a demon's corpse, reduced to the ranks of malevolence. How infuriating! Those who have wronged me shall face the annihilation of their entire lineage. The ancient ice maiden, HNS, declared vehemently, as she absorbed the thin atmosphere of vitality. She gradually regained considerable strength. Even as she descended into the realm of demons, HNS ultimately came to accept her fate. She pondered whether the lineage her elder brother had established in the underworld still existed. Gazing intently, Gongyang Yin sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from an old residence. The terrifying force of ice enveloped the surroundings. To her astonishment, the resurrected demon appeared to possess profound cultivation secrets, instantly draining the life force from the very atmosphere surrounding Fairness Town. Tai Lao, prepare the demon extermination crossbow, Gongyang Yin commanded. Tai Wui stared in disbelief at Gongyang Yin. The demon extermination crossbow was one of the trump cards of the demon suppression division. Its immense power was beyond the reach of ordinary demons. Only those of formidable strength, on par with divine beings, were deemed worthy of wielding such a weapon. Additionally, relay the order for everyone to retreat. The sense of peril this demon instilled in her was unprecedented. If she could not contend with this malevolent being, even the mightiest of the demon suppression agents would merely become fodder for the demon. Understood, her subordinate replied. Tai Wui turned and departed from Fairness Town. The demon suppression division withdrew to a nearby mountain, observing the events in Fairness Town with trepidation. The lights have gone out. The flames have vanished. Such a potent demonic aura. It is not merely the essence of a demon, it is imbued with a sinister chill. A top-tier demon suppressor spoke. It was not that the fire had extinguished, but rather that the heat had been siphoned away. A terrifying, malevolent, and bizarre force descended. Gong Yin found herself powerless to intervene, watching in horror as the inhabitants of Fairness Town were drained of their life force. Fear spread within the heart of this talented female swordsman from the Gong family. A mysterious presence was awakening, transcending her comprehension. Death from the underworld. Jiang Donglu emerged from the inky night, standing not far from Gong Yin. His eyes shone with golden light as he gazed toward a structure, piercing the earth as if seeking to unveil the nature of the malevolent force that had been unleashed. Jiang Donglu, what is your true purpose in coming here? Gong Yin's voice trembled with suppressed fury. Purpose? No, I sense the disruption of the Yin-Yang order in this place. The ancient entity awakening before us may indeed be the very force that the underworld has long sought. Death from the underworld, the resurgence of the primordial essence. The cultivation method belongs to the ancient malevolent faction of the Yellow Springs Path, and there is no mistake about it. The extreme path of profound ice. Also known as the Yellow Springs Profound Ice, while not as formidable as legends suggest, indicates that a significant portion of this female corpse's power has been seized. Jiang Donglu spoke in a deep voice, yet internally he felt a sense of relief. Recently, he had been investigating the origins of Dali Mountain and had uncovered some clues. However, after countless years, few would believe such news if it were to be revealed. A female corpse? Gong Yin seized upon the key term. The ancient profound ice woman, entombed by the then mighty king in an unnamed mountain after her death. Hansu, Gong Yin exclaimed. Jiang Donglu was surprised that Gong Yin was aware of the existence of the ancient profound ice woman, Hansu. As for how Gong Yin acquired this knowledge, he would not disclose it to Jiang Donglu. Who dares to call upon my name? A chilling voice penetrated the space, resonating over Fairness Town. Clad in a white dress woven from the silk of heavenly profound ice, she remained imperishable through the ages. Her long white hair now bore a few strands of black. This ancient and enigmatic woman finally stood before Gong Yin. Without hesitation, Gong Yin drew a wooden dagger, gripping it firmly. The ancient profound ice woman, Hansu, furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the wooden dagger in Gong Yin's hand. She sensed a unique blade intent emanating from it. Once activated, with her current cultivation level, it would be difficult for her to withstand it. However, given the delicate stature of this young girl, the release of the blade intent from the wooden dagger could easily drain her of energy. The atmosphere fell silent. Yet, Hansu was merely assimilating the power she had plundered within her body and did not pursue Gong Yin further. She was not a true demon but a victim of circumstance. Nevertheless, her formidable martial will suppress the inherent nature of the corpse demon. Jiang Donglu's heart raced as he too beheld the wooden dagger in Gong Yin's hand. The Blade Saint's wooden dagger. The Blade Saint of Gong was renowned as one of the mightiest. In this era, where human immortals were hidden and martial saints reigned supreme, the Gong clan truly produced natural sword masters. The ancient profound ice woman Hansu sighed and turned to float away. Gong Yin exhaled in relief, solemnly tucking the wooden dagger away. This trump card was not to be squandered on the ancient profound ice woman Hansu. Moreover, the revival of someone like her was a matter beyond her purview. Naturally, the authorities in charge would have their own means to deal with such ancient beings that sought to reverse life and death. It was a pity for this prosperous town. Jiang Donglu lamented. The prosperity of Dongbin City lay in Fairness Town, a statement not without merit. Yet, from this moment forth, Fairness Town would be erased from the map of the great Yuan Empire. The entire town, with tens of thousands of lives, would perish tragically. Such a significant event might be beyond even the capabilities of the Gong clan to contain. Casting a glance at the frozen Fairness Town, Jiang Donglu departed gracefully. The Yin-Yang heavenly sect had once been at odds with the ancient profound ice woman Hansu. Surely, the elders of the Yin-Yang heavenly sect would have a keen interest in her. The forces of the netherworld had been active within the sect for too long, having become a common enemy of the sect. Meanwhile, the elders must surely yearn to uncover more information regarding the Gate of Hades. It is already too late for Tai Wuyo to send for the demon-slaying crossbow. Clear the scene at Fairness Town. Let the constabulary intervene in this matter. Gong Yin remarked, a hint of fatigue in his voice. Bailey Feihong has long been eager to know what has transpired in Fairness Town. Not only him, but the other demon hunters from the Demon Suppression Division also gazed at the town guardian with eyes full of longing. Bailey Feihong at your service. You have timely discovered the demons. I bestow upon you a grade B merit. The town guardian Gong Yin stated nonchalantly. Thank you, esteemed town guardian. Practice diligently. Do not let me down. How many secrets lie hidden within Dongbin City? Gong Yin was unaware that the spirited demeanor she had upon arrival had now given way to an overwhelming sense of helplessness deep within her heart. The prophecy has yet to unfold. Her body and mind were both deeply afflicted. Chapter 46. Capturing People, a half-baked endeavor. This operation has brought disgrace to the Demon Suppression Division. Yet, life unfolds in such a manner that nothing remains perpetually favorable. However, the obliteration of Fairness Town has stirred a tremendous uproar. Governor Wang Yin of Dongbin City wore a grim expression. The Demon Suppression Division has grown increasingly audacious. I must hold the garrison commander, Gong Yin, accountable, he bellowed. Sir, Gong Yin hails from the esteemed Gong family. Targeting him may jeopardize your career. The deputy of Dongbin City advised cautiously. Fairness Town's fate is of paramount importance. It constitutes a significant portion of Dongbin City's revenue. The death toll of tens of thousands in Fairness Town is utterly shocking, reverberating throughout the state and county offices of Dongbin City. In theory, a city governor wields military and political authority over the state. Yet, the Demon Suppression Division operates independently of the 6 ministries and is not subject to the governor's jurisdiction. Ironically, in the event of a crisis, the governor bears the brunt of the responsibility. What of the Gong family? If Gong Yin refuses to act, allowing demons to devour the lives of an entire city, such a grave offense necessitates an explanation from the Demon Suppression Division, the governor asserted with unusual fortitude. Governor, you exhibit remarkable tenacity, a cold voice echoed, its authority palpable even before the speaker's arrival. Gong Yin. Wang Yin gritted his teeth, bracing against the pressure, and declared fiercely. Very well. I shall also hold the governor accountable for Fairness Town as public establishment of opium dens. Gong Yin disregarded the aimed firearms within the office. Firearms may be formidable, yet they hold no sway over her. In a single strike, she could annihilate this band of crabs. You slander me. Governor Wang seethed, his long beard standing on end. The deputy lowered his gaze, sensing the governor's ignorance of certain matters. Lord Yang Jinsong, why not enlighten us? Let us not deceive. Our Demon Suppression Division possesses considerable expertise in interrogation. Below the Demon Suppression Tower, a demon lies in confinement, a succubus, to be precise. Perhaps you might wish to test your mettle, the deputy prompted. Yang Jinsong's complexion turned ashen. Wang Yin was taken aback, his eyes bulging with fury as he glared at Yang Jinsong. The transportation of goods falls squarely under the deputy's jurisdiction. Could it be? Traders fall within the purview of the Demon Suppression Division's apprehension and judgment. I must trouble you, Lord Yang, to accompany me to discuss the matter of Zhang Fu, the helmsman of the Transport Guild, controlling demons to commit murder, and let us not forget the enduring existence of the Netherworld organization in Dilly Town. A litany of charges unfolded. In his rage, Wang Yin began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Should he be implicated, the consequences would extend beyond mere loss of status. It could mean losing his head and obliteration of his entire lineage. Injustice. Governor, it must be this woman's fabrication. Yes, she seeks to divert attention, Yang Jinsong cried out. Gong Yin smiled, her eyes mocking as she regarded the deputy. It appears, Lord Deputy, that you harbor misunderstandings regarding our Demon Suppression Division and myself. Gong Yin. Bring him away. Bailey Feihong and Ding Bo advanced from outside, intent on capturing Yang Jinsong. How audacious. Are you all merely going to stand by and watch as they take me away? Today it is I, and tomorrow it could very well be you. Yang Jinsong bellowed in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at the provincial soldiers. Dozens of firearms were aimed at Ding Bo and Bailey Feihong, yet none dared to direct their weapons toward the town protector. Ding Bo hesitated, while a cruel smile curled at the corners of Bailey Feihong's lips. In a single stride, he traversed Tianzhong, appearing behind the magistrate, and delivered a vicious kick to his knee, shattering the bone instantly. With a powerful grip, he seized Yang's head, crushing his black gauze hat, and yanking his hair to lift him up. Master Yang, thousands of citizens in Fairness Town have been devoured by the great demon. Were it not for the town protector being forced back by the beast, the entire Dongbin City would have been plunged into peril. Furthermore, the matter of life and death is not uncommon within the Demon Suppression Department. Though lives may be lost, all evidence remains intact. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, Bailey Feihong hoisted the magistrate as if he were a mere child. Yang Jinsong, racked with pain, pleaded for mercy. Dingbo furrowed his brow, astonished that he was hesitating in front of Lord Gong Yin. Fire. Let us see who in this provincial office possesses the audacity. Bailey Feihong dragged Yang Jisong along like an old dog, following closely behind Gong Yin. Dingbo, at your command. Go, assemble a team to seal off the Transport Guild. That cannot be done. Wang Yin suddenly lifted his head. If the Transport Guild arrives, our favorable situation in Dongbin City will be ruined. Town Protector. You may investigate the Transport Guild, but you must not interfere with our shipping and maritime trade. Very well, Gong Yin conceded. Dingbo, you are to take charge of all operations concerning the Transport Guild in Dongbin City and bring its upper echelons under control. As you command, my lord. Dingbo felt a chill run down his spine upon receiving the order. The Transport Guild had the Long Princess backing them. In his investigation of the Night Demon case, he had unearthed this crucial information. Were it not for such knowledge, he would have long since had the guild firmly in his grasp. Assigning this task to him was akin to pushing him into a volcano. Yet, he had no choice but to comply. Bailey Feihong, however, wore a look of regret. If only the Transport Guild were entrusted to him, matters would have been much simpler. As for the powerful figures behind the guild, Bailey Feihong was momentarily unconcerned. As long as his own support remained unshaken, he would be safe. No provincial soldiers fired their weapons. They lacked the courage. Wang Yin, the magistrate, wore a desolate expression. He understood that his career had reached its conclusion. Achieving a safe landing was now the best outcome he could hope for. Dragged out of the magistrate's office like a lifeless dog by Bailey Feihong, Yang Jinsong was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Though the two apprentice demon hunters were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey. My lord, what shall we do next? Bailey Feihong inquired softly of Gong Yin. Gong Yin increasingly regarded Bailey Feihong with favor. This man possessed a fierce resolve. Facing dozens of guns, Dingbo remained hesitant. Yet he chose the most brutal method to humiliate the magistrate. What do you think we should do? Bailey Feihong mused softly. In the ancient epics, a being long dormant has awakened. Though her physical form has undergone transformation, she has discovered an alternative path to immortality. Should this information be disclosed, would the underworld still possess the strength to lurk in the shadows and lay traps for us? Bailey Feihong comprehended that Dali Mountain had evolved into a formidable threat to Dongbin City. The emergence of the sect was not a boon for us. Every situation has two facets, for the demons, for the underworld, and for the ancient ice maiden, Hansu. It was indeed a negative development. Bailey Feihong harbored rather radical thoughts. If the enemy's circumstances were dire, it brought her a sense of satisfaction. The sect's stance towards our dynasty would remain unchanged. Even if they did not wish us well, they would not dare confront us openly. However, the underworld was a different story. This malevolent organization was scheming to obliterate Dongbin City. The gravest concern was our inability to trace the underworld's whereabouts, as they concealed themselves far too adeptly. Yet, if the sect were to dare plot against us, His Majesty would not hesitate to once more stride across the realm, making an example of them. Bailey Feihong spoke with eloquence. To wield a knife against others ultimately leads to being harmed by that very knife. Gong Yin remarked quietly. Only she understood the immense power of the sect. Nevertheless, Bailey Feihong's assertions held merit. The sect could not evade responsibility. The underworld, akin to a malignant tumor, must be eradicated swiftly, for it posed a significant threat to her. The sect might refrain from acting against her, yet the underworld would not hesitate to take her life. Chapter 47. Interpretation of Prophecies. Carefree journey in the interrogation room. Yang Jinsong wore a vacant expression, facing a woman of striking allure. Her captivating figure and the subtle nuances of her smile possessed the power to ensnare one's very soul. Bailey Feihong, with her legs crossed, continuously sipped water. The outcome of the interrogation was as Lord Gong Yin had predicted. The Transport Association exploited maritime routes to smuggle the life and fortune ointment into the great Yuan Empire. The Fairness Town served merely as a supply hub to curry favor with the influential figures of Dongbin City. The true scale of the operation was directed towards the imperial capital, with tens of thousands of tons of opium exchanged annually for boundless wealth flowing overseas. The Lafa Empire was merely one among many participants in this endeavor. The great Yuan Empire prided itself on being a nation of myriad states, occupying the center of the world, and in the eyes of numerous foreign nations, it was a land paved with gold. The emergence of the life and fortune ointment represented a crucial mechanism through which the opium trade plundered the national fortune of the Great Yuan Empire. Bai Li Feihong, not daring to be negligent, meticulously documented her testimony and promptly handed it to Gong Yen. The dangers of opium were immense. Its consumption by the nobility aimed to corrupt the very elite of the Great Yuan Empire. Gong Yen gritted his teeth and spoke with resolve. Recognizing the substantial interests entwined in this case, even he felt a degree of uncertainty. My lord, it begins with blood. If this blood is not mere fluid, but rather signifies the life and fortune ointment? Bai Li Feihong suddenly remarked, as if struck by an epiphany. What did you say? Gong Yen exclaimed, rising abruptly. My lord, to annihilate the Great Yuan Empire, even the mightiest of demons may not succeed. If such a demon truly possessed that capability, it would not be a calamity for our dynasty alone, but for all of humanity. With her head lowered, Bai Li Feihong expressed her innermost thoughts. Are you suggesting that the prophecy itself carries deeper implications? Blood, what is it? It is the wealth of the Great Yuan Empire, the very essence of its people. If wealth is plundered, national strength wanes. If the people are poisoned by opium, losing their vitality, they become mere sheep for slaughter. These fragments of life and fortune ointment are akin to vampires, leeching off the national fortune of the Great Yuan. This is but a clumsy interpretation on my part. After all, if the national fortune of the Great Yuan thrives, it need not fear any demons or monsters. Bai Li Feihong concluded, standing aside, her heart heavy with complexity. She recalled the opium wars of her past life, where war drained the lifeblood of the Chinese nation. Had it not been for the emergence of a great leader who restored the national spirit, the dream of resurgence after a century would have remained but a dream. When a nation loses its vitality, when a country forsakes its essence, that nation, that people, are utterly doomed. Perhaps it begins with blood, the destruction of Dongbin. The Great Yuan is not the malevolence we comprehend, but rather the hearts of men and the life and fortune ointment. These are the true demons at play. Even though Bai Li Feihong's tone was gentle, Gong Yen could grasp the depth of her animosity towards opium. The demons may persist, but opium must be eradicated. Gong Yen fell silent, contemplating that perhaps from the very outset, they had misdirected their efforts at the demon suppression department. If truly terrifying demons were to emerge and disrupt the world, it would not be as fearsome as it seemed. At the very least, the enemy stands before us. The most dreadful fear lies in being corroded by the adversary, undermining the very foundations of the Great Yuan dynasty. While the dynasty remains blissfully unaware, this is the true horror. This matter cannot be neglected. It can serve as a significant lead to pursue. The Night Demon case shall be under your jurisdiction. I bestow upon you the privilege of unobstructed authority within the office. Gong Yen tossed his token to Bai Li Feihong. To see the order is akin to seeing me. Thank you, my lord. For reasons unknown, the enchanting figure of the alluring demon surfaced in Bai Li Feihong's mind. If he could seize her, the case would become considerably simpler. Yang Jinsong is merely a pawn pinned in Dongbin City. Within the entire realm of the Great Yuan, how extensive is the interest chain connected to the opium trade? Bai Li Feihong could not articulate it. Yet, he comprehended that his enemies extend beyond the borders of the Great Yuan, encompassing foreign nations that voraciously consume its wealth and drain the spirit of its people. They are the true malevolent entities, orchestrating all wickedness. The Rafat Empire, distant and formidable, is engaged in conflict with the Great Yuan and the Devil's Strait. Even if the Great Yuan were aware of the Rafat Empire's intentions, they would be powerless to counteract them. However, Yang Jinsong mentioned a nation, the Sakura country. Once a vassal state of the Great Yuan, it presented tributes annually until, in recent decades, it aligned itself with the Rafat Empire, transforming from a docile dog into a most vicious hound. Vessels arrive at the Sakura country, where transactions are conducted by the people of the Great Yuan, subsequently transporting opium by sea into the realm. Yang Jinsong is merely a hired hand, not the mastermind behind the scenes. In the past, someone lost a sheep and scoured the world in search of it. Now, the Night Demon case serves as Bai Li Feihong's most pivotal weapon, a pretext for action. Departing from Gong Yanyan's office, he mused that perhaps the prophecy had indeed been deciphered by him. The opium case would intertwine with the Night Demon. The shipping guild plays a crucial role in the opium affair. After all, it was Captain Zhang Fu who instructed the Night Demon. Night Demon, you must endure for a long, long time. Contemplating the token of the garrison commander, Bai Li Feihong smiled. At last, he could proceed with his endeavors without restraint. Bai Li Feihong, do not let me down. It begins with blood, the destruction of Dongbin, The fall of the great Yuan. You speak truly. The blood-sucking demons that drain the essence of the great Yuan, opium being one of them, are not the most terrifying. With steadfast resolve, one can move mountains. The true siphons of the great Yuan's vitality are the aristocracy, the powerful, the esteemed families, sects, and officials, before the demons and foreign powers take their place. The emperor seeks reform yet must concede to these blood-sucking fiends. The demon suppression department is the blade of the great Yuan. Their duty is to eradicate demons and malevolence, to instill fear in all who perpetrate evil. Evil does not solely reside in tangible demons. The intangible and formless demons are even more ferocious than tigers. Bailey Feihong approached the front desk. The 6 paths of demon suppression scriptures record numerous divine abilities. Yet these powers require breaking the first shackles of body refinement to commence their release. Miss Yin, may I trouble you to exchange for a martial skill in body techniques? Bone cleansing and marrow purification. After refining the bones, the next step is to refine the marrow. In fact, achieving mastery over the copper bones allows one to proceed with the washing of the marrow. The subsequent iron bones, steel bones, golden bones, and jade bones are not something everyone can cultivate. The 6 paths of demon suppression technique is easy to practice but difficult to perfect. However, for Bailey Feihong, these challenges are trivial. Experience points or skill points enable rapid advancements in cultivation within a short period. What kind of body technique do you desire? The most challenging and powerful technique. Yin Ryu cast a peculiar glance at Bailey Feihong, noticing his overwhelming confidence, which stirred her curiosity. She wondered how Bailey Feihong had garnered the favor of Gongyang Yan. There exists a body technique uniquely passed down by the Demon Suppression Division of Dongbin City. Oh, what kind of technique? Yin Ryu inquired softly. Is it the carefree dance conceived by the first demon guardian, Guan Kuan? Bailey Feihong's eyes sparkled as he replied in a hushed tone. Yes, it has been exchanged. Your marrow washing pill will be exchanged later when other merits are available. Chapter 48. The White Dragon and the Waves. The tale of the Kuan demon and the creation of the Xiaoyao Yu is widely recounted in the town of Dongbin. Xiaoyao Yu is renowned as an unparalleled technique of movement. However, it transcends mere physical agility. This exquisite martial art is deeply esoteric, leaving the subsequent members of the Demon Suppression Division to glean only the most superficial understanding of its principles. Yet, it is regarded as a profound skill in its own right. Bailey Feihong perused the text of the Demon Suppression Division, where the records in the annals of the Dongbin branch noted that Xiao Yu is not merely a technique of movement, but also elucidates a remarkably sophisticated martial discipline. Recalling the past, the first chief guardian, after vanquishing the Kuan demon, ascended to the realm of Dharma manifestation, his manifestation being the vision of a Kuanping. The creation of this technique even stirred the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division. Nonetheless, its complexity renders it nearly incomprehensible, apart from the inaugural chief guardian. Few have succeeded in mastering it. Yet, contemplating Xiao Yu significantly aids in the understanding of movement techniques, making this esoteric skill highly coveted within the division. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the imprint of Xiao Yu for you, Yin Ryu said, departing from the counter. After a brief wait, she returned from the library with the coveted text. Remember, this book is for personal study only and must not be shared. Even if it were shared, others may not grasp it, she cautioned. Bailey Feihong replied confidently, there are many prodigies within the sect. Should this knowledge fall into their hands, we would lose a precious technique. Yin Ryu sighed, mentioning that in comparison to the premier sects, the court's access to certain secret methods is indeed lacking. Bailey Feihong chuckled, as Yin Ryu divulged some insights. Her family has served the Demon Suppression Division for generations, granting her knowledge of many internal matters. There are secrets even Chief Guardian Gongyang Yin may not be privy to. Within the Demon Suppression Division, esteemed families like the Gongyang clan are also subjects of caution. I am quite eager, Bailey Feihong said, tucking the aged, yellowed tome into his robe. He then turned to the task hall, where a multitude of task notices adorned the walls. He was disinterested in the tasks designated for apprentices, as the rewards for such endeavors amounted to a mere fraction of their worth. The D-grade demon suppression tasks are scarce, given that the majority of personnel in the Dongbin Demon Suppression Division are D-grade demon hunters. These tasks are highly sought after, with each notice swiftly claimed. Thus, he shifted his gaze towards the C-grade task notices. According to the latest news, the Kappa has recently been sighted, abducting 3 infants from the Fairness Town. A Kappa? A creature that has strayed into the human realm? This task notice captured Bailey Feihong's attention. The rewards for capturing a kappa, typically residing in the bone refinement realm, are substantial. However, no one had taken up the task. The water-rich environment of Dongbin City presents considerable challenges in locating this kappa. Furthermore, even for a C-grade demon hunter, dealing with a kappa in the rivers is daunting. Those lacking proficiency in swimming naturally show little interest, even for those who excel in aquatic endeavors. Finding a kappa proves exceedingly difficult, and once one accepts this task, completion within the stipulated time frame becomes imperative. Failing to do so would render the acceptance of a subsequent task quite challenging. This is the regulation of the Demon Suppression Division. No individual assignments are permitted unless under extraordinary circumstances, in which case designated personnel will be dispatched to follow up. My pursuit of the Night Demon is essentially an investigation into the opium case. The smuggling of opium involves Sakura Country, the Songyan Gang, and the Dongbin River waterway system. Accepting this task, however, can provide me with cover. Bai Li Feihong tore the task order from the paper. Bai Li, the Guardian, we meet again. Yin Ryu observed him with an oddly contemplative expression. Bai Li Feihong flashed a radiant smile. I have faith in Miss Yan's character. My only concern is that those in high positions often forget. By the way, do you have any water-based techniques? Additionally, I shall take on this task to slay the river kappa. Indeed, this hideous overseas monster should have been reduced to ashes long ago. Yin Ryu began to register the task for Bai Li Feihong while simultaneously procuring a water-based technique to present to him. This technique is called White Dragon in the Waves, a method created by a certain commander of the Water Army, who exchanged it with the Demon Suppression Division for a martial skill. The White Dragon in the Waves technique can train an individual's affinity for water, allowing one to reach the pinnacle of mastery, even enabling them to breathe underwater and swim like a dragon. Yin Ryu handed Bai Li Feihong a printed manual of the technique. As per the usual practice, rest assured, it shall remain confidential. Holding the White Dragon in the Waves water-based martial technique, Bai Li Feihong turned and departed. As she gazed at Bai Li Feihong's upright figure, Yin Ryu's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon returning home, Bai Li Feihong's first endeavor was to examine the White Dragon in the Waves technique. His innate talent is a fusion of water and fire. He was momentarily unaware of what this duality signified. However, as he practiced this technique, he found the process remarkably smooth. In comparison to the Demon Suppression Six-Path Sutra, the White Dragon in the Waves was decidedly simpler. White Dragon in the Waves, water-based technique, entry level 5200, after a single reading. Bai Li Feihong had nearly memorized it, continuously pondering the intricacies in his mind. He discovered that the technique described how to utilize the body's pores to simulate the breathing techniques of fish gills. The energy emanates from the pores, producing various subtle forces that assist in swimming through water. The finesse required to control this energy left Bai Li Feihong in awe. The creator of this technique truly possessed extraordinary imagination. Bai Li Feihong, however, did not allocate skill points to maximize it. He lifted the well cover and plunged into the icy waters below. The sensation was strikingly cold, and the water, which should have been still, felt as if delicate hands were caressing his skin. Hidden currents swirled around him. Bai Li Feihong could not help but recall Ji Xiaoqian's alluring figure. He was not frightened. Instead, he felt only compassion and regret. This girl possesses a commendable character. Even as a vengeful spirit, she could not bring herself to be truly menacing. She hesitated to seek vengeance for fear of breaking the law. Such a kind-hearted nature has led to a life filled with sorrow. The depths of the well conceal a hidden river. Beneath this river lies an enigmatic force that ensnares me within this city. Bai Li Feihong found himself reflecting on Ji Xiaoqian's words. In the past, he paid little heed to this information. However, now, having been compelled into the vehicle by the enigmatic Yang Yan, he finds himself pondering the nature of this mysterious force. The dark river leads to the riverside, flowing towards the East China Sea. Does the dark river, which lurks beneath the city of Dongbin, conceal an unknown malevolence? Bai Li Feihong descends to the depths of the well, where the icy water renders his mind remarkably clear, banishing distractions as he dedicates himself to mastering the art of laying Li by Long Chapter 49. Enhanced promotion with distractions and extraneous thoughts dispelled. Bai Li Feihong focused intently on the dermis, channeling his vital energy and feeling the chilling well water as it caressed his skin. His pores opened and closed rhythmically as he endeavored to employ the technique of waves of the White Dragon, absorbing the impure energies within his body while inhaling the oxygen from the water. The icy air permeated his being, flowing through his pores in a symbiotic exchange. Upon birth, Infants possess an innate ability to swim, yet this natural talent in humans diminishes with exposure to the external atmosphere. His experience points surged exponentially, proficient, adept, and masterful. Since there were no barriers to entry, continuous practice perpetually refreshed his experience. Before long, Li Fei Hong had cultivated this technique to its pinnacle. A plethora of insights from the skill book flooded his mind, revealing the profound essence of waves of the white dragon. He fully grasped the triple profundities of fish gill respiration, the finesse of his pores, and the complete mastery of the technique. Emerging from the depths of the well, Li Fei Hong's skin had taken on a pallid hue, his entire form resembling that of a person suffering from edema. Channeling his vital energy and regulating his breath, he evaporated the moisture absorbed through his pores. After preparing a large pot of lamb, he feasted heartily to restore his vigor. Rather than resting, he commenced his contemplation of Carefree Wanderings. Carefree Wanderings, entry level, 30,000. Upon finishing the book, Li Fei Hong glanced at the information within the skill book and was taken aback. The entry-level experience points for this body technique were the highest among all the techniques he had previously practiced. Without hesitation, he utilized his skill points, deducing 10 skill points. Carefree Wanderings ascended to proficiency. Carefree Wanderings, proficient, 90,000. Observing the tripling of experience points, Li Fei Hong exhaled in relief. He continued to upgrade, deducing 30 skill points. Carefree Wanderings advanced further in proficiency. At this moment, the enigmatic veil surrounding Carefree Wanderings began to lift, revealing a glimpse of its mysteries. Carefree Wanderings, mastery, 900,000. Upon glancing at the experience required for the next level, Li Fei Hong was left dumbfounded. The daunting experience points made him hesitant. Under the skill book's cryptic allocation mechanism, he grew concerned that his skill points would be insufficient. Checking his skill points, he found himself with 1258. He resolved to elevate his jade bone to bronze bone. Gritting his teeth, Li Fei Hong understood that this was not the time to conserve skill points. Strengthening himself swiftly was paramount. The terror instilled by the ancient ice woman Han Su made Li Fei Hong acutely aware that his current achievements were trivial in comparison. Moreover, refining the bones could enhance his vital energy. In the Demon Suppression Division, very few could fully cultivate the unparalleled divine skill, 6 paths of demon suppression. The greatest obstacle lay in bone refinement, as no other technique had ever transformed bones into 6 distinct forms. The fundamental cause lies in the belief of the predecessors who created the Zhen Mo Lu Dao Jing that the refinement of bones is the most crucial first step in martial arts. The journey of martial arts begins with bone refinement, for it is through the honing of bones that blood is generated. When bones are transformed into those of gold and jade, the human body undergoes a profound metamorphosis. The exercise of bones likewise demands a copious amount of vital energy, blood vitality. Hence, the blood origin art is of paramount significance, as it provides the energy required for the refinement of flesh and the alchemical elixirs, nourishing the bones and supplying sufficient energy for their enhancement. By deducting 10 skill points, jade-like bones can be elevated to bronze. An influx of energy permeates the entire skeletal structure. The skill tome refines the bones, akin to jade, to a hue of bronze, radiating a lustrous bronze sheen. The ascension continues. Deducting 20 skill points elevates bronze bones to iron, 30 points enhance iron bones to steel, 40 points promote steel bones to golden, and finally, a deduction of 105 points transcends golden bones to the realm of jade-like bones. Li Fei Hong's countenance contorted as his bones repeatedly shattered and reformed. With each reconstruction, a tremendous surge of blood vitality was released. Bones generate blood, and simultaneously, a unique force emanated from the bones, spreading throughout his entire being. The flesh, adhering to the bones, was transformed alongside the evolution of the skeletal structure, as if assimilated by the 6 distinct powers of the bones. Amidst the intertwining blood vitality, the flesh appeared as resplendent as gold and jade. After a quarter of an hour, Li Fei Hong lay on the courtyard's bluestone slab, utterly exhausted, panting while gazing at the azure sky, lost in thought. However, after a brief respite, he promptly seated himself in a meditative posture and activated the refining blood origin art, refining the blood vitality generated by the bones into an exceedingly pure form, continually striving to reach the pinnacle of the 5th blood refinement. Transitioning into the 6th stage of blood origin. As he engaged in the 6th refinement of blood origin, purifying his blood, a formidable strength was birthed within him. The marrow refining realm, naturally shattering barriers, unfolded effortlessly. The Zhenmo Lu Dao Jing interlinks the three realms of blood, bones, and marrow, or rather, it connects 6 realms as one. This is the first pathway of demon suppression, the refinement of the body. The human form is interdependent. Robust blood leads to sturdy bones. Strong bones yield ample marrow. Sufficient marrow fortifies the organs, and strong organs empower the meridians and acupoints. A vigorous physique imbued with abundant vitality begets a potent spirit. At present, the refinement of bones has reached its zenith. After 6 purifications of blood vitality, the blood and marrow have become immensely formidable. At this level, no further cultivation is required, as the transformative influence of the internal blood origin and skeletal evolution has rendered the marrow and blood marrow extraordinarily powerful. Activating the marrow refining techniques, he attains a state of peak performance. Simultaneously, his internal organs undergo subtle transformations. The skill tome elevates his cultivation to the pinnacle of organ refinement. As Bai Li Fei Hong concluded his words, a deduction of 300 points completed the marrow refinement, and a further deduction of 600 points achieved the perfection of the 5 internal organs, with the 5 organs emanating vigor in an instant. Bai Li Fei Hong's strength surged 100-fold, and the blood vitality within him intensified 100-fold. He continued to wield the refining blood origin art, converting the vast energy released within into blood origin, successfully completing the 7th blood refinement. The 8th refinement of blood has been completed. However, Bai Li Fei Hong distinctly perceives a decline in the efficiency of blood refinement Yuan Gong in tempering his vital essence. At this moment, he finds himself with a mere 153 skill points remaining, aside from the 4 C's fist technique and the blood river blade technique, which he can further develop. He lacks the resources to enhance any other martial arts. The energies of the 5 viscera flow seamlessly, while the power of the 6 bowels forms a grand cycle, leading Bai Li Fei Hong to feel the evolution of life manifesting profoundly. At this juncture, Bai Li Fei Hong experiences a sense of illusion. Apart from the existence at the level of a guardian, he believes he could easily overpower the various demon suppressors of the Eastern Bin town. Furthermore, a martial skill recorded within the 6 paths of demon suppression is now accessible to him. The 5 elements demon suppression hand, a martial technique of the refinement of the viscera. Chapter 50. The enchantment drug in the tranquil town of Fairness, a meandering river flowed, belonging to the Bin tributary that connected to the sea. Bai Li Fei Hong, having shed his dark robes, held a compass in hand, procuring a small boat to drift downstream along the river. Were there a trace of a river spirit, such endeavors would be unnecessary. However, Bai Li Fei Hong remained unperturbed. Slaying the river spirit was merely a task, not an urgent one. On either side of the river lay villages, prompting Bai Li Fei Hong to pause and observe them. He aimed to explore the villages and towns along the banks of Dongbin City, seeking any remnants of illicit opium trade. Curiously, as dusk fell, there was no sign of life or smoke rising from the villages. Bai Li Fei Hong moored the boat, securing it to a sturdy tree to prevent it from being swept away by the current. He chose a discreet spot along the riverbank to dock. With a graceful leap, he vaulted over the underbrush lining the riverbank, moving as if carried by the wind, treading lightly upon the treetops. His mastery of the art of carefree flight had elevated his agility to the pinnacle among the spellcasters of Dongbin City. It was not due to his exceptional strength, but rather the inadequacy of the local spellcasters. Perched atop a tall tree outside the village, he gazed down at the serene settlement below, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, resembling a magnificent oil painting. The only incongruity was the white banners hanging from every household, a peculiar sight, even in morning. Such an eerie silence, and the display of white banners seemed excessive. He retrieved his demon-slaying compass, its needle spinning until it pointed resolutely towards the village. As twilight descended, he sought a place to rest. Bai Li Fei Hong smiled, for as a justice-driven demon slayer, it was his duty to eradicate malevolent spirits. Moreover, his supply of black soul jade was depleted. He had only received 10 pieces from Yin Ryu for this outing. With a powerful leap, he landed heavily on the ground, creating 2 deep impressions in the earth, an intentional display of strength. The dust that rose clung to his garments, rendering him a weary traveler. As he walked along the village path, blade in hand, he remained extraordinarily vigilant, entering the village. At the entrance stood a stone tablet, Chu Clan Village. Wandering through the village pathways, he encountered no signs of life, as if the entire settlement had succumbed to a state of stasis. Bai Li Fei Hong heightened his alertness. refraining from consulting the demon-slaying compass. Chu Clan village was expansive, with orderly houses, each complete with its own courtyard. Despite being nestled deep in the mountains, the villagers' homes bore no resemblance to those in impoverished regions. Wealth does not appear without reason, especially in such secluded locales. There must be a source of income. Venturing deeper into the village, he discovered a grand residence, the most impressive of all, rivaling the opulent mansions he had encountered in Fairness Town. He knocked on the door with a firm rap. "Is anyone home?" His resonant voice pierced the air, echoing through every corner of the courtyard. Footsteps approached, and an elderly man clad in mourning garb hurriedly came to answer the door. "May I inquire your esteemed name, young sir? And what brings you to my door?" The elder replied, his expression somewhat troubled. "I am merely passing through this area, feeling quite parched. I seek but a cup of water." Yet, the young man instinctively licked his cracked lips, revealing his desperate thirst. The elder's eyes widened in indignation. "Are you insulting me, young sir?" he exclaimed, pulling the brass ring on the door and shutting it firmly. "What a sight! Are you completely oblivious?" Bailey Feihong was taken aback. To demand payment for a sip of water in a household of such means, if word got out, their reputation would be tarnished. It was truly a disgraceful remark. He knocked once more. Creaking open, the door revealed an elderly woman with white hair, stooped over, her cloudy eyes squinting. "Who goes there?" she asked, her vision failing her. "Good day, madam. I am but a weary traveler, lost amidst the hills and woods. I beg for a cup of water to quench my thirst." The old woman's face softened into a kind smile. "Ah, young man. It has been ages since our village has welcomed any outsiders. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch you some tea." Bailey Feihong bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, dear lady." "You're most welcome, young sir," she replied, turning to retreat into her home. As the sun began to set, casting a dim light, the interior of the house remained shrouded in darkness, with the windows sealed tight and no candles lit. The old woman felt her way to the teapot, filled a bowl with cool tea, and brought it out. "Here, dear sir, please enjoy this tea. I hope you don't mind its coolness." The village matriarch spoke with an eloquence that belied her years spent in this secluded hamlet. "No offense taken," Bailey Feihong replied, taking a sip, raising his eyebrows slightly, but maintaining his composure. "May I ask, why do all the households in this village hang white banners? Has some calamity befallen your community?" Upon hearing this, the old woman's face betrayed a flicker of alarm. "I have learned a thing or two from my travels. If you require assistance, I would be glad to repay your kindness in sharing this water." "You are too kind, young sir. A mere cup of water is no great matter," she chuckled. "I am simply curious. As I traversed the village, I noticed the closed doors and white banners. Something significant must have transpired. Drink quickly, young sir, and be on your way before darkness descends upon Chu's village," the old woman advised, not elaborating further. Gulping down the tea, Bailey Feihong finished it in a few swallows. "Thank you, madam. I shall take my leave now." After offering his thanks and a respectful clasp of his hands, he turned to depart. Unbeknownst to her, he discreetly concealed his mouth with his palm. Harnessing the power of the water manipulation technique to control the tea within his grasp, transforming it into vapor that dissipated into the encroaching shadows of the night. After walking 100 steps, his form became unsteady, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. The audacity of youth. He had dared to consume the old woman's special potion, a concoction designed to bewilder, with such a large bowl consumed. It was impressive that he had managed to walk 100 paces before succumbing. He had shown promise as a formidable martial artist. At this moment, the elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, possessed eyes clouded by cataracts, now rendered nearly invisible. Her pupils, profound and abyss-like, seemed to devour the very essence of the soul. "You, an outsider, have come to the village seeking water, your lips parched and cracked. How could you not raise suspicion? There are numerous springs nestled within these mountains, and the river outside the village flows with crystalline clarity. As a martial artist, is it truly beyond your capabilities to traverse the wilderness and quench your thirst?" The old woman's voice, laced with a chilling aura, reverberated throughout the village, clear and distinct in every household. Could it be that this individual is an officer of the constabulary? If he were indeed one of them, there would be little to fear. Rather, it is the prospect of this young man being an apprentice of the Demon Suppression Division that instills true dread. Chapter 51. A single blow to obliterate. Is it not fortuitous that the people from the Demon Suppression Division have arrived, great-grandmother? They are just the ones to deal with that monster, someone respectfully inquired. The Demon Suppression Division had already wreaked havoc in Dali Town and Gongping Town due to the emergence of demons in those areas. If it were to be known that this demon had originated from our Chu village, nestled deep within the mountains, the village would be annihilated without a trace. Unknown to the world, great-grandmother of the Chu family displayed evident impatience as more villagers emerged from their homes. Upon hearing her words, they cast their fierce gazes upon the fallen young man. Why not deal with him? A robust youth from Chu village made a gesture across his throat, his eyes full of menace. No, if he is indeed a person of authority, to kill him would be. What do you propose we do? Once he regains consciousness and departs, we shall all be doomed. Indeed, if we let him go, we are all doomed. But if we slay him? No, let us offer him to that monster. What do you think? Would that not be more favorable? That monster has been threatening us to deliver the village's children, or else it would massacre the village. Now, all the children are hidden. Silence! Great-grandmother exclaimed in anger, in the presence of hundreds of villagers. Not a single soul dared to utter another word. Has the old master of the Chu family acquiesced? If trouble befalls the village, he shall not escape unscathed either. Great-grandmother retorted angrily. Yet, no one dared to voice agreement. Great-grandmother held considerable prestige in the village, while the old master of the Chu family was equally formidable, perhaps even more so than her. This young man, with his robust vitality, is indeed to the monster's liking. Once I apply the secret potion all over his body and hang him at the village entrance, should that monster come, it will devour this young man. Tonight, that monster shall surely meet its end. Even without the old master's treasured item, we can slay this beast. Great-grandmother spoke with unwavering confidence. Bailey Fei Hong had intended to rise and interrogate the villagers to thoroughly investigate the peculiarities of this village. However, upon hearing the old woman's words, he immediately changed his mind and continued to feign sleep. As the tea touched his lips, Bailey Fei Hong sensed something amiss with the beverage. In truth, this potion had no effect on him. Having cultivated the 6 paths of demon suppression, he was naturally able to suppress all external evils. Such a trivial poison would be futile against him. However, Bailey Fei Hong had yet to ascertain the extent of his own resistance to toxins. Thus, to be cautious, he harnessed the power of the dragon in the waves, controlling the tea to prevent it from being absorbed into his body. This technique, known as the third transformation, was aptly named the dragon in the waves, as a dragon of the sea can command water. Xiaoyong, come here and pour this potion over him. Oh, and remember to remove his upper garments. Chu Xiaoyong hurried forward to respectfully accept the vials. Meanwhile, some villagers swiftly stripped Bailey Fei Hong of his clothing. Once his garments were removed, the belongings Bailey Fei Hong carried were quickly scavenged. He possessed little save for a black soul jade and a handful of gold and silver coins. His Bloodsea long knife was also taken by the villagers. The most valuable item, the demon-suppressing compass, was carelessly discarded upon the ground. Yet, the compass's needle persistently pointed towards the location of great-grandmother. Wait a moment. The great-grandmother gazed greedily at the black soul jade extracted from Bailey Fei Hong. I will take these jades, she declared. The villagers hastily presented the exquisite black soul jades to her. This unexpected windfall, with 10 pieces of high-quality black soul jade, could be combined with a secret technique and formation of mind. Soon, the elderly matriarch's gaze settled upon the village center, where the residence of old Master Chu stood. That stubborn old fool, the treasure shall soon belong to me. The foolish villagers. Bare-chested, he was suspended from the stone doorframe. As night deepened, the cool mountain breeze, laden with mist, brought a refreshing chill. Yet, the sensation of being suspended was quite unpleasant. The information hinted at in the conversation gradually became clearer. It seemed he had begun to piece together a semblance of the truth. Children, monsters, old Master Chu, the great-grandmother. Villagers, treasures. If one were to connect these dots, some matters would not be difficult to surmise. However, the situation had yet to reach a conclusion. Should he recklessly pressure the villagers for the truth, it might provoke their resistance. Bailey Fei Hong was no bloodthirsty maniac. He could not commit the atrocity of slaughtering an entire village. He was not a saint either. Once certain actions were taken, it became arduous to seal the floodgates of the heart. Everyone awaited the monster's appearance. As Bailey Fei Hong served as bait, he too hoped for the emergence of this creature. Moreover, he wished for it to be a kappa. The only active monster in this area was indeed the kappa. And a small river flowed not far from Chu's village, aligning with the kappa's penchant for children, seemingly fulfilling some of its innate characteristics. The mist thickened, and the moisture in the air was sufficient to cause droplets to form upon Bailey Fei Hong's skin. It was coming, through a small hole in the paper window. The great-grandmother greedily peered at the entrance of the village. The water vapor obscured her view, yet could not hinder her keen sight. Obtaining the blood of a kappa, when combined with certain medicinal concoctions, could bestow upon her the power to control water. The Dongbin River in the East China Sea would pose no obstacle for me. As she focused her gaze, she discerned a shadow amidst the mist at the village entrance. Bai Li Feihong squinted, scrutinizing the demon before him. It stood upright, with green skin resembling that of a frog, large round eyes greedily fixated upon Bai Li Feihong's flesh. Its mouth was filled with sharp, needle-like teeth that instilled fear. The scent, the aroma of flesh. It did not favor the blood and flesh of robust humans. Yet the enticing fragrance emanating from the young man stirred the kappa's insatiable desires. Devour him, and I shall attain evolution. Instinctively, it knew that consuming this vigorous youth would be far more nourishing than feasting upon 100 children. It drooled with anticipation. As it opened its mouth, a foul stench wafted forth, accompanied by its numerous sharp teeth. Ultimately, Bai Li Feihong could no longer restrain himself. With a surge of strength, the coarse hemp ropes binding him shattered. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the kappa's frog-like head. With a resounding explosion, the monstrous head was obliterated. A terrifying surge of blood, akin to a raging river, enveloped the entire Chu village. Pray tell, when was the last time you brushed your teeth? Your breath is utterly unbearable, Bai Li Feihong muttered to the kappa demon. Unable to endure the stench any longer, the kappa demon met its demise. The sound was thunderous, and the blood energy receded. Casting a glance towards the house at the village's edge, anguished wails echoed from within. Beneath the ominous shroud of blood energy, the old woman remained unbroken, her resilience quite peculiar. Despite her apparent lack of strength, she had not succumbed under the oppressive force of his blood energy. It seemed this old woman could no longer be classified merely as a simple demon. In that moment, the entirety of Chushire village trembled, ensnared by fear. A dread that even surpassed that instilled by the demons themselves. Chapter 52. Lord Chu. The oppressive atmosphere of blood and rage did not yield favorable responses. However, it successfully ignited Bai Li Feihong's curiosity. In Chu village, every household kept their doors tightly shut. No one dared to step outside, cowering in the safety of their own modest domains. Home, once a sanctuary, had now lost its essence in the face of this monstrous being, capable of obliterating river spirits with a single blow. With a creak, Chu Xiaorong opened the door, trembling legs taking a hesitant step forward. Summoning his courage, he cast the gold he had acquired onto the ground. Bai Li Feihong observed this scene in silence, making no move, yet a tempestuous aura enveloped Chu village. With his current level of martial prowess and extraordinary skills in blood and bone refinement, he would not falter even against the esteemed demon suppressor, Zheng Yishan. The accumulation of over 1,000 skill points in body refinement had bestowed upon Bai Li Feihong a nascent, monstrous strength. More villagers emerged, discarding their offerings to Bai Li Feihong on the ground, too frightened to approach the village entrance. Ultimately, Bai Li Feihong's gaze was fixed solely on a house not far from the entrance, the residence of the village matriarch. Inside, silence reigned, yet Bai Li Feihong sensed her presence. She had not perished. The faint essence of blood was detectable to him, as was the unmistakable aura of malevolence, which could not escape his perception. A sinister cultivator? Perhaps. Bai Li Feihong's experience with such dark entities was still limited, yet it did not impede his command over the situation. Where is my black soul jade? He stared coldly at the house, which remained unresponsive. The villagers sheltered within began to feel anxious. The matriarch served as both the village doctor and spiritual leader, holding immense respect and status within Chu village. They feared for her safety at the hands of this young powerhouse. It seems you are truly prepared to resist. Do the deceived villagers realize that the greatest evil lurks among them? Or could you miraculously evade this calamity? The surge of blood energy swelled, restrained yet potent. Bai Li Feihong increasingly mastered the subtle applications of this energy. Young man, I am of advanced age and cannot hear your words clearly. Please refrain from slandering me. The village matriarch finally spoke. Bai Li Feihong stepped forward, approaching the demon-suppressing compass, bending down to retrieve it. Old lady, do you know the name of this compass? Please enlighten me, young man. This is a magical artifact crafted by the divine inspector for the demon-suppressing division, known as the demon-suppressing compass. Bai Li Feihong pointed to the compass needle, declaring, it will always point towards you. Indeed, if you say so, then it is so. In a sudden burst, Bai Li Feihong unleashed a punch towards the house. The force of his strike was colossal, akin to a tempest of hurricane strength, uprooting the structure. Yet, he wielded his power with precision, ensuring that the contents within remained unscathed. The elderly woman clutched her silver cane tightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her eyes glowing with an unnatural green light as she fixated on the young man before her. "Are you truly a member of the Demon Suppression Division?" "Without a doubt." Li Feihong lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. Yet, a lingering curiosity resided within me. How could it be that every household in the secluded Chushi village boasts opulent residences, while its inhabitants radiate vitality, living seemingly carefree lives amidst the mountains? How did they amass such wealth? The elderly matriarch, her once bright eyes dimming to a cloudy hue, appeared particularly desolate beneath the moonlight. Many villagers were anxious, yet the fear instilled by the Demon Suppression Division paralyzed them, preventing any action. The matriarch cursed inwardly, lamenting that her own glorification of the division's terror had ultimately brought misfortune upon herself. Without the villagers' protection, this young demon suppressor acted with impunity. Life was arduous, and one must always seek a path forward. Do those from the division truly concern themselves with matters of wealth? Indeed, who does not cherish riches? Upon uttering these words, a broad smile illuminated Li Feihong's face. The entire village exhaled in relief, beginning to relax. So, it was yet another avaricious individual. Truly, he was no different from the other demon suppressors. Yet, the matriarch felt a heavy weight in her heart, an ominous sensation brewing within her. However, she found no opportunity to voice her concerns. A surge of bloodlust locked onto her, compelling her to exert the power within her body to resist this malevolence. Reluctantly, she wished to avoid mobilizing her internal strength, but if she were to be further harmed by this bloodlust, her demise would be imminent. Creak! Hurry, hurry! The grandest door of the village swung open. The elder of the Chu family, whom I had seen in the evening, commanded his servants, who hurriedly bore boxes towards the village entrance. My lord, I am but a humble servant, unable to recognize the true visage of the mountain. Please do not take offense. Who are you?" Li Feihong inquired with a smile. "I am Chu Feng, the chief steward of the Chu family estate. Surely, you are acquainted with the villagers of Chushi? Why doesn't he the elder come forth to meet me?" The steward hesitated. "The elder has recently caught a cold and is unable to meet outsiders. I hope you can forgive us, Lord Li. Come, bring the items here." "My lord, this is a token of gratitude from my master for your efforts in ridding Chushi village of the demonic scourge. Please accept this modest reward." Furthermore, he requested that the annual tribute from the Chu family be reported to the mansion. 8 large boxes of gold coins shimmered under the torchlight. Even though Li Feihong had received a generous gift from Ji Shaoqian, the wealth before him was on a completely different scale. Moreover, this was merely the initial offering. The annual tribute would consistently match this sum. It was unexpected that such immense wealth lay hidden within this mountainous terrain. While I had never heard of the elder's name in Dongbin City, Li Feihong gazed greedily at the scene before him. All it required was a nod from him, and glory and riches would be his for the taking. "You jest, my lord. Wealth must not be flaunted. My master toiled overseas for much of his life, leading the Chu family to a prosperous existence. However, the ancestral teachings of the Chu clan dictate that wealth should remain concealed, which is why they have never displayed opulence in Dongbin City. It is only through discreetly navigating the night that one can avoid calamities. Indeed, the ancestral precepts of the Chu clan are truly commendable," Li Feihong remarked, his words sincere. Chief Steward Chu Feng hesitated. "My lord, there are matters that ought not to be spoken of openly." "I wish to hear," Li Feihong replied, a smile blossoming on his lips, radiant as ever. As for the tribulations abroad, he seemed to have found the right path. The residents of Pingping Town were consumed by the ancient ice maiden, Han Su, who obliterated all life. The constabulary and the Demon Suppression Division were tasked with investigating and cleansing the site. Numerous ledgers were uncovered, teeming with information yet lacking clarity regarding the identities of those recorded within. For instance, within the ledger of a smokehouse, one could find phrases such as "Chu, taking 40% profit." Such wording was prevalent in brothels, pawnshops, and gambling dens. Li Feihong had previously examined these ledgers and conducted an in-depth investigation into this phrasing. Yet he could not identify the corresponding individuals. Now, however, the truth was crystal clear. Chu referred to Lord Chu. Chapter 53, The Dark Deity. My lord, is it truly necessary? It would be wise to simply take the wealth and depart. In due time, benefits would surely follow. Delving into the root of the matter will yield no favorable outcomes. The steward, Chu Feng, turned his gaze towards the matriarch of the Chu village. He discerned that something was amiss with her. Had the women and children of the village hidden themselves away? The steward's expression grew grave. What do you mean, my lord? The village is plagued by malevolent spirits. The women and children have sought refuge, yet the able-bodied men remain. It appears you do not fear the river spirit. The matriarch of the Chu village, though possessing some capabilities, required potions to contend with the river spirit. My lord, the matriarch is advanced in years and speaks in riddles. Do not take her words to heart. The steward, Chu Feng, struggled to maintain his composure. What is it that you fear? Are you concerned that the matriarch may inadvertently reveal the treasures concealed by Lord Chu, which can combat these fiends? A hint of amusement danced upon by Li Feihong's countenance. He was in no haste, not at all. In the stillness of the lengthy night, sleep eluded him. Conversing with others stirred a certain exhilaration within him. It seemed the Lord looked down upon the meager compensation from the Chu family. Steward Chu Feng expressed his regret. It is not that he disdains it. He merely fears that accepting this sum may burden his conscience for eternity. Then I beseech you, my lord, to depart from Chu village post-haste. Depart? Why should I leave? This is Chu village, not the demon suppression office. Every inch of land within the great Yuan dynasty is protected by the demon suppression office. As night deepened, the presence of wolves inevitably multiplied. It would be prudent for the lord to continue his journey. The steward clenched his fists. The master has decreed that any matter resolvable with wealth is no true issue. If it cannot be resolved with money, then let it be settled with gunfire. What is there to fear from wolves? The real terror lies in a horde of malevolent spirits masquerading as humans, wreaking havoc upon the world. At that moment, Li Feihong's senses sharpened, keenly detecting movement outside the village. A considerable number of life forces were converging upon Chu village. The vitality was formidable, with the weakest among them being fifth-tier martial artists, and the strongest reaching the level of bone refinement. Such an imposing force lay in obscurity upon the eastern shore. Chu village was indeed peculiar. His instincts were correct. The demon suppression compass also confirmed this. Seizing the opportunity while Li Feihong was distracted, the matriarch of Chu village finally broke free from his restraints of vitality. Chu Feng, I must investigate the great smoke and eliminate him. The matriarch of Chu village bellowed. In that instant, Chu Feng's expression morphed into one of shock. The faces of the villagers shifted dramatically. Li Feihong's eyes glimmered with intensity as he regarded the matriarch, who bore the semblance of neither demon nor practitioner. What a foolish ally she was. However, from her perspective, a dead friend is better than a poor Taoist. Her declaration placed Chu village in peril. Do you wish to escape? With a swift motion, Li Feihong kicked a silver dollar from the ground, piercing through the matriarch's torso in an instant. A gaping wound erupted, spewing forth green blood. As the lights flickered, it was difficult for an ordinary person to discern the scene, yet Li Feihong's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and he perceived everything clearly. Green blood. The demon suppression tower confines various malevolent entities, which serve as research subjects for a select few demon suppressors within the Demon Suppression Bureau. The eccentricity of the matriarch of the Chu family village piqued Li Feihong's interest, rendering her a worthy subject of study. Yet, in the next moment, a wound oozing green blood rapidly began to heal. A faint luminescence flickered at the site of the injury as a mysterious force worked to mend her body. Is it of the wood attribute? A human transformed by wood spirits? Li Feihong speculated within himself. No, it must be a wood spirit parasitizing a human body, merging with it to give rise to a demon-like being. Chief Steward Chu Feng stepped back a few paces, as servants bearing 8 large crates quickly encircled him for protection. The wound could heal, but could severed limbs regenerate? With a powerful kick, energy surged forth, the golden Yuan beneath the ground tearing through space, carrying terrifying kinetic energy that instantly shattered the matriarch's legs. The elderly woman collapsed, wailing in agony, her cries resonating with the hearts of countless villagers. Bang! A firearm extended from a window, aimed at Li Feihong, and fired in rage. Sensing the danger, Li Feihong activated the Demon Suppression 6-Path Sutra, a faint golden energy enveloping his skin. The bullet, propelled by gunpowder, merely left a shallow mark of blood upon him, an insignificant matter, even less impactful than the kinetic energy of his earlier kick. The shooter, Chu Xiaoyong, was left dumbfounded. This was a firearm. He had previously shot down a 9th blood martial artist. The extraordinary threshold is the refining of bones, Li Feihong remarked casually. Having successfully cultivated the 6 forms of bone refinement, his body was akin to that forged of steel. The spherical lead bullet found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate his defenses. If faced with modern high-caliber firearms equipped with armor-piercing rounds, Bai Li Fei Hong would retreat as far as possible. Kill him! Kill him! Chu Feng bellowed. Outside the village, mist enveloped the surroundings. A group of samurai clad in kimono responded to the command, brandishing their swords as they charged towards Bai Li Fei Hong from all directions. Invaders? Cherry Blossom Samurai. Additionally, a brawny blonde man armed with an intricate firearm took aim at Bai Li Fei Hong. Bang! Bullets rained from all sides. With a sudden surge of energy, Bai Li Fei Hong moved like the wind soaring through the skies, his figure flickering and elusive, his speed unparalleled. At that moment, he was no longer bound by any specific technique. He lunged towards the foreign invaders, a swift strike severing a neck in a single blow. His speed accelerated further as he penetrated the line of gunmen, dispatching the 10 or so overseas marksmen in an instant, their heads flying and blood splattering across the ground. Coldly, he decimated the ranks of the gunmen, akin to a dragon plunging into the sea, penetrating the formation of the Cherry Blossom Samurai. Slaying one warrior. He seized the sword from his grasp and wielded it indifferently. Wherever he went, no foe stood a chance. Even the Cherry Blossom Samurai of the bone-refining tier could not survive a single breath against him, colluding with foreign powers, allying with invaders, and trafficking opium. Your deaths are not to be lamented. Armed with the sword, he advanced step by step towards Chief Steward Chu Feng. Bang! Households fired their weapons in unison. Bai Li Fei Hong's gaze was as cold as ice. In this moment, no further words were necessary. A den of snakes and rats. The true face of Chu family village was finally unveiled. Since his arrival in the village, he has come to realize that he is embroiled in a conflict. However, both factions in this dispute are his adversaries. The Kappa, a formidable creature, poses a significant threat. Should the Chu village remain unprepared, it would inevitably fall victim to the slaughter by these malevolent beings. Yet, it is precisely because the Chu village possesses the capability to resist these demons that the Kappa resorts to intimidation as a means of coercion. Bai Li Fei Hong, you will not escape the wrath of Lord Chu, he roared, veins protruding in fury. It was then revealed that Lord Chu was no longer within the village, leaving Bai Li Fei Hong feeling despondent. How is he able to command you from afar? Huh, Bai Li Fei Hong, you see, the Demon Suppression Division has become antiquated. In the grand tapestry of the world, what is the great Yuan Empire but a mere corner? The vastness of the world and the marvels beyond your imagination are far beyond your grasp. Chu Feng's expression twisted into a grotesque visage, as dark, tadpole-like patterns surged across his body. The black celestial deity shall ultimately descend upon the world. Humanity remains ignorant. The black celestial deity will unleash 10 calamities. And the great smoke is merely a fleeting indulgence wrought by its hand. Following these calamities, a great cleansing shall sweep across the realm. The atmosphere thickened with demonic energy as Chief Steward Chu Feng, once a mere mortal, instantaneously wielded power rivaling that of the bone refinement stage. Chaos ensued, growing ever more intriguing. Cults and deities, concepts he had only encountered in tomes, were now vividly manifest before his very eyes. In an instant, Bai Li Fei Hong made his move. First town, Blood Town. The mountains and rivers shall tremble. Chapter 54, Burning Soul, the 6 paths of demon suppression. The first gate, Blood God Technique. Blood suppression of mountains and rivers. It is also revered as the foremost divine art of the Demon Suppression Division. To master it, one must undergo blood refinement 5 times. Its potential is boundless. The stronger the blood essence, the mightier the divine art. It is indeed the nemesis of all malevolent beings. Within the confines of the Demon Suppression Division, there exists no concept of deities, only formidable evils that usurp human faith and seize the fortunes of humanity. Thus, many celestial beings and martial saints have endeavored to deduce this divine art to subdue the mountains and rivers with blood. An inexplicable power emanated from Bai Li Fei Hong. The terrifying blood essence blazed like a scorching sun, incinerating everything in its path. The entire Chu village was enveloped by Bai Li Fei Hong's blood suppression of mountains and rivers. Any wicked souls who laid eyes upon him were, as if confronted by a blazing sun, their very spirits ignited by the solar flames. The matriarch of Chu village was the first to react. She struggled desperately to extricate herself from her decaying form. An ephemeral and distorted tree demon shape emerged from her body, engulfed in fierce flames, disintegrating into ashes amidst the inferno. The black patterns on the body of Chief Chu Feng transformed into black smoke, attempting to resist the oppressive force of the terrifying blood essence. Yet, as Chief Chu Feng's soul burned, the black markings became as insubstantial as weeds, obliterated by the blood essence. All the remaining males of Chu village were consumed in the flames, their souls seared. Evil is not defined by form. Those who harbor malevolent thoughts are themselves wicked beings. Gasping heavily, Bai Li Feihong collapsed to the ground. This was his first foray into the marvels of divine art. His body experienced a sensation of void, however. After 8 rounds of blood refinement, the dreadfully deep reservoir of blood essence did not wane despite the exertion of the divine art. Golden marrow continuously birthed stronger blood essence, circulating a refreshing energy through his body, allowing his blood essence to recover swiftly. Within a mere few breaths, he returned to his peak condition, albeit with a gnawing hunger. Now, Chu village had fallen into an eerie silence. He retrieved the demon suppression token, activating the signal within it. A surge of energy shot skyward, forming a distinctive emblem of the demon suppression division. This matter had transcended the bounds of Bai Li Feihong's solitary handling. He required assistance to address it. The patriarch of the Chu family, the dark celestial spirit, the malevolent cult, the cherry blossom sect, and the intertwining influences of foreign forces rendered it impossible for him to unravel this case alone. The corpse of the Kappa remained. The task could still be submitted. Under the illumination of my blood essence, it was now inconceivable for the matriarch of Chu village and Chief Chu Feng to harbor any remnants of demonic energy or lingering souls. Bai Li Feihong sighed. Glancing at his skill points, he noted an increase of 832, an impressive rise of 679 points. The majority of this increase stemmed from the Kappa, the matriarch of Chu village and Chief Chu Feng, accounting for nearly 2/3 of the total. The remaining third was contributed by the villagers of Chu. Murder could also augment skill points. Bai Li Feihong's expression turned peculiar. The criteria for acquiring skill points remained an enigma, leaving him perplexed. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. Upon entering the grand manor of Lord Chu, I made my way to the kitchen to prepare my own meal. Indulging in a satisfying feast, my aim was to refine my skills and expedite my progress. Mastery of these techniques would enable me to draw vital energy from the very essence of the universe, alleviating the necessity for excessive consumption after each battle. The energy derived by the body still fundamentally relies on sustenance. Achieving such mastery is contingent upon the existence of skill points. Were one to rely solely on experience points for advancement, the sheer volume of food required to obtain energy would undoubtedly lead to financial ruin for Bai Li Feihong. A quarter of an hour later, a white shadow descended from the heavens. She surveyed her surroundings, gazing upon the silent Chu village, her brow furrowed in concern. Perceiving the chaotic flow of celestial energy and the lingering faint traces of blood, Gong Yin was taken aback. The blood suppression of mountains and rivers? The minimum requirement for this divine ability mandates the refinement of blood on 5 occasions. Presently, she too had undergone this quintuple refinement, yet the 6th stage remained elusive. The essence of blood is the source of life. With each successful refinement, one would gain unfathomable power. Kappa demons, parasitic with spirits, and the enigmatic powers of malevolent deities? The presence of Sakura samurai and gunmen from the Lafa Empire renders this village rather peculiar. However, what does it matter if it is peculiar? The souls of the villagers had been ignited by the blood suppression of mountains and rivers, leading to their fiery demise. With a resolute step, Gong Yin traversed the air, directly confronting Bai Li Feihong. Lord Guardian, would you care to sample my culinary skills? Bai Li Feihong, sipping his drink, flashed a radiant smile. In that fleeting moment, Gong Yin found herself hesitating. The youthful guardian before her possessed an extraordinary talent for blood refinement. Refining organs? She inquired. Seated opposite Bai Li Feihong, her tone laced with astonishment. The 6 paths of demon suppression scripture refers to the 6 refinements of the mortal body as the realm of body refinement. Body refinement encompasses blood refinement, wherein the vitality circulates throughout the body, whether it be bones, marrow, or organs. All benefits derive from blood refinement. Bai Li Feihong set down his jug of wine, fully aware that his cultivation could not be concealed from the keen eyes of the guardian. If one were to perceive cultivation as an evolution of life, the wonders of the primordial fetus pertain to the energies of the cosmos. This marks the inception of martial ascendance. Blood refinement, bone refinement, marrow refinement, organ refinement, aperture refinement, and spirit refinement constitute the foundational processes for mortal beings. Yet, this foundation is the most arduous to forge. Without immense perseverance, One cannot endure the solitude necessitated by body refinement, which often spans decades. The profundities of the primordial fetus and the arcane intricacies of divine abilities are boundless. When compared to the marvels of the universe, the human body appears trifling in the eyes of many martial practitioners. Gong Yongyin was profoundly impacted. By Li Feihong's articulation of this notion signified that he had achieved clarity regarding the path of body refinement. For him, the refinement of apertures and spirit would pose no hindrance. She had yet to practice the 6 paths of demon suppression scripture. Yet she bestowed upon Bai Li Feihong the soul transmission jade slip. The financial records of several smokehouses within the town of Ping documented a profit margin of 40%, with Chu denoting the connection to Chu village and Lord Chu. Bai Li Feihong did not lift his gaze, continuing to consume the meat before him. The blood refinement technique was ceaselessly in motion, transforming the food ingested into blood essence. Blood essence is a precious commodity, the very source of this method. Who is the mastermind behind the smuggling of opium? Lord Chu is implicated, though it remains uncertain whether he is indeed the true orchestrator. However, the individual in question does not reside in Chu's village. I suspect that following the incident in Fairtown, they departed from Chu's village. Nevertheless, this individual recently established contact with the steward, Chu Feng, through some means, suggesting that Lord Chu is still within the Dongbin region. Bai Li Feihong speculated. Furthermore, there is something unusual about steward Chu Feng, as he exhibits no traces of martial training. When this steward unleashed his dark sorcery, his body was enveloped in black tadpole patterns, instantly bestowing him with the strength of a peak bone-forging master. The art of divine strikes? Gong Yongyin exclaimed. Chu Feng is a devotee of the dark sky deity. The dark sky deity? Impossible. Gong Yongyin's expression changed dramatically as he stood up, agitated. Chapter 55. The Bronze Box, the Dark God. An ancient and malevolent deity of the cosmos, has long faded from the annals of history after countless years of destruction. Gong Yongyin spoke with palpable excitement, while Bai Li Feihong observed, taken aback by the uncharacteristic display from the normally composed guardian. Perhaps someone was merely invoking its name to attract followers. Such ancient malevolence possesses unfathomable power. Even in death, the mere whisper of its name could potentially resurrect it from the depths of time. Gong Yongyin cast a glance at Bai Li Feihong, recognizing that despite his extraordinary blood refinement talent, his time dedicated to martial cultivation had been insufficient. Furthermore, his social milieu restricted his access to the profound historical secrets of the world, unlike the Gonyang family, whose unbroken lineage chronicles countless monumental events. Could the Guardian be exaggerating? The idea that invoking its name could revive a vanquished malevolence seemed implausible. Yet, in this vast universe, what might seem impossible could indeed be within the realm of possibility. Gong Yongyin understood that when one's knowledge is limited, no discourse could alter their entrenched beliefs. You have already entered the realm of blood refinement. Yet your rapid advancement gives me pause. I prefer you remain discreet for now. Therefore, I cannot promote you to the rank of second-class demon suppressor at this time. But I shall provide you with appropriate compensation. Bai Li Feihong, momentarily stunned, felt the abrupt shift in conversation was somewhat hasty. It appeared that she wished to keep him uninformed about the dark god for the time being. I require blood essence pills and refining pills. And if there are any spirit refining pills, that would be splendid. Bai Li Feihong promptly requested the elixirs. To trade merit for such items felt like a grave loss. Yet in Dongbin City, this was the only path to acquire more cultivation resources. Since Gong Yongyin had opened the conversation, he knew he must seize the opportunity. Very well. I shall inform Yin Ruyu. You may collect them from her monthly. Thank you, Guardian. No, this is merely your due. Gong Yongyin stated before rising and taking to the winds. So much had transpired in Dongbin City. She needed a journey to the capital to personally report to the Supreme Commander of the Demon Suppression Division. Although the information collected was fragmented, it surpassed her capacity to manage, even exceeding the capabilities of the Gonyang family. Has she departed already? Bai Li Feihong shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. An hour later, a vessel docked on the river outside Chushir village. Members of the Demon Suppression Division from Dongbin City had finally arrived. Yet Bai Li Feihong had long since departed. Gong Yongyin had clearly instructed him to maintain a low profile. He did not wish to flaunt his prowess before his peers in the division. As for earning merit, that was merely a matter of the Guardian's discretion. The pyre erected outside the town had been incinerating corpses for half a month, its ashes drifting through the sky. The town of Gongping had devolved into a desolate wasteland. As Bai Li Feihong re-entered Gongping, no one impeded his passage. Standing before the ancestral home of the Fu family, he gazed at the abode, now encased in ice, unchanged for a fortnight. Despite it not being the first encounter, the sensation of awe remains palpable. The ancient ice maiden, Han Su, possesses the formidable prowess to decimate cities. The Fu family, once the premier lineage of Fairness Town, had, in fact, established its reputation. Even when gazing across Dongbin City, the venerable Mr. Fu stood as an unparalleled titan of wealth. Fairness Town rose to prominence through him and subsequently fell into decline upon his demise. By the time of his passing, Fairness Town had already metamorphosed into a grand entity. This signifies that Mr. Fu was acutely aware of all that transpired within Fairness Town. Upon entering the ancestral grounds of the Fu family, the chilling aura of ice permeated the air, sending shivers through by Li Feihong. He activated the 6 paths of Demon Suppression Sutra to dispel the cold. The ancestral residence of the Fu family, after acquiring wealth, had not undergone substantial renovations. Li Feihong meticulously searched the premises, but found nothing of significance. He proceeded to the ancestral hall, where the golden coffin had been relocated to the Demon Suppression Tower. Stored in its deepest recesses, the inner coffin, crafted from wood, harbored immense malevolent energy should it fall into the wrong hands. It could spawn a vengeful spirit from the wild. Descending into the basement, a vast expanse nearly hollowed out the entire underground of the ancestral home. Such an extensive subterranean construction could only be attributed to the formidable influence of Mr. Fu. The eerie atmosphere unsettled by Li Feihong. Yet after spending several hours scrutinizing the basement, he uncovered no anomalies. The Demon Suppression Bureau had conducted a thorough investigation of the site. Upon exiting the basement, he gazed upon the plaques of the Fu family's ancestors and could not help but lament that Fu Junying, a descendant of the Fu family, was also the architect of its downfall. He took 3 sticks of incense from the offering table, ignited them, and inserted them into the stone incense burner. However, as he attempted to place the incense, he encountered an obstruction within the burner. Removing the incense, he turned the stone burner upside down, emptying the ash within. To his astonishment, a palm-sized brass box emerged from the residue, igniting a spark of excitement in Li Feihong. The rise and fall of a family invariably conceals secrets. I have never believed in Mr. Fu's innocence. Lotus blossoms emerging untainted from the mire? According to Li Feihong's conjecture, the port was not a mere repository for opium. Behind the prosperity of Fairness Town lay a grand facade. The true profits of the opium dens did not stem from the overt business transactions. Evidently, the astronomical figures in the accounts, when converted to silver coins, could fill the streets of Fairness Town. This indicates that the profit chain behind the opium dens was colossal. Thus, Li Feihong pondered a critical question: what is the true identity of Fairness Town? From all corners of the globe, overseas guests congregated here. Was it truly for the pleasures Fairness Town offered? No, they came to strike deals. The entire town served as a fayade for transactions. Yet the ostentatious splendor of the luxurious entertainment district concealed the evils lurking beneath. Overseas guests might be suppliers, while the clientele hailing from the vast reaches of the world acted as distributors. Those who established Fairness Town held dominion over transport channels, pricing, and negotiation power. They were indeed a cunning group. The brazen establishment of opium dens and the erection of signs represented much. Once these signs were sealed, despite the loss of the opium den facade in Fairness Town, they discarded this guise, establishing the first line of security for their clandestine trading network. The port docks are unsuitable for storing opium, and neither can Fairness Town accommodate such illicit goods. Therefore, there must exist a warehouse for opium storage between the 2 locations. My discovery of Chushir Village, situated along the river between the port and Fairness Town, was not mere fortune but rather a deduction based on my judgment. Capturing Old Master Chu is not feasible in the short term. However, a deceased individual may not be able to keep secrets. Old Master Fu must possess certain hidden truths. Holding the bronze box in my hands, I severed the lock with a swift motion and retrieved its contents: a letter, a map, and a ledger. Old Master Chu resides within the 3rd and 4th rings, likely having already grasped the workings of the 2nd ring of this network. After Old Master Fu's demise, someone must assume his role. My son, when you read this letter, your father has already faked his death and distanced himself from the Yuan dynasty. Chapter 56. The letter from Old Master Fu. Indeed, he is a cunning old fox, orchestrating a false death to extricate himself. The Fu family's standing and enterprises in Fairtown and Dongbin City cannot simply be relinquished. He has even concealed this from his own son. Yet, does old Master Fu realize that his actions have ensnared his son in an inescapable predicament? When Chu Tianxing joined the Black Heaven sect, your father knew there was no choice but death. Do not blame your father. I had no other means. Only by this could I ensure your protection. My son, by the time you read this letter, it is likely that Chu Tianxing and his cohort have come to believe your father has passed away. Bailey Feihong, upon reading this, felt a pang of pity for the fallen Fu family and had offered incense in their memory. Had Fu Junying not paid tribute to his ancestors, or even to his father, after old Master Fu's death? Bailey Feihong looked up, yet found no spirit tablet for old Master Fu. How remarkable, indeed. A filial father and a devoted son. This ultimately benefits me. Gazing at the map in his hand, Bailey Feihong had a premonition that the fortune amassed by old Master Fu over half a lifetime was inscribed somewhere on it. However, at this moment, he found himself more intrigued by the contents of the letter. What force could compel old Master Fu to feign death and flee, disregarding his own son? But you must be cautious. They will surely monitor you. I did not wish to entangle you in this matter, but I fear you might act foolishly and seek them out. Hence I leave this letter for you. Beware of Chu Tianxing, though he is merely a pawn. Furthermore, the shipping guild plays a pivotal role in this strife. It is regrettable that your father could not penetrate its core, and thus is unaware of how many factions within the Great Yuan are involved in this affair. This matter pertains to royal conflicts. Anyone ensnared will meet a tragic end. Since time immemorial, there has been no familial affection within the imperial family. The dragon's offspring vie for the throne, and the farther you can distance yourself, the better. Bailey Feihong furrowed his brow. This letter is indeed perilous. The shipping guild is backed by the Grand Princess, and this situation is not a secret to the Demon Suppression Department. The role of the shipping guild in the Great Opium case remains unclear in his mind. Your father's maritime vessel was ambushed by the La Fa Empire after I declined to join the Black Heaven sect. The royal family of the La Fa Empire has been infiltrated by the Black Heaven. Be cautious when encountering their people. A mere talisman of fortune and longevity bears the weight of the entire destiny of the Great Yuan Empire. The Black Heaven seeks to regain its foothold in the Great Yuan Empire, necessitating the weakening of the empire. My son must grasp the dangers inherent in this. Do not involve yourself with any factions. Upon reading this letter, your father has left you a contingency plan. Simply enroll in the Spring and Autumn Academy in the imperial capital. At that time, you can depart from the capital and sail to the Aeoli Empire from the North Sea. The contents of the letter are succinct, merely hinting at deeper meanings. Even the contingency plan can only be set in motion once Fu Junying arrives at the Spring and Autumn Academy. Yet, the warnings within the letter still allude to the Great Yuan royal family, the La Fa royal family, and the Black Heaven sect. Currently, the shipping guild of Dongbin City is under the control of Ding Bo. However, this guild is merely a fraction of the shipping guilds throughout the Great Yuan territory. Even with formidable backing, the town's governor finds it challenging to interfere with the shipping guilds of other prefectures. The Fairness Town has been destroyed, and even issues arising from Chushi village are difficult to conceal from Chu Tianxing. If I were Chu Tianxing, I would simply redirect shipments to other ports within the Great Yuan territory. With the influence at his disposal, it is unnecessary for him to dock in Dongbin City. The situation in Chushi village has indeed raised alarms. By Li Feihong's side, hindsight is a luxury we all possess. Involving oneself in the opium case was inherently abrupt. I hope that Ding Bo's side does not unearth anything further from the shipping guild, for that would sever the lead entirely. What is the shipping guild before the Demon Suppression Division? Only by unmasking the puppet masters behind the scenes can the opium issue be resolved once and for all. Even if smuggling persists in the future, it would merely be trivial, lacking the capacity to escalate. The Devil's Strait will ultimately dictate the fate of the Great Yuan Empire. Should we seize control of the Devil's Strait, once the gate of the maritime route is closed, opium from overseas would be unable to penetrate the borders of the Great Yuan. Furthermore, capturing the Devil's Strait would grant us dominion over the throats of the neighboring nations of the Great Yuan Empire. While Li Feihong understood the limitations of his own influence, this matter must remain unreported to Gong Yan. He promptly withdrew a match, struck it, and incinerated the letter. He was acutely aware that should this letter fall into Gong Yan's hands, it could lead to myriad consequences. However, one must not be overly cautious. If this information were to reach the puppet masters, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Gong Yan has the backing of the Gong family, while he, a mere commoner, would be inconsequential in death. Upon hearing of his demise, others would merely lament the difficulties faced by the demon suppressors, who fell victim to malevolent forces. The puppet masters have the power to control these demons. The guild's leader, Zhang, has already demonstrated this to him. What holds the utmost importance? Undoubtedly, one's own life is paramount. The celestial families loom above like deities, governing the fates of all. Bai Li Feihong shook his head and picked up the ledger. Chu Tianqing, hailing from Chushi village, he was once a boatman and engaged in maritime trade. He encountered a shipwreck, fell into the sea, and washed ashore on a continent inhabited by primitive, underdeveloped humans, who rescued him. He subsequently exchanged his belongings for substantial gold and gemstones, returned to the Great Yuan, recruited villagers from Chushi, and established a maritime fleet, essentially amassing wealth by plundering the resources of the indigenous tribes. Yang Shichen, a merchant of Dongbin, in essence. The leader of pirates. Zhang Shiliang, a maritime merchant of Dongbin. The individuals recorded in the ledger are the shadowy proprietors behind Fairness Town. It details how they amass their fortunes. For them, overseas territories represent lawlessness. The ledger could indeed be submitted. Those mentioned within are prominent figures in Dongbin City. Only the town governor, Gong Yin, possesses the authority to act against those listed, who are all traps. Bai Li Feihong tucked the ledger into his pocket while simultaneously retrieving a map, not a treasure map. However, in the eyes of some, it is even more precious than a treasure map, a nautical chart. It bears numerous markings. And to master this maritime map is to grasp the true wealth of the Fu family. Each route signifies immense riches. If this map were to be auctioned in Dongbin City, it would undoubtedly elevate its owner to the status of a millionaire. The maritime routes accumulated by the Fu family over decades of seafaring are indeed a priceless treasure. Bai Li Feihong will safeguard it well. Even if he does not utilize it, he can bequeath it to future generations. In times of financial need, it could also be exchanged for money. Chapter 57. Submission of the register the following day, at the Demon Suppression Office building. Over 200 lives from Chushi village had been extinguished. The Kappa demon had finally been vanquished. Eastbin City has grown increasingly perilous. Several civil servants of the Demon Suppression Office engaged in discussions about this matter. And the news spread rapidly. Bai Li Feihong shook his head and picked up a book from the desk to read intently. The history of the Great Yuan recounts that the Gu Liang family was already a prominent clan in the Central Plains prior to their rebellion. The ancient Emperor Gu Liang rose in revolt, sweeping across the 18 lords with a might that consumed the vast expanse, conquering the Central Plains, North Wilderness, South Wilderness, and the western regions, thereby establishing the largest empire in the annals of Central Plains history. With the intent to unify the world, he dominated the realms, gazing down upon all existence. His brilliance was so overwhelming that the sects remained hidden from the world. Emperor Gu Liang established the Great Yuan Empire without persecuting the sects. Instead, he sought to placate the martial families and draw the sects into an alliance. He founded the Demon Suppression Office to unite against the demons and malevolent gods, eradicating heretical cults. Logically, one could argue that the ancient Emperor Gu Liang, a transcendent figure, ought to have lived for a millennium without question. Yet, inexplicably, just 60 years after the establishment of the Great Yuan Empire, he met an untimely demise. His eldest son ascended to the throne, inheriting his father's legacy and swiftly stabilizing the situation of the Great Yuan. Gathering the martial elites of the realm, he formed a formidable military. A decade after his ascension, the empire enjoyed peace and prosperity. He undertook a significant task, concealing the military, allowing horses to roam the rivers and lakes. This action ensured that the Great Yuan Empire has remained untainted by the influence of sects for 8 centuries. The shadows of the sects have yet to emerge. Has the Great Yuan Empire dug its own grave? One cannot help but reminisce about the overwhelming power of Emperor Gu Liang, who suppressed an entire era. The ancient Emperor Gu Liang's legacy flourished under his successor, creating the prosperous age of the Great Yuan. How have their descendants now fallen to the level of consorting with demons? This situation troubled Bai Li Feihong greatly. Let the commander deal with the headache. Gazing at the mechanical clock on the wall, it was noon. Bai Li Feihong rose and ascended to the top floor of the Demon Suppression Office. He knocked on the office door of Gong Yangyan. Bai Li Feihong, come in, she called. Pushing the door open, Bai Li Feihong entered. Gong Yangyan wore a serious expression, her demeanor somewhat dimmed. Clearly, the emergence of the followers of the Black Sky deity had exerted considerable pressure upon her. What manner of existence is this Black Sky deity? Commander, my subordinates left Chushi village last night and visited the ancestral home of the Fu family in Pingong Town. Bai Li Feihong said, presenting the register with both hands. This document recorded many participants in the Great Smoke case in Eastbin City. presumably left by the elder of the Fu family. Gong Yongyin accepted the register and read it carefully. After a moment, a surge of murderous intent flickered across her face. The imperial rot was widespread. Her words dripped with a chilling tone, leaving Bai Li Feihong with a sensation akin to falling into an icy abyss. A bead of cold sweat trickled down. It became evident that our disparity was still so vast. You have performed admirably, and although it is not easy for you to step forward in this matter, I shall duly acknowledge your contributions. Additionally, I have prepared a substantial quantity of essential elixirs, essence blood pills, aperture refining pills, and spirit refining pills, placed at the residence of Yen Ruyu. You may utilize my token to claim them. Gong Yongyin did not raise his head. Yet Bai Li Feihong sensed a chill in her heart. She speculated that old Master Fu had left behind other items, which seemed likely. This thought brought a sense of relief to Bai Li Feihong. At times, when confronting such a formidable superior, revealing minor flaws and offering some leverage could be harmless and might effectively safeguard oneself. A subordinate's greed allows a superior to maintain better control. In comparison to Zhang Yishan, Bai Li Feihong appeared almost virtuous. Bai Li Feihong could not forget what Zhang Yishan had said during his conversation with Inspector Zhang of the Patrol Department regarding the division of 622. He had masterfully embodied the essence of greed. Please notify Zhang Yishan to come see me, she instructed, as she sought an excuse to leave. Bai Li Feihong felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Yes, Lord Gongyang, I shall go at once. Bai Li Feihong made her way directly to the cafeteria of the Demon Suppression Department. At noon, the hour for meals, Zhang Yishan would not be in his office. He would likely be outside on a mission or dining in the cafeteria. Bai Li Feihong was uncertain of Zhang Yishan's usual demeanor. He was one of the few first-class demon suppressors within the department, holding a position of great esteem. Lord Zhang, Lord Gongyang requests your presence in her office. She wishes to discuss something with you in detail. Bai Li Feihong did not bow but approached Zhang Yishan and spoke softly. Zhang Yishan, enjoying his lunch, bore an expression of displeasure, not towards the Lord Protector Gongyang, but rather at the audacity of the young man before him. He wondered what stroke of fortune had allowed this fellow to win Gongyang's favor and to be granted the privilege of acting independently. Rumor had it that this young man had snatched the Night Demon case from Ding Bo, who was rather easy to manipulate. Zhang Yishan set down his chopsticks, rose from his seat, and hurriedly departed. Bai Li Feihong shook her head and found a place to sit. She beckoned a server in the cafeteria and ordered a plethora of dishes. The only regret was that the Demon Suppression Department only provided lunch, and apprentices were not permitted to dine in the cafeteria. The 30-year-old ginseng chicken soup was a delightful discovery. Bai Li Feihong realized that the cafeteria of the Demon Suppression Department was indeed her paradise. This was her first meal in the cafeteria, and she indulged heartily. As the warm broth flowed into her belly, she activated her blood refining technique, transforming it into vitality. Upon examining the skill book, she noticed a change. Owner, Bai Li Feihong Martial Arts Realm. Body Refinement Internal Organs Refinement Skill Points. 832. Skills can be upgraded, combined, or deduced. Skill 1. Culinary Arts. Mastery, Experience. 128 400. Skill 2. Foresees Fist. Pinnacle, requires 5 skill points for upgrade. Skill 3. Blood River Blade Technique. Incomplete 4 moves. Pinnacle, consumes skill points. Can be perfected, can be deduced, can be synthesized. Skill 4. Blood Refinement Essence. Pinnacle, consumes skill points, can be upgraded, can be deduced, can be synthesized. Skill 5. 6 Paths of Demon Suppression Sutra. First Path. Refinement Level 010000. Ninth Blood Refinement. 090000. Skill 6. Carefree Journey. Proficient, 530,90,000. Skill 7. 5 Elements Demon Suppression Hand. Pinnacle Skill 8. Blood Suppression of Mountains and Rivers. First Stage of Divine Ability. 1/100. Skill 9. White Dragon in the Waves. Pinnacle. Consumes 10 skill points. Can be upgraded. Does Blood Refinement require 9 million experience points? However, it soon dawned on Bai Li Feihong why the experience requirement was so exorbitant. The only solution lay in elixirs. Refining elixirs into experience would enable the attainment of the 9th level of blood refinement. Upon achieving the completion of the 9th level of blood refinement, a significant transformation of the blood would occur. As for the divine ability blood suppression of mountains and rivers, despite the seemingly low experience requirement, acquiring even a modicum of experience is a formidable challenge. This pertains to the practice of techniques and the matter of comprehension. The Six Paths of Demon Suppression Sutra records various supreme arts and divine abilities, yet only the 5 elements demon suppression hand has been comprehended, as the internal organs have been perfected, allowing for a seamless execution of this martial art. Divine abilities, however, are an entirely different matter. One cannot merely mention proficiency or mastery. Chapter 58. Pressing Zheng Yishan, with a beaming smile, knocked upon the door of the magistrate's office. "Sir, did you summon me?" Public Officer Gong Yongyan cast a cold glance at Zheng Yishan, causing his heart to plummet. "You are in charge of the search at the Fu family ancestral home, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Yishan's mind raced. The golden coffin was indeed precious, yet he understood that greed for it would be folly. The search in the entire Fairness Town sought a vast fortune. The wealth unearthed would suffice to fund the Demon Suppression Division of Dongbin Town for 30 years, illustrating the opulence of Fairness Town. He had amassed considerable riches during this operation, yet the magistrate could not possibly be aware of it, unless Inspector Zhang had betrayed him. At this juncture, lacking a modicum of composure would have led to his expulsion by Gong Yongyan long ago. Digging 3 feet deep? Gong Yongyan scoffed, lifting a ledger in hand. "Do you know from where this tome, chronicling the puppeteers behind Fairness Town, was retrieved?" Zheng Yishan's heart sank as he comprehended his misstep. "Damn that boy, you have led me to ruin." In the eyes of the magistrate, the ledger held greater value than any treasure. "I beseech your pardon, my lord. It was my oversight to have overlooked such a crucial item, failing to retrieve it from the Fu family ancestral home," Zheng Yishan pleaded, panic etched upon his face. The existence of illicit opium dens in Fairness Town, brazenly peddling their wares, without the constabulary taking notice, and the Demon Suppression Division's inadequate oversight constituted a grave offense. Each of Gong Yongyan's words felt like daggers piercing Zheng Yishan's heart, as beads of sweat formed on his brow, his very core trembling. "I beg for your forgiveness. It is the fault of my subordinates." Zheng Yishan had already knelt upon the floor. "Rise." Gong Yongyan regained her composure. Zheng Yishan hastily stood, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "This ledger records each individual involved in the smuggling and sale of opium in Fairness Town. If you seize it and apprehend the culprits, returning the wealth to the treasury, you shall earn great merit." Gong Yongyan tossed the ledger to Zheng Yishan, the contents already etched in her memory, unperturbed by the possibility of its destruction. As for evidence, the Demon Suppression Division required none, particularly in light of her unique mission. "Understood, my lord," Zheng Yishan solemnly replied, tucking the ledger into his bosom. "You may summon any demon suppression officers, except for Baili Feihong. He has a more pressing task. The opium case remains unresolved. Until the night demon is apprehended, it is far from over." "I comprehend," Zheng Yishan responded respectfully, observing the retreating figure of Zheng Yishan. Gong Yongyan smiled softly. She knew it was necessary to frequently admonish Zheng Yishan, yet she could not bear to condemn him. Such a valuable asset, should Zheng Yishan be rendered ineffective, her control over the Demon Suppression Division would surely diminish. Zheng Yishan was a capable individual, adept at handling the dirtiest and most arduous tasks with remarkable efficiency. Gong Yongyan, unwilling to allow Baili Feihong to intervene, entrusted the matter to Zheng Yishan, fearing that Baili Feihong might stir up a hornet's nest, leading to an irreparable situation. The Demon Suppression Division, after all, is not a singular entity. It is imperative to consider the various factions, lest they disrupt the balance. The Black Heavenly Deity. The Black Heavenly Deity. Gong Yongyan's head throbbed with pain. As a core member of the Gongong family, she understood all too well the terrifying nature of this ancient, malevolent god. The issues surrounding Dali Mountain remained unresolved. And now there emerged a follower of the Black Heavenly Deity. The sinister organization of the underworld had already set its schemes in motion at Dali Mountain. Yet another follower of the Black Heavenly Deity had appeared. What is it about Dongbin City that has attracted such nefarious entities? She sought to leverage their strength. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Sect's Jiang Donglu was also a formidable opponent, not to mention the Ancient Ice Maiden, HNS, who had fled. The General Headquarters had dispatched experts to pursue the Ancient Ice Maiden. The underworld would not permit the General Headquarters to apprehend HNS, as she is the sister of the underworld's founder. This connection alone grants her a status akin to that of a patriarch among all members of the underworld. Furthermore, the underworld is pursuing the Gate of Yellow Springs, in which HNS is destined to play an immensely significant role once more. In the vastness of Dongbin, apart from herself, there was no one to assist her. Gong Yongyan felt a sense of powerlessness. Nevertheless, she understood that this mission must succeed. Failure was not an option. Success would pave the way for her martial saint journey. The alternative would see her relegated to a discarded piece in her family's game, drained of her utility and wed to another noble house. Divine powers, divine powers. Soon, my primordial form shall give birth to the seed of divine powers, allowing me to transcend into that realm. The urgency weighed heavily upon Gong Yin. This was a first. She smiled and nodded at the approaching Zheng Yishan. Wait for it, she thought. Yet, Zheng Yishan showed no regard for her, threatening her with a fierce demeanor. Bailey Feihong's expression immediately turned cold at that moment. He felt no fear of Zheng Yishan. With his blood refinement level, he could easily overpower Zheng Yishan. In the future, he would only venture further. In this society, strength dictates status. Any position devoid of strength is but an illusion. The various factions in Dongbin City feared the Demon Suppression Division, primarily due to the presence of the Guardian. I shall wait, he said, infuriating Zheng Yishan to no end. This fellow, relying on the Guardian's favor, acted with such arrogance as a newly appointed demon suppressor. After enduring the oppressive atmosphere in the office for a while, Bailey Feihong could no longer bear it and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the task hall, he perused the tasks displayed on the board. Numerous new assignments were posted, among which one caught Bailey Feihong's attention. The division must be well-funded. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly tore down the task list. HLD is located 30 nautical miles offshore from Dongbin, belonging to one of the significant islands beyond the city's waters. Its gourd-like shape lends it the name HLD. However, this area is rife with demon beasts and is often inhabited by pirates, rendering HLD undeveloped. Chapter 59, Setting Sail. Yin Ruyu, with a delicate touch of makeup, resembled a celestial maiden from a painting. Donned in a light purple qipao, her figure was exquisitely outlined, effortlessly capturing the attention of her male counterparts at the Demon Suppression Department. Miss Yin, they exclaimed, recognizing her as the renowned Bai Li, the demon suppressor. In a remarkably short span, she had achieved commendable feats that left others in awe. Yin Ruyu looked up to see Bailey Feihong, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. What had transpired in Cheshire Village? While others in the Demon Suppression Department remained oblivious, she had been briefed by Lord Gong Yin and had already surmised certain details. The matters entrusted by Lord Gong have been duly addressed, she stated, presenting a prepared inventory. Here's the list. If Bai Li, the demon suppressor, has no objections, please sign it. Yin Ruyu displayed the meticulously prepared list, which included 1 Class A merit badge, 1 Class C merit badge, 100 vials of blood essence pills, 10 vials of refining aperture pills, and 1 vial of spirit refining pills. Bai Li, if you require more next month, kindly inform me in advance so I can prepare accordingly. The quantities listed on the paper left her somewhat astounded. A significant portion of the resources from the vast Demon Suppression Department had been allocated to Bailey Feihong. How highly must Lord Gong regard him? That will be all. Miss Yin, Bailey Feihong replied, grasping the pen and signing his name. Yin Ruyu carefully placed the black cloth bag on the counter. You must keep a close watch on this. The value of these supplies is substantial, and many of them are irreplaceable treasures. Would anyone dare to rob me, given my status as a demon suppressor? Bailey Feihong remarked, lifting the bag without checking its contents. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in registering for this HLD mission. He added. Certainly, she replied, as Bailey Feihong departed from the counter. Along the way, colleagues from the Demon Suppression Department cast him curious glances. The whispers of their conversation, though quiet, were not lost on attentive ears. What mission? What treasures does that black bag contain? I have never seen anyone receive such a bounty from Yin Ruyu. Their eyes burned with envy, fixated on Bailey Feihong. Ever since the event at Dilly Mountain, he had captured the attention of the commander and transformed into a favored figure within the Demon Suppression Department. Rumors circulated that the commander had bestowed upon him the 6 paths of demon suppression, an unparalleled secret of the department. This was indeed the 6 paths of demon suppression, a skill rarely imparted, reserved only for those of exceptional talent who had caught the eye of influential figures within the department. Unfazed by the piercing gazes directed at him, Bailey Feihong continued on his way, a bag in one hand and a blade in the other, exiting the Demon Suppression building. Is it time for a change of residence? He suddenly contemplated, realizing that his current dwelling was somewhat distant from the Demon Suppression building. Yet, as quickly as the thought arose, he dismissed it. Despite its dilapidation, the house held sentimental value for him. Just as he stepped outside the Demon Suppression building, Zheng Yishan, accompanied by other demon suppressors, emerged as well. Many demon suppressors were taken aback upon encountering Bailey Feihong, including Ding Bo. In this operation, Zhang Yishan requisitioned all demon suppressors from the guards, including several first-class demon suppressors of his rank, with the presence of the left and right guards supporting them. Many demon suppressors were astonished to see Bailey Feihong leisurely exiting with a bag in hand, choosing not to partake in this mission. Lord Zhang, why is demon suppressor Bailey not participating in this operation? Ding Bo inquired first. He held a favorable impression of Bailey Feihong, having trained him personally. Lord Gongong has already assigned a task to demon suppressor Bailey. Hurry, do not delay, as anyone who dares to falter in this mission shall bear the consequences. Zhang Yishan warned. He felt as though he had been thrust onto a volcano. The individuals listed on the roster were all from affluent families in Dongbin City. Not easy to deal with. To ordinary people, martial arts were mere legends, akin to insurmountable barriers. Yet, for the hidden powers behind the roster, formidable strengths were undoubtedly concealed. Although this mission appeared straightforward, it concealed immense peril. A misstep could even lead to his own demise. Upon hearing Zhang Yishan's words, Ding Bo furrowed his brow. As someone brought in by the guards, Bailey Feihong's importance to them signified a potential decrease in attention towards Ding Bo. This was unacceptable. Were they truly preparing to act against the individuals on the roster? A true lord acts decisively. The departing contingent remarked about Bailey Feihong. What a splendid opportunity it would have been to gain skill points, yet it was missed. One could only hope that the beasts and pirates of HLD would not disappoint him. Upon returning home, Bailey Feihong immediately packed his belongings, ready to set sail. This residence was no longer suitable for cultivating martial arts. Once he broke through to the next level, the commotion would surely attract unwanted attention. Now that he possessed the resources for cultivation, it was time to find ways to enhance his abilities swiftly. Having read the letter from Elder Fu and witnessed the power of the ancient Ice Maiden, Bailey Feihong understood that his current strength would place him in peril if he encountered a master. As a demon suppressor, requisitioning a ship was a simple task. With the assistance of the patrol department, a sailing vessel was quickly arranged for him. Having spent considerable time at the docks, Bailey Feihong had no issues navigating the ship at sea. Setting sail at 3 in the afternoon, they arrived at HLD during the twilight hours. HLD was somewhat remote, not situated along major shipping routes. Yet, the waters nearby were abundant in marine life, attracting many fishermen to the area. He anchored the ship beneath a cliff at HLD, securing it with several iron poles driven into the rock face. With a large backpack strapped to his back, Bailey Feihong employed his agile techniques to ascend the towering cliff. Reaching heights of 100 meters, he chose this perilous location for his vessel, wary of the possibility of theft. From the summit, he gazed out over HLD, taking in the lush greenery and the beautiful environment. In a past life, had it been developed properly, it would undoubtedly have become a prime tourist destination. Atop the cliff, the sea breeze howls fiercely, causing garments to flutter audibly. If one listens closely, the island reverberates with roars, clashes, and anguish cries. In this place, wild beasts are fierce, and there are many monstrous entities. Yet, the sound of human voices is absent. However, the straight plume of smoke rising in the distance surely indicates the presence of a fire. If it belongs to pirates, that would be fortuitous. If not, they shall be driven away. Bailey Feihong has resolved to cultivate here and advance into the realm of refining the apertures. Currently, with hundreds of skill points amassed, it is uncertain whether he can unlock all the apertures documented in the 6 Paths of Demon Suppression Sutra. According to the sutra, the realm of refining the apertures can be divided into minor refining, wherein the 9 principal apertures are open to break through and descend to the realm of refining the spirit. However, Bailey Feihong understands that the more one refines the body, the greater the benefits. As for the complete cycle of the Great Show, comprising 365 apertures, no one has ever managed to cultivate them all since the sutra's inception. This scripture is a synthesis of various schools of thought, an integrated furnace of knowledge. Once one transcends to the level of refining the spirit, it becomes exceedingly difficult to open additional apertures. Moreover, the number of apertures unlocked and the quality of cultivation both determine the strength of the refining spirit level. Chapter 60. The Bloodstorm Pirate Crew begins. With the Bloodsea longsword in hand, Bailey Feihong leaps into the forest. Guided by the demon-suppressing compass, the beast shall surely fall to his blade. He is determined to eliminate all threats that may endanger him within HLD. The matter of refining the apertures is of great significance and cannot be neglected. There stands a mountain ogre, its figure towering and upright like a human, resembling a mountain demon. Its crimson eyes glint with a bloodthirsty frenzy. It is, in fact, a monkey demon. With a swift stroke of the longsword, Bai Li Fei Hong cleaves through the air, creating a crescent arc of energy that cleanly severs the creature's head. In the vicinity of Bai Li Fei Hong, trees within a 50 zhang radius crash down, a thunderous roar echoing through the forest. After being suppressed for so long, Bai Li Fei Hong lets out a long, liberating howl. In Dongbin City, he had concealed his true abilities, stifling his nature. Now, in HLD, it feels as though he has escaped the great Yuan Empire, stepping into a realm of freedom, and both body and spirit undergo a profound transformation. His howl reverberates through the mountains and forests, drawing the attention of countless beasts. What the hell? A burly woman scoffs, her bronze skin radiating explosive strength. She is tall and curvaceous, clad in minimal leather armor that barely covers her upper body, exuding a primal desire. One glance ignites a heat within. Yet, none of the pirates dare to steal more than a fleeting glance at her. Her alluring visage is marred by a scar that adds an edge of ferocity. The dragon whale patrols HLD, for treasures of great rarity are surely to emerge here. Within a cavern, the leader, resembling an iron tower, gestures to silence their disputes. Even if there are demons, so what? The pirate captain bellows with commanding authority. Xiao Lu, instruct the brothers outside to keep their eyes peeled during the night watch. With that, the captain dismisses their concerns, a lewd glint in his eyes as he gazes at the magnificent steeds they have seized. From their attire, it is clear that these women hail from the noble class of the Lafa Empire. Esteemed sir, please release us. Our family is willing to pay any ransom, pleads one of the noble women. Yes, sir, our family can offer a substantial sum for our freedom. We beg you, spare us. Sensing the pirate captain's and his crew's sinister intentions, the noble women grow desperate. Very well, very well. If you wish to live, serve us well. And we shall discuss the ransom later. The pirate captain laughs heartily. I've drifted at sea for so long. Tonight I shall finally feast. No need to entertain the scarred woman. We can talk after I've had my fill. Yet, the island is teeming with beasts. With a single strike, Bai Li Fei Hong slays a ferocious tiger demon. He smirks, producing the black soul jade to absorb the souls and demonic essence. When filled, the jade can be exchanged for a grade C merit token. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. It must not go to waste. With each demon he slays, his skill points increase by 10. Throughout HLD, all the beasts in the terrain beneath the gourd have been vanquished by him. With the enchanted compass in hand, he found himself greatly aided. The unique artifact forged by the Divine Monitoring Bureau proved to be exceptionally effective. He continued his journey towards the central region of HLD. This evening, he intended to eradicate the monstrous beasts, followed by purging the human inhabitants from the island. His goal was to establish a tranquil environment conducive to seclusion and cultivation. According to his plan, Bai Li Fei Hong would engage in his studies on the island for a duration ranging from 1 to 3 months. The Night Demon case and the Great Smoke case had momentarily been cast aside. There was undoubtedly a connection between these two cases. However, the investigation into the Great Smoke case had reached the limits of what Bai Li Fei Hong could handle. Further inquiry would implicate high-ranking officials within the Great Yuan Empire. As for the overseas individuals involved in the Great Smoke case, they were too distant for Bai Li Fei Hong to pursue, even if he had the inclination to investigate in Sakura country or the Rafa Empire. The figures involved in the case posed a threat that could easily crush him. Even Gong Yin would be unable to safeguard him. Thus, upon encountering the HLD mission, Bai Li Fei Hong immediately recognized the necessity to step outside his confines and seek more formidable power. Simultaneously, after submitting the roster, Dongbin City was poised to experience a tempest. With the Demon Suppression Bureau at the eye of the storm, spending several months abroad would allow him to gracefully evade this impending upheaval. Under the moonless, tempestuous night, a grand cleansing was underway in HLD. The stench of bloodshed stirred unease among countless beasts, while many sensed an approaching crisis and began to flee their territories. Converging at the forefront of HLD, alarmingly, it was the Black Bear Demon. The Bloodstorm Pirates' encampment, nestled halfway up the mountainside, was fortified by a vast cave, offering a high ground that was easy to defend yet challenging to assault. The vigilant Bloodstorm Pirates caught the foul scent of approaching danger and, utilizing torches, beheld a colossal black bear, exuding an aura of malevolence, charging towards them. Archers, fire. Artillery, bombard it. Musketeers, coordinate your shots. Brothers in the blood refinement realm, prepare for close combat. Those who dared to be pirates were far from foolish. The inept had already sunk to feed the sharks. The defensive line erected before the cave sprang into action. The Bloodstorm Pirates had chosen HLD as their stronghold, well aware of the threats posed by the beast within. Nonetheless, They had not eradicated all the beasts, instead leveraging their fearsome reputation to intimidate nearby fishermen and conceal their movements within the island's woods. A pirate slayer is the most clandestine aspect of any pirate crew. Just like the imperial navy of the great Yuan patrolling the seas or the dominant fleets of the Rafa Empire traversing the Western Sea. Countless smaller national navies regarded pirates as foes, yearning to raid their lairs daily. Any renowned pirate sanctuary inevitably concealed their amassed treasures. Boom. 2 large-caliber cannons roared like dragons, unleashing flames. A massive cannonball struck violently near the Black Bear Demon, causing significant damage through the explosion's fiery light and shockwave. The artilleryman, fixated on the target, cursed vehemently. "Adjust your aim again, and I shall sever your hands." The leader of the Bloodstorm's 5 heads bellowed in fury. The 2 artillerymen promptly recalibrated the direction of their cannon. With a thunderous roar, the artillery fire unleashed a wave of peril upon the Black Bear Demon. With a fearsome growl, it turned and fled. The leader exhaled a sigh of relief. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the Black Bear Demon. Its thick hide was impervious to blades and bullets. Only cannon fire could inflict significant damage upon it. However, an injured Black Bear Demon, upon entering a frenzied state, would transform into a truly monstrous entity. Its strength was such that only the chief and the second-in-command could contend with it. Chapter 61. The Pirate of Inyang Dual Cultivation. The sound of cannon fire startled Bailey Feiholm, who was in pursuit. Cannon fire? This suggests that the inhabitants of the island are not mere commoners, let alone merchants. With that thought, he felt reassured. Bailey Feiholm wiped the blood from the blade of his blood-sea-long knife, using the fur of a demon beast. Though he had possessed this weapon for a short time, it had already slain numerous monsters. However, it had reached its limits. The blade was warped and riddled with fine cracks. Continued use would soon lead to its shattering. Gently caressing the blade, he sensed the indomitable spirit emanating from the blood-sea-long knife. "Fear not, my good companion, for I cannot bear to part with you. You are my first and foremost weapon." He sheathed the knife, for further use would render it utterly useless. Upon returning to the city, he vowed to seek the finest materials to reforge this blade. Treading lightly upon the fallen leaves, he traversed the island with a single leap spanning 10 paces. He could sense the demon beasts fleeing in terror. With a heart set on vengeance, he could not let them escape. Across the entirety of HLD, he had only slain fewer than 20 demon beasts, earning over 200 skill points. On average, each beast yielded merely 10 skill points. During his training in the 4 C's fist technique, he utilized just over a dozen skill points to elevate this martial art to its zenith. With his current prowess, the subtleties of his punches and kicks transcended the intricacies recorded in the 4 C's fist. Nonetheless, the philosophy of the 4 C's fist, drawing from the essence of heaven and earth, remained worthy of his contemplation. The deeply ingrained principles of the 4 C's fist indeed could not keep pace with his growth. Yet it was the martial art he was most familiar with. A wild idea took root in his mind, to continue elevating the 4 C's fist to new heights, to forge his own martial intent. The realm of spirit refinement pertained to the level of martial will, and the 4 C's fist served as the optimal gateway into this domain. Its familiarity and relative simplicity provided a solid framework upon which to construct his own martial will. "The Black Bear Demon would not recklessly encroach upon our territory," remarked the pirate chief, Fengtian Shui, with a voice like thunder. The cannon blast had disrupted his plans. He had intended to indulge in a night of revelry with 7 women, only to find himself thwarted by the Black Bear Demon's assault on the stronghold. He was well aware of this creature, a mere step away from becoming a true demon, having awakened its demonic powers. Yet its strength was not to be underestimated. With tough skin and immense power, even skilled bone refining experts would struggle against the Black Bear Demon. "Brother." It seems that the earlier long howl was the voice of a martial expert landing in HLD, analyzed the second-in-command, Xiao Mulan. "Sister, do you have an interest in leading a team to investigate?" Fengtian Shui inquired after a moment of contemplation. "Gladly, I shall serve as your vanguard, brother," declared Xiao Mulan, hefting a gigantic sword the size of a door upon her shoulder. "However, the others need not accompany me. I will go alone. If it turns out to be a man, brother, then he shall belong to me. After all, you have played the noble woman of the Farah Empire." And the younger sister gazes enviously. If a man were to present himself, it would be an opportune moment to extract his essence and step into the realm of marrow refining. Xiao Mulian's eyes sparkled with avarice. At that time, the second sister must not forget about the elder brother. After all, we practice the dual cultivation of yin and yang together. Fei Fenshui, however, became invigorated. He took to piracy, not for wealth, but because he had acquired sinister arts and remained within the borders of the great Yuan. If discovered by the Demon Suppression Division, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, he ventured overseas, embracing a life of piracy. Engaging in debauchery and plunder perfectly advanced his martial path. Within a mere 3 years, he transformed from a 5-blood martial master to a peak expert in bone refining, on the cusp of entering the marrow refining stage. Should Xiaomulian truly glimpse the marrow realm, their dual cultivation would harmonize the energies of yin and yang, undoubtedly breaking through barriers to achieve marrow refinement. Once marrow refinement is accomplished, internal organ refinement becomes a trivial matter. Furthermore, within the dual cultivation technique, there exists a peculiar method for refining the spirit. The heavenly gang and earthly Sha refining method. In ancient times, this technique was renowned as a foundational body refining art. Without the elder brother, there would be no younger sister today. You and I are one. There is no need to speak of such matters. Xiaomulian descended like a fierce tiger, leaping into the forest, swiftly vanishing from Fei Fengshue's sight. Fei Fengshue's smile gradually faded. Xiaomulian was of great significance as he served as his furnace, allowing her to consort with the remaining core members of the Bloodstorm pirate crew, even elevating her to the position of second-in-command, was merely a means to channel the extreme yin energy through Xiaomulian. As for the other core members of the Bloodstorm pirate crew, they were bestowed with genuine dual cultivation martial arts, aimed at collecting the essence from Xiaomulian. I have already refined blood through 3 levels. My physical body tempered to perfection, having forged steel-like bones, yet I find myself perpetually on the threshold of achieving the ultimate golden and jade bones. Had it not been for this, with the power I have plundered, I would have already entered the realm of refining apertures. Fei Fengshue remained silent, with a stern countenance. Fei Fengshue issued an order. The identity of the newcomer was unknown, but their prowess was likely formidable. To incite a black bear demon into a frenzy, they must possess at least the strength of a refined organ. If they were merely at the refined organ level, Fei Fengshue would not fear. However, the concern lay with scions of noble families who might have honed their blood and bone refinement to extraordinary heights. Infinite blood refinement. 6 transformations of bone refinement. These are foundational cultivation methods that require true inheritors to unravel the mysteries of this grandeur. Elder brother, should we await the second-in-command? The 5 heads of the Bloodstorm pirate crew immediately shook their heads in refusal. The second sister is astute, should she sense something amiss. Her feminine allure provides her with a natural advantage. If the adversary slays demon beasts, they are unlikely to be Yuan masters. Should they truly be Yuan masters and unleash their full might, we would retreat our ships strategically at the first sign of peril. As for the loss of the Yin furnace, it would be regrettable for Fei Fengshue, yet he possesses only Xiaomulian, the second-in-command, who can stand independently. Elder brother, I understand. The 5 heads immediately grasped the situation. Should there be a prolonged absence, it signifies that the adversaries are formidable. They must make their escape. Brother, what remains of the noblewomen from Farah? Bestow them upon our comrades. The winds of the blizzard are of no concern. Yet, the pirates below are ablaze with anticipation. The noblewomen of the Farah Empire are renowned as enchanting sirens with golden hair and azure eyes. Their skin is smooth as pearls, and their figures tall and voluptuous, capable of yielding a cascade of allure. They have long yearned for these women. The former conquests of the captain still bear a lingering warmth. The eyes of the lowest-ranking pirates glisten with desire. As for societal etiquette and moral values, who among pirates cares for such trifles? Suddenly, Li Feihong accelerates. When encountering a beast, few can withstand the might of his punch. At this moment, he even craves the challenge of powerful demons, eager to unleash his full strength and measure his prowess through combat. Chapter 62. Roasting the whole tiger indeed. The demonic beasts have been driven to the opposite side of the island. I once again vanquished 30 of these fiends, acquiring 350 skill points. Li Feihong glanced at the skill book, noting his skill points now totaled 1425. He had a premonition that once he exterminated all the demonic beasts on HLD, his skill points would surely surpass 2,000. The demon suppression compass is truly a remarkable tool, an excellent auxiliary device for hunting these monsters. The pointer continued to rotate, unwaveringly indicating the other side of the island. This suggested that the demonic aura was concentrated in one area within the island. As dawn approached, their congregation would certainly save me considerable trouble. Once I deal with them, I still have to contend with the pirates on the island, which will undoubtedly consume a significant amount of my time. Time is indeed money. However, Considering the skill points at stake, Bai Li Feihong accepted this inconvenience. Gaining experience through practice to elevate skill levels is entirely different from directly enhancing skill levels with skill points. After a night of slaying monsters, Bai Li Feihong found himself quite famished. He deftly skinned the tiger demon, cleaned its entrails, chopped some wood, and set up a fire to begin roasting. Ordinarily, it would take at least 10 hours of ordinary fire to cook the flesh of a tiger demon thoroughly. Channeling his blood chi with both hands, he unleashed the fiery palm from the 5 elements demon suppression hand. The heart fire blazed like the sun. His crimson palms pressed against the giant tiger's body. Sizzling as the blood chi, under Bai Li Feihong's control, enveloped every inch of the tiger demon's flesh and sinew. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat wafted into the air, yet Bai Li Feihong remained focused on the skill book. Culinary skill gained 100 experience points. Culinary skill gained 100 experience points. A flurry of experience points floated before him. His mastery over the fire's control became increasingly effortless. His culinary skills, having reached a peak level of proficiency, soon attained an extraordinary level of excellence. Moreover, Bai Li Feihong's application of the fiery palm from the 5 elements demon suppression hand also evolved during this mastery of heat control, transforming the pinnacle insights he had cultivated into a skill he could wield. Many aspects are etched into the soul, only to be understood through experience. With this martial art, his future survival in the wild would be greatly facilitated. The 5 elements demon suppression hand is an exceptionally formidable martial technique, inheriting its lineage from the 5 organs and 6 bowels cultivation methods within the Demon Suppression 6-Path Sutra. The scriptures indicate that this technique derives from the ancient 5 elements sect, making it the finest method for cultivating the organs, indeed unparalleled. Mastering the 5 elements demon suppression hand to its zenith level would subsequently lead to the advancement of divine abilities, culminating in the great 5 elements divine technique, an extraordinary skill requiring one to attain the realm of martial arts divinity to cultivate. By mastering this divine ability, one gains dominion over the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Gong Yin has truly invested significantly in nurturing me as a formidable force. The Demon Suppression 6-Path Sutra is the supreme scripture of the Demon Suppression command. Obtaining the Demon Suppression 6-Path Sutra is no simple feat, yet fortuitously, Gong Yin possesses it. The roasted flesh of the tiger demon, now perfectly cooked, was finally ready to be enjoyed. Yet, Bai Li Feihong erected a wooden frame and, employing the fierce flames of the 5 elements demon suppression palm, transformed the timber into charcoal, which he piled beneath the flesh of the tiger demon. From his backpack, he extracted fine salt, honey, spices, and chili, applying them directly to the demon meat with his bare hands, initiating the process of flavor enhancement. His appetite was considerable, yet his palate exceedingly discerning. After all, his culinary skills had ascended to new heights, rendering his creations increasingly fragrant. As the preparation neared completion, he produced a small knife and commenced slicing the beast's flesh. The meat of the tiger demon possessed remarkable resilience. Even under the searing flames, it had been thoroughly cooked. Yet, the texture remained formidable. An ordinary martial artist wielding a sword might struggle to pierce its skin, let alone breach the fortified flesh that had undergone rigorous refinement. However, beneath Bai Li Feihong's incisors, even steel could be gnawed like sugarcane, not to mention the tiger demon's flesh. With a single bite, an explosion of flavors ignited his taste buds, offering a delightful chewiness that was truly a rare delicacy. The demonic aura that typically lingered in beastly meat had been eradicated. Despite the inherent ferocity within, consuming such meat would usually accumulate violent energy within the body. Yet, this flesh, having been tempered by his fiery palm, was infused with his own vitality, rendering it free from feral impulses. Instead, it absorbed the essence of the natural world, transforming the meat into something extraordinary, imbued with a taste previously unexperienced. Bai Li Feihong expressed his thoughts, genuinely lamenting the prior waste of such exquisite beastly flesh. A warm sensation spread within his belly as he activated the blood refinement technique to assimilate it. The biological energy contained in a single morsel equated to that of dozens of pounds of prime beef. Even a small piece provided him with more vital essence than he typically absorbed in a full meal. After processing, the roasted tiger demon meat weighed several tons. Without further ado, he began to indulge in the sumptuous feast before him. In the wake of Bai Li Feihong's iron teeth, only the tiger's bones remained visible. Following this meal, the blood essence transformed through his technique surpassed that obtained from consuming 8 blood essence pills. Suddenly enlightened, Bai Li Feihong realized that a significant portion of the energy contained within these pills was derived from the flesh of demonic beasts. Of course, this involved other medicinal ingredients and alchemical secrets. Even though he had uncovered this truth, crafting blood essence pills remained a formidable challenge. As the alchemical concoctions were typically produced at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Bureau, local authorities could only acquire pills through fixed allocations, with additional quantities obtainable solely through the hunting of demons and beasts to earn merit. While ordinary individuals might be aware that consuming demon meat could enhance their blood essence, they lacked Bai Li Feihong's profound mastery of blood refinement. Moreover, the blood essence technique had its limitations in refining essence into blood, leading to a scenario where, while consuming demon meat and practicing the technique simultaneously, one would inevitably overindulge, risking a distended belly. Reflecting on the 8 blood essence pills, he lamented the sheer volume of demonic corpses that had been squandered. The carcasses of the slain demonic beasts have likely become mere sustenance for the wild beasts. The remains of these creatures still harbor a considerable amount of malevolent energy and the essence of the demonic beasts. Upon consumption, these wild animals may undergo a transformation, transcending the boundaries of life to become demonic beasts themselves. This is a deliberate strategy orchestrated by Bai Li Feihong, who understands the art of investment, nurturing the chives to reap the harvest in due time, for only then shall there be sustenance. His hunger resembles an insatiable abyss, not akin to that of one who has consumed such an abundance of tiger demon flesh. He sets aside the bones and begins to gnaw at them. This is indeed a precious treasure. The bones of tigers are immensely nourishing. Suddenly, Bai Li Feihong halts his eating, gracefully abandoning the guise of a dog feasting on bones. With gentle motions, he begins to extract the marrow. His heavy footsteps resonate like a tank rolling over the ground. For reasons unknown, his keen nose detects a peculiar scent. A woman? Are there women on this island? Concealed away, perhaps this young lady might as well make her presence known. Then, a strikingly beautiful woman emerges from the forest. Her tall and robust figure marred only by a scar that disrupts her otherwise flawless visage, as she carries a sword the size of a door. Who could this maiden be? Chapter 63. Deceived, Bai Li Feihong cast the tiger bone from his hand onto the ground, his brow furrowing in inquiry. This woman possessed a wild and sensual allure, yet the malevolence emanating from her was unmistakable. She was no benevolent soul. Bone refinement realm? Qiu Mulan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This individual exuded a sense of pure vitality and robust masculinity, making him an exceptional candidate for dual cultivation. Should she manage to absorb all of his vital essence, she would undoubtedly surpass her elder brother and ascend to the heights of the marrow refinement level in martial prowess. At that point, she could stand on equal footing with her brother, Bai Feng Shui, in their training. Her gaze, filled with greed, lust, and insatiable hunger, fixated on Bai Li Feihong. He frowned slightly. Her untamed charm radiated a peculiar aura that quickened his heartbeat. Enchanting technique? Qiu Mulan licked her crimson lips, her allure reaching its zenith. Those who practiced the dual cultivation of yin and yang possessed an innate magnetism towards the opposite sex. For the faint-hearted, her every smile and frown could ensnare them in the web of her beauty. As for her robust physique, rather than a flaw, it served to amplify her wild allure. Men accustomed to delicate women would find themselves drawn to her distinctive charm. Men were attracted to those who evoked their protective instincts, and they equally desired women of wild and robust nature, as it appealed to their sense of conquest. The number of men who had perished beneath her sheets numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. With a mere glance, she could discern their desires. Bai Li Feihong studied this woman a moment longer. Her wild demeanor was unlike that of women from the great Yuan Empire, possessing a unique essence reminiscent of modernity. Moreover, she was a strikingly sensual beauty. Her larger frame did not detract from her appeal. Rather, it enhanced her distinctive charm. Fitness goddess? He mused. The dawn was breaking, and the invitation for a candlelit conversation seemed to imply she wished for him to stay the night. My lady, such intentions may be rather inappropriate, he replied, a hint of reluctance evident in his tone. Qiu Mulan lowered the enormous sword resting on her shoulder and endeavored to project her goodwill. A young master in the bone refinement realm, if inadvertently harmed, would surely cause her heart to ache. Upon returning to her cave, she had just acquired a wondrous potion that, with but a single drop, could ignite his passions. Naturally, the outcome would follow effortlessly. There was no need to expend unnecessary effort. This man, with his resilient nature, should suffice for her amusement for a month without breaking. Bai Li Feihong sighed inwardly. Clad in his dark robe, He realized this woman did not recognize him. Her mind solely focused on seducing him into her bed, rendering her heedless of caution. Was this the demeanor of modern pirates? Then, lead the way, my lady, Bai Li Fei Hong asserted, gripping his sword with anticipation. HLD was merely 30 nautical miles from Dongbin City, and with favorable winds, it would only take an hour's journey. Any maritime merchant would avoid lingering in HLD. And given the woman's attire, she could only be of a pirate's ilk. The nefarious rogue, consumed by carnal desires, presently finds himself in a typical state of infatuation. Coupled with his own exuded aura, limited to the realm of bone refining, he is assuredly at my mercy. The magic compass fails to reveal the lair of the pirates. The HLD region is vast and fraught with perilous mountains and forests. Should the pirates choose to conceal themselves, I would need to expend considerable time seeking them out. Yet now, they have unwittingly presented themselves, leading me directly to their stronghold, a veritable stroke of fortune from the heavens. To forego such an opportunity would be foolish, after all. These are skill points at stake. Moreover, this encounter with the pirates serves as an invaluable test for Bai Li Fei Hong to ascertain the means of acquiring skill points. Both Dali Town and Chushire Village have been thoroughly validated. Should he succeed in vanquishing the pirates and subsequently gain skill points, he would indeed substantiate the notion that taking a life can yield such rewards. However, the two prerequisites for acquiring skill points through killing remain uncertain. First, the target must harbor sins. Second, one must personally deliver the fatal blow. These conditions are difficult to verify. After all, to kill without just cause would be to commit an act of unwarranted slaughter, a principle Bai Li Fei Hong cannot abide. The distance to the pirate's lair is not great. The two employ the art of terrestrial leaping, their speed remarkable. Xiao Milan, eager to assess Bai Li Fei Hong's prowess, exerts herself fully, her smile blooming wider with each stride. However, her pace is not brisk, which is preferable. She harbors concerns about encountering a martial artist of extraordinary speed. In the past, she has faced a scion of a noble clan. Though lacking in strength, his speed was unparalleled. Slow down, young lady, Bai Li Fei Hong struggles to say, adept at weaving deceit. It is not difficult to discern her intentions. She seeks answers, and he is prepared to provide her with the desired outcomes. Once aboard the pirate ship, he will deal with them accordingly. Pirates, after all, are not benevolent souls. Their nature is one of debauchery and plunder. They seek to exploit pure-hearted youths like himself. A mere 16 and yet coveted for his innocence. Although the malevolent aura surrounding her is not overtly pronounced, it suggests she has practiced techniques that draw upon the yin and yang energies, rooted in Taoism and further propagated within Buddhist teachings. Practitioners of joyous martial arts often embody the essence of fox spirits. As Qiu Mulan gazes upon the cave before them, astonishment washes over her. The dragon-ending stone has been lowered? To enter the cave now would require shattering the stone. What has her elder brother encountered that necessitates such caution? With their combined yin-yang prowess, they could contend with even the pinnacle of marrow refinement. For a moment, confusion clouds her mind, but clarity soon returns. She ponders. Has her brother sensed a lurking danger? True to his character, he would never shy away unless he perceived a threat. He typically prefers to incapacitate foes, claiming the male for herself and the female for him. Perhaps this is her opportunity. Young lady, it appears this is your camp, yet it seems deserted. Bai Li Fei Hong halts, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he surveys the surroundings, wary of any ambushes. Qiu Milan offers an explanation, and with a few leaps, they make their way toward the seaside. Upon reaching the shore, they pause. 100 feet from the island, 3 iron ships lay aligned upon the surface of the sea. My lord, look, they are on the vessels. Qiu Milan pointed towards the distant, colossal ships while standing atop a precipice. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The flag hoisted is not that of our trading company, but the emblem of the Bloodstorm Pirates. Her countenance darkened, yet it quickly transformed into one of resolute determination. My lord, you must leave at once. I shall board the ship to rescue those in peril. With that, she leaped into the water. Bai Li Fei Hong was momentarily taken aback. Had I misjudged? Qiu Milan, now submerged beneath the waves, did not resurface. After a brief wait, the sea remained undisturbed. Bai Li Fei Hong opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. When had her attitude shifted? Had she forsaken this youthful companion? The camp. Yes, the camp. Would she seek my assistance to free herself from the shackles that bound her? Shaking his head in resignation, he realized he had played the part of another, only to be outplayed at the final moment. Chapter 64. Shadows of the Whale Demon. Qiu Mulan fled. She had contemplated this since dawn. She was acutely aware that Feng Shui regarded her as a mere vessel for his dark ambitions. Now, having mastered the dual cultivation of yin and yang, she found the perfect opportunity to liberate herself from him. Why should she risk her life alongside Feng Shui? In that fleeting moment when he cast her aside, Qiu Mulan realized she was nothing more than a tool to him. Cleverly, she escaped. Bailey Feihong gazed at the tranquil sea. This enchanting woman wielding a colossal sword possessed the skills to survive in the depths of the ocean, akin to a white dragon amidst the waves. For leading him to the pirate stronghold, he would spare her life. Should it come to a confrontation with the sword-wielding woman, Bailey Feihong felt confident in his ability to pursue her. The pirate ship had not departed. They remained oblivious to his presence. Had they placed too much trust in this woman? Bailey Feihong grinned silently, setting down his backpack on the shore. His entire fortune rested within it. Employing the technique of carefree journey, a peculiar force lifted him, and he leapt into the ocean, walking upon the waves. Suddenly, an enemy attack. The horn sounded. The dawn light, a sliver of gold, illuminated the sea's surface. The vigilant pirates finally spotted Bailey Feihong, clad in a dark robe adorned with a golden serpent. He gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. It was the demon-subduing division. The pirates aboard the ship were struck with terror, screaming in panic. Upon hearing the horn, Feng Shui swiftly withdrew from the woman, hastily donning his attire and rushing to the deck. Among the 3 iron vessels, one had already succumbed to flames, billowing smoke skyward. A young man in the garb of a demon subduer had crimson hands. He struck a pirate, igniting the very fat upon his body, transforming him into a burning figure. Reduced to ashes in an instant. Flee. The remaining pirates, few in number, leaped into the ocean, desperately seeking escape. Yet Bailey Feihong would not allow them to evade justice. Producing silver coins, he flicked them forth, each coin claimed a life. From the deck to the chaotic slaughter, merely a breath or two had passed. Feng Shui was astounded by the might of this demon subduer. His emergence signified the demise of Qiu Mulan, whom he had dispatched. In a flash of thought, the old rogue Feng Shui devised a scheme. Kill. The second in command has fallen. Whoever slays him shall ascend to that rank. Gunners, cannoneers, take him down, with heavy rewards promised. The remaining pirates on the 2 massive vessels displayed extraordinary valor. Muskets and cannons were aimed at the first iron vessel, unleashing a frenzy of firepower. In an instant, the entire iron ship was reduced to ruins. Bailey Feihong plunged into the sea. The muskets posed little threat to him, yet the impacts were still painful. Submerging into the depths, he glided like a dragon, leaving long white trails in his wake. Approaching the hull of the iron vessel, he tore a gaping hole with his bare hands, allowing the rushing seawater to surge into the cabin. He entered from below, a specter amidst the chaos. Infiltrating the ranks of the pirates, the sounds of skill notifications echoed in his ears. He comprehended that vanquishing pirates would similarly yield skill points. The second iron will succumb. Captain, Captain. The remnants of pirates aboard the third iron will cried out for their leader. The other captains, noticing the absence of their commander, swiftly realized that he had abandoned them and silently escaped into the depths of the sea. Without a moment's hesitation, relying on their exceptional swimming skills, they plunged into the sea. The morale of the pirates on the iron will shattered instantly. They hastily commandeered their ship and fled the scene. Standing on the second iron wheel, Bailey Feihong revealed a sinister grin. With a forceful stomp on the steel deck, he shattered it beneath his foot. His figure shot forth like a cannonball, crashing violently into the third ship. The steel plating yielded under his weight as if it were mere paper. Spare me. I surrender. I surrender. Kill. The cries, wails, and sounds of battle soon ceased. Could they escape? Bailey Feihong gazed at the fleeing pirates swimming further into the depths. At that moment, he abruptly raised his head to survey the ocean's depths. A colossal shadow prowled beneath the waves, instilling a chilling terror. His hair stood on end as an instinctual sense of danger gripped him, urging him to flee lest his life be threatened. This monstrous entity exceeded his capacity to confront. Meanwhile, the fleeing pirates remained oblivious to the impending peril. Such a gigantic creature was indeed a rarity. With keen eyes, he peered through the tumultuous surface of the sea, observing the outline of the vast shadow. A peculiar thought flickered through Bailey Feihong's mind. Dobbin City had flourished due to the first guardian slaying of the Yuan monster. When mentioning such a massive fiend, one could not overlook the Yuan. Could this whale demon possess the bloodline of the Yuan? Contemplating this, Bailey Feihong's heart ignited with fervor. If this truly were a descendant of the Yuan, slaying it would undoubtedly bring him renown within the Demon Suppression Division. But wait, why would he seek fame within the Demon Suppression Division? To attract hatred and envy, only to incur the wrath of destiny? Until he could master his own fate. A path of low-key development was the wisest course. Demon. The demon is coming, run. The pirates screamed in terror. Those who heard were paralyzed with fear. The presence of the whale demon was well known among the pirates. Their mission was to hunt the whale demon. Had the 3 iron wheels remained intact and both captains present, they would have faced it without fear. However, the ambush by the Demon Suppression Division had inflicted grievous losses, leaving them bereft of courage to confront the whale demon. At that moment, a massive whirlpool emerged on the sea's surface. The whirlpool transformed into a gaping abyss, swallowing both pirates and their ships alike. The consumption was swift, and they vanished just as quickly. Did the scent of blood attract this demon? Li Feihong was uncertain. However, he understood that hunting this whale demon in the vast ocean was nearly impossible. On land, facing such a colossal creature as the Yuan, he could potentially engage with it using the unique techniques of the freewheeling swim, seeking an opportunity. In the depths of the ocean, hunting the whale demon. Even the splendid white dragon of the waves cannot rival the advantages that the whale demon possesses beneath the sea. With a backpack in tow, and the blood-sea long blade in hand, Li Feihong turned to depart. The beasts on the island had yet to be entirely vanquished. A staggering 1350 skill points were accrued from this encounter with the pirates, a substantial fortune indeed. His total skill points had now reached 2775. Though abundant, these skill points would be insufficient for the advanced cultivation techniques that lay ahead. Taking out the demon suppression compass, he resumed his hunt for the beasts. By noon, Li Feihong had successfully eradicated all the creatures on the island, earning over 600 additional skill points. The carcasses of the slain beasts were meticulously processed and stored in the cave camp left behind by the pirates. He lifted the 10,000 pounds of dragon-slaying stone with both hands and commenced his cultivation. Chapter 65. The unyielding struggles of the world. Qiu Mulian had cast aside her colossal sword, releasing the water-repelling pearl from her mouth as she gazed at the flourishing Dongbin city not far away. As the foremost port of the Eastern Sea in the Great Yuan, its prosperity surpassed her wildest imaginings. Among all nations, only the sacred ports of the Rafa Empire could rival it. A smile of relief graced Qiu Mulian's lips. She was finally free from the clutches of Fei Fengxue. She pondered whether that young nobleman had managed to resolve his issues with Fei Fengxue. With her thoughts lingering, she made her way directly to Dongbin City. Not long after her departure, Fei Fengxue also set foot ashore, his countenance exceedingly grim. He recalled that within Dongbin City, there were members of the underworld organization. With the Bloodstorm pirate crew annihilated, the reconstruction of a pirate band would necessitate the backing of a financially robust patron. Fei Fengxue suppressed his fierce aura. The vanquisher of the Bloodstorm pirate crew was likely a demon-slaying envoy from the local demon-slaying office. If one envoy was already so formidable, how terrifying would the commander of the region be? As a pirate, he knew that a naval force was stationed in Dongbin City, which undoubtedly possessed detailed information about him. If he were discovered by the Navy while on land, he would have no avenue for escape. A peculiar scent lingered in the air, capturing Fei Fengxue's attention. His sister? How could this be? Had she not been slain by the demon-slaying envoy? If she were indeed alive, it would be a fortuitous turn of events. The presence of the Yin furnace remained, allowing him the opportunity to start anew. However, times had changed, and he no longer had the resources to forge more Yin furnaces. Now he had lost everything. If Qiu Mulian truly still lived, it would bring joy to Fei Fengxue. Through her Yin furnace, he could gather more essence from men. Following the scent, he ventured into Dongbin City, risking it all. The atmosphere in Dongbin City was tense and foreboding. Zheng Yishan, accompanied by members of the demon-slaying office, was meticulously combing through the roster to capture those listed. Yang Shichen, identified as the mastermind behind the largest pirate syndicate in the Eastern Sea, was a name that caused Zheng Yishan to believe he must have misread. The wealthiest merchant in Dongbin City, he commanded respect even from the local magistrate. Known for his benevolence, he had sheltered countless homeless individuals, providing them with work and a stable life. With commendations to his name, he had been bestowed a baronial title by the emperor. Though ceremonial, his status was significant. If he were implicated in the Great Opium case, the situation would become exceedingly complex. The remaining names on the list comprised prominent figures in Dongbin City, each wielding substantial influence in the commercial realm of the Great Yuan Empire. The intent of Gong Yin was unmistakable, a thorough investigation. Zheng Yishan gritted his teeth. Understanding that this matter transcended his individual concerns, it was a significant issue for the entire demon-slaying office. The demon-slaying office issued direct orders to mobilize the patrol division and city defense forces, with each first-class demon-slaying envoy leading the charge to encircle the most renowned families on the list. Slaying a few pawns would not resolve the predicament of Dongbin City. The figure of Jiang Donglu once again materialized at the Demon Suppression Division building. The expression on Gong Yan's face was as dark as the depths of water. Disciples of the Yin-Yang heavenly sect were moving about in Dongbin City, while he found himself powerless. After all, their strength was formidable, surpassing his own. What business could young Master Jiang have at our Demon Suppression Division? Gong Yang wasted no time in circling around the matter. Was the demon from the recent incident in Gomping Town truly the ancient ice goddess, Hansu? Has young Master Jiang forgotten that our Gonyang family also participated in the effort to besiege the ancient ice goddess, Hansu, years ago? The Gonyang family is exceedingly ancient, its heritage rivaling that of certain sections. Over 10,000 years ago, the Gonyang family took part in the hunt for the ice goddess. Yet inquiries about this matter within the sect are arduous. However, the family genealogy clearly records that an ancestor of the Gonyang family perished at the hands of the ice goddess. After that incident, the Gonyang family seldom involved themselves in sect disputes. Were it not for the continuation of their lineage, the Gonyang family might have faded into the annals of history. Jiang Donglu spoke in a grave tone. This matter bears immense significance. The ability to dismantle the ancient ice goddess South schemes and drive her from Mount Dali reveals the terrifying unknown entities that dwell there. In ancient times, Hansu was renowned as a peak master of the sinister path, her infamy rivaling that of her brother, the creator of the underworld. Even after 10,000 years, people within the sect still seek her brother, the fearsome Han Laoma. Is this terrifying entity still alive? Or has she descended to the Yellow Springs to forge her own underworld and attain transcendence? Such inquiries are beyond my current interest, Gonyang Yin candidly remarked. It is indeed a pity. Jiang Donglio's gaze fixated on the place within the city where flames soared to the heavens. Dozens of figures danced in the air, engaging in combat with the first-rate demon suppressors of the Demon Suppression Division. Ever since the emergence of the Iron Wheel, communication among various nations has become more convenient. Yet instability has increased among the populace. Observing the battle, Jiang Donglu sincerely expressed, the invasion of external cultivation systems has disrupted the strategy of sharing martial arts equally between the sects in the Great Yuan dynasty. The tides of change encompass not merely the rise of mechanical industries, but also the deepening exchanges between nations. Breaking the barriers of tradition and monopoly and inheritance will inevitably face the onslaught of these waves. However, one must not underestimate the practitioners at the body refinement level. Gonyang Yin remarked lightly. Yet we must not overlook the fact that while we do not impart the method of Yuan Tai, similar paths exist within the various cultivation systems of other nations. Jiang Donglu had once ventured into the land of cherry blossoms, where he instigated several earth-shattering events, disrupting the auspicious rise of their warriors. Nonetheless, he understood that the secret inheritances of Yin-Yang practitioners, ninjas, warriors, and swordsmen in the land of cherry blossoms were exceptionally fierce. In their quest for supremacy, they would even ally with demons, harnessing their power. Once a practitioner reaches a certain level by utilizing borrowed strength, they can glimpse the scenery at the mountain's peak and learn how to ascend. Should a climber emerge, countless ancient monsters from the land of cherry blossoms would break free from their constraints, aligning with heaven and earth to achieve the status of a martial sage. This is something the sect cannot permit. The flourishing martial fortunes within the Great Yuan territory exert pressure on the martial fortunes of surrounding nations. To ascend to the pinnacle, one must shatter the constraints imposed by the Grand Yuan sect, the unity of spirit and flesh, in harmony with the cosmos. The profundity of this realm lies in the mastery of the universe, enabling the execution of unfathomable and terrifying abilities that suppress the developmental space of other cultivation systems in this world. The very existence of sects is precisely aligned with this duty, is it not? To guard the threshold of martial arts within the cosmos, exerting dominance over myriad schools, establishing singular supremacy, and venerating martial prowess. There lies a fear that the Grand Yuan Empire may face a tempestuous downfall, besieged by the coalition of various nations, leading to the collapse of the empire in the secular realm, with the fate of the human race in the central plains being usurped by other continents. Upon concluding his statement, Jiang Donglu became cognizant of the excessive implications within his words, and thus began to meditate, attuning himself to the fluctuations of celestial energies. The astute Gongyang Yin quickly discerned the intentions of the sect, fearing a united assault on the Grand Yuan Empire that could precipitate its demise, thereby implicating them as well. It would be wiser to commence the selection of a new emperor, to establish a new dynasty. Should one seek to breach the Grand Yuan Empire, they ought to consider the sharpness of our Demon Suppression Division's blade. Gongyang Yin similarly cautioned Jiang Donglu, asserting that the Demon Suppression Division had transformed significantly from its former self. Jiang, however, exhibited a hint of disdain. Is that so? As long as the 6 paths of demon suppression endure, the division shall not fall. Have you not experienced the might of the 6 paths of demon suppression? The confluence of myriad paths integrates the 6 realms. It is impossible for anyone to cultivate the myriad techniques of the 6 paths of demon suppression to their zenith. No matter how formidable or numerous their divine abilities may be, one must fully master the 36 celestial techniques and the 72 terrestrial techniques of the 6 paths. Without achieving perfection in all 108 divine techniques, how could one manifest the world subduing? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Gongyang Yin gazed into the distance. Chapter 66. Young Master Yu faces a grave crisis at the Demon Suppression Department. The Demon Suppression Department found itself in dire straits. Yet Gongyang Yin refrained from intervening. If every situation necessitated her involvement for resolution, it would signify her failure as the guardian. Moreover, she had to remain vigilant against Jiang Donglu. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Sect had dispatched Jiang Donglu to inquire about the ancient ice goddess, Hansu, a matter for which she had long prepared herself. However, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Sect alone was not to be feared. The Supreme Tao, harboring a far greater animosity, had yet to reveal its presence. The mere mention of the Supreme Tao commanded respect even from the imperial family. Its master is regarded as the foremost expert across the realm, a title that encompasses foreign nations as well. Few can contend with the master of the Supreme Tao throughout the vast universe. In times past, the Guliang royal family was elevated by the support of the Supreme Tao as Sanus. However, the Guliang royals later betrayed the Supreme Tao, leading to its temporary obscurity. Nevertheless, as the most ancient sect of the celestial path, the Supreme Tao should not be underestimated. The greatest asset of the Demon Suppression Department lies in its Demon Suppression Dharma image, yet even this formidable card may not suffice against the Supreme Tao. The myriad paths of cultivation intertwine to confront the Supreme. Gongyang Yan's choice to forego the cultivation of the Demon Suppression 6 Paths Sutra stems from her desire to avoid direct confrontation with the Supreme Tao. Furthermore, throughout history, only one individual has achieved mastery of the Demon Suppression 6 Paths Sutra, that being the revered ancestor of the Guliang lineage. However, the cosmic balance of power is ever-shifting, and the lifespan of the Emperor of Humanity cannot exceed a century, a constant truth. The Guliang royal family's treachery against the Supreme Tao was met with reciprocal betrayal from the Supreme Tao towards their ancestor. In Dongbin City, the flames of war raged on. Has my sister yet to make her move? Young Master Yu, cigar in mouth, stood atop a high tower in Dongbin City, observing the chaos below. Although the third miss had yet to act, the 2 demon suppressors she brought, Lehukshu and Taiwui, were more than capable of holding the line. Both were pinnacle-level masters in the realm of spirit refinement. Coupled with their unique talents, the duo had previously vanquished an evil cultivator of the Yuan level together. Standing respectfully by young Master Yu's side, Gong Yu wore a gentle smile. The 3 direct descendants of the Gongyang family possessed exceptional talents, with Gongyang Yin being the most gifted among them. Were it not for her commitment to cultivating a Yuan, she would have already stepped into the realm of divine power and coalesced her Dharma image. Reaching the level of a Dharma image signifies one as a top-tier expert in the world. As for the martial saints who achieve the unity of spirit and flesh, the great Yuan Empire counts them on but a few fingers. Such beings are terrifying presences that dominate a region. Tai Lao has made commendable progress in blood refining and bone tempering, proving to be a valuable ally. Lehukshu possesses a unique soul talent, deeply delving into the realm of spirit refinement, destined to attain Yuan in the future, which is equally impressive, young Master Yu commented. He held the authority to appraise these 2 protectors, as they belonged to the Gongyang family, and his position as the young master granted him the right to evaluate his subordinates without reproach. Young Master Yu, it has come to my attention that the 3rd miss bestowed upon a minor demon suppressor in Dongbin City, the Jade Slip of the Demon Suppression Six Paths Sutra granted to her by the Demon Suppression Department. Gong Yu's gentle smile remained, yet in his eyes, Gong Yan's actions appeared akin to a young girl committing a misstep. Within the Demon Suppression Division, the number of individuals practicing the Demon Suppression Six Paths scripture is scarce, primarily consisting of seeds of potential cultivated internally. When my sister first joined the Demon Suppression Division, it was a means to escape the burdens of our family. Her recent assignment to Dongbin City was a strategic move orchestrated by the Emperor, which is why the division granted her the Jade Slip of the Demon Suppression Six Paths scripture. Gong Yu wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze remained chillingly indifferent. The intention of the Demon Suppression Division was to fully integrate my sister, binding her within its ranks. Her actions, however, are astute, as they have spared her from becoming entangled in the conflicts between her family and the division. It was evident to Gong Yu that Gong Yu was in favor of Gong Yan's approach. Ultimately, my sister must marry, as the heir of the Gong family. Her nature does not permit her to act recklessly. Gong Yu lowered his head in silence, fully aware that as Gong Ziyu's trusted confidant, he understood the implications of Gong Ziyu's status as one of the direct heirs of the family, a potential candidate for the position of family head. Naturally, he would prioritize the continuity of the Gong lineage. Let your people handle the matters, Commander Gong Yu said. My sister's subordinates are too weak. If they are to act as mere pawns for others, they must possess the awareness befitting such roles. Gong Yu puffed on his cigar, relishing the indulgence. He enjoyed cigars and fine spirits. With cigars imported from overseas into the great Yuan Empire, he had acquired several plantations at the source of production, establishing a cigar factory. Conducting business abroad was notably easier, and he preferred to expand his ventures beyond the confines of the great Yuan Empire, where limitations abound. Conversely, in foreign nations, one could act with greater impunity, and the royal family would turn a blind eye, as would his own family. Understanding the significance of the opium case, they would take the reins. Dongbin City, while a state capital, holds a unique status. However, it is still under the jurisdiction of the provincial government. As a subordinate of the provincial government, the Demon Suppression Division in Dongbin City naturally falls under the oversight of the Provincial Demon Suppression Division. Gong Yu, not only a guest of the Gong family, but also the commanding officer of the Demon Suppressors, recognized that matters concerning Dongzhou should be managed by Dongzhou itself. Gong Yu maintained his smile. The opium case is a ticking time bomb. My sister cannot bear its weight. Yet the Gong family remains unafraid. A princess cannot ascend the throne of the great Yuan. Thus, the Gong family need not show her any deference, especially when they stand on the side of righteousness. Gong Yu waved his hand, and a group of demon suppressors clad in white python robes appeared. The six-clawed python robes, differing in color from those of the demon suppressors, indicated their elite status. In any state capital, these formidable soldiers would constitute a decisive force, yet within the Provincial Demon Suppression Division, they represent the lowest rank. To dispose of them, it is imperative to leave some alive. The emergence of this group of demon suppressors stunned everyone present. Gong Ziyu has arrived, Jiang Donglu murmured, turning to leave from another direction. Gong Ziyu is indeed a formidable figure. Gong Yin furrowed her brow slightly, her expression revealing discontent. Bailey Fei Hong, do not let me down. In the absence of others, Gong Yin laid bare her vulnerabilities. She initially believed that this journey to Dongbin would allow her to escape certain matters. However, at this moment, she comprehended that many things are dictated by fate rather than human will. She required a focal point to divert attention from the future circumstances of Dongbin City. It was not yet the right time. Bailey Fei Hong remained too feeble. Gong Yin turned away, fully aware that the Great Smoke case would inevitably attract intervention. Regrettably, it would be the very individual she most dreaded who would meddle in this affair. The emergence of the ancient ice maiden, Han Su, had thoroughly muddied the waters of Dongbin City, drawing the gaze of formidable powers. I must resign from my position as the Guardian. However, the role of the Guardian of Dongbin City is not one that just anyone can assume. It must be someone loyal to me. Fortunately, I have already begun to lay the groundwork and conveyed my intentions effectively. The appearance of practitioners of the six paths of demon suppression has, even if the Supreme Commander refuses to acknowledge it, established an undeniable reality. Moving forward, my plans will undoubtedly receive the Supreme Commander's consent. Few are aware of the mission at hand, with Bailey Fei Hong being one of them. His inadequacy has ensured his survival until now, but in order to safeguard the secret, Gong Yin would not hesitate to eliminate him. Chapter 67, The perfection of body refinement and the seed of the primordial embryo, the fate of Dongbin City, was already sealed. At this moment, Bailey Feihong was utterly unaware of the changes occurring in Dongbin City. Even if he were informed, his current task would preclude any concern for such matters. Instead, he felt a sense of relief for having evaded potential troubles. The ninth blood refinement required a staggering 9 million experience points. He possessed 100 bottles of essence blood pills, equivalent to 1,000 individual pills. Theoretically, the essence blood pills at his disposal were sufficient to conduct the ninth refinement of his blood. Should he refine the blood first, and then open the acupoints? If his blood energy reached the ninth refinement, he could potentially breach numerous acupoints in one breath through sheer force. The principle of blood refinement is, in essence, quite simple. It involves purification, tempering, and compression. Not only does the human body's blood, through continuous purification and compression, yield terrifying power, but even a single drop of water, when compressed, can unleash formidable energy. Matter contains energy, and within it lies immense potential. With merely 2,775 skill points at his disposal, Bailey Feihong yearned to exert himself to minimize the consumption of these points through diligent practice. He sat cross-legged, having mastered the blood refinement returning origin technique to its pinnacle. Every moment, he was engaged in refining the blood within his body. His blood essence was growing daily at a commendable pace. However, in relation to the vast reservoir of blood energy within him, it would require at least 3 years of cultivation to elevate the level of blood refinement. In 3 years, a child could practically be brewing soy sauce. He retrieved the essence blood pills from his bag. Naturally, Yen Ryu would not use 100 bottles to contain the pills. One bottle was merely a habitual designation. Instead, a large wooden box housed the pills, with 3 boxes in total, each containing over 300. He also had 10 bottles of acupoint refining pills and 1 bottle of spirit refining pills. Grasping a handful of essence blood pills, he swallowed them whole. Simultaneously, he activated the blood refinement returning origin technique and the 6 pads of demon suppression sutra, transforming the pills within him into blood essence, which merged with his blood, nourishing and refining it further. Outside HLD, shadows prowled, seemingly awaiting the fall of night. At present, all the monstrous beasts had been slaughtered, rendering the environment deceptively tranquil. Yet, beneath this calmness lay unknown perils. The sky gradually succumbed to darkness, while a hurricane over the sea grew ominously in intensity, escalating from a level 1 storm to a fierce level 8 tempest. As the typhoon swept through, trees bowed and splintered. The wild beasts on the island relentlessly sought refuge. The caves had already lowered the dragon breakstone, rendering them impervious to any wind or waves. Inside the cave, however, the air was stifling, with waves of terrifying blood energy crashing against the stone walls, making the mountain resemble an imminent volcano. Bailey Feihong remained undeterred, voraciously consuming the pills. Refined essence blood pill. Gained 10,000 experience points. In his fervent consumption of the essence blood pills, the blood coursing through his veins was continuously refined. The blood, resembling mercury in its fluidity, shimmered with silvery brilliance. Yet now, it began to transform into a pure hue once more. Crimson blood radiates with brilliance, flowing with vitality akin to the vast rivers and seas. A sanguine luminosity manifests upon the skin, revealing an enigmatic pattern reminiscent of the blood refinement divine technique that anchors mountains and rivers. After 9 cycles of blood refinement, the very essence of flesh and bone has undergone profound transformation. The corporeal form, skeletal structure, sinews, marrow, and even the most arcane of organs, the brain, exhibit a trend of upward evolution. The effects of the 9 blood refinements are enduring, nurturing every cell within the body, allowing them to gradually flourish through the process of blood refinement. Bailey Feihong stretches languidly, the atmosphere crackling like thunder. At this moment, with his blood refined 9 times, his prowess surpasses that of any individual in the Eastern Benhai Town's Demon Suppression Division. The formidable blood divine abilities derived from the first path of the Demon Suppression 6 classics can be deftly wielded without entering the realm of divine techniques. The refining of my blood through divine means allows for 9 bloodlines to connect with the divine essence. Is this the acupoint yet to be discovered within my being? Where blood flows, the acupoints become apparent. This step is indeed the correct one. He need not specifically cultivate the acupoints. Through the continuous manipulation of blood energy, he transforms every aspect of his body. The acupoints within him will, in due time, be opened by the formidable force of blood. The art of refining acupoints lies in the exploration of these hidden pathways. This is the most arduous aspect. Acupoints are concealed within the human body. Without understanding the methods to unveil them, one cannot hope to refine them. As blood courses through him, he gains perfect control over every inch of his being. The acupoints concealed within the human form naturally reveal themselves to Bailey Feihoung's perception. Seizing the moment of ascending to the 9th level of blood refinement, he resolutely takes a refining elixir and swallows it whole, feeling a refreshing energy circulate within, penetrating the acupoints. The Yongquan, Dadu, Taichung, Taibai, Taishi, Shinmai, Xiuxiu, and Kunlun acupoints in his lower limbs are successively opened. As his feet touch the ground, he marvels at the surging power of the earth beneath him. With determination, he ingests more elixirs, channeling the power of acupoint refinement to unlock the gates of these vital points. The torrential blood energy flows into the acupoints, swiftly establishing bridges connecting the 12 extraordinary meridians and 8 channels. In that fleeting moment, though seated within the cave, the world around him transforms dramatically. It becomes entirely distinct. Streams of primordial energy of heaven and earth, vivid and clear, become visible. The fiery essence of fire, the fluid grace of water, the robust solidity of earth, the ethereal nature of wood, and the sharp brilliance of metal, all represent the 5 elemental energies of the cosmos. As the bridges of heaven and earth pierce through, the acupoints activate, actively absorbing the primordial energies into his body. Should he refine this energy, he could harbor the forces of the universe within his acupoints. If not retained, it would swiftly dissipate. 100 refining elixirs are employed by Bailey Feihoung as precision instruments to pierce open the acupoints. The torrents of primordial energy from heaven and earth commence the moment the bridges are established. Henceforth, his cultivation will no longer rely on sustenance for energy. At this moment, the cultivation of the 6 paths of demon suppression scripture ascended to a new realm. The system elevated the first path of the 6 paths of demon suppression scripture to its zenith, deducting 568 points. The marvel of refining the apertures and the profound essence of refining the spirit surged into Bailey Feihoung's mind. The countless insights gained from repeated cultivation, along with the distilled will of martial arts, seemed to materialize instantaneously. Seizing this moment, Bailey Feihoung consumed the spirit refinement pill. The Baihui acupoint radiated extraordinary light. A unique force surged into his sea of consciousness, as if he were merging with heaven and earth, his mental will continuously elevating. Within a 10-mile radius, his spirit observed as if through the eyes of a person. The primordial energy of the world on HLD was already abundant. His mental will transformed into a colossal hand, drawing the primordial energy into his body, circulating through the apertures. It settled into his dantian, becoming a seed of the primordial embryo. At this moment, Bailey Feihoung, through skill points, cultivated the subsequent refining of apertures and spirit to their peak. Blood essence surged in, merging with the primordial energy of the world, resembling a wondrous light illuminating the internal world. The seed of the primordial embryo gradually solidified from the ethereal. The primordial power within had yet to be birthed, piercing through the final layer of the primordial embryo's mystery. Bailey Feihoung inhaled and exhaled the primordial energy of heaven and earth, harmonizing all energies and consolidating his being. His blood vitality also increased correspondingly. The next path of the 6 paths of demon suppression scripture required 10-fold skill points. This meant that if he currently possessed 30,000 skill points, he could instantly elevate himself to the pinnacle of the primordial embryo realm. Regrettably, he did not. Chapter 68. Reforging the Blood Sea Blade Martial Arts Realm. Body Refinement Spirit Refinement Skill Points. 1207. Skills can be upgraded, synthesized, and deduced. Skill 1. Culinary Arts. Mastery. Experience. 262. 1600. Skill 2. Foresees Fist. Pinnacle. Consumes 5 skill points for upgrade. Skill 3. Blood River Blade Technique. Incomplete with 4 moves. Pinnacle. Skill points can be consumed to complete, deduce, and synthesize. Skill 4. Blood Refinement Essence. Pinnacle. Skill points can be consumed for upgrade, deduce, and synthesize. Skill 5. 6 paths of demon suppression scripture. First path. Pinnacle of Spirit Refinement. Blood Refinement 9th time. Pinnacle. Second path. Primordial Embryo Entry. 01000. 000. Skill 6. Carefree Journey. Mastery. 126090. 000. Skill 7. 5 elements demon suppression hand. Pinnacle, upgrade conditions not met, skill 8. Blood suppressing mountains and rivers, second tier of divine power, 190-200, skill 9. Dragon in the waves. Pinnacle consumes 10 skill points for upgrade. Once again, he gazed at his attributes. The experience for upgrading Carefree Journey was progressing slowly. The second tier of divine power was nearing its pinnacle. The blood refinement divine power was exceptionally challenging. The 9th tier of divine power was revered. Without reaching the realm of divine power, it was arduous to cultivate to the 9th tier. Bai Li Feihong contemplated the remaining skill points, reflecting deeply, and chose not to advance into the primordial embryo realm just yet. This recent upgrade had come too swiftly. His mind was inundated with vast information, and he had yet to assimilate it all. Another ascent in realm would lead to mental chaos. Although his acupuncture refinement had reached its peak, the vital energy within the acupoints was still vacant, requiring further accumulation to better nurture a more powerful primordial embryo. The spirit refinement level had already attained its zenith. Yet his martial will demanded further practice of martial techniques to refine his mindset. Despite reaching the pinnacle, Bai Li Feihong understood that his body refinement, acupuncture refinement, and spirit refinement were but empty shells. In the days to come, Bai Li Feihong would breathe in the world's vital energy, consolidating it within his acupoints. Simultaneously, he began to hone his martial will. The martial will of the Four Seas Fist, the martial will of the Blood River Blade technique, the martial will of the 5 elements demon suppression scripture, the martial will of the dragon in the waves, and the martial will of the Carefree Journey. The martial techniques infused with his martial will began to exude a hint of the Tao's essence. Only when martial techniques approached the Tao could he shatter the pinnacle of martial arts and enter a new realm of divine martial prowess. Moreover, the martial will could refine the primordial embryo, rendering it more complete. Upon reaching this stage, it was about merging myriad paths into one entity. The more martial techniques mastered, the better. The quality of the refined primordial embryo would escalate correspondingly. 100 days swiftly passed. The remaining martial arts also reached the level of martial will. As for the primordial embryo seed, it grew increasingly resplendent. During this 100 days of silent cultivation, the most significant gain was the full saturation of his acupoints with the world's vital energy. The power stored within him was sufficient to unleash dozens of blood refinement divine powers. His internal meridians resembled a constellation surrounding the primordial embryo seed, infusing it with strands of acupoint vital energy. Within the sea of consciousness, a nebulous demon god manifests, its silhouette reminiscent of a world-guarding deity. The realm of divine forging grows increasingly profound. The 6 stages of mortal refinement mark the beginning of physical tempering, not its conclusion. Future cultivation, regardless of its form, will invariably involve the refining of blood, bones, marrow, apertures, and spirit. The methods of cultivation may evolve, yet the essence remains. Although one may not exclusively focus on these 6 refinements, the resultant primordial forms divine abilities and will invariably resonate within the corporeal and spiritual realms, deepening their mysteries. For 3.5 months, the whale demon has lingered around HLD, as if awaiting something. Bai Li Feihong stands atop a lofty peak, gazing down upon the sea's expanse. The vast shadow of the demon seems to sense the weight of his gaze, gradually sinking into the depths. The immense sea of consciousness perceives the whale demon's trepidation towards him. This creature harbors a notable wariness. Lowering his head, Bai Li Feihong feels as though he has finally grasped a fragment of power capable of defying fate. Dongbin City is bustling. Yet in the grand scheme of the great Yuan Empire, it remains but a small ink blot on the map. HLD is my sanctuary. Whale demon, for now. I spare your life. Guard my home well. Finding a tranquil place for meditation in Dongbin City has become increasingly challenging, unless one ventures to the Hungduan Mountains. However, the demons and beasts inhabiting those mountains are no trifling matter. Even the Great Li Mountain instills a fear in Bai Li Feihong that he has yet to conquer. Only by experiencing the terror of Great Li Mountain can one comprehend the true peril of the treasure trove that is Dongbin City, such as the pride of Gongong Yin, who, fully aware of the horrors of Great Li Mountain, dares not wield his power to level it. A single step taken is akin to a divine maneuver, as he soars like a gentle breeze into the heavens. The mastery of the art of carefreeness compensates for Bai Li Feihong's deficiencies in movement. This technique embodies the martial will of the first guardian. He perceives this art merely as a means of movement, yet he already feels it rivals divine martial skills. The philosophical essence contained within the art of carefreeness is profoundly formidable. Perhaps it is only through developing this skill to its pinnacle that he may touch upon its true zenith. Having spent 100 days in cultivation, he finds himself adrift on a small vessel at HLD, already overturned and submerged by tempestuous waves. Upon returning home, he discovers the door has been locked. Since Bai Li Fei Hong is not at home, the place is yet to be rented out. Nonetheless, it seems prudent to purchase this house. Though humble, the well connects to an underground river and must not be forsaken. Some valuable belongings remain untouched, although the bedding inside has succumbed to mildew. Beneath the banyan tree, he excavates the wealth bestowed upon him by Ji Shaoqian, retrieving a gold ingot, exchanging it for a set of dark robes, and seeking out the landlord to purchase the courtyard directly from him. Once concluded, he proceeds to the Qin's knife workshop. Master Qin, I beseech you once more. He hands the blood sea-long knife to the shopkeeper, who receives it with utmost respect. At the time of its forging, Bai Li Fei Hong was not yet a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Now, the other party has become a demon suppressor, a figure of noble status. Far beyond what I can provoke, Manager Qin said excitedly. If you require any precious materials, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall gather them for you. As for compensation, there is no need for concern. With that, Bai Li Fei Hong retrieved a golden ticket from his bosom. This ticket was issued by the largest bank in Dongban City and could be exchanged for currency. Manager Qin accepted the golden ticket, astonished by such extravagance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Casting a furtive glance around, he whispered, "My lord, the ancestral records indicate that our Qin lineage participated in the forging of the demon-suppressing sword, and the secret techniques have been passed down through generations. Is that true?" Bai Li Fei Hong inquired, astonished. "Indeed," replied Manager Qin. "I can gather the remaining materials. But there is one particularly rare component that only the Demon Suppression Department possesses." His eyes shimmered with longing. The creation of a weapon to vanquish demons is the aspiration of every weaponsmith. However, some unique materials remain beyond his reach, leaving him helpless. "I will find a way to procure the materials from the Demon Suppression Department. As for the reconstruction of the Blood Sea Long Blade, I entrust that to you." Manager Qin stepped closer, whispering into Bai Li Fei Hong's ear. Bai Li Fei Hong nodded and turned to depart. Chapter 69. The oppression of the constabulary. He had become blind to the changes within the city and could only take a seat in the tavern to listen to the latest news. Those outside spoke of the turmoil ignited by the opium case, an upheaval that had risen too swiftly, perhaps not for the best, as he lacked his own sources of intelligence. Upon returning to the Sihai Martial Arts Hall, he found his senior brother, Zhang Qianshan, with graying hair and hollow eyes, seated within the hall, a visage of sorrow. At the sound of movement, he lifted his gaze to the courtyard, where the black-robed attire of the Demon Suppression Office sent a chill through him. Senior brother, Bai Li Fei Hong's expression darkened, sensing that Zhang Qianshan was in an unusual state. His vitality had not diminished, yet there was a palpable exhaustion in his spirit, a typical symptom of emotional distress. He seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Yet thoughts of something troubling weighed heavily upon him. "Junior brother, I am merely a D-class demon suppressor from the Demon Suppression Office. I cannot offer you assistance." "Senior brother, has something happened at home?" Bai Li Fei Hong inquired, concern lacing his tone. He had few who could be called friends, with Zhang Qianshan being one, indeed, his only friend. Reflecting upon the years since his arrival in this world, he suddenly realized he remained isolated, and a tightening sensation gripped his heart. Perhaps it was the identity of a transmigrator that rendered him a misfit in this realm. His heart had remained tightly shut. Life within the Demon Suppression Office felt formulaic, striving to ascend, to survive, to grow stronger. Existence was reduced to mere survival, devoid of deeper meaning. Now, he dedicated himself to martial pursuits, intoxicated by the quest for formidable power, while his life felt utterly vacant. This thought swirled in his mind, spiraling uncontrollably. Looking again at his senior brother, Zhang Qianshan, he recognized him as a friend of great loyalty and sentiment. Acknowledging this connection, he resolved to assist him. "Junior brother, I am truly of no use," Zhang Qianshan lamented, covering his face as tears fell. "Senior brother, fret not. I shall be here for you." Bai Li Fei Hong softly reassured him before turning to leave. "Junior brother." Bai Li Fei Hong made his way directly to the constabulary. In matters pertaining to demons or other affairs, the Demon Suppression Office often sought the cooperation of the constabulary. Despite the seemingly minor authority of the constabulary in relation to the Demon Suppression Office, it wielded significant power among the various institutions in Dongban City. Even at night, The constabulary remained operational. As Bai Li Feihong entered clad in his dark robes, he immediately drew the attention of the constables. Inspector Zhang Jingzhong of the constabulary recognized Bai Li Feihong. Recently, Inspector Zhang's countenance had been troubled, as 3 months prior, the Demon Suppression Office had begun its crackdown on the wealthy merchant families within the city. That confrontation had effectively dismantled half of Dongbin City's elite merchants. The governor was dismissed, and numerous officials were implicated and arrested. Although the Demon Suppression Office had apprehended most of the principal offenders in the opium case, the newly appointed governor sought to leverage the situation to gain favor by initiating investigations into various wealthy merchants within the city. In the eyes of Inspector Zhang, the newly appointed prefect was excessively greedy. From the moment he took office, he began amassing wealth, and anyone he set his sights on would inevitably face misfortune. Do you know me? Bai Li Feihong's lips curled into a cold smile. He recalled the division of the 62-20 split quite vividly. This man had embezzled 2/10 of his compensation. Bai Li Feihong was a figure of extraordinary talent, well known throughout the ranks of the constabulary. Inspector Zhang forced a smile, though inwardly he was cursing. His patron, Zheng Yishan, had previously lamented about Bai Li Feihong. Subsequently, Inspector Zhang utilized his authority to investigate Bai Li Feihong, only to be astounded by his remarkable capabilities. Zheng Yishan had already faded into obscurity. The current demon suppressor was the new favorite of the Protector General. Reflecting on the fact that Bai Li Feihong was of a similar age to the Protector General, he even wondered if the Protector General had taken a liking to Bai Li Feihong. Inspector Zhang was indeed a man of true skill, which explained his success within the constabulary. Bai Li Feihong strode directly into Zhang Jingzhong's office and took a seat. Zhang Jingzhong was taken aback, realizing that trouble had come his way. Bai Li Feihong must have come regarding matters related to the Zhang family. The only member of the Zhang family untouched by the turmoil was Zhang Qianshan of the Four Seas Martial Arts School. The investigation into the Zhang family, which had been dormant for 3 months, was instigated by Zheng Yishan. The newly appointed prefect sought to find a scapegoat to enrich himself, and someone had to be sacrificed. A sense of dread filled Zhang Jingzhong's heart. What was the situation with the Zhang family, a wealthy merchant family in the city? If memory served, the list I received did not include the Zhang family in relation to the opium case. Bai Li Feihong leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Zhang Jingzhong. However, a threat of martial intent surrounded Zhang Jingzhong. In an instant, he felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss, surrounded by rivers of blood and the rise and fall of demons. With a thud, Zhang Jingzhong fell to his knees, bowing his head, and pleaded, "Lord Bai Li, spare my life. The city as prefect seeks to amass wealth. Leveraging the opium case to expand his searches, those with riches will inevitably suffer. Lord Zheng Yishan has placed the Zhang family on the list." Zhang Jingzhong confessed everything. The terrifying martial intent weighed heavily upon him, and he could not withstand the pressure, succumbing in an instant. The Zhang family is not involved in the opium case. I can testify to that. After all, I personally investigated the opium case in the past. If the prefect or Lord Zheng Yishan inquires, just say it was Bai Li Feihong who stated so. Bai Li Feihong chuckled coldly, his domineering while casting a shadow over the constabulary. Even the nearby provincial government was enveloped by his formidable martial intent. Previously, within the prefect's office, he had reduced the assistant prefect to a mere dog, and the former prefect had not dared to utter a word. The new prefect, however, was oblivious. He did not recognize the ties between Zhang Qianshan and himself. His ignorance would be his undoing. The true adversary was Zheng Yishan. This old fellow was undoubtedly a top-tier demon suppressor, but should he choose to oppose Bai Li Feihong now, the latter would not hesitate to deal with him. Dongbin City was no longer the Dongbin City of yore. The Demon Suppression Office was no longer a domain where Zheng Yishan could wield his influence. Do you understand? If your chief does not agree, tell him that on a dark and windy night, baseless accusations can indeed be fabricated. This matter must be spoken of in hushed tones. Once outside, I shall feign ignorance. Bai Li Feihong rose, grinning broadly, and in a lowered voice issued a veiled threat. Zhang Jingzhong's visage contorted, fear surging within him. How domineering, Lord Bai Li. Zhang Jingzhong, a man of resolve, recognized that his mental fortitude was crumbling, and he could not contain his tongue, becoming a potential informant. Should Zheng Yishan become aware, the support of the Demon Suppression Department would vanish henceforth. Rest assured, I shall resolve this matter for you immediately. My subordinate has confirmed that the Zhang family has been law-abiding and has rendered significant contributions to Dongbin City. They are now suffering calumny from competitors. The situation is clear. Yet the constabulary has no intention of releasing them, Zhang Jingzheng proclaimed with resolute conviction. I have faith in Inspector Zhang's capabilities. The future operations of the Demon Suppression Department will require the cooperation of such talents, he continued. I have heard that your chief is of advanced age. According to the laws of the Yuan dynasty, one must either advance or retreat. With those words, Bai Li Feihong departed from the constabulary. The entire night shift within the constabulary heard every word distinctly. Did you hear that? Zhang Jingzhong rose and approached the office door, surveying the constabulary. He spoke slowly. I wonder if the Lord desires for his subordinate to hear or not to hear. Whatever must be heard will be heard. What should not be heard will naturally remain unheard. You understand this, do you not? Indeed, the other constables responded in unison. My lord, Bai Li Feihong is excessively domineering. Lu Jingxian ventured to say, only to be met with a fierce glare from Zhang Jingzhou. Address him as Lord Bai Li. Furthermore, it is those who walk alongside the domineering, the self-assured, who will find life more tolerable. As Zhang Jingzhou uttered these words, a pang of regret struck his heart. Yet, the stakes were high. Zhang Qianshan, Bai Li Feihong's senior apprentice, clearly must be courted with utmost diligence. Chapter 70. A word of caution. Boss Zhang has been blessed with a remarkable son, who happens to be acquainted with the Demon Suppression Envoy of the Demon Suppression Department. Lu Jingxian clasped the shoulders of the Zhang family patriarch and remarked, Lord Bai Li Feihong has caused quite the stir at the constabulary and has exerted pressure on the local magistrate's office. You must extend your heartfelt gratitude to your son, this esteemed junior disciple, once he returns. Indeed, the head of the Zhang family replied with palpable excitement. Our least promising son has unexpectedly become the savior of our clan. Lu Jingxian leaned closer to Zhang Baixian's ear and whispered, we owe our thanks to Lord Lu. But we, the Zhang family, cannot presume to. No, you must accept this recognition, Lu Jingxian interjected, shaking his head. His patron had already aligned with Lord Bai Li Feihong, whose closest confidant was none other than his sixth senior brother, Zhang Qianshan. The constabulary had thoroughly investigated and confirmed that Zhang Qianshan had taken on disciples in place of his master, guiding Bai Li Feihong onto the path of martial arts. Lord Bai Li Feihong, a prodigious talent, soared to great heights upon joining the Demon Suppression Department, solving numerous cases and earning accolades for his invaluable contributions. It is no wonder that the envoy holds him in such high regard. After all, Lord Bai Li Feihong was personally unearthed by Lord Gong Yin, who nurtured him into the talent he is today. In contrast, Lord Zhang Yishan hails from local origins and has previously found himself among those purged. How could he possibly be compared to Bai Li Feihong? Zhang Baixian could not help but lament that it was only in the face of impending calamity that he realized the empire he had painstakingly built over a lifetime could be overshadowed by a mere utterance from another. The most significant outcome of this ordeal was the label he now bore as a demon suppression envoy. Henceforth, anyone who dared to challenge him would think twice. The Zhang family members wept tears of joy, finally liberated from their suffering. Had they endured even a few more days, they might have faced dire consequences. Fool! Zhang Yishan thundered in fury. He was the first to learn of the Zhang family's release. Touching his severed right arm, his eyes burned with resentment. Had it not been for Bai Li Feihong submitting the roster to the envoy, he would not have found himself executing this task, which led to his arm being severed by Yang Shiqin. Zhang Jingzhong, is this fellow courting death? Zhang Yishan's eyes glinted with malice. He is not courting death, rather. He is a man who knows how to adapt to the times. In the Zhang family courtyard, unbeknownst to him, a young man clad in a dark robe stood amidst the flowers, admiring their beauty. Bai Li Feihong, it is you. Zhang Yishan's fury subsided as he coldly regarded the youth before him. Do you truly believe you can protect Zhang Jingzhou? No, it is not a matter of belief. It is a certainty, Bai Li Feihong replied with unwavering confidence. A mere D-rank demon suppression envoy aspires to overturn the heavens? Humph, you overestimate yourself. Do you not believe I could strike you down now and accuse you of assaulting an officer? Or perhaps frame you for colluding with demons? Let us see if the Demon Suppression Department would come to your aid. As Zhang Yishan's words fell, an icy aura enveloped him. The ice finger technique, a mastery he had cultivated, made him one of the foremost demon suppression envoys within the department. Bai Li Feihong plucked a petal from a flower and flicked it toward Zhang Yishan with a delicate gesture of his fingers. Whoosh! A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhang Yishan's forehead, exposing his bald crown. A chill permeated the air as he felt patches of his scalp bare. The absence of hair was indeed alarming. Under such circumstances, Zhang Yishan exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Had the adversary aimed elsewhere, with even a hint of malice, his life would have been forfeit. I have always regarded Lord Zheng as a man of intellect, one attuned to the times and adept at navigating peril. Let us consider his previous remarks as if I had not heard them. However, Lord Zheng should refrain from uttering such words in the future. My ears are not inclined to receive them. Should he persist, the next tremor of his hand may cost him more than just a few strands of hair. Bailey Feihong smiled radiantly, a beaming countenance. Zheng Yishan trembled, his lips quivering, as if plunged into an icy abyss. This youth before him truly possessed the capability to end his life, to render him inconspicuous in this world without a trace. As the Demon Suppression Envoy of the Demon Suppression Division, he comprehended the nature of this realm all too well, a realm where the strong reign supreme. The might of one's fist dictates authority. The courtyard, elegant and secluded, harbored the dreams of countless young men. Lord Zheng had toiled diligently for this family, and if I were in his position, I would not engage in folly. After all, this house belongs to another, the daughter to another. And the women too are not his own. Even the wealth amassed is ultimately someone else's. The fruits of hard work ought not to be enjoyed by others. The thought alone incites frustration. Thus, I implore Lord Zheng, do not perish. Bailey Feihong soared into the air, riding the winds to greet the moon. Casting a final glance at Zheng Yishan. Slaying Zheng Yishan would be a simple task, yet it would severely hinder his prospects within the Demon Suppression Division. After all, Zheng Yishan was a colleague. To slay a peer is an unforgivable taboo within the division, and none would approve. Bailey Feihong still aspired to rely on the Demon Suppression Division to ascend to greater heights of martial prowess. The division's significance cannot be overstated, as it is backed by the Imperial Court, which remains one of the most formidable forces in the realm today. Within the Demon Suppression Division, one holds a license to act. Alas, Zheng Yishan sighed deeply. Have I truly aged? Simultaneously, he felt a profound fear of Bailey Feihong's terrifying strength. How could a person evolve into such power in such a brief span? This prowess would not pale in comparison to the finest disciples of sects, noble families, or the Imperial Court's martial elites. It is foreseeable that given just 3 years, no, even 1 year, he could potentially ascend to the position of the Demon Suppression Envoy, succeeding Gong Yongyan. Zheng Yishan understood well that positions such as the one held by Gong Yongyan, a scion of a noble family, were mere gilded opportunities. She was destined to become a pillar of the empire. Once she departs, who will assume her role? The answer is evident, Bailey Feihong. To become the Demon Suppression Envoy, one must possess martial prowess at the refinement of spirit level, and it must be exceptionally formidable at that. Zheng Yishan had long been ensnared at the refinement of spirit stage, unable to penetrate the depths of martial comprehension. His aspiration to break through this barrier lay in the hands of fate. Should fortune smile upon him, he might achieve refinement of spirit overnight. Yet, if luck were to turn sour, he could remain trapped in the refinement of aperture stage for a decade or even 2. The emergence of the swift steed signifies a clear truth. To continue opposing him means certain demise for Zheng Yishan. After decades of amassing wealth, with children aplenty and numerous wives and concubines, he has yet to fully savor the fruits of his opulence. Reluctant to face death, he acknowledges the wisdom in the swift steed's counsel, recognizing the necessity of adapting to circumstances and understanding when to advance or retreat. The Demon Suppression Division of Dongbin City is no longer the formidable entity it once was. His esteemed position as a first-class demon suppressor has diminished significantly. Yet, such matters bear little weight. In the present, having lost an arm may indeed prove beneficial. Henceforth, perilous assignments will not be entrusted to him, granting him a pretext to decline. Chapter 71. The Deputy Guardian of the Town. The following day at dawn, after some inquiries, he had come to understand the reason behind the tense atmosphere in Dongbin City. Beyond the widespread ramifications of the opium case, there was also the presence of the provincial guardian dispatched to Dongbin City. The opium case had already attracted the attention of the Provincial Demon Suppression Division. The arrival of 4 guardians ostensibly did not interfere with the affairs of the Demon Suppression Division in Dongbin City. However, their presence at the Demon Suppression Tower had caused many of the demon suppressors to waver, willingly becoming sycophants to others. This sentiment was not limited to the suppressors but extended to the apprentices as well. The initial recruitment of the first batch of apprentices, who were on the verge of becoming suppressors, had been followed by 3 subsequent recruitments, with many promising talents being courted by these 4 guardians. As the superior authority to the Dongbin City Demon Suppression Division, the 4 guardians may not necessarily match the prowess of Lord Gongyang. Nonetheless, as they held the higher position, Lord Gongyang could not afford to confront them openly. Among the 4 guardians, the left and right guardians could handle 2 of them, while the other 2 remained unchallenged. Bailey Feihong smiled. This was his opportunity. Typically, the structure of the Provincial Demon Suppression Division comprises 1 Chief Guardian and 3 deputies. The left and right guardians are officially known as the Left Deputy Guardian and the Right Deputy Guardian. Additionally, there exists a Middle Guardian, referred to as the Middle Deputy Guardian. Generally, the position of Middle Deputy Guardian is not established, as those who reach the level of Guardian can apply for reassignment to other Chief Guardian roles, overseeing a region, who would willingly serve as another subordinate. Bailey, the Demon Suppressor? Yin Ryu raised her head, her bright and clear eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. You have been away on your mission for quite some time. She noted, Miss Yin, I encountered pirates on HLD, and given the numerous beasts on HLD, my task was significantly delayed, Bailey Feihong replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Seeing you again, Miss Yin, you remain as radiant and captivating as ever. The Provincial Demon Suppression Division has taken over the opium case, which you initiated. I anticipate that these 4 guardians will take turns seeking your counsel. They are formidable individuals, all celestial guardians who have already condensed their Yuan seeds. Moreover, they are the leaders of the Provincial Palace's demon suppression. You must tread carefully in your dealings with them. The leader of the palace's demon suppression? Upon hearing the title, she realized that their cultivation had reached the realm of divine powers. The Yuan realm is addressed by the title of Guardian General, while the Guardian Leader pertains to the realm of divine powers. The classification of power among the Guardians is delineated into 4 tiers. Those who break through to the refining spirit realm may be bestowed the title of Yellow Tier Guardian. Those who comprehend the will of martial arts may be awarded the title of Mysterious Tier Guardian. At the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm, one may receive the title of Earth Tier Guardian. As for those who have grasped the essence of Yuan, situated between the refining spirit and Yuan realms, they may be granted the title of Celestial Tier Guardian within the Demon Suppression Division. However, the Guardians of the Provincial Demon Suppression Division do not hold the title of overseeing a specific province. Rather, their titles predominantly reflect their strength rather than their official rank. Nevertheless, within the internal hierarchy of the Demon Suppression Division, rank is prioritized before titles. Gongyang Yin serves as the Guardian of Dongbin City, which is her official title, while her internal rank within the Demon Suppression Division is that of Guardian General, because she possesses the formidable power of a Guardian. The internal hierarchy of the Guardian Envoys remains undisclosed. However, Bailey Feihong speculates that both Linghu Shui and Tai Wui possess at least the strength of a Earth-tier Guardian Envoy. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Yin. Yet, this is the Demon Suppression Department of Dongbin City, not the provincial government, should they wish to trouble me. It ultimately depends on Lord Gongyang's approval. Lord Gongyang has recently maintained a mysterious presence, seldom appearing within the Demon Suppression Department. Yin Ryu subsequently divulges another crucial piece of intelligence. I understand. Bailey Feihong retrieves 10 pieces of black soul jade from his bosom and places them before Yin Ryu. Accompanied by a small booklet, Bailey Feihong displays a look of resignation. This statement is partly true and partly false. Nevertheless, the strength of the whale demon undoubtedly surpasses that of the god-refining stage, rivaling that of the Yuan masters. It is exceedingly difficult to contend with them in the ocean. Hence Bailey Feihong's decision to abandon the pursuit. Very well, I shall process your task settlement. This time, you have earned 10 Class D merits, 1 Class C merit, and an additional 100 gold yuan. I will record this for you on the task sheet. It might be a bother, Miss Yin, but could you utilize the merits to select a set of martial arts techniques for me? Yin Ryu looks up in surprise. In martial arts, the greatest folly is to be gluttonous and bite off more than one can chew. Acquiring these martial arts techniques may not necessarily enhance your strength, rather, it may impede your progress. Thank you for your concern, Miss Yin, but I have my own determinations. Bailey Feihong shakes his head, choosing not to disclose the full truth. He aims to refine various martial wills and temper the martial embryonic form. Very well, are there any specific requirements for the martial arts techniques? I seek those that can enhance my offensive and defensive capabilities, regardless of quantity. Bailey Feihong does not opt for techniques related to movement. The technique of carefree roaming has yet to reach its zenith, and practicing this movement technique has consumed a considerable amount of his mental energy. Other movement-related techniques truly offer him little assistance. Conversely, techniques focusing on offense and defense are immensely beneficial in cultivating the martial will essential for the growth of his embryonic form. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Ryu responds, In that case, thank you, Miss Yin. Bailey Feihong bows in farewell. Yin Ruyu's background is indeed intricate. Accompanying Gonyang Yin, she has access to critical resource channels within the Demon Suppression Department. With her presence, one need only consult her to ascertain the happenings within the department. The 4 heavenly tier guardian envoys who have condensed the embryonic seeds, each of them, in other provinces, would be capable of presiding over the affairs of the Demon Suppression Department. The position of the deputy guardian envoy is pivotal, being the primary subordinate role. The 4 guardian envoys stationed at the Demon Suppression Department, are they perhaps awaiting an opportunity to seize this position? Should the guardian envoy depart, the deputy envoy would assume control over the department's affairs. Regarding the position of deputy envoy, most provincial demon suppression departments have refrained from appointing one, fearing that the authority of the guardian envoy might be undermined by the deputy. Yet, should the provincial demon suppression department seek to impose such a matter, assigning an individual of guardian envoy caliber to this role, Lord Gonyang might find it challenging to resist. Nonetheless, the authority to appoint guardian envoys lies solely with the central office. The provincial demon suppression department holds only the power of recommendation. The town guard of Dongbin possesses the authority to recommend candidates, which ignites a flicker of hope within Bailey Feihong. To ascend to the position of town guard would bestow upon him a steady allocation of cultivation resources, a privilege that is scarcely attainable for the demon suppressor. Moreover, achieving such a rank would elevate his status, thereby facilitating his future ambitions to consolidate power. He is determined to investigate the series of anomalies plaguing Dongbin City. However, such an endeavor cannot be accomplished alone. To unravel the forces and motives behind the Great Smoke case, he requires a loyal faction to assist him in undertaking the arduous tasks ahead. Chapter 72. A single palm suppression. Becoming a guardian commander is far more complex than merely being appointed as a demon suppressor. It requires an official decree from the general commander before one can assume the position. The Deputy Guardian of Dongbin City is a title of office, not a reflection of power within the ranks of the Demon Suppression Division. The matter of recommendations is crucial. At pivotal moments, one must seek out the right individuals. The provincial government holds the power of recommendation, as does the local guardian. Without a recommendation, one can forget about ever entering the true tier of rulers. Unless, of course, Bailey Feihong possesses an unparalleled strength that compels the court to bestow upon him a significant status for the sake of alliance. Yet, it is evident that Bailey Feihong has not yet reached that level. Dust has settled on the desk. Aside from a few borrowed books from the Demon Suppression Division library that have yet to be returned, there are no other items present. In fact, Bailey Feihong's eyes betray a mix of anger and resentment. The Great Smoke incident has far-reaching implications, and it was Bailey Feihong who submitted the roster, thus exposing this hornet's nest. Were it not for the intervention of the provincial government's Demon Suppression Division, which executed several powerful families within the city, their survival would have been uncertain. Yet this young man, favored by the Guardian Commander, has ventured out on a mission for HLD. The task merely entails observing the movements of the whale demon, a journey that has lasted 3 months. How could this not stir the ire of others within the Demon Suppression Division? The new demon suppressor, Bailey Feihong, must surely grasp the formidable nature of those listed in the Great Smoke incident roster, which is why he submitted it and distanced himself from Dongbin City under the guise of a mission, thereby evading this calamity. He remains an outsider among the other demon suppressors and has ascended too swiftly, lacking any foundational support within the Demon Suppression Division. Being a newcomer, his rapid rise naturally breeds jealousy among others. Observing the office discreetly, he has gained a clear understanding of the current situation within the Demon Suppression Tower. It seems that the arrival of the 4 guardians from the provincial government will once again fracture the unity that Lord Gonyang had previously forged. The human heart is delicate. One can only perceive oneself and the present. How could they comprehend that, regardless of how the provincial government's Demon Suppression Division acts, or even the palace commander's interventions, it cannot alter Gonyang Yan's absolute standing in Dongbin City? When Bailey Feihong learned the secret revealed by Gonyang Yan, he recognized that this prophecy poses a grave threat to the imperial family. It must never be allowed to spread. Thus, only a select few are privy to this prophecy, all of whom are the most trusted confidants of the emperor. Why choose Gonyang Yan? Rumors whisper of a prince desiring Gonyang Yan as his consort. It is a transaction. Only by understanding Gonyang Yan's needs can one ensure her unwavering commitment to this endeavor. Bailey Feihong is unaware of the nature of the transaction between Gonyang Yan and the emperor, yet he comprehends that successfully dismantling the prophecy would be a monumental achievement. He knows his own limitations well, To crown him as emperor would spell disaster for countless subjects. The great Yuan Empire stands at a critical juncture. The dawn of the industrial age and the rise of foreign nations have begun to pose a threat to the great Yuan Empire. As one of the world's dominant powers, should the great Yuan Empire succumb to weakness, a predatory wave of wolves will inevitably descend. I do not wish to endure another great smoke war. The future of the great Yuan Empire is of no concern to me. However, this matter must never come to pass. Li Feihong solidified his resolve. In life, one must comprehend the purpose of their existence and what actions imbue life with meaning. After deep contemplation, Li Feihong rose and proceeded towards the office of the chief guardian on the top floor. Li Feihong, a resonant voice called from behind. A young man of striking presence, clad in a white six-clawed python robe, approached. From his attire, it was evident he was one of the 4 guardians dispatched from the provincial government. Is this the strength of a heavenly tier guardian? Overcoming him would require considerable effort. The case of the Great Opium has many uncertainties, and I require your cooperation in this investigation, the tone implied, resembling an interrogation of a criminal. Leaving no room for Li Feihong's dissent. The Great Opium case? It has already been entrusted to Zheng Yishan by Lord Gonyang. Li Feihong turned, his steps resolute as he made his way towards the staircase. Such audacity to show disrespect to a guardian. Do you dare to challenge me with your insolence? Respect is earned through strength. To speak otherwise is to be merely boastful. Furthermore, this is Dongbin City, where only one guardian reigns, Lord Gonyang. As for your identity, forgive my ignorance, I do not recognize you. Li Feihong walked with his hands clasped behind him, his gait firm and dignified. The brief exchange of words rendered the entire demon suppression tower silent. All present were martial practitioners, keenly aware. The voices of the 2 men were unrestrained and loud, making it impossible not to hear. Outrageous. At that moment, Yen Ryu felt a tightening in her chest. A playful smile crept upon Zheng Yishan's face. The other demon suppression officers, including Ding Bo, understood that Li Feihong was doomed. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow appeared before him. A hand struck towards his head. The sudden onslaught of Marshall will coalesce with the elemental forces of the universe, akin to a cataclysmic grinding wheel, crashing towards him. In an instant, the entire demon suppression department was enveloped in an overwhelming martial intent. Demon suppression. It seemed as though the will of the great suppression array responded to this strike. The esteemed heavenly tier guardian Lin Yuan now bore a rigid expression, his pupils fixated. Fast. Too fast. Not only was it swift, but the martial intent was also tyrannical. At that moment, he, ensnared by the martial will, felt like a demon, a monster. The elemental forces coalesced into a handprint. With a single strike, they sought to subdue this beast. At this juncture, any attempt to unleash his full power and resistance was already too late. He could only cross his arms in front of him in defense. Boom. A single strike. The floor beneath him, as solid as stone, crumbled. The terrifying force crashed against his arms, rendering his once steel-like bones as fragile as decayed wood, shattering entirely. The immense power propelled him through the 3rd floor, smashing through 2 layers of flooring and crashing into the hall, creating a massive hole. Lin Yuan felt every bone in his body fracture, the terrifying 5-element energy surging within him like 5 rampaging dragons. A surge of blood energy erupted within him, releasing the power stored within his acupoints in a desperate attempt to withstand the force. Yet, under the relentless grip of the 5-element suppression technique, he crumbled inch by inch, a wave of weakness coursing through his body. Among the techniques of the 5-element suppression, there lies the sealing technique, which binds the demonic energy with a single palm strike. 5 locks of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth enveloped his meridians and acupoints, confining his strength. Even as his bones fractured, allowing him to harness the power of blood refining and bone forging, he remained unable to resist the oppressive force of the 5-element suppression. What is there to behold? Haven't you seen Lord Shangguan injured? Hurry, take him to the medical hall of the Demon Suppression Division for treatment. If anything were to happen to the esteemed Lord Shangguan, we in the East Bin City Demon Suppression Division could not bear the consequences. While Li Feihong crouched in the alcove, observing the heavenly stage guardian trapped in the Demon Suppression Hall. Weak, truly weak. After 2 rounds of blood refining, his bones had only reached the steel bone level, having opened 36 acupoints and condensed a martial will. Such a fool, with such paltry cultivation, dares to show off before Lord Gonyang? Chapter 73, Predicament. Lin Yuan, enduring agony, sought to extricate himself from his plight, striving to rise. Intense pain radiated from his leg, where he felt the unmistakable fracture of his bone. He realized that his adversary had finally restrained their strength. Otherwise, under that single strike, his demise would have been inevitable. The terror of facing a demon suppressor who had honed their physical form to such an extent was unlike anything Lin had ever encountered. Having undergone blood refinement at least 5 times, achieving perfection in bone refinement, the moment of attack had revealed an aura of exposed acupoints, reminiscent of a celestial constellation. This individual had terrifyingly opened all 365 acupoints of the human body. Their martial will was at least perfected through 5 paths. One must possess self-awareness, recognize the times, and understand the ebb and flow of circumstances. Bai Li Feihong regarded his opponent with a light chuckle. He rose to his feet, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, akin to a master surveying his domain. I wonder if Lord Gonyang is satisfied with my current state? As for the demon suppressor who has foolishly walked into the line of fire, Bai Li Feihong felt no remorse. With the presence of green leaves, one could better showcase oneself before Gonyang Yin. Of course, Bai Li Feihong harbored ulterior motives. His colleagues involved in the Great Opium case now harbored immense anger and resentment towards him. Should I lead this mission? Those of prominence in Dongbin City would inevitably meet their demise. If you fail to accomplish the task, you cannot blame me, but rather your own inadequacy. Since you are filled with rage and resentment towards me, why not transform that into reverence? Thus, I shall momentarily present a grand performance to demonstrate the consequences of failure. Should you remain dissatisfied after witnessing the spectacle, then take heed of your own fates. Knock, knock, knock. Feihong, please enter. Upon hearing the voice from within the office, Bai Li Feihong was taken aback. This was not characteristic of Gonyang Yin. The word please was even employed. He pushed open the door and stepped into the demon suppressor's office. At that moment, Gonyang Yin stood by the window, gazing down upon Dongbin City. Bai Li Feihong hastily clasped his fists in a respectful bow, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the esteemed demon suppressor. 3 months of silent cultivation had indeed enabled him to refine his physical abilities to this remarkable level, which was astonishing. Gonyang Yin turned to face him, sunlight cascading upon her, rendering her akin to a celestial being, captivating all who beheld her. It appears you have successfully cultivated the first path of the demon suppression 6-path scripture. I must express my gratitude for your lordship as elixirs, which facilitated my smooth breakthrough to this current state, Bai Li Feihong humbly replied. Given your contributions, these elixirs are rightfully yours, Gonyang Yin remarked, her gaze scrutinizing Bai Li Feihong closely. He was enveloped in a shroud of blood energy, effectively shielding himself from her divine perception. His entire being radiated with a furnace-like heat. Approaching him felt akin to drawing near to the sun, searing her divine senses. Blood refinement had been performed at least 7 times. This individual was inherently suited for physical refinement, reminiscent of the ancient body refiners. The provincial government's intervention in the Great Opium case was merely instigated by my second brother. He acted out of goodwill, seeking to shield me from the storm. Gongyu is a guest of my family. His dispatch of a demon suppressor to this location signifies an intention to meddle in the affairs of Dongbin City, hoping to extricate me. Unfortunately, they remain oblivious to the futility of their efforts. A flicker of bitterness crossed Gonyang Yin's face. Yet, has the mission undergone a change? Bai Li Feihong furrowed her brow lightly. It had been 3 months since their last meeting, and it appeared that much had transpired. Gonyang Yin gazed at the once majestic landscape, which had now become her own prison. Why such upheaval? Bai Li Feihong spoke softly. My second brother has leveraged his connections to have me reassigned. Incurring the wrath of the emperor, Gonyang Yin felt a deep sense of silence within, uncertain as to why the emperor insisted on keeping her in Dongbin City. Bai Li Feihong pondered this question as well. It seemed that his earlier speculation regarding a transaction between Gonyang Yin and the emperor was unfounded. There must be a secret about Gonyang Yin that compelled the emperor to confine her in Dongbin City. For me, this is a fortuitous turn of events. Yet for you, the demon suppressor, it is quite the opposite, Gonyang Yin suddenly remarked. Why do you say that, my lord? Bai Li Feihong inquired. I have imparted to you the 6 paths of demon suppression, and the Grand Commander is already aware. They will not allow you to leave Dongbin City. The 6 paths of demon suppression were created specifically to subdue malevolent beings. I do not practice this method, yet you have attained the first path. The Grand Commander will certainly require your assistance in Dongbin City. Gonyang Yin felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for her brother's interference, her plan would have succeeded. She intended to cultivate Bai Li Feihong into the local demon suppressor while she remained in the shadows, able to retreat at any moment and use Bai Li Feihong to control Dongbin City. But now, the plan had changed, and she had to adapt. You have become a spirit refiner, but to be appointed as the demon suppressor, the Grand Commander's consent is necessary. I shall temporarily promote you to a first-class demon suppressor and recommend you as the deputy demon suppressor, Gonyang Yin stated candidly. Thank you for your recommendation, my lord. Bailey Feihong replied, her voice tinged with gratitude. Your task is formidable. Henceforth, I shall steadfastly guard Dongbin City while your actions remain unrestrained, allowing you to investigate all related matters, such as the Black Sky Sect, the Underworld, Mount Dali, and the Ancient Ice Maiden, Han Su, among others, all of which are perilous entities. I hope I have not pushed you into the fire. Gonyang Yin turned, gazing out the window. The world beyond was vibrant. My lord, why me? Bailey Feihong suddenly queried. A group of inept individuals hiding a precious gem. Do you believe I had a choice? Gonyang Yin retorted. Moreover, your options are limited now. Upon hearing this, Bailey Feihong's brow furrowed slightly. He realized that his knowledge of the prophecy may have already been discovered. A surge of anxiety washed over him. Would the royal family silence him? Not for now, for I still stand with Gonyang Yin. If I were to harbor ulterior motives, the Guliang royal family and the Grand Commander of Demon Suppression would undoubtedly act to silence me before I could reveal anything. Unless I were to flee overseas, evading their relentless pursuit would be nearly impossible. Thus, my paths are indeed limited. I understand, and I take my leave, Bailey Feihong said, his expression darkening slightly. Quite the astute individual. My judgment has not erred, Gonyang Yin concluded. The Divine Monitoring Department has inexplicably fixed its gaze upon me. Yet I am acutely aware that I am not the most suitable candidate to resolve this crisis, Gonyang Yin pondered. Thus, is it through my hands that this matter is to be resolved? Does it ultimately point to Bailey Feihong? The atmosphere in Dongbin City has grown unnaturally tranquil. The attitude of the Cargo Transport Guild is equally peculiar. Ever since the Demon Suppression Department took over the oversight of the Cargo Transport Guild's influence in this region, the Guild has been fully cooperating with the department's thorough investigation into the opium case. However, Gonyang Yin knows that numerous unseen forces are awaiting an opportunity. Dongbin City must conceal a colossal secret. Otherwise, given the status of a seer, it would be inconceivable for their attention to overlook this small harbor. What exactly did the second monitoring officer accomplish here? Why was the first commander of Dongbin City dispatched to this locale? What legacy did he leave behind in Dongbin City? The enigma of why Dongbin City has drawn the attention of the seer undoubtedly intertwines with the secrets held by these two predecessors. Chapter 74. Promotion. Gonyang Yin issued a promotion decree, formally elevating Bailey Feihong to the rank of first-class demon suppressor, making him one of the 6 demon suppressors in Dongbin City. It was a meteoric rise. Yet, Bailey Feihong remained unsatisfied. He aspired to the position of deputy guardian. Gonyang Yin, constrained by the emperor, could only remain in Dongbin City. With the deputy guardian position, he would have the opportunity to accomplish much more. Before long, the head of the central office of the Demon Suppressor's Command found him. The central office manages internal affairs of the Demon Suppression Department. Demon Suppressor Bailey. An independent office has been arranged for you, and your new uniform is being expedited. It will be ready by tomorrow. The head of the central office was Yuan, a second-class guardian, an unassuming figure, yet remarkably capable, serving as the chief steward of the Demon Suppression Department. This is your new token. I see you do not yet possess a weapon. Please use this demon-slaying knife for the time being. Should you require a custom weapon, do not hesitate to make your request, Yuan said respectfully, his demeanor imbued with reverence. The other 5 first-class demon suppressors did not receive such courtesy, for it was Bailey Feihong's prowess that had earned Yang's respect. Thank you, Yang, Bailey Feihong replied, tidying his desk, gathering the books, and following Yuan to his independent office on the 3rd floor. Henceforth, he was indeed a man of office. Demon Suppressor Bailey. Is there anything else you wish to command? I am in need of a suitable knife. Please procure 10 pounds of blood-black meteorite iron and deliver it to the Qin's weapon shop, Bailey Feihong instructed succinctly. Understood, Yuan responded without probing further. As long as it was within the resources of the Demon Suppression Department, he could facilitate the request. Additionally, please deliver the case files of the opium case to my desk. I need to review them. Bailey Feihong contemplated, aware that the opium case involved numerous parties. Not merely the Songyan gang and the minor figures of Dongbin City. The true forces at play were too daunting to pursue further with his current strength. However, he required comprehensive information. Neglecting to delve deeply now would inevitably entangle him in the case later. However, The opium case has already been taken over by the provincial government's guardian. Yuan found himself in a difficult position. Do not dwell on it. If the provincial demon suppression department seeks accountability, they may contact me, Bailey Feihong asserted firmly. Very well, demon suppressor Bailey. I shall have a copy prepared for you. Yuan replied with a nod. Meanwhile, within the demon suppression tower, discussions abounded, particularly among the demon suppressors who had entered the department alongside Bailey Feihong. They had all ascended from apprentices to third-class demon suppressors, and having believed they had caught up with Bailey Feihong, they were astonished to learn he had now been promoted to first class. Of the initial batch of demon suppressors, only 13 remained, including Bailey Feihong. Many of them were sons of wealthy merchants in the city, and with the opium case at hand, several had already been apprehended. Additionally, numerous lives had been lost in connection with the case. Luo Jinglin silently listened to others discuss Bailey Feihong, his heart filled with envy. My adventures have been ceaseless. Before entering the Demon Suppression Division, I received the legacy of the Divine Sword. Upon my entrance, I caught the eye of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Sect and became the disciple of Master Jiang Donglu. However, at present, I have only mastered the blood origin art to a remarkable degree, with my blood energy reaching its zenith. Yet, the Guardian has shown favoritism, bestowing all the resources of the Demon Suppression Division upon me. I have not erred in choosing the path to join the Yin-Yang Heavenly Sect. My resolve, like iron, has only grown stronger. Nevertheless, after reaching the blood refinement realm, with the resources of the sect at my disposal, I am certain that within a year, I shall ascend to the rank of a first-class demon suppressor. Filled with confidence, I pondered the urgency of conveying today's intelligence to my master. The defeat of Guardian Lin Yuan and the swift rise in martial prowess of Bailey Feihong in such a short span undoubtedly holds a significant secret. I am sure my master would be highly intrigued. This intelligence could certainly exchange for a considerable number of blood essence pills. With this thought, my heart ignited with fervor. The greater my value, the more resources Master Jiang Donglu would invest in me. Lin Yuan's defeat would not sit well with the remaining 3 guardians. As the provincial guardian, Lin was assigned to investigate the opium case in Dongbin City. His loss is a slap to the provincial demon suppression division and a disgrace to the other 3 guardians. I cannot believe that Bailey Feihong could contend with all 3 guardians simultaneously. Bailey Feihong stood before the task board in the mission hall, scrutinizing the list of tasks. Most were of D and C ranks, which, at his current level, he could no longer accept. However, he understood that to grow rapidly in strength, skill points were indispensable. Gaining experience through cultivation was a slow endeavor. Accustomed to advancing his martial skills through skill points, Bailey Feihong had begun to lose patience. Simply slaying demons for skill points was an exceedingly sluggish process, and there were not enough demons in Dongbin City to satisfy my needs. War was the only means. By vanquishing enemies through conflict, perhaps I could seize the opportunity for a surge in skill points. The pirates and Woka flashed through his mind. These were the 2 most active forces upon the East Sea. The Woka frequently raided the wealth of the great Yuan citizens, committing unspeakable atrocities. They had become a scourge that could not be easily eradicated. As for the pirates, their presence was equally notorious. Dongbin City boasts the largest port of the great Yuan Empire, and the maritime trade routes of the East Sea are among the most prosperous. Numerous pirates gather here, plundering seafaring vessels and severely impacting the maritime commerce of the great Yuan Empire. Despite the Navy's efforts to eradicate piracy at sea, the rapid advancement of shipbuilding and weaponry in overseas nations has led to pirate vessels and equipment sometimes surpassing those of the great Yuan Navy. Even when the Navy locates the pirates, they often find it impossible to catch them. Furthermore, the overseas nations, spearheaded by the Farah Empire, have issued maritime plunder decrees targeting the maritime trade of the great Yuan. Many pirates are former sailors of their navy. The sea monsters, perhaps, could serve as my excuse to venture out of Dongbin City. A strategy began to form in Bailey Feihong's mind. Thus, the whale demon cannot be slain for the time being. Otherwise, he would have no reason to venture out to sea. The skies have darkened, and at last, Yin Ryu has arrived. The 10 tomes of martial arts, bestowed by the 100-lead demon suppressor, represent the finest techniques I discovered within the library. Yin Ryu delicately arranged the 10 volumes upon the table. I am grateful for your efforts, Miss Yin. You must exercise caution, for the other 3 guardians will not easily let you off. Fear not. When soldiers come, I shall meet them, and when the waters rise, I shall shield myself. I sincerely hope no misfortune befalls you. Should anything amiss occur, Activate the token signal immediately, and Lord Gongyang shall arrive in due time, Yin Ryu whispered. They will not attempt to strike at me within the city, replied by Li Feihong, shaking his head. It is only when I next depart from Dongbin City on a mission that they will make their move. Chapter 75. The defeat of the Southern Water Army. Li Feihong spoke thusly, merely to soothe Yin Ryu, unaware of the reason behind his utterance. It flowed from his lips with an effortless grace. Upon departing from the demon-suppressing tower, he did not carry all 10 volumes of martial arts techniques with him. Rather, he left 9 volumes within his office. The street lay silent and deserted. Li Feihong halted his steps, reflecting on the demeanor of the provincial governor's guards. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he scoffed. Is this the bearing of your esteemed guardians? For scoundrels like you, who resort only to ambush, we see no need for such decorum. A towering figure, resembling a mountain, stood before him in the street, wielding a bronze hammer, obstructing Li Feihong's path. Behind him, a scholar bearing an iron fan flicked his wrist, gazing up at the moon. Perched upon the eaves, a young swordsman dressed in green, arms crossed, and expression icy, observed the scene with indifference. What merit do I possess to warrant the simultaneous intervention of 3 guardians? Li Feihong laughed heartily, drawing his sword and embedding its sheath into the flagstone. An aura of dominance radiated from him as he regarded the 3 guardians with disdain. Arrogant youth. Do not presume that mastering the 6 paths of demon suppression renders you untouchable. The guardian wielding the bronze hammer, known as Taihu Shan, was the only one among the 4 guardians who had honed his bone-forging prowess to its zenith. It seems my cultivation of the 6 paths has stirred discontent among the provincial officials. Very well, I shall lay you all low, and then you will acquiesce. The atmosphere thickened instantly, a chilling aura enveloping the street. Should a battle ensue, this thoroughfare would likely crumble into ruins. Are you truly formidable? A crisp, cold voice pierced the tension. Waves of blade intent enveloped them, sending shivers down the spines of the 3 guardians. Gongyang Yin stood poised in the void, exuding immense energy. His blade intent palpable, a harbinger of death lurking in the air. Should they dare to strike, this prodigy from the Gongyang clan would undoubtedly draw his blade, and blood would surely flow. With a decisive stride he advanced, surpassing the guardian Taihu Shan. The guardianship you provide cannot shelter him indefinitely, remarked the white-clad scholar, who wielded the iron fan. A flicker of cold light flashed in Gongyang Yan's eyes, and before he could register her movement, the long ponytail of the white-clad scholar fell to the ground. The disheveled scholar's eyes glinted with a mix of embarrassment and fury. Should you gaze at me with such eyes again, I shall pluck them out and steep them in wine. Gongyang Yin spoke with an unsettling calm. It is my rudeness. I beg your pardon, Lord Gongyang. The white-clad scholar bowed his head in apology. Meanwhile, the young swordsman in green and Taihu Shan stood in reverent silence, not daring to voice a word of dissent. They were both disciples of the palace and the Gongyang clan. As members of the Gongyang family, despite their loyalty to young Master Yu, they understood that if the 3rd young lady, Gongyang Yin, chose to end their lives, it would be done without hesitation. After Li Feihong departed, Gongyang Yin took to the air, swiftly vanishing into the night. The 3rd young lady's attitude towards Li Feihong was indeed peculiar. The green-clad swordsman finally spoke. It is peculiar. Could it be that one has taken a fancy to this young dandy? The voice from Iron Tiger Mountain echoed. The young swordsman in blue rolled his eyes and, with a few leaps, vanished from sight. Iron Tiger Mountain shook his head and departed from the scene as well. After their exit, the pale-robed scholar, with a gloomy countenance, broke into a smile. Li Feihong, it seems, is the key to this predicament. The pale-robed scholar, Feng Yushi, contemplated. Indeed, Gongyang Yin has not cultivated the 6 paths of demon suppression. His primordial spirit is like a blade, bursting forth with intent, just a step ahead of reaching the realm of divine abilities. However, his ability to deter the ancient ice demon, Hansu, must indicate he possesses hidden trump cards. He stroked his hair, now reduced to 1/3 of its length, displaying an expression of resignation. He was not fond of this hairstyle. Meanwhile, Li Feihong was deep in thought. The protective instincts of Lord Gongyang, albeit clumsy, were apparent. Iron Tiger Mountain and the Qing Lian sword were likely affiliated with the Gongyang family, while the governor Feng Yushi must belong to another faction. The Great Smoke case encompasses a vast array of interests, and it is impossible to allow the Gongyang family to monopolize the investigation. Lord Gongyang must maintain his facade. Should they cross paths in the wild, he would merely give them a beating, without resorting to murder. Li Feihong chuckled. Upon returning to Prosperity Street, he found an inn, ordered a lavish spread, and began to indulge. The evening had grown late, and the market had closed its doors. While Li Fei Hong was left to make do with what the inn offered. Have you heard? The Southern Water Army has suffered defeat. Do not speak nonsense. The Southern Water Army is the mightiest naval fleet of the Great Yuan. How could they possibly lose? Rumor has it that the Farah Empire has mastered the technology of underwater ghost ships. This was one of the reasons for the Southern Water Army's downfall. Furthermore, it is said that during a naval confrontation with the Farah Empire's fleet, a malevolent wind disrupted the Southern Water Army's formations. Additionally, 7 notorious storm pirates joined the fray, leading to their encirclement and ultimate defeat. While Li Fei Hong, who had been enjoying his meal, set down his chopsticks. His face clouded with concern. The Southern Water Army's fleet comprises the pinnacle of the Great Yuan Empire's steam warships. In addition to their superior artillery, they are equipped with artifacts from the Divine Monitoring Division. With such strength, it was more than sufficient to suppress the demons in the surrounding seas. This fleet is the pride of the Great Yuan Empire, having navigated the Devil's Sea without a single defeat. If they were to suffer a loss, the repercussions for the Great Yuan Empire would be monumental. Underwater ghost ships? Could it be submarines? Have submarines already emerged in this era? If that were the case, the dynamics of naval warfare would undergo a seismic shift. He hoped the Southern Water Army's losses were minimal. Otherwise, if the Devil's Strait fell into the hands of the Farah Empire, the impact on the Great Yuan Empire's maritime trade would be substantial. Li Fei Hong understood all too well that if the Great Yuan Empire were to fall from its position as one of the maritime hegemons, the ensuing chain reactions would be unfathomable. Internally, sects and demons lurked with predatory eyes, while externally, wolves from various nations gazed hungrily. He hastily finished his meal. He needed to seek out Gong Yan for clarification. The defeat of the Southern Water Army, even if the Great Yuan Empire wished to conceal it, could not remain hidden. The Devil's Strait is a golden passage connecting the world. Its strategic significance is immense. Losing control of the Jinan naval forces equates to relinquishing dominion over the treacherous Strait of Demons. Presently, a third of the national treasury's revenue is derived from maritime trade. Should the Farah Empire impose a blockade on the Strait of Demons, the Great Yuan Empire would be compelled to traverse significantly longer sea routes from northern ports to reach other nations. Such a scenario would pose severe challenges to maritime commerce, plunging countless Great Yuan merchants into the depths of bankruptcy. The fate of the Great Yuan Empire stands on the precipice of considerable adversity. The Eastern Sea Fleet, though the weakest among the 4 major naval forces, remains a formidable power capable of suppressing numerous island nations in the Eastern Sea. The defeat of the Jinan naval forces extends its ramifications beyond the golden trade route of the Strait of Demons, jeopardizing the security of the Great Yuan maritime defense line. Should the Woka seize this opportunity to initiate naval warfare and obliterate the Eastern Sea Fleet, the cities along the entire coastline of the Eastern Sea would be laid bare to the avaricious gaze of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Chapter 76. The Horizontal Training Technique and the Dragon Claw Hand. Lord Gonyang has finally cornered Gonyang Yen. Fei Hong, is there something amiss? Gonyang Yen furrowed his brow. Observing the anxious demeanor of Li Fei Hong, pondering what grave event had transpired. Has the Southern Naval Force suffered defeat? After a moment of silence, Gonyang Yen inquired. From where did you hear this? The merchants in the city, Li Fei Hong replied, immediately realizing his lack of discretion. It seems he has deemed the news of the Southern Naval Force's defeat to be of utmost significance. Sometimes, for the sake of strategy, we must sacrifice much. Gonyang Yen suddenly uttered a profound remark. Li Fei Hong was taken aback. Prepare yourself. The war has commenced, Gonyang Yen said, a slight smile gracing his lips. Under the moonlight, the scene was exceptionally enchanting. It was my oversight, Li Fei Hong acknowledged as he turned to depart. The atmosphere in Dongbin City was fraught with trepidation. As a port city, reliant on the sea, the tidings of the Southern Naval Force's defeat reverberated throughout Dongbin, creating a tumultuous uproar. The specter of war loomed ominously. Fearful hearts give rise to monstrous aberrations. The balance of the cosmic energies was disrupted, chaos reigned in the 5 elements, and the mortal realm was palpably affected. Li Fei Hong, having attained the realm of spiritual refinement, could sense the primordial energies of the universe. He perceived the turmoil engulfing Dongbin with greater clarity than the common folk. He observed crimson energies swirling in the air, mingling with dark vapors, intermingling with the cosmic essence. The desires birthed by humanity, particularly the twin sentiments of resentment and longing, lingered in the atmosphere, absorbing fear, anger, excitement, madness, and other negative forces. These energies gradually coalesced into a singular entity, giving rise to some peculiar existence. Could the emergence of demons and monsters arise from such phenomena? Bailey Fahone was uncertain, yet he truly beheld the cosmos. To see the mountains as mere mountains is to see beyond the surface. This state of mind allowed him to glimpse certain mysteries of the universe. Hearing of the Southern Naval Force's defeat, do you think our fishing expeditions in the Eastern Sea will be affected? Humph, with the Southern Naval Force's downfall, do we still feel secure venturing out to sea? I heard that the pirates ravaged Nanshan County, which is not far from us. Will they come to Dongbin City? Should the pirates arrive, do we not have our navy? But the navy has been defeated. Can they withstand the pirates? The streets buzzed with the anxious chatter of pedestrians. Bailey Fahone's spirits sank to a new low. The defeat of the Southern Naval Force, though seemingly distant from Dongbin City, bore immense implications. The common folk lived in a state of unrest. How could they find stability in such times? What did Lord Gongyong's words truly signify? Against whom was the court's strategy directed? With these questions swirling in his mind, Bailey Fahone arrived at the Demon Suppression Office. He withdrew a martial arts manual from his bosom and began to peruse its contents, seeking tranquility. The 13 layers of radiant gold horizontal training technique was an intricate practice, accessible only to those who had reached the refinement of aperture stage. It was the pinnacle of external techniques within the Demon Suppression Office. With each layer mastered, the skin becomes enveloped in a golden luminescence. Upon achieving the 13th layer of this golden radiance, one becomes impervious to blades and resistant to the elements. In contrast to the 6 paths of demon suppression scripture, this practice resembles a martial art, an apex technique for refining one's dermal membranes. Upon reaching the divine refinement level, one's memory, comprehension, deduction, and learning capabilities are significantly enhanced. The ultimate transformation of the flesh culminates at the divine refinement stage, where the intricacies of the mind become exceedingly profound. This stage of divine refinement is perilous. A moment's carelessness may lead to mere madness, while damage to the soul is notoriously difficult to mend. In severe cases, it may culminate in the loss of life, a tragic demise. The existence of skill tome spares Bailey Fahone from the perils of this stage, allowing him to ascend to the pinnacle of divine refinement without even a moment to experience it. His sea of consciousness is formidable, and his spiritual prowess extends over vast distances, capable of transforming the intangible into the tangible, a truly terrifying sight. At this moment, as he peruses a tome, he requires merely a quarter of an hour to thoroughly absorb the contents of a slender manual on martial arts, imprinting it indelibly in his mind, thus facilitating his acquisition of further martial knowledge. 13th layer golden radiance horizontal practice. First layer, 100. Perhaps due to his vigorous vitality, the cultivation of the first layer of the horizontal practice demands little experience. He expends skill points to elevate the 13th layer golden radiance horizontal practice to its first level. 1 skill point deducted. The first layer of the 13th layer golden radiance horizontal practice successfully cultivated. 13th layer golden radiance horizontal practice. Second layer, 200. The strength of his skin is enhanced, and simultaneously, his mind expands with knowledge on how to condense the power of golden light, enveloping his entire being. He expends skill points to elevate the 13th layer golden radiance horizontal practice to its zenith. Bailey Fahone glances at his remaining 1206 skill points. In a single breath, he elevates the 13th layer golden radiance horizontal practice to its pinnacle. 1 skill point deducted. The second layer of the 13th layer golden radiance horizontal practice successfully cultivated. 1 skill point deducted. The third layer of the 13th layer golden radiance horizontal practice successfully cultivated. In one swift motion, he deducts 12 skill points, bringing this horizontal practice to its utmost limit. 13th layer golden radiance horizontal practice, pinnacle of the 13th layer, capable of expending 2 skill points to elevate to the 14th layer. Bailey Fahone exhales deeply. In a fleeting thought, his skin is enveloped in the 13th layer of golden radiance. Even standing still, he could withstand the blows of the copper hammer wielded by the guardian of Iron Tiger Mountain without a scratch. Vitality is the source of all martial arts. When one's vitality is robust, mastering any martial technique becomes effortless. Bailey Fahone suddenly reflects. The blood refinement to the 9th layer is no trifling matter. The blood refinement origin technique has reached its limits. although the speed of blood essence transformation can no longer keep pace with Bai Li Fei Hong. To accelerate the blood refinement process, he must first elevate the level of the blood refinement origin technique. At the current rate of cultivation, achieving the 10th layer of blood refinement through the blood refinement origin technique would require a decade. To further develop this technique demands a staggering 500 skill points. Such a considerable sum of skill points has remained untouched by Bai Li Fei Hong, preserved for the cultivation of more martial arts. A torrent of profound experience in the 13 layers of golden light martial arts flowed through Bai Li Fei Hong's mind as he endeavored to exhaust this wealth of knowledge. It was as if he had mastered the techniques hundreds of times, even hundreds of thousands. The information surged like a deluge, assailing his spirit. However, as a being at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm, he felt no discomfort in his mind. Once more, he retrieved a martial arts manual from the drawer. The Dragon Claw technique was a mastery of the hands. When perfected, the hands transformed into dragon claws, capable of tearing through steel with a single grasp. No weapon was necessary, for it surpassed even divine armaments. Yen Ryu had put considerable thought into selecting this technique for Bai Li Fei Hong. This dragon claw technique differed from the one depicted in films about the Shaolin Temple. Rather, it was an ancient and unparalleled art, originating from a formidable sect of antiquity. Legend has it that the founder of this sect engaged in a 10-day and night battle with an ancient demon dragon, emulating its method of close combat with dragon claws, thereby creating this venerable technique. In the hands of this sect's founder, it was not merely a technique for physical refinement, but a profound martial art for close-quarters combat. Alas, since ancient times, dragons have become extinct. To witness the demon dragon or even dragon beasts, and to comprehend the martial intent of the dragon claw technique, is exceedingly rare, let alone to cultivate it to the level of divine mastery. Chapter 77, Journey to Nanshan County. The Dragon Claw Technique, Entry Level 1000, allows for the consumption of skill points to enhance. The experience required for mere entry is tenfold that of ordinary martial arts. By expending 80 skill points, the Dragon Claw technique can be elevated to its pinnacle. A subtle transformation occurred in Bai Li Fei Hong's hands, resembling those crafted from exquisite gold. Simultaneously, an influx of experiences related to this ancient martial art surged through his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had mastered this ancient martial skill. When his fingers grazed the tabletop, exerting no force, they penetrated the wooden surface effortlessly, akin to slicing through tofu. Moreover, as Bai Li Fei Hong wielded the Dragon Claw technique, he felt no trepidation towards the demon-slaying blade he had received from the Demon Suppression Division. To fully comprehend the martial intent of the Dragon Claw technique, it was essential to apply it in battle until he reached the true martial realm of this skill. However, the skill book could offer assistance. The Dragon Claw technique, Martial Intent 030, can be enhanced by consuming skill points to improve skill traits. The skill book underwent a transformation, finally incorporating martial intent into its repertoire. What kind of artifact was this skill book that it could adapt to his needs? Perhaps Bai Li Fei Hong's martial prowess was still too rudimentary for him to grasp the essence of the skill book. He could only rely on its rules to aid in elevating his skill level. For the time being, he did not need to expend skill points for martial arts. Bai Li Fei Hong contemplated this as he considered the remaining 8 martial arts manuals, which he could enhance through practice. Martial Realm, Body Refinement, Spirit Refinement Skill Points 1207, can upgrade skills, synthesize skills, deduce skills. Skill 1, Culinary Arts, Mastery, Experience 262, 1600. Skill 2, Foresees Fist. Martial Intent, consume 5 skill points to upgrade. Skill 3, Blood River Blade Technique, incomplete with 4 moves. Martial Intent, consume skill points to complete, deduce, or synthesize. Skill 4, Blood Refinement Technique, Pinnacle, consume skill points to upgrade, deduce, or synthesize. Skill 5, 6 Paths of Demon Suppression Scripture. First Path, Spirit Refinement Pinnacle, Blood Refinement 9th Cycle, Pinnacle. Second Path, Yuan Entry Level, 13,141,000,000. Skill 6, Carefree Journey. Mastery, 1260,90,000. Skill 7, 5 Elements Demon Suppression Hand, Martial Intent, Upgrade Conditions Not Met. Skill 8, Blood Suppression of Mountains and Rivers, 2nd Tier of Divine Power. 19200. Skill 9, Wandering White Dragon. Martial Intent, consume 10 skill points to upgrade. Skill 10, 13 Layers of Golden Light External Training, can be elevated to 14 through skill point consumption. Skill 11, Dragon Claw Technique. Martial Intent 030 can enhance skill traits by consuming skill points. The experience growth of Yuan involves absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, coalescing within the Yuan seed. Each strand of essence equals a strand of experience. The primary reason for this is that the qi within his acupoints has yet to reach saturation. The increase in the Yuan realm is a result of the proactive drawing of Yuan qi from the acupoints. Every hour, each acupoint draws a strand of vital energy. This is the advantage of having numerous acupoints. Another benefit is that one's body can absorb Yuan qi far beyond that of others. This illustrates the merits of cultivating acupoints to their utmost potential. He has merely opened them. They are not yet completely filled with the circulating energy. As the chimes of the bell resound, Bai Li Feihong emerges with his blade in hand, securing the office door. Each time the demon suppression bell tolls, it heralds significant events. The guardian, Gong Yin, stands within the demon suppression hall. The heavens are shrouded in gloom, and malevolent entities gather in Dongbin. Gong Yin casts a casual glance at the demon suppression division. The guardian from the provincial demon suppression division has also arrived, yet they do not join the ranks. Lin Ziyuan, bandaged and wounded, arrives. From this moment forth, the first-class demon suppression envoy shall lead the charge to Dongbin Prefecture to quell the demons and monsters. Zheng Yishan, you are to command 2 second-class and 5 third-class demon suppression envoys, along with 10 fourth-class envoys, to remain at headquarters, overseeing all demon-slaying tasks within Dongbin City. The subordinate acknowledges the command, a smile gracing Zheng Yishan's face. Following the cleanup from the Great Smoke incident, it would be challenging for any demon cases to arise in Dongbin City. Gong Yin, noticing his broken arm, has assigned him this favorable task. Bai Li Feihong, your subordinate is here. You shall lead a team of demon suppression envoys to Nanshan County, where you will be stationed, responsible for exterminating demons and resisting foreign invasions. Gong Yin's appointment incites a stir. Nanshan County was recently besieged by pirates, resulting in the bloodshed of several villages. Dongbin City seldom intervenes in Nanshan County's affairs. However, according to regional delineations, Nanshan County falls under Dongbin City's jurisdiction. From Bai Li Feihong's understanding, Nanshan County is classified as a county-level city, while Dongbin City is a prefecture-level city. Yet, long ago, during a previous dynasty, Nanshan County governed Dongbin County. Indeed, the former Dongbin City was merely a county. It later ascended to the status of a prefecture, resulting in Nanshan County being relegated to Nanshan County. Ever since, the people of Dongbin and Nanshan have been embroiled in a long-standing feud. Now, with a request for assistance from the Demon Suppression Division of Nanshan County, Gong Yin naturally seizes the opportunity to reclaim the power of the Demon Suppression Division below. Furthermore, it is time for Bai Li Feihong to venture forth. Those pirates must perish. The subordinate complies, rising respectfully. Whoever wishes to accompany me to Nanshan County, please step forward. Yet, no one responds. Bai Li Feihong is taken aback, his gaze sweeping over each demon suppression envoy, all of whom lower their heads. It appears that everyone values their lives. Thus, this merit shall be mine alone. Before Gong Yin can speak, Bai Li Feihong has already closed off the option. If these demon suppression envoys truly follow him to Nanshan County, he will be burdened with the responsibility of their safety. Those who are righteous receive assistance, while those who stray are left to fend for themselves. The guardian, Feng Yushi, lightly shakes his iron fan, chuckling softly. Gong Yin furrows his brow slightly, aware that he cannot express his displeasure in front of the entire Demon Suppression Division. Gong Yin continued to assign tasks, dispatching the elite demon hunters. The renowned Bai Li Feihong was sent to Nanshan County. An opportune moment for the denizens of the underworld to capture him. What secrets did this individual uncover at Dali Mountain? Feng Yushi sought to examine the task records, which proved to be a straightforward endeavor. On the fateful night of the massacre at Dali Mountain, Bai Li Feihong had accepted a mission to eliminate the demonic beasts there. That night, an uncanny series of events unfolded. A procession of 100 ghosts emerged, and countless souls departed, including some ancient specters returning from the realm of the dead. Shortly thereafter, the primordial ice goddess made her appearance. The underworld had long been orchestrating its plans at Dali Mountain, biding its time until the opportune moment, which has now finally arrived. Chapter 78. A visit to the local power broker Bai Li Feihong finally arrived at Nanshan County. The remnants of war lingered beyond the high walls, the air still heavy with an acrid scent of blood. The earth was caked with darkened mud, and the traces of battle, trampled grass, scorched shrubs, and severed pathways, remained starkly visible. A thick layer of ash lay strewn about, remnants of burnt corpses. Has the aura of malevolence settled to such depths in Nanshan County? The average person would find it difficult to perceive the presence of this ominous energy, mistaking the surrounding gloom for mere fog. Yet, through Bai Li Feihong's keen awareness, the entire city of Nanshan County was enveloped in a field of negative energy, a breeding ground for malevolent spirits and monsters. The city gates stood resolutely shut, guarded by vigilant soldiers. Who goes there? A line of archers, their arrows drawn, aimed their cold tips directly at Bai Li Feihong. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Is the demon-subduing division blind?" However, the sergeant atop the wall displayed a flicker of uncertainty. Bai Li Feihong produced his token and tossed it towards the wall. Recognizing it as the insignia of the esteemed demon-subduing officer from the provincial government, the sergeant quickly bowed in apology, acknowledging his oversight. "Open the gates and send someone to escort me to the local demon-subduing office," Bai Li Feihong commanded. The sergeant promptly ordered the gates to be opened and dispatched 2 soldiers on horseback to guide Bai Li Feihong to the local office. Nanshan County, under the auspices of the formidable Dongbin City, was also situated by the sea, named for its location adjacent to the southern slopes of the Hengduan Mountains. Is it truly just you providing support? The local demon-subduing officer, Hao Donglai, formerly a prominent figure in Dongbin City, had been reassigned to Nanshan County. However, as a district office, its resources and benefits could not compare to those of the provincial government, barely maintaining its status through local financial subsidies. Yet, with the pirate threat looming, what once was a stable existence had turned into a veritable volcano of turmoil. Thus, upon observing the solitary arrival of Bai Li Feihong, an unfamiliar demon-subduing officer, Hao Donglai could not help but speculate. Surely, he was one of the officers promoted by Gong Yang after Hao's departure from Dongbin City. This youth, merely 16 or 17, could he possess any significant capability? Lord Gong Yang dispatched me to lead the support to Nanshan County, but regrettably, the other officers of the demon-subduing division were unwilling to accompany me. Hence, I am alone, Bai Li Feihong replied, fully aware of Hao Donglai's thoughts. He recognized Hao, once a significant figure in Dongbin, someone he had admired. Although Nanshan County was respectable, it paled in comparison to the provincial government. As he gazed at the young officer clad in a ceremonial robe adorned with claw motifs, Hao Donglai's face flushed with frustration, his heart seething with resentment. Many of the officers in the Dongbin City Demon-Subduing Division had been appointed by him. In his mind, if he were to call upon his former subordinates for assistance, even half of them would suffice to alleviate the martial talent crisis plaguing Nanshan County. As a result, only a single D-rank demon suppressor arrived. The 28 esteemed demon suppressors of the Demon Suppression Division were expected to gather in anticipation of reinforcements from the provincial government. Yet only one individual showed up. The head of the Demon Suppression Division had previously stated that at least 20 demon suppressors would be dispatched from Dongbin City. And this is all that materialized? Has the provincial government truly disregarded their own safety? With Nanshan County in decline, Dongbin City is not faring any better. Bai Li Feihong stood silently, observing the demeanor of the Demon Suppression Division while also assessing the strength of the Nanshan Demon Suppression Office. There was one A-rank demon suppressor, approximately 9 acupoints cultivated, 2 B-rank demon suppressors, 13 C-rank demon suppressors, and the remainder were D-rank demon suppressors who practiced blood origin arts. Along with Hao Donglai, this assembled force totaled 29 individuals. This strength was sufficient. Upon arriving in Nanshan County, Bai Li Feihong's objective was crystal clear: to acquire more skill points. To elevate the second level of the 6 paths of demon suppression to its pinnacle, 30,000 skill points were required. His foundation was formidable. The nurturing of the primordial fetus demanded an enormous amount of natural energy. The fact that the provincial government sent you signifies their support for us in Nanshan County. Since you are here, it is best to follow Ding Sheng, the A-rank demon suppressor, and heed his guidance. Hao Donglai struggled to maintain his composure. Though he spoke thus, his expression was far from pleasant. "I apologize, Commander Hao," Bai Li Feihong addressed, not looking at Ding Sheng but rather at Hao Donglai, who seemed ready to turn away. "I may not be able to fulfill your request. The Demon Suppression Division cannot command me." Bai Li Feihong shrugged. The 28 demon suppressors displayed expressions akin to spectators at a performance. The young man from the provincial government was indeed reckless. According to the regulations of the Demon Suppression Division, upon leaving their jurisdiction, the superior in rank assumes command and must be obeyed. Violators face severe penalties. "Commander Hao, I am Bai Li Feihong," an A-rank demon suppressor from Dongbin City. This support mission to Nanshan County will be conducted independently, and I shall not partake in your daily arrangements. Bai Li Feihong wore a smile as warm as spring, yet his gaze remained unwavering. He was indeed an A-rank demon suppressor from the provincial government, and according to the customary practices of the Demon Suppression Division, higher-ranking officials hold precedence over lower ones. Thus, Hao Donglai could not subdue him, just as the 4 demon commanders from the provincial government, who naturally held higher ranks upon their arrival, could easily dominate the situation. However, Gong Yang, with the rank of demon general, undoubtedly overshadowed the others. Hao Donglai could hardly believe his eyes as he looked at Bai Li Feihong. The purpose of this visit was merely to greet the locals and avoid any conflicts during the execution of their duties that might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Bai Li Feihong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to leave, taking his horse with him. Was it typical for those from the provincial government to behave in such a manner? Ding Sheng's expression darkened considerably. Bai Li Feihong's attitude clearly displayed disdain for the Nanshan County Demon Suppression Office. He had heard that the A-rank demon suppressor from the city should avoid conflict in future encounters. Those from the provincial government also possessed law enforcement authority in Nanshan, even surpassing that of their own. After all, we belong to the system of the Dongbin City Demon Suppression Division, Hao Donglai remarked with a cold smile. He set aside his pride for the sake of the ram, only to find himself confronted with something utterly distasteful. Was this an endeavor to invite revulsion upon himself? Understood. My lord, we shall certainly keep our eyes wide open while traversing the streets, and when we encounter the esteemed visitors from the provincial government, we shall take a detour. Ding Sheng remarked with a sardonic tone, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. The remaining demon subjugators were equally infuriated. Bai Li Feihong offered a faint smile, for with his keen hearing, he had discerned the unfolding events. It appeared his intentions had been successfully realized. All the fish in this pond of Nanshan County now belonged to him. What others viewed with trepidation was, in fact, the very aim of his journey. Chapter 79. The Pirates and Ninjas. Has the demon suppressor of Dongbin City arrived? What? Only a single individual? Do the lives of the people of Nanshan County mean nothing? How can one demon suppressor suffice? Does the court even care for us? As Bai Li Feihong left the demon suppression office, the news of his arrival spread throughout Nanshan County. Riding through the streets, passers-by pointed and whispered. Their gazes were filled with indignation. How desperate are you to have entrusted your very lives to Dongbin City? Bai Li Feihong remained calm, untouched by the murmurs surrounding him. He is Bai Li Feihong, the newly appointed A-class demon suppressor of Dongbin City. This young man appeared quite unremarkable. Within the walls of Nanshan City, at the top of the Yuan tavern, a woman and 2 men sat by the window, sipping wine and savoring delicacies. The young woman wore a black veil that obscured her features. The 2 men, one in his 20s and the other in his 30s, were gazing at Bai Li Feihong, who was riding through the streets. Lindsay Yuan, the garrison commander. We had dealings with him. His strength lies in the mid-lower tier of the pinnacle of spirit refining. The young man raised his cup. The intelligence regarding Lin Yuan surfacing in his mind, his eyes fixed on Bai Li Feihong. It is said that Bai Li Feihong has cultivated the 6 paths of demon suppression. This technique specifically targets our netherworld. However, I wonder how far he has progressed in blood refinement, whether his bone cultivation is complete, and how many acupoints he has refined. The woman with the veiled face spoke with a voice as ethereal as a nightingale. Humph, merely a spirit-refining demon suppressor built upon a foundation of medicinal pills. He defeated Lin Yuan relying on his techniques. Do you genuinely believe he has perfected the first path of the 6 paths of demon suppression? Blood refinement at the 5th level, bone transformation at the 6th, and the great circulation of acupoints? How absurd. Perhaps if he had been raised in the Essence Spring, there might be a chance. The young man in black dismissed her words with disdain. They have all condensed the roots of the netherworld. This is equivalent to taking the most crucial step after reaching the spirit refining realm, awaiting the roots of the netherworld to sprout and grow into a true netherworld tree, which would be akin to reaching the pinnacle of the martial embryo realm. The concepts of root and tree are merely a representation within the cultivation system of the netherworld. Yet, the realm remains that of the martial embryo. Lu Lin, the military chief, must ensure Bai Li Feihong remains alive, the veiled woman reminded. Lu Lin's eyes glinted with greed. He yearned to uncover this secret. Yet, he understood that if the gates of the Yellow Springs were so easily found, the netherworld would have long since mastered them and entered the realm of the Yellow Springs. When shall we make our move? The young man, Yan Kai, turned to Miss Yun and inquired in a low voice. There is no rush. The pirates are upon us. Let this fellow deal with the calamity they bring before we act. Yuan Piaomiao's mention of the pirates revealed an underlying murderous intent that caused Lu Lin and Yin Kai to exchange glances. They were aware that before Yuan Piaomiao was accepted as a direct disciple by the military chief, she was a young lady from a prestigious family, all of whom were slaughtered by the pirates, thus forging a deep-seated vendetta against them. Lu Lin grinned, exposing his white teeth in a sinister manner. Were it not for the military chief's prohibition on our engaging these loathsome pirates, I would have already turned them into undead minions. The pirates are both detestable and loathsome. Killing them is a mere necessity. Why do you suppose the upper echelons of the underworld prevent us from expanding into the land of cherry blossoms? Without sex or the constraints of the Demon Suppression Division, we could rampantly exterminate the pirates, and our cultivation would progress at an astonishing rate. Yin Kai murmured, his voice imbued with an icy chill. The multitude of sects in the land of cherry blossoms serves to restrain some of the powers of the sects. Annihilating that land would not necessarily bode well for us. Yuan Piaomiao calmly analyzed, remaining untainted by hatred. I truly envy our fellow disciples embedded within the Black Heaven sect, for they are feasting upon its resources, advancing their cultivation by leaps and bounds. The blood and souls of the natives are indeed valuable assets. Upon broaching this topic, Lu Lin's interest was piqued. While Li Feihong has exited the city, Yuan Piaomiao suddenly announced, "Shall we follow?" Yin Kai's eyes twinkled with amusement as he gazed at Yuan Piaomiao. "We must trail him from a distance. We cannot allow anyone to eliminate him. The pirates have numerous insiders within Nanshan County." Yuan Piaomiao took flight from the window, moving with such swiftness that an onlooker would struggle to perceive him. Lu Lin swiftly followed. Yin Kai wore a smile, yet the bloodlust concealed within his gaze remained unmasked. The conversation just had sown seeds that, when ripe, would herald a time for slaughter upon the seas. Li Feihong's departure from the city was born of desperation. He sought a tavern for lodging, only to find each one fully occupied. Clearly, the Nanshan County officials have laid the blame for the support incident in Dongbin City squarely at his feet. Thus, in the vast expanse of Nanshan County, there was no refuge for him. Well done. Public discontent is a resource. Is this fellow not proud? Let him roam the streets. The dignitaries of the provincial government now leave the city in disgrace. Upon receiving the news, the demon suppressors within the Demon Suppression Division chuckled in delight. Only Hao Donglai was incensed to the point of nearly drawing his sword in fury. A bunch of fools. To attain the rank of a first-class demon suppressor, one must possess the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage. With Li Feihong driven away, we have lost a formidable martial artist. Facing the pirates will already be a struggle. Now, as the malevolent energies of heaven and earth coalesce, Nanshan County will inevitably become a breeding ground for demons and monsters. When the time comes for task assignments, will it be beneficial for you to risk your lives confronting such fiends? Hao Donglai thought grimly, his expression darkening further. Within the county, the Demon Suppression Division is but a ragtag group. How can he possibly safeguard Nanshan County? Hao Donglai suddenly shouted. Ding Xing was taken aback. He could not fathom why the provincial government had stripped Hao Donglai of his authority, yet still instructed him to treat the man well. You imbeciles, what are you discussing? Why do you laugh so loudly? Hao Donglai suddenly barked at the demon suppressors. A first-class demon suppressor at the Qi refinement stage is 100 times more capable than you inept buffoons. If Li Feihong departs, and demons and monsters emerge, I shall use your lies to fill the void. The chilling intent reverberated throughout the Demon Suppression Division. Those ignorant commoners understand nothing. When the enemy arrives, they gain an ally, thus ensuring their safety. Yet now, having driven him away, do you expect to rely on these useless wretches to sacrifice their lives to fill the gaps? Hao Donglai's words were delivered with great weight. However, after a round of invectives, he managed to rouse them from their stupor. The elite demon suppressors correspond to the refinement realm, a level of mastery seldom seen, even in Dongbin City. In the entirety of Nanshan County, there exist but 2 individuals within the Demon Suppression Division who possess such prowess. My lord, I shall attend to this matter immediately, Li Feihong declared, riding leisurely along the official road, the city of Nanshan County fading from view behind him. Several companions accompanied him on this journey. This secluded and tranquil locale, adorned with breathtaking scenery, presented an opportune setting for Li Feihong to claim his illustrious bounty. If not now, then when? He proclaimed as he dismounted. Suddenly, from the densely wooded areas flanking the official road, a throng of armored bandits armed with katana emerged, surrounding him. Additionally, clad in black, with only their eyes visible, ninjas perched atop the trees observed the unfolding scene. At that moment, a troop of cavalry approached from behind. The leader, adorned in resplendent attire, emanated an extraordinary aura, while to his left stood the captain of the city's garrison. Upon arriving in this place, the demons had yet to be vanquished, and already a horde of bandits and traitors had descended. Chapter 80. Annihilation, is there more? By Li Fei Hong inquired coldly. The young demon slayer from Dong'an City, so audacious among the warriors of the great Cherry Blossom Empire, displayed such arrogance. The gatekeeper, Sergeant Wu, retorted angrily. Where is your earlier bravado? Relying on the authority of the Demon Slayer Division, you dare to look down upon me? I shall ensure your demise. Bai Li Fei Hong cast a glance at him, his smile evaporating. He loathed traitors even more than the invading pirates. Faced with someone devoid of allegiance, the outcome was inevitable, death. It was not that he held you in contempt, but alas, you had accurately discerned his disdain, under the probing of his divine sense. He surveyed the surrounding adversaries, nearly 300 in number, the weakest among them being blood martial artists. It was no wonder that ordinary troops could scarcely contend with this band of marauders. Kill him, and I shall open the gates, allowing you to enter the city. Sergeant Wu stated coldly. A middle-aged man in resplendent attire nodded with a smile towards the ninja leader perched in the tree. Kill. A throng of fearless warriors charged toward Bai Li Fei Hong. The archers released a volley of arrows, while the gunmen refrained from firing, wary that the gunfire might reveal their position. The ninja in the tree observed the representative of the Demon Slayer Division with indifference. Having dealt with them before, they understood the might of a Demon Slayer. Yet, against merely a first-tier Demon Slayer, 3 or 4 had already perished at the hands of their leader. In their quest to conquer Nanshan County and seize its riches, over 50 gunmen had been brought along. Each was a top-tier warrior. With their skills and coordination, they could easily eliminate not just a Demon Slayer, but even a Demon Commander. Bai Li Fei Hong smacked the rear of his steed, and the startled horse bolted as the warriors charged. The horse galloped far away. The gleaming swords of the warriors descended upon him. Bai Li Fei Hong did not flinch or evade. A faint golden light flickered, and when the sword struck the golden barrier, a crisp metallic clang resonated. The terrifying rebound force causing the weapons to be wrenched from their grasp. The 13 layers of golden light did not disappoint, Bai Li Fei Hong remarked coldly. The volley of arrows could not breach his defenses. The middle-aged man in lavish attire suddenly darkened in expression. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Retreat. He instructed the gatekeeper in a low voice. Can you escape? Blood towns the rivers. With the invocation of his blood technique, a terrifying aura enveloped 100 zhang, ensnaring the marauders, ninjas, and traitors within its grasp. The dread aura summoned the elemental fire from the surroundings, rising like the blazing sun, enveloping all. Every demon and evil was purified within. The blood towns the rivers technique had already attained its 2nd tier, with the blood refinement at 9 levels. Coupled with the pinnacle of spirit refinement and the essence of the primordial seed, Bai Li Fei Hong had grown exponentially stronger. Tens or even hundreds of times more formidable compared to his time in Chu Village, not yet exerting his full power, within 100 zhang of him. Both flesh and soul were scorched to ashes by the searing furnace of his might. The power of his technique was truly terrifying. Blood refinement. A most arduous path of cultivation in the contemporary world. The 9th level of blood refinement stands shoulder to shoulder with the primal embryo realm. The 2nd tier of blood refinement techniques unleashes the full potency of sanguine vigor, akin to the sun at dawn, reducing all it touches to mere ashes. The tome of skills incessantly updates with notifications, a cascade of skill points accumulating, leaving Bai Li Fei Hong in a trance of astonishment and ecstasy. The Woku are nefarious beings. Upon the tree's crown stands the ninja leader, his form charred and ashen like coal. He tumbles from his perch, lips moving in desperation. As a Jainin, his prowess rivals that of a martial arts deity, yet he falters against the might of divine techniques. His soul still ablaze. It merely endures a longer torment than the ordinary. Bai Li Fei Hong approaches, coldly observing the charred figure before him. The fire of life flickers, and even celestial beings would find it arduous to salvage him. Initially inclined to spare his life to interrogate the Woku about their numbers, Bai Li Fei Hong, disillusioned by the adversary's feeble strength, shakes his head, refraining from extinguishing the man's life immediately. In his eyes, this individual is already a corpse. As the tome of skills signals the acquisition of 100 skill points, Bai Li Fei Hong casually waves his hand, releasing primal flames to incinerate the body. leaving nothing but ashes within 100 feet. Yet the flora and fauna, the serpents, insects, and vermin remain unscathed. The finesse of this technique is tailored to vanquish evil. The so-called evil is but a fleeting judgment in Bai Li Feihong's mind, wielding martial prowess. This technique embodies the essence of judgment. Upon delving into the second tier of divine techniques, its clarity becomes strikingly apparent. Like the sun in its zenith, the malevolent aura of the surroundings is purged entirely, extending its influence for miles, causing the sinister to retreat. Yun Piaomiao's hand trembles, her heart still gripped by fear. Gifted with an instinct that surpasses the ordinary, she senses an impending danger, retreating several hundred meters before halting her flight. Her gaze, lost, fixates on the dispersing sanguine energy. Yet the lingering essence of blood makes her hesitate to advance further. A thought arises in her mind, a blood refiner. The blood guardian of Kyoto, who has mastered the 18th level of blood refinement, has safeguarded the imperial capital for 2 decades. In that time, none from the underworld, save those of divine realms, dared to tread upon the imperial city. His cultivation has shattered the limits of physical refinement, marking him as another prodigious blood refiner. With his presence, the security of Nanshan County is assured. Bai Li Feihong has reached the pinnacle of the first path within the 6 paths of Demon Suppression Sutra, comprehending the profound intricacies of blood refinement techniques. Under the aegis of these divine techniques, any martial skill is but a fleeting shadow to Bai Li Feihong. The foremost divine technique of the Demon Suppression Division is no jest. Miss Yin, shall we proceed to take action? At this moment, fear is the only expression on Lu Lin's face, devoid of the earlier arrogance. Can the 3 of us withstand the might of his blood suppression of mountains and rivers? This technique, which slays demons and vanquishes foes, grows ever more formidable with each adversary it claims. Yin Kai can only smile bitterly and shake his head. They are viewed as the nefarious outsiders of the underworld in the eyes of the court, inherently countered by this blood refinement technique. Unless one cultivates the realm of the underworld, seeking its protection and wielding the power of extreme darkness to counterbalance the force of extreme light. Let us proceed. Nanshan County is a place of chaos, yet the persistent affliction has found its remedy and cannot descend into turmoil. Yun Piaomiao stated coldly. Report to the military leader and allow them to make the decision. This matter exceeds our capacity to resolve. However, our mission was not without merit. To glimpse the magical seed cultivated by Gonyang Yin is indeed a significant achievement. Yun Piaomiao turned away, never to tread upon Nanshan County again. Once the adversary is a blood cultivator and comprehends the divine art of blood sealing mountains and rivers, it becomes an affair beyond our realm to address. The Demon Sealing Department has consistently sought its own seeds of demon sealing, bestowing upon them the 6 paths of demon sealing for cultivation, particularly favoring blood cultivators. The establishment of the 6 paths of demon sealing is especially well suited for blood cultivators. With the innate talent of Bai Li Feihong, he is destined to become a pillar of the Demon Sealing Department. Now that we have discerned the identity of our opponent, we can have the organization eliminate him, thereby preemptively addressing a formidable future adversary of the underworld. Have we followed their trail? Bai Li Feihong sensed 3 powerful presences quietly departing. It remains unknown which force possesses such vigilance, capable of anticipating my divine art and evading this attack. The only certainty is the astonishing speed of the adversary, which has already matched his own leisurely flight. Chapter 81. Baiwa Town. Bai Li Feihong could not help but feel a sense of vigilance. The legendary sect had yet to make an appearance. It was difficult for him to assess the strength of this force. Despite having slain over 200 pirates and ninjas, he did not succumb to arrogance. The more formidable one becomes, the greater the reverence one feels for the world. He had only just begun his cultivation. The ancient Ice Maiden, everlasting for millennia, upon her revival, had plunged the entire demon suppression office of Dongbin City into a crisis of annihilation. Were she to regain her peak power, could she not effortlessly obliterate Dongbin City? His Yuan was still incomplete. Beyond Yuan, there existed divine powers, and above those, the beyond. There lay the realm of the unity of spirit and flesh, merging with the cosmos, known as the Tao of Harmony, an existence akin to the legendary martial sage. Not to mention that beyond the martial sage, there existed beings capable of creating worlds, such as celestial beings and deities. The depths of this world were unfathomable. At present, Bai Li Feihong remained akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, having only glimpsed a corner of Dongbin City, revealing terrifying information beyond his capacity to handle. The strange entities beneath Dongbin City, the Gate of Yellow Springs at Dali Mountain, and the ancient Ice Maiden, Hansu. Glancing at the skill book, he noted a significant increase in skill points. After completing the Dragon Claw technique, he had 207 skill points remaining. His total skill points had now soared to 672. The recent extermination of pirates had bestowed upon him 465 points. Aside from the ninja leader, each slain pirate granted him an average of 15 skill points. Such a bountiful harvest evoked a sensation akin to overnight wealth. Sometimes, defeating lesser foes yielded more substantial rewards than vanquishing elite monsters due to their sheer numbers. However, to cultivate the Yuan to its zenith required 30,000 points, and for the divine power realm, perhaps 300,000 would be necessary. Thus, one must not become complacent. It was wiser to endure patiently, awaiting the day when his skill points would allow for a meteoric rise. Continuing onward, Bai Li Feihong had deviated from the official path and ventured into the mountains. During his approach, the demon suppression compass had spun wildly. Somewhere at the foot of the Hengduan Mountains, some malevolent entities were drawing Bai Li Feihong closer. The pirates truly were presenting themselves as easy targets. Why not feast upon the tender morsels delivered right to his doorstep? The steed he had brought from the demon suppression office galloped furiously without pause. The seasoned horse knew the way. With his demon-slaying blade in hand, Bai Li Feihong carved a path, crossing hills, and traveling approximately 10 kilometers before standing on a mountainside. Gazing southward, as night fell, the sky became shrouded in dense clouds. Failing to find an inn, he risked becoming drenched. The land here, rich and fertile, possessed excellent feng shui. In the valley, a lush plain emerged. This secluded area would have been difficult for Bai Li Feihong to discover amidst the mountains had it not been for the demon suppression compass. He beheld distant lights illuminating the night. Nestled against the Hengduan Mountains, a river cascaded down from a peak, nurturing this land. In Bai Li Feihong's eyes, this place was a convergence of remarkable individuals and rich vital energy, a veritable treasure. Although the pirates encroached nearby, they had not yet cast their shadow over this little town. With a spirit invigorated and a mind illuminated, I gaze upon this enigmatic little town, vibrant and lively like mischievous sprites dancing in the ether, beckoning one to delve deeper. As I set forth from Nanshan County, I had familiarized myself with the geography of the area, yet the official maps bore no mention of this locale. I retrieved my demon restraining compass, only to find the needle utterly still. Have the demons departed? Regardless, it seems fated that I shall spend a night here. Leaping through the wilderness, I paid no heed to the absence of paths. As long as I soared high and ventured far, that sufficed as my route. Knowing that no demons lurked in this place, I felt no trepidation in concealing my presence. The demons from the Hengduan Mountains must have traversed nearby, their aura detected by my compass. The Hengduan Mountains, with their abundant spiritual energy, are notorious for the rampant presence of demonic beasts and supernatural entities. The Demon Suppression Division has made several attempts to mobilize sects against the mountains, yet to no avail. Stretching over thousands of miles, these mountains not only harbor demons, but also conceal the lairs of malevolent cultivators, making it difficult for the division and various sects to contain their misdeeds. After several ascents and descents, I finally emerged from the wilderness, stepping onto the plains. I donned a robe of dark fabric, retrieving simple garments from my pack to change into. My neatly arranged hair had become disheveled. The earth beneath my feet was solid, marked by deep wheel ruts, indicating that this place was not isolated from the world, but rather frequented by carts and horses. This was perplexing. How could such a sizable town remain unrecorded by the Demon Suppression Division? Was Nanshan County concealing something once more? Advancing 100 meters, I stumbled upon a mountain deity temple. Red lanterns adorned its entrance, yet the surrounding area was eerily quiet and deserted, creating a stark contrast. The temple doors stood wide open. As I paused to survey the structure, I was startled. A black tiger? The vividly carved idol within the temple emanated a steady stream of incense. It was a statue of a mountain lord, the Black Tiger Mountain Lord. From a distance of 10 zhang, my divine sense allowed me to scrutinize the statue closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite, likely the work of a master artisan. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air. The heavens seemed unkind as thunder roared ominously. In the flash of lightning, the statue appeared benevolent. How could a mountain king, even after ascending to divinity, exude such gentleness? The mountain lord's statue was peculiar, and my divine sense detected no anomalies. I had no desire to spend the night in this eerie temple. Having journeyed from Dongbin City without a single meal in Nanshan County, I was already quite famished after battling the marauders on my way out of the city. The temple offered no sustenance besides incense, and the culinary delights of the mountain deity were not suited to my palate. Without hesitation, I quickened my pace. After walking another 300 meters, a dilapidated inn emerged before him at the edge of the town. The inn was in such a state of disrepair that cobwebs seemed to envelop it entirely. Continuing for approximately another 300 meters, he encountered a flagstone path. The brightly lit town unfolded before his eyes. From afar, the town appeared modest at the foothills of the mountains. However, upon closer inspection, it was not significantly smaller than Fairness Town. The fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air, as if he had stepped into a garden where a myriad of flowers bloomed, their aromas intoxicating. The sign at the town's entrance bore 3 prominent characters, 100 Flowers Town. It felt somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite place it. Bai Li Feihong furrowed his brow. At that moment, raindrops began to fall. Bai Li Feihong hastily started to run, as the townsfolk had already retreated indoors to escape the downpour. Glancing at the sign of the inn not far away, Bai Li Feihong did not hesitate and hurriedly sought refuge inside. Chapter 82. The Flower Sect esteemed guest, will you be dining or lodging? The innkeeper's assistant greeted with unparalleled enthusiasm. I require a superior room, came the response. Additionally, please prepare a feast of meat and wine. Certainly, esteemed guest, please follow me. The assistant replied with eager compliance. As they traversed the bustling inn's main hall, it became apparent that the dining tables were nearly filled to capacity. With a multitude of martial artists congregated, their expressions fierce and menacing. Their weapons lay nearby, within arm's reach. With a mere glance, Bai Li Feihong discerned that this assembly was far from ordinary. The patrons of the inn, too, scrutinized Bai Li Feihong, particularly the long blade he wielded. The scabbard, crafted from an enigmatic leather, suppressed the peculiar aura of the demon-slaying blade. Yet, discerning eyes could still perceive the significant worth of the weapon in Bai Li Feihong's grasp. Esteemed guest, this is our inn's finest room. I shall now prepare your meal. May I inquire what you desire? Meat. A substantial amount of meat. Bai Li Feihong casually instructed. Very well. Additionally, esteemed guest, our inn provides hot water. Simply press the switch to your left, and it shall flow, the assistant added. Bai Li Feihong nodded in acknowledgement. The interactions with various nations had ushered a refreshing wave into the common folk of the great Yuan Empire. Inns and hotels were the first to elevate the quality of life for travelers. It seemed that Bihua Town was not as simple as he had initially perceived. With its advanced plumbing system and the congregation of numerous martial artists, the presence of vengeful spirits clinging to these warriors was all too visible to Bai Li Feihong. These were individuals who thrived in the perilous underbelly of society. How they had entered Bihua Town remained a mystery to him. It was certainly not by the same treacherous paths he had navigated. There must be established routes connecting to the outside world. For the time being, the Nanshan County was devoid of peril. He had vanquished nearly 300 pirates, and 5 traders colluding with them within the town had also been eliminated. They would investigate the slain pirates thoroughly before daring to act against Nanshan County again. The county was not as weak as he had presumed. He resolved to remain in Bihua Town for a day or two, allowing Nanshan County to simmer down. Currently, the atmosphere was fraught with hostility towards him. Both parties harbored mutual disdain. Were it not for his quest for skill points, he would have paid them no mind. After enjoying a rejuvenating hot bath, he noted that autumn had deepened and the temperatures in the eastern coast region had noticeably dropped. Once he had finished bathing, the assistant returned, bearing a tray. Esteemed guest, I have prepared half a roasted lamb, several of our specialty dishes, and our unique local wine, Bihua Brew. The assistant beamed with delight as he presented the feast. Remaining at the table rather than retreating, Bai Li Feihong produced a gold coin and tossed it to the assistant. This covers the meal and 2 days' lodging. Keep the remainder as a tip. Such generosity delighted the assistant, who gratefully accepted the coin, his face alight with appreciation. The table was now laden with a sumptuous spread. Bai Li Feihong produced a silver needle to test for poison, finding none. The silver needle, while not infallible, can detect most deadly toxins, and those it cannot identify would not pose a lethal threat to Bai Li Feihong. He relished the exquisite cuisine and fine wine, his keen ears catching snippets of conversation from the inn's patrons. Among them were many practitioners of martial arts, one of whom was notably powerful, possessing the level of refining apertures. Such strength would rank this individual among the elite demon hunters within the Demon Suppression Division. This person remained hidden in their room, quietly enjoying their dinner. As for the group downstairs, they were all martial masters with blood levels above 3, and there were quite a few at the 9th blood level. The true masters of martial arts who resided in the inn refrained from descending to partake in the discussions, which was indeed a pity. These individuals were the ones by Li Feihong deemed most worthy of attention, yet they remained tight-lipped, making it difficult to extract any useful information. If one of them were to catch the eye of the Flower Fairy and become a disciple of the sect, it would rewrite the course of their lives. Rumor had it that the Huajian sect was on the verge of being removed from the list of evil sections. Hush! Do not rashly speak ill of the Huajian sect, a voice quickly cautioned. Excessive chatter after drinking leads to misfortune. The Huajian sect? No wonder. This sect has intricate ties with the Guliang royal family, and even after being classified as an evil sect, the Demon Suppression Division has not dealt with them severely. This leniency is due to the fact that among the royal concubines of the ancient Guliang ancestor, there was a saintess from the Huajian sect. The current lineage of the Guliang royal family still bears the blood of that saintess. Although disciples of the Huajian sect have committed numerous misdeeds, the Demon Suppression Division often targets individuals rather than the entire sect. What intentions does the Huajian sect have in establishing a small town here? It is not far from the Nanshan County. Has the Huajian sect infiltrated Nanshan County as well? While Li Feihong's expression grew slightly grave, yet his curiosity outweighed his concern. He glanced at his skill points, now exceeding 5,000, which instilled a measure of confidence. If necessary, he could utilize these skill points to break through to the Yuan Tai level. The delay in this breakthrough was due to not yet fully developing the refining apertures. Concurrently, while Li Feihong sought to gather more martial will, each profound martial art could coalesce a strand of martial will, which serves as an excellent means of nurturing the seed of the Yuan Tai. He resolved to act according to circumstances. The arrival of the Flower Fairy was indeed fortuitous. If the Flower Fairy were to cultivate an abundance of spiritual flowers, it would provide the opportunity to purchase these blossoms, which, when consumed, could cleanse the marrow and bones, leading to the acquisition of true martial bones for inner cultivation. Indeed, were it not for our guild's collaboration with Lord Chu, we would not even have the chance to enter Baiwa Town. Alas, the Fairness Town has been razed by the Demon Suppression Division. That was a splendid place for entertainment. With Fairness Town destroyed, acquiring goods now necessitates a trek to the northern port. Let us not conceal our intentions. Why has everyone come to Baiwa Town? It is because this town holds the secrets to plant transformation methods, and all have come seeking the seeds of the poppy flower. The seeds cultivated in Baiwa Town have surpassed the yield of the plantations controlled by the Lafa Empire. The wine has arrived. The topics of discussion have become increasingly audacious. This is Baiwa Town, where there is no need for pretense. The local demon-slaying agency in Nanshan County is currently in disarray, overwhelmed, and unable to respond adequately. In Li Feihong's eyes, a murderous intent lurked beneath the surface. He had previously suspected that the forces behind the opium case were not solely linked to the lineage of the Grand Princess, but that a sinister cult was also involved. The most credible suspect was undoubtedly the underworld, given its significant infiltration into Dongbin City. Numerous individuals from the underworld were present within the Cargo Transport Guild. Even Zhang Fu, commanding the night demons to commit murder, could not accomplish such feats by mere chance. His control over the night demons implied mastery of some dark sorcery that allowed him to balance their power. But from whence did this sorcery originate? At last, this hidden force has revealed itself, the Huajian sect. Gongping Town is the domain of the Huajian sect, while Dali Town belongs to the underworld. They operate independently. As he dined and laughed, Li Feihong remained vigilant, but ultimately fell into their trap. The charming drug is a substance that cannot be detected by silver needles, and cannot even be classified as a poison. Despite knowing that the food and drink had been laced with this drug, Li Feihong continued to consume it voraciously. The drug infiltrated his body, absorbed through his bloodstream and into his brain, inducing a state of spiritual slumber. Had he been any other elite demon slayer, he would have succumbed by now. However, the formidable power of his blood manifested at this moment. Any harmful substances circulating in his blood were purified and incinerated completely. Nevertheless, Li Feihong did not cease his eavesdropping. Others too were utilizing their auditory senses to surveil his every move. The wayfarers downstairs began discussing the opium case only after he had partaken of the Baiwa brew and roasted lamb. What was my flaw? They were eyeing my demon-slaying sword. The sword of the demon-slaying agency had been recognized. It had fallen into the hands of thieves. For instance, all of Baiwa Town has, like Dali Town, become a peripheral organization of the Huajian sect. Yet, what perplexed Bai Li Feihong was the true significance of the Black Tiger Lord worshipped at the Mountain God Temple. Would a sinister sect truly venerate the Black Tiger Lord? What place did the Black Tiger Lord hold before the Huajian sect? The extreme actions of the Huajian sect did not fear any demons. Could the Black Tiger Lord be a demon controlled by the Huajian sect? Demons cause harm, and so do sinister sections. In their eyes, the pursuit of greater power eclipses any consideration for imperial laws or human morals. The demonic aura observed by the demon restraining compass must belong to this Black Tiger Lord. Yet why has it vanished? Suddenly, Bai Li Feihong recalled his use of the blood-restraining mountains technique against the pirates. The moment this technique was unleashed, his blood surged with vitality, illuminating the surroundings. The demons of Baiwa Town must have sensed his potent blood energy, prompting them to flee or conceal themselves. I strayed from the official path and ventured into the mountain forest, arriving at Baiwa Town in less than an hour. It appears that the Lord of Black Tiger Mountain has entered the Hongduan Mountains. Upon reaching this area, the demonic compass consistently pointed towards Baiwa Town, which in fact indicated the Hongduan Mountains. I had not strayed far. I was still in the vicinity of Baiwa Town. With this thought in mind, I finished the Baiwa brew and the dishes were consumed. Suddenly, Bai Li Feihong raised his hand and knocked the wine jar to the ground. The sound of the jar shattering attracted considerable attention. Baiwa brew, exquisite wine, potent after effects. It has rendered this young master intoxicated. Staggering, he made his way to the bed and collapsed onto it. His breathing soon steadied, yet Bai Li Feihong's eyes remained open, gazing towards the door. The sound of footsteps approached. "Guest, are you well?" came the familiar voice of the waiter. "Did you break something? Are you unhurt? Are you still there?" The waiter called out 10 times to the door. With a creak, the door opened. The waiter was taken aback. This guest had not even locked the door. He entered the room, carrying an oil lamp, and was met with a scene of disarray. The guest lay drunkenly on the bed, his sword hanging at the headboard. The waiter tiptoed to the bedside. Bai Li Feihong remained motionless, oblivious to the waiter's murderous intent. Moreover, at this moment, with his formidable internal strength, he could easily withstand any assault from the waiter. Listening to the waiter as he retrieved the demon-slaying sword, Bai Li Feihong wore a cold smile. Whether the inn was a den of vice, he could not ascertain, but he was certain that his suspicions were not unfounded. The entire Baiwa Town was suspect. He finally understood why the town demon control office had no news of Baiwa Town in Nanshan County. It was because this small town did not truly exist. The people gathered here were mostly wandering guests from various merchant associations of the Great Yuan, converging in this place. The nature of the so-called spiritual flowers remained unknown. Yet Baiwa Town held control over the improved poppy seeds. Many terrains in the Great Yuan Empire were unsuitable for cultivating this plant. If the seeds were improved to thrive in any land, controlling opium